and English Garner Critical Essays, and Literary Fragments with an Introduction by J. Chitton Collins, 1903. Publisher's Note: the texts contained in the present volume are reprinted with very slight alterations from the English Garner issued in 8 volumes, 1877 to 1890, London, 8 vo, by Professor Arber, whose name is sufficient guarantee for the accurate collation of the texts with the rare originals, the old spelling being in most cases carefully modernized. The contents of the original Garner have been rearranged and now for the first time classified, under the general editorial supervision of Mr. Thomas Seckham. Certain lacunae have been filled by the interpolation of fresh matter. The introductions are wholly new and have been written specially for this issue. The references to volumes of the Garner, other than the present volume, are for the most part to the Editio Princeps, 8 volumes 1877 to 90. Introduction. The miscellaneous pieces comprised in this volume are of interest and value, as illustrating the history of English literature and of an important side of English social life, namely, the character and status of the clergy in the 17th and early 18th centuries. They have been arranged chronologically under the subjects with which they are respectively concerned. The first 3, the excerpt from Wilson's Art of Rhetoric, Sir Philip Sidney's letter to his brother Robert, and the dissertation from Mirza's Pilatus to Mia, are, if minor, certainly characteristic examples of pre-Elizabethan and Elizabethan literary criticism. The next 3, the dedicatory epistle to the rival ladies, Howard's preface to 4 new plays, and the essay of dramatic poesy, not only introduce us to one of the most interesting critical controversies of the 17th century, but present us, in the last work, with an epoch-marking masterpiece, both in English criticism and in English prose composition. Bishop Copelston's brochure brings us to the early days of the Edinburgh Review, and to the dawn of the criticism with which we are, unhappily, only too familiar in our own time. From criticism we pass, in the extract from Elwood's Life of himself, to biography and social history, to the most vivid account we have of Milton as a personality, and in private life. Next comes a series of pamphlets illustrating social and literary history in the reigns of Anne and George I, opening with the pamphlets bearing on Swift's inimitable Partridge hoax, now for the first time collected and reprinted, and preceding Gay's Present State of Wit, which gives a lively account of the periodic literature current in 1711. Next comes Tickell's valuable memoir of his friend Addison, prefixed, as preface, to his edition of Addison's works, published in 1721, with Steele's singularly interesting strictures on the memoir, being the dedication of the second edition of The Drummer to Congreve. The reprint of Eachard's Grounds and Occasions of the Contempt of the Clergy and Religion inquired into, with the preceding extract from Chamberlain's Angli Notitia and the succeeding papers of Steele's in the Tatler and Guardian, throws light on a question which is not only of great interest in itself, but which has been brought into prominence through the controversies excited by Macaulay's famous picture of the clergy of the 17th and 18th centuries. Last comes what is by general consent acknowledged to be one of the most valuable contributions ever made to the literature of Proverbs, Franklin's summary of the maxims in Poor Richard's Almanac. Our first excerpt is the preface to a work which is entitled to the distinction of being the first systematic contribution to literary criticism written in the English language. It appeared in 1553, and was entitled The Art of Rhetoric, for the use of all such as are studious of eloquence, set forth in English by Thomas Wilson, and it was dedicated to John Dudley, Earl of Warwick. Thomas Wilson, erroneously designated Sir Thomas Wilson, presumably because he has been confounded with a knight of that name, was born about 1525, educated at Eton and subsequently at King's College, Cambridge, whence he graduated B.A. in 1549. In life he played many parts, as tutor to distinguished pupils, notably Henry and Charles Brandon, afterwards Dukes of Suffolk, as diplomatist and ambassador to various countries, as a Secretary of State and a Privy Councillor, as one of the Masters of Requests, and as Master of St. Catherine's Hospital at the Tower, at which place and in which capacity he terminated a very full and busy life on June 16, 1581. The pupil of Sir John Cheek and of Sir Thomas Smith, and the intimate friend of Roger Ascham, Wilson was one of the most accomplished scholars in England, being especially distinguished by his knowledge of Greek. He is the author of a translation, of a singularly vigorous translation, of the Olympiacs and Philippics of Demosthenes, published in 1570. His most popular work, judging at least from the quickly succeeding editions, appears to have been his first, The Rule of Reason, containing the art of logic set forth in English, published by Grafton in 1551, and dedicated to Edward VI. The Art of Rhetoric is said to have been published at the same time, but the earliest known copy is dated January 1553. The interest of this art of rhetoric is threefold. It is the work of a writer intelligently familiar with the Greek and Roman classics, and it thus stands beside Eliot's Governor, which appeared 2 years before, as one of the earliest illustrations of the influence of the Renaissance on our vernacular literature. It is one of the earliest examples, not only of the employment of the English language in the treatment of scholastic subjects, but of the vindication of the use of English in the treatment of such subjects. And lastly, it is remarkable for its sound and weighty good sense. His friend Ascham had already said, "He that will write well in any tongue must follow this counsel of Aristotle, to speak as the common people do, to think as wise men do, and so should every man understand Hym." Many English writers have not done so, but using strange words, as Latin, French, and Italian, do make all things dark and hard, and it is indeed by no means improbable that this work, which is written to inculcate all that Ascham upheld, may have been suggested by Ascham. It is in 3 books, and draws largely on quintillion, the first 2 books being substantially little more than a compilation, but a very judicious one, from the Institutes of Oratory. But Wilson is no pedant, and has many excellent remarks on the nature of the influence which the classics should exercise on English composition. One passage is worth transcribing. Among all other lessons, this should first be learned, that we never affect any strong inkhorn terms, but to speak as is commonly received, either seeking to be over-fine, nor yet being over-careless, using our speech as most men do, and ordering our wits as the fewest have done. Some seek so far outlandish English, that they forget altogether their mother's language. And I dare swear this, if some of their mothers were alive, they were not able to tell what they say, and yet these fine English clerks will say they speak in their mother tongue, if a man should charge them for counterfeiting the king's English. The unlearned or foolish fantastical that smells but of learning, such fellows as have seen learned men in their days, will so Latin their tongues that the simple cannot but wonder at their talka, and think surely they speak by some revelation. I know them that think rhetoric to stand wholly upon dark words, and he that can catch an inkhorn term by the tail him they come to be a fine Englishman and a good rhetorician. In turning to Wilson's own style, we are reminded of Butler's sarcasm. All a rhetorician's rules teach nothing but to name his tools. He is not, indeed, deficient, as the excerpt given shows, in dignity and weightiness, but neither there nor elsewhere has he any of the finer qualities of style, his rhythm being harsh and unmusical, his diction cumbrous and diffuse. The excerpt which comes next in this miscellany is by the author of that treatise which is, with the exceptions, perhaps, of George Puttenham's Art of English Poesy and Ben Jonson's Discoveries, the most precious contribution to criticism made in the Elizabethan age. But, indeed, the defense of poesy stands alone, alone in originality, alone in inspiring eloquence. The letter we print is taken from Arthur Collins's Sydney Papers, Volume 1, pages 283-5, and was written by Sir Philip Sidney to his brother Robert, afterwards, August 1618, 2nd Earl of Leicester, then at Prague. From letters of Sir Henry Sidney in the same collection, see letters dated March 25 and October 1578, we learn that Robert, then in his 18th year, had been sent abroad to see the world and to acquire foreign languages, that he was flighty and extravagant, and had in consequence greatly annoyed his father, who had threatened to recall him home. Follow, Sir Henry had written, the direction of your most loving brother. Imitate his virtues, exercises, studies and actions, he us a rare ornament of this age. This letter was written at a critical time in Sidney's life. With great courage and with the noblest intentions, though with extraordinary want of tact, for he was only in his 26th year, he had presumed to dissuade Queen Elizabeth from marrying the Duke of Anjou. The Queen had been greatly offended, and he had had to retire from court. The greater part of the year 1580 he spent at Wilton with his sister Mary, busy with the Arcadia. In August he had, through the influence of his uncle Leicester, become reconciled with the Queen, and a little later took up his residence at Leicester House, from which this letter is dated. It is a mere trifle, yet it illustrates very strikingly and even touchingly Sidney's serious, sweet, and beautiful character. The admirable remarks on the true use of the study of history, such as I never require great study in Ciceronianism, the chief abuse of Oxford, quidam verba sectanter, residential ipses negligunt, remind us of the author of the defense. While the great part of my comfort is in you, be careful of yourself, and I shall never have cares. And though I write this to you as one that for myself have given over the delight in the world, showed that he had estimated royal reconciliations at their true value, and anticipate the beautiful and pathetic words with which he is said to have taken leave of the world. Short and hurried as this letter is, we feel it is one of those trifles which, as Plutarch observes, throw far more light on character than actions of importance often do. Between 1580 and the appearance of Mirza's work in 1598 there was much activity in critical literature. 5 years before the date of Sidney's letter George Gascoigne had published his Certain Notes of Instruction concerning the making of verse and rhyme. This was succeeded in 1584 by James I. S. short treatise containing some rules and cautelas to be observed. Then came William Webby's Discourse of English Poesy, 1586, which had been preceded by Sidney's charming Defense of Poetry, composed in or about 1579, but not published till 1593. This and Puttenham's elaborate treatise, The Art of English Poesy contrived into 3 books, 1589, had indeed marked an epoch in the history of criticism. Memorable, too, in this branch of literature is Harrington's Apology for Poetry, 1591, prefixed to his translation of the Orlando Furioso. But it was not criticism only which had been advancing. The publication of the first part of Lilly's Euphues and of Spencer's Shepherd's Calendar in 1579 may be said to have initiated the golden age of our literature. The next 20 years saw Marlowe, Greene, Peele, Kidd, Shakespeare, Chapman, Dekker, and Ben Jonson at the head of our drama, Spencer, Warner, Daniel, and Drayton leading narrative poetry, the contributors to England's Helicon, published a year later, at the head of our sonneteers and lyric poets, and Sidney, Lilly, Greene, and Hooker in the van of our prose literature. The history of Mirza's work, a dissertation from which is here extracted, is curious. In or about 1596, Nicholas Ling and John Bodenham conceived the idea of publishing a series of volumes containing proverbs, maxims, and sententious reflections on religion, morals, and life generally. Accordingly, in 1597 appeared a small volume containing various apothegms, extracted principally from the classics and the fathers, compiled by Nicholas Ling and dedicated to Bodenham. It was entitled Politefuia, Wit's Commonwealth. In the following year appeared Pilatus Timea, Wit's Treasury, being the second part of Wit's Commonwealth. By Francis Mears, Master of Arts in both universities. On the title page is the motto Vivitor Ingenio, Ceterum Mortis Erunt. It was printed by P. Short for Cuthbert Burby. From the address to the reader, which does not appear in the first edition, though it was apparently intended for that edition, we learn that it had been undertaken because of the extraordinary popularity of Wit's Commonwealth, which thrice within 1 year had run thorough the presa. Mirza's work differs importantly from Wit's Commonwealth. It is not merely a compilation, but contains original matter, generally by way of commentary. The extracts are much fuller, many being taken from modern writers, notably Robert Greene, Lilly, Warner, and Sir Philip Sidney. In 1634 the work was reissued under another title, Wit's Commonwealth, the second part, a treasury of divine, moral, and philosophical similes and sentences generally useful, but more particular published for the use of schools. In 1636 it was again reprinted. The only part of Mirza's work which is of interest now is what is here reprinted. It belongs to that portion of his compilation which treats of studies and reading, the preceding sections discussing respectively of books, of reading of books, of choice to be had in reading of books, of the use of reading many books, of philosophers, of poetry, of poets, consisting for the most part of remarks compiled from Plutarch, and in one or two instances from Sir Philip Sidney's underscored defense of poetry. A portion of the passage which immediately precedes the discourse may be transcribed because of its plain speaking about the indifference of Elizabeth and her ministers to the fortune of poets, though this, with curious inconsistency, is flatly contradicted, probably for prudential reasons, in the discourse itself. As the Greek and Latin poets have won immortal credit to their native speech, being encouraged and graced by liberal patrones and bountiful benefactors, so our famous and learned laureate masters of England would entitle our English to far greater admired excellency, if either the Emperor Augustus or Octavia his sister or noble Maecenas were alive to reward and countenance them. Or if witty comedians and stately tragedians, the glorious and goodly representers of all fine wit, glorified phrase and great action, be still supported and upheld, by which means, O ingrateful and damned age, our poets are solely or chiefly maintained, countenanced and patronized. Of the author of this work, Francis Meres or Meres, comparatively little is known. He sprang from an old and highly respectable family in Lincolnshire, and was born in 1565, the son of Thomas Meres, of Curtin in Holland in that county. After graduating from Pembroke College, Cambridge, in 1587, proceeding M.A. in 1591 at his own university, and subsequently by ad undem at Oxford, he settled in London, where in 1597, having taken orders, he was living in Botolph Lane. He was presented in July 1602 to the rectory of Wing in Rutland, keeping a school there. He remained at Wing till his death, in his 81st year, January 29, 1646-7. As Charles Fitzgeoffrey, in a Latin poem in his Aphanie address to Meres, speaks of him as Theologus et Poeta, it is possible that the FM who was a contributor to the Paradise of Dainty Devices is to be identified with Meres. In addition to the Pilatus Timea, Meres was the author of a sermon published in 1597, a copy of which is in the Bodleian, and of 2 translations from the Spanish, either of which is of any interest. Meres's discourse is, like the rest of his work, mainly a compilation, with additions and remarks of his own. Much of it is derived from the 31st chapter of the first book of Puttenham, with these distinctions, that Meres's includes the poets who had come into prominence between 1589 and 1598, and instituted parallels, biographical and critical, between them and the ancient classics. It is the notices of these poets, and more particularly the references to Shakespeare's writings, which make this treatise so invaluable to literary students. Thus we are indebted to Meres for a list of the plays which Shakespeare had produced by 1598, and for a striking testimony to his eminence at that date as a dramatic poet, as a narrative poet, and as a writer of sonnets. The perplexing reference to Love's Labours one has never been, and perhaps never will be, satisfactorily explained. To assume that it is another title for All's Well that ends well in an earlier form is to cut rather than to solve the knot. It is quite possible that it refers to a play that has perished. The references to the imprisonment of Nash for writing The Isle of Dogs, to the unhappy deaths of Peel, Green, and Marlowe, and to the high personal character of Drayton are of great interest. Meres was plainly a man of muddled and inaccurate learning, of no judgment, and of no critical power, a sort of Elizabethan Boswell without Boswell's virtues, and it is no paradox to say that it is this which gives his discourse its chief interest. It probably represents not his own but the judgments current on contemporary writers in Elizabethan literary circles, and we cannot but be struck with their general fairness. Full justice is done to Shakespeare, who is placed at the head of the dramatists. Full justice is done to Spenser, who is styled divine, and placed at the head of narrative poets, to Sidney, both as a prose writer and as a poet, to Drayton, to Daniel, and to Hall, Lodge, and Marston, as satirists. We are surprised to find such a high place assigned to Warner, styled by the best wits of both our universities the English Homer, and a modern critic would probably substitute different names, notably those of Lodge and Campion, for those of Daniel and Drayton in a list of the chief lyric poets then in activity. In Meres's remarks on painters and musicians, there is nothing to detain us. Of a very different order is the important critical treatise which comes next, Dryden's Essay of Dramatic Poesy, to which are prefixed as prolegomena Dryden's dedicatory epistle to the rival ladies, Sir Robert Howard's preface to 4 new plays, and, as supplementary, Howard's preface to the Duke of Lerma, and Dryden's defense of the essay of dramatic poesy. As Dryden's essay, like almost all his writings, both in verse and prose, was of a more or less occasional character, it will be necessary to explain at some length the origin of the controversy out of which it sprang, as well as the immediate object with which it was written. The Restoration found Dryden a literary adventurer, with a very slender patrimony and with no prospects. Poetry was a drug in the market, hack work for the booksellers was not to his taste, and the only chance of remunerative employment open to him was to write for the stage. To this he accordingly betook himself. He began with comedy, and his comedy was a failure. He then betook himself to a species of drama, for which his parts and accomplishments were better fitted. Dryden had few or none of the qualifications essential in a great dramatist, but as a rhetorician, in the more comprehensive sense of the term, he was soon to be unrivaled. In the rhymed heroic plays, as they were called, he found just the sphere in which he was most qualified to excel. The taste for these dramas, which owed most to France and something to Italy and Spain, had come in with the Restoration. Their chief peculiarities were the complete subordination of the dramatic to the rhetorical element, the predominance of pageant, and the substitution of rhymed for blank verse. Dryden's first experiment in this drama was The Rival Ladies, in which the tragic portions are composed in rhyme, blank verse being reserved for the parts approaching comedy. In his next play, The Indian Queen, written in conjunction with Howard, blank verse is wholly discarded. The dedication of The Rival Ladies to Orrery is appropriate. Roger Boyle, Baron Broghill, and first Earl of Orrery, was at this time Lord President of Munster, and it was he who had revived these rhymed plays in his Henry V, which was brought out in the same year as Dryden's comedy. Whoever has read this drama and Orrery's subsequent experiments, Mustafa, 1665, The Black Prince, 1667, Tryphon, 1668, will be able to estimate Dryden's absurd flattery at its proper value. But these dramatic innovations were sure not to pass without protest, though the protest came from a quarter where it might least have been expected. Sir Robert Howard was the 6th son of Thomas, 1st Earl of Berkshire. He had distinguished himself on the Royalist side in the Civil War, and had paid the penalty for his loyalty by an imprisonment in Windsor Castle during the Commonwealth. At the Restoration he had been made an Auditor of the Exchequer. Dryden seems to have made his acquaintance shortly after arriving in London. In 1660 Howard published a collection of poems and translations, to which Dryden prefixed an address to his honored friend on his excellent poems. Howard's rank and position made him a useful friend to Dryden, and Dryden in his turn was no doubt of much service to Howard. Howard introduced him to his family, and in December 1663 Dryden married his friend's eldest sister, the Lady Elizabeth Howard. In the following year Dryden assisted his brother-in-law in the composition of The Indian Queen. There had probably been some misunderstanding or dispute about the extent of the assistance which Dryden had given, which accounts for what follows. In any case Howard published in 1665, professedly under pressure from Herringman, 4 plays, 2 comedies, The Surprisal and the Committee, and 2 tragedies, The Vestal Virgin and Indian Queen, and to the volume he prefixed the preface, which is here reprinted. It will be seen that though he makes no reference to Dryden, he combats all the doctrines laid down in the preface to The Rival Ladies. He exalts the English drama above the French, the Italian, and the Spanish, and vindicates blank verse against rhymed, making, however, a flattering exception of Orrery's dramas. If Dryden was not pleased, he appears to have had the grace to conceal his displeasure. For he passed the greater part of 1666 at his father-in-law's house, and dedicated to Howard his Annus Mirabilis. But Howard was to have his answer. In the essay of dramatic poesy he is introduced in the person of Kreitz, and in his mouth are placed all the arguments advanced in the preface that they may be duly refuted and demolished by Dryden in the person of Neander. At this mode of retorting Howard became really angry, and in the preface to the Duke of Lerma, published in the middle of 1668, he replied in a tone so contemptuous and insolent that Dryden, in turn, completely lost his temper. The sting of Howard's preface lies, it will be seen, in his affecting the air of a person to whom as a statesman and public man the points in dispute are mere trifles, hardly worth consideration, and in the patronizing condescension with which he descends to a discussion with one to whom as a mere literator such trifles are of importance. The defense of the essay of dramatic poesy Dryden prefixed to the second edition of The Indian Emperor, one of the best of his heroic plays. The seriously critical portion of this admirable little treatise deals with Howard's attacks on the employment of rhyme in tragedy, on the observance of strict rules in dramatic composition, and on the observance of the unities. But irritated by the tone of Howard's tract, Dryden does not confine himself to answering his friend's arguments. He ridicules, what Shadwell had ridiculed before, Howard's coxcombical affectation of universal knowledge, makes sarcastic reference to an absurdity of which his opponent had been guilty in the House of Commons, mercilessly exposes his ignorance of Latin, and the uncouthness and obscurity of his English. The brothers-in-law afterwards became reconciled, and in token of that reconciliation Dryden cancelled this tract. The essay of dramatic poesy was written at Charlton Park in the latter part of 1665, and published by Herringman in 1668. It was afterwards carefully revised, and republished with a dedication to Lord Buckhurst in 1684. Dryden spent more pains than was usual with him on the composition of this essay, though he speaks modestly of it as rude and indigested, and it is indeed the most elaborate of his critical disquisitions. It was, he said, written chiefly to vindicate the honor of our English writers from the censure of those who unjustly prefer the French before them. Its more immediate and particular object was to regulate dramatic composition by reducing it to critical principles, and these principles he discerned in a judicious compromise between the license of romantic drama as represented by Shakespeare and his school, and the austere restraints imposed by the canons of the classical drama. Assuming that a drama should be a just and lively image of human nature, representing its passions and humors, and the changes of fortune to which it is subject, for the delight and instruction of mankind, it is shown that this end can only be attained in a drama founded on such a compromise, that the ancient and modern classical drama fails in nature, that the Shakespearean drama fails in art. At the conclusion of the essay he vindicates the employment of rhyme, a contention which he afterwards abandoned. The dramatic setting of the essay was no doubt suggested by the Platonic dialogues, or by Cicero, and the essay itself may have been suggested by Flecknoe's short discourse of the English stage, published in 1664. The essay of dramatic poesy may be said to make an era in the history of English criticism, and to mark an era in the history of English prose composition. It was incomparably the best purely critical treatise which had hitherto appeared in our language, both synthetically in its definition and application of principles, and particularly in its lucid, exact, and purely discriminating analysis. It was also the most striking and successful illustration of what may be called the new prose style, or that style which, initiated by Hobbes and developed by Spratt, Cowley, and Denham, blended the ease and plasticity of colloquy with the solidity and dignity of rhetoric, of that style in which Dryden was soon to become a consummate master. The advice to a young reviewer brings us into a very different sphere of criticism, and has indeed a direct application to our own time. It was written by Edward Copleston, afterwards Dean of St. Paul's and Bishop of Llandaff. Born in February 1776 at Othwell, in Devonshire, Copleston gained in his 16th year a scholarship at Corpus Christi College, Oxford. After carrying off the prize for Latin verse, he was elected in 1795 Fellow of Oriel. In 1800, having been ordained priest, he became Vicar of St. Mary's. In 1802 he was elected Professor of Poetry, in which capacity he delivered the lectures subsequently published under the title of Prelections Academici, a favorite book of Cardinal Newman's. In 1814 he succeeded Dr. Eveleigh as Provost of Oriel. In 1826 he was made Dean of Chester, in 1828 Bishop of Llandaff and Dean of St. Paul's. He died at Llandaff, on October 14, 1849. Copleston is one of the fathers of modern Oxford, and from his provostship date many of the reforms which transformed the University of Gibbon and Southey into the University of Whately, of Newman, of Keble, and of Pusey. The brochure which is printed here was written when Copleston was Fellow and Tutor of Oriel. It was immediately inspired, not, as is commonly supposed, by the critiques in the Edinburgh Review, but by the critiques in the British Critic, a periodical founded in 1793, and exceedingly influential between that time and about 1812. Archbishop Whately, correcting a statement in the Life of Copleston by W. J. Copleston, says that it was occasioned by a review of Mann's poems in the British Critic, too. But on referring to the review of these poems, which appeared in the November number of 1806, plainly the review referred to, we find nothing in it to support Whately's assertion. That the reviews in the British Critic are, however, what Copleston is parodying in the critique of El Allegro is abundantly clear, but what he says about voyages and travels and about science and recondite learning appear to have reference to articles particularly characteristic of the Edinburgh Review. It was not, however, till after the date of Copleston's parody that the Edinburgh Review began conspicuously to illustrate what Copleston here satirizes. It was not till a time more recent still that periodical literature generally exemplified in literal seriousness what Copleston intended as extravagant irony. It is interesting to compare with Copleston's remarks what Thackeray says on the same subjects in the 24th chapter of Pendennis, entitled The Pall Mall Gazette. This brochure is evidently modeled on Swift's digression concerning critics in the third section of The Tale of a Tub, and owes something also to the treatise on the bathos and Pope's and Swift's miscellanies, as the title may have been suggested by Shaftesbury's advice to an author. The advice itself and the supplementary critique of Milton are clever and have good points, but they will not bear comparison with the satire of Swift and Pope. The excerpt which comes next in this miscellany links with the name of the author of the essay of dramatic poesy, the name of the most illustrious of his contemporaries. The difference, indeed, between Milton and Dryden is a difference not in degree merely, but in kind. So immeasurably distant and alien is the sphere in which they moved and worked both as men and as writers. It has sometimes been questioned whether Dryden is a poet. Few would dispute that Milton divides with Shakespeare the supremacy in English poetry. In Dryden as a man there is little to attract or interest us. In character and in private life he appears to have been perfectly commonplace. We close his biography, and our curiosity is satisfied. With Milton it is far otherwise. We feel instinctively that he belongs to the demigods of our race. We have the same curiosity about him as we have about Homer, Aeschylus, and Shakespeare, so that the merest trifles which throw any light on his personality assume an interest altogether out of proportion to their intrinsic importance. Our debt to Elwood is, it must be admitted, much less than it might have been, if he had thought a little more of Milton and a little less of his somewhat stupid self and the sect to which he belonged. But as the proverb says, we must not look a gift horse in the mouth, and we are the richer for the Quaker's reminiscences. With Elwood's work, The History of Thomas Elwood, written by himself, we are only concerned so far as it bears on his relation with Milton. Born in 1639, the son of a small squire and justice of the peace at Crowell in Oxfordshire, Elwood had, in 1659, been persuaded by Edward Burrough, one of the most distinguished of Fox's followers, to join the Quakers. He was in his 24th year when he first met Milton. Milton was then living in Jewin Street, having removed from his former lodging in Holborn, most probably in the autumn of 1661. The Restoration had terminated his work as a controversialist and politician. For a short time his life had been in peril, but he had received a pardon, and could at least live in peace. He could no longer be of service as a patriot, and was now occupied with the composition of Paradise Lost. Since 1650 he had been blind, and for study and recreation was dependent on assistance. Having little domestic comfort as a widower, he had just married his third wife. Elwood's narrative tells its own story. What especially strikes us in it, and what makes it particularly interesting, is that it presents Milton in a light in which he is not presented elsewhere. Elwood seems to have had the same attraction for him as Bonstetten had for Gray. No doubt the simplicity, freshness, and enthusiasm of the young Quaker touched and interested the lonely and world-weary poet who, when Elwood first met him, had entered on his 55th year. He had no doubt, too, the scholar's sympathy with the disinterested love of learning. In any case, but for Elwood, we should never have known the softer side of Milton's character, never have known of what gentleness, patience, and courtesy he was capable. And indeed, when we remember Milton's position at this time, as tragical as that of Demosthenes after Chaeronea, and of Dante at the court of Verona, there is something inexpressibly touching in the picture here given with so much simplicity and with such evident unconsciousness on the part of the painter of the effect produced. There is one passage which is quite delicious, and yet its point may be, as it commonly is, easily missed. It illustrates the density of Elwood's stupidity, and the delicate irony of the sadly courteous poet. Milton had lent him, it will be seen, the manuscript of Paradise Lost, and on Elwood returning it to him, he asked me how I liked it, and what I thought of it, which I modestly but freely told him, and after some further discourse about it I pleasantly said to him, "Thou hast said much here of Paradise Lost, but what hast thou to say of Paradise Found? Now the whole point and scope of Paradise Lost is Paradise Found, the redemption, the substitution of a spiritual Eden within man for a physical Eden without man, a point emphasized in the invocation, and elaborately worked out in the closing vision from the Specular Mount. It is easy to understand the significance of what follows." He made me no answer, but sat some time in a muse, then broke off that discourse, and fell upon another subject. The result, no doubt, of that muse was the suspicion, or, perhaps, the conviction, that the rest of the world would, in all probability, be as obtuse as Elwood, and to that suspicion or conviction we appear to owe Paradise Regained. The plague over, Milton returned to London, settling in Artillery Walk by Hill Fields. And when afterwards I went to wait on him there, he shewed me his second poem, called Paradise Regained, and in a pleasant tone said to me, "This is owing to you, for you put it into my head by the question you put to me at Chalfont, which before I had not thought of." In the pleasant tone more, and much more, is implied, of that we may be very sure, than meets the ear. We should like to have seen the expression on Milton's face both on this occasion and also when, on Dryden requesting his permission to turn Paradise Lost into an opera, he replied, "Oh, certainly, you may tug my verses if you please, Mr. Dryden." It may be added that Paradise Lost was not published till 1667, and Paradise Regained did not see the light till 1671. Elwood seems to imply that Paradise Regained was composed between the end of August or the beginning of September 1665, and the end of the autumn of the same year, which is, of course, incredible and quite at variance with what Phillips tells us. Elwood is, no doubt, expressing himself loosely, and his afterwards need not necessarily relate to his first, or to his second, or even to his third visit to Milton after the poet's return to Artillery Walk, but refers vaguely to one of those occasions which drew him to London. When he last saw Milton we have no means of knowing. He never refers to him again. His autobiography closes with the year 1683. For the rest of his life Elwood was engaged for the most part in fighting the battles of the Quakers esoterically and endeavoring to compose their internal feuds, exoterically in defending them and their tenets against their common enemies, and in writing poetry, which it is to be hoped he did not communicate to his master. After the death of his father in 1684 he lived in retirement at Amersham. His most important literary service was his edition of George Fox's journal, the manuscript of which he transcribed and published. He died at his house on Hunger Hill, Amersham, in March 1714, and lies with pen in the Quakers' burying ground at New Jordan, Chalfont St. Giles. We have now arrived at the pamphlets and our miscellany bearing on the reign of Queen Anne. First come the Partridge Tracts. The history of the inimitable hoax of which they are the record is full of interest. In November 1707 Swift, then Vicar of Larricourt, came over to England on a commission from Archbishop King. His two satires, The Battle of the Books and The Tale of a Tub, published anonymously 3 years before, had given him a foremost place among the wits, for their authorship was an open secret. Though he was at this time principally engaged in the cause of the established church, in active opposition to what he considered the lax latitudinarianism of the Whigs on the one hand and the attacks of the freethinkers on the other, he found leisure for doing society another service. Nothing was more detestable to Swift than charlatanry and imposture. From time immemorial the commonest form which quackery has assumed has been associated with astrology and prophecy. It was the frequent theme or satire in the new comedy of the Greeks and in the comedy of Rome. It has fallen under the lash of Horace and Juvenal. Nowhere is Lucian more amusing than when dealing with this species of roguery. Chaucer with exquisite humor exposed it, and its kindred alchemy in the 14th century, and Ben Jonson and the author of Albumazar in the 17th. Nothing in Hudibras is more rich in wit and humor than the exposure of Sitophil, and one of the best of Dryden's comedies is The Mock Astrologer. But it was reserved for Swift to produce the most amusing satire which has ever gibbeted these mischievous mountebanks. John Partridge, whose real name is said to have been Hewson, was born on the 18th of January, 1644. He began life, it appears, as a shoemaker, but being a youth of some abilities and ambition, had acquired a fair knowledge of Latin and a smattering of Greek and Hebrew. He had then betaken himself to the study of astrology and of the occult sciences. After publishing the Nativity of Louis XIV and an astrological essay entitled Prodromus, he set up in 1680 a regular prophetic almanac, under the title of Merlinus Liberatus. A Protestant alarmist, for such he affected to be, was not likely to find favor under the government of James II, and Partridge accordingly made his way to Holland. On his return he resumed his almanac, the character of which is exactly described in the introduction to the Predictions, and it appears to have had a wide sale. Partridge, however, was not the only impostor of his kind, but had, as we gather from notices in his almanac and from his other pamphlets, many rivals. He was accordingly obliged to resort to every method of bringing himself and his almanac into prominence, which he did by extensive and impudent advertisements in the newspapers and elsewhere. In his almanac for 1707 he issues a notice warning the public against impostors usurping his name. It was this which probably attracted Swift's attention and suggested his mischievous hoax. The pamphlets tell their own tale, and it is not necessary to tell it here. The name, Isaac Bickerstaff, which has in sound the curious propriety so characteristic of Dickens's names, was, like so many of the names in Dickens, suggested by a name on a signboard, the name of a locksmith in Long Acre. The second tract, purporting to be written by a revenue officer, and giving an account of Partridge's death, was, of course, from the pen of Swift. The verses on Partridge's death appeared anonymously on a separate sheet as a broadside. It is amusing to learn that the tract announcing Partridge's death, and the approaching death of the Duke of Noailles, was taken quite seriously, for Partridge's name was struck off the rolls of Stationers' Hall, and the Inquisition in Portugal ordered the tract containing the treasonable prediction to be burned. As Stationers' Hall had assumed that Partridge was dead, a serious matter for the prospects of his almanac, it became necessary for him to vindicate his title to being a living person. Whether the next tract, Squire Bickerstaff detected, was, as Scott asserts, the result of an appeal to Rowe or Yalden by Partridge, and they, under the pretense of assisting him, treacherously making a fool of him, or an independent jeu d'esprit, is not quite clear. Nor is it easy to settle with any certainty the authorship. In the Dublin edition of Swift's works, it is attributed to Nicholas Rowe. Scott assigns it to Thomas Yalden, the preacher of Bridewell and a well-known poet. Congreve is also said to have had a hand in it. It would have been well for Partridge had he allowed matters to rest here, but unhappily he inserted in the November issue of his almanac another solemn assurance to the public that he was still alive, and was fool enough to add that he was not only alive at the time he was writing, but was also alive on the day on which Bickerstaff had asserted that he was dead. Swift saw his opportunity, and in the most amusing of this series of tracts proceeded to prove that Partridge, under whatever delusions as to his continued existence he might be laboring, was most certainly dead and buried. The tracts here printed by no means exhaust the literature of the Partridge hoax, but nothing else which appeared is worth reviving. It is surprising that Scott should include in Swift's works a vapid and pointless contribution attributed to a person of quality. The effect of all this on poor Partridge was most disastrous. For 3 years his almanac was discontinued. When it was revived, in 1714, he had discovered that his enemy was Swift. What comments he made will be found at the end of these tracts. Partridge did not long survive the resuscitation of his almanac. What had been fiction became fact on June 24, 1715, and his virtues and accomplishments, delineated by a hand more friendly than Swift's, were long decipherable, in most respectable Latin, on his tomb in Mortlake churchyard. The Partridge hoax has left a permanent trace in our classical literature. When, in the spring of 1709, Steele was about to start the Tatler, he thought he could best secure the ear of the public by adopting the name with which Englishmen were then as familiar as a century and a half afterwards they became with the name of Pickwick. It was under the title of The Lucubrations of Isaac Bickerstaff that the essays which initiated the most attractive and popular form of our periodical literature appeared. The next tract, Gay's Present State of Wit, takes up the history of our popular literature during the period which immediately succeeded the discomfiture of poor Partridge. Its author, John Gay, who is, as we need scarcely add, one of the most eminent of the minor poets of the Augustan age, was at the time of its appearance almost entirely unknown. Born in September 1685, at Barnstaple, of a respectable but decayed family, he had received a good education at the free grammar school of that place. On leaving school he had been apprenticed to a silk mercer in London. But he had polite tastes, and employed his leisure time in scribbling verses and in frequenting with his friend, Aaron Hill, the literary coffee-houses. In 1708 he published a vapid and stupid parody, suggested by John Philip's splendid Shilling and Cider, entitled Wine. His next performance was the tract which is here printed, and which is dated May 3, 1711. It is written with skill and sprightliness, and certainly shows a very exact and extensive acquaintance with the journalistic world of those times. And it is this which gives it its value. The best and most useful form, perhaps, which our remarks on it can take will be to furnish it with a running commentary explaining its allusions both to publications and to persons. It begins with a reference to the unhappy plight of Dr. King. This was Dr. William King, who is not to be confounded with his contemporaries and namesakes, the Archbishop of Dublin or the Principal of St. Mary Hall, Oxford, but who may be best, perhaps, described as the Dr. William King who could write verses in a tavern 3 hours after he could not speak. He had long been a prominent figure among wits and humorists. His most important recent performances had been his Art of Cookery and his Art of Love, published respectively in 1708 and in 1709. In the latter year he had, much to the disgust of Sir John Soames, issued some very amusing parodies of the Philosophical Transactions, which he entitled Useful Transactions in Philosophy and Other Sorts of Learning, to be continued as long as it could find buyers. It ceased apparently to find buyers, and after reaching 3 numbers had collapsed. When the Examiner was started in August 1710, King was one of the chief contributors. Latterly, however, things had been going very badly with this poor starving wit, as Swift called him. He was either imprisoned or on the point of being imprisoned in the Fleet, but death freed him from his troubles at the end of 1712. John Ozell was, perhaps, the most ridiculous of the scribblers then before the public, maturing steadily for the Dunciad, where, many years afterwards, he found his proper place. He rarely aspired beyond translations, and the monthly amusement referred to is not, as might be supposed, a periodical, but simply his frequent appearances as a translator. Gay next passes to periodicals and newspapers. Defoe is treated as he was always treated by the wits. Pope's lines are well known, and the only reference to him in Swift is, "The fellow who was pilloried, I forget his name." Posterity has done him more justice. The Poor Review is of course the Weekly Review, started by Defoe in 1704, the first number of which appeared on Saturday, February 19th of that year. It had been continued weekly, and still continued, till 1712, extending to 9 volumes, 8 of which are extant. 3. The Observator, which is also described as in its decline, had been set up by John Tutchin in imitation of the paper issued by Sir Roger Lestrange in 1681, its first number appearing April 1, 1702. Tutchin dying in 1707, the paper was continued for the benefit of his widow, under the management of George Ridpath, the editor of the Flying Post, and it continued to linger until 1712, when it was extinguished by the stamp tax. The first number of the Examiner appeared on the 3rd of August 1710, and it was set up by the Tories to oppose the Tatler, the chief contributors to it being Dr. King, Bolingbroke, then Henry St. John, Prior, Atterbury, and Dr. Frind. With number 14, Thursday, October 26, 1710, Swift assumed the management, and writing 32 papers successively, made it the most influential political journal in the kingdom. The letter to Crassus appeared on February 1, 1711, and was written by Swift. To oppose the Examiner, the Whigs set up what, after the second number, they called the Whig Examiner, the first number of which appeared on September 14, 1710. It was continued weekly till October 12, 5 numbers appearing, all of which were, with one exception, perhaps, written by Addison, so that Gay's conjecture, if Bickerstaff may be extended to include Addison, was correct. The medley, to which Gay next passes, was another Whig organ. The first number appeared on August 5, 1710, and it was continued weekly till August 6, 1711. It was conducted by Arthur Mainwaring, a man of family and fortune, and an ardent Whig, with the assistance of Steele, Anthony Henley, and Old Nixon. With the reference to the Tatler, we pass from obscurity into daylight. Since April 12, 1709, that delightful periodical had regularly appeared 3 times a week. With the 271st number on January 2, 1711, it suddenly ceased. Of the great surprise and disappointment caused by its cessation, of the causes assigned for it, and of the high appreciation of all it had effected for moral and intellectual improvement and pleasure, Gay gives a vivid picture. What he says conjecturally about the reasons for its discontinuance is so near the truth that we may suspect he had had some light on the subject from Steele himself. It was, of course, from the preface to the edition of the first 3 volumes of the collected Tatlers, published in 1710, that Gay derived what he says about the contributions of Addison, though Steele had not mentioned him by name, in accordance, no doubt, with Addison's request, and about the verses of Swift. In all probability this was the first public association of Addison's name with the Tatler. The Mr. Henley referred to was Anthony Henley, a man of family and fortune, and one of the most distinguished of the wits of that age, to whom Garth dedicated the dispensary. In politics he was a rabid Whig, and it was he who described Swift as a beast forever after the order of Melchizedek. Gay had not been misinformed, for Henley was the author of the first letter in number 26 and of the letter in number 193, under the character of Downes. The cessation of the Tatler had been the signal for the appearance of several spurious papers purporting to be new numbers. One entitling itself number 272 was published by one John Baker. Another, purporting to be number 273, was by Isaac Bickerstaff, Jr. Then, on January 6, appeared what purported to be numbers 272 and 273 of the original issue, with a letter from Charles Lilly, one of the publishers of the original Tatler. Later in January, William Harrison, a protégé of Swift, a young man whose name will be familiar to all who are acquainted with Swift's journal to Stella, was encouraged by Swift to start a new Tatler, Swift liberally assisting him with notes, and not only contributing himself but inducing Congreve also to contribute a paper. And this new Tatler actually ran to 52 numbers, appearing twice a week between January 13 and May 19, 1711, but feeble from the first, it then collapsed. Nor had the Tatler been without rivals. In the 229th number of the Tatler, Addison, enumerating his antagonists, says, "I was threatened to be answered weekly tit for tat, I was undermined by the Whisperer, scolded at by a female Tatler, and slandered by another of the same character under the title of Atalantis." To confine ourselves, however, to the publications mentioned by Gay. The Growler appeared on the 27th of January, 1711, on the discontinuance of the Tatler. The Whisperer was first published on October 11, 1709, under the character of Mrs. Jenny Distaff, half-sister to Isaac Bickerstaff. The Telltale appears to be a facetious title for the female Tatler, the first number of which appeared on July 8, 1709, and was continued for 111 numbers, under the editorship of Thomas Baker, till March 3, 1710. The allusion in the postscript to the British Apollo is to a paper entitled The British Apollo, or Curious Amusements for the Ingenious, the first number of which appeared on Friday, March 13, 1708, the paper regularly continuing on Wednesdays and Fridays till March 16, 1711. Selections from this curious miscellany were afterwards printed in 3 volumes, and ran into 3 editions. Gay does not appear to be aware that this periodical had ceased. The reference in the 2 statesmen of the last reign whose characters are well expressed in their mottos are to Lord Somers and the Earl of Halifax, as what follows refers respectively to Addison and Steele. The tract closes with a reference to the Spectator, the first number of which had appeared on the first of the preceding March. Gay's brochure attracted the attention of Swift, who thus refers to it in his journal to Stella, May 14, 1711, Dr. Friend was with me and pulled out a 2-penny pamphlet just published called The State of Wit. The author seems to be a Whig, yet he speaks very highly of a paper called The Examiner, and says the supposed author of it is Dr. Swift, but above all he praises the Tatler and Spectator. The 2 tracts which follow consist of the Life of Addison, which forms the preface to Addison's collected works, published by Tickell in 1721, and of the dedicatory epistle prefixed by Steele to an edition of Addison's Drummer in 1722. To the student of the literary history of those times they are of great interest and importance. Of all Addison's friends, Steele had long been the most intimate of the younger men whom he had taken under his patronage. Tickell was the most loyal and the most attached. While still at Oxford he had expressed his admiration of Addison in extravagant terms. On arriving in London he made his acquaintance. Tickell was an accomplished poet and man of letters, and though not a profound or graceful scholar, Addison was pleased with a homage which was worth accepting. As he rose, his protégé rose with him. On his appointment as Chief Secretary in Ireland he took Tickell with him. When he was appointed Secretary of State he chose him as Under-Secretary, and shortly before his death made him his literary executor, instructing him to collect his writings in a final and authentic edition. This, for reasons which will be explained directly, was a task of no small difficulty, but to this task Tickell loyally addressed himself. In the spring of 1721 appeared, in 4 sumptuous quartos, the collected edition of Addison's works. It was prefaced by the biography which is here reprinted, and to the biography was appended that noble and pathetic elegy which will make Tickell's name as immortal as Addison's. There can be very little doubt that Steele had been greatly distressed and hurt by the rupture of the friendship which had so long existed between himself and Addison, but that Tickell should have taken his place in Addison's affections must have been inexpressibly galling to him. Naturally irritated, his irritation had no doubt been intensified by Addison appointing Tickell Under-Secretary of State, and still more by his making him his literary executor, offices which Steele might naturally have expected, had all gone well, to fill himself. It would not have been in human nature that he could regard Tickell with any other feelings than hostility and jealousy. Tickell's omission of the drummer from Addison's works was, in all probability, such at least is the impression which the letter makes on me, a mere pretext for the gratification of personal spite. There is nothing to justify the interpretation which he puts on Tickell's words. All that Steele here says about Addison he had said publicly and quite as emphatically before, as Tickell had recorded. As Steele had, in Tickell's own words, given to Addison the honor of the most applauded pieces, it is absurd to accuse Tickell of insinuating that Addison wished his papers to be marked because he was afraid Steele would assume the credit of these pieces. In one important particular he flatly contradicts himself. At the beginning he asks whether it was a decent and reasonable thing that works written, as a great part of Mr. Addison's were, in correspondence with me, ought to have been published without my review of the catalogue of them. 3 pages afterward, it appears that, in compliance with the request of Addison delivered to him by Tickell, he did mark with his own hand those tatlers which were inserted in Addison's works. A statement of Tickell's, but a statement to which Steele takes no exception. So far from attempting to disparage Steele, Tickell does ample justice to him, and to accuse him of insensibility to Addison's virtues, and of cold indifference to him personally, is a charge refuted not only by all we know of Tickell, but by every page in the tract itself. Many of the objections which he makes to Tickell's remarks are too absurd to discuss. From nothing indeed which Tickell says, but from one of Steele's own admissions, it is impossible not to draw a conclusion very derogatory to Steele's honesty, and to make us suspect that his sensitiveness was caused by his own uneasy conscience, What I never did declare was Mr. Addison's I had his direct injunctions to hide. This certainly seems to imply that Steele had allowed himself to be credited with what really belonged to his friend. A month after Addison's death he had written in great alarm to Tunson, on hearing that it had been proposed to separate Addison's papers in the Tatler from his own. He bases his objection, it is true, on the pecuniary injury which he and his family would suffer, but this is plainly mere subterfuge. The truth probably is, that Steele wished to leave as undefined as possible what belonged to Addison and what belonged to himself, that he was greatly annoyed when he found that their respective shares were by Addison's own, or at least his alleged, request to be defined, that in his assignation of the papers he had not been quite honest, and that, knowing this, he suspected that Tickell knew it too. There is nothing to support Steele's assertion that it was at his instigation that Addison distinguished his contributions to the Spectator and the Guardian. Addison, as his last injunctions showed, must have contemplated a collective edition of his works, and must have desired therefore that they should be identified. Steele's ambition, no doubt, was that he and his friend should go down to posterity together, but the appointment of Tickell instead of himself as Addison's literary executor dashed this hope to the ground. Few things in literary biography are more pathetic than the estrangement between Addison and Steele. They had played as boys together, they had, for nearly a quarter of a century, shared each other's burdens, and the burdens had not been light. In misfortune and in prosperity, in business and in pleasure, they had never been parted. The wisdom and prudence of Addison had more than once been the salvation of Steele. What he knew of books and learning had been almost entirely derived from Addison's conversation. What moral virtue he had, from Addison's influence. And he had repaid this with an admiration and affection which bordered on idolatry. A more generous and genial, a more kindly, a more warm-hearted man than Steele never lived, and it is easy to conceive what his feelings must have been when he found his friend estranged from him and a rival in his place. There is much to excuse what this letter to Congreve plainly betrays, but excuse is not justification. Tickell had a delicate and difficult task to perform, a duty to his dead friend, which was paramount, a duty to Steele, and a duty to himself, and he succeeded in performing each with admirable tact. Whether Tickell ever made any reply to Steele's strictures, I have not been able to discover. We pass now from the literary pamphlets to the extract and excerpts illustrating the condition of the Church and the clergy at the end of the 17th and about the first half of the 18th century. They are of particular interest, not only in themselves, but in their relation to Swift and Macaulay, to Swift as a church reformer, to Macaulay as a social historian. Few historical questions in our own time provoked more controversy than the famous pages delineating the clergy who, according to Macaulay, were typical of their order about the time of the Restoration. The first excerpt is from Chamberlain's Anglii Notitia. The author of that work, Edward Chamberlain, was born on the 13th of December 1616. He was educated at Oxford, where he graduated as B.A. in April 1638. For a short time he was reader in rhetoric to the university, but on the breaking out of the Civil War he left for the Continent, where he visited nearly every country in Europe. At the Restoration he returned, and about 1675, after having been secretary to the Earl of Carlisle, he became tutor to the King's natural son, Henry Fitzroy, afterwards Duke of Grafton, and subsequently instructor in English to Prince George of Denmark. He was also one of the earliest Fellows of the Royal Society. He died at Chelsea in May 1703. In 1669 he published anonymously Anglii Notitia, or the present state of England with divers reflection upon the ancient state therefore, a work no doubt suggested by and apparently modelled on the well-known L'Estat Nouveau de la France. The work contains more statistics than reflections, and is exactly what its title implies, a succinct account of England, beginning with its name, its climate, its topography, and giving information, now invaluable, about everything included in its constitution and in its economy. The extract printed here is, as is indicated, from pages 383 to 389 and page 401. The work passed through 2 editions in the year of its appearance, the second bearing the author's name, and at the time of Chamberlain's death it had, with successive amplifications, reached its 20th edition. Of a very different order to Chamberlain's work is the remarkable tract which follows. The author, John Eachard, was born about 1636, at what date is doubtful, but he was admitted into Catherine Hall, Cambridge, in May 1653. Becoming Fellow of the Hall in 1658, he was chosen, on the death of Dr. Lightfoot, Master. His perfectly uneventful life closed on the 7th of July, 1697. Personally, he was a facetious and agreeable man, and had the reputation of being rather a wit and humorist than a divine and scholar. Baker complained of his inferiority as a preacher, and Swift, observing that men who are happy enough at ridicule are sometimes perfectly stupid upon grave subjects, gives Eachard as an instance. The grounds and occasions of the contempt of the clergy and religion inquired into, in a letter written to R.L., appeared anonymously in 1670. This anonymity Eachard carefully preserved during the controversies which it occasioned. It is difficult to understand how any one after reading the preface could have misunderstood the purpose of the book. But Eachard's fate was Swift's fate afterwards, though there was more excuse for the High Church party missing the point of the tale of a tub than for the clergy generally missing that of Eachard's plea for them. Ridicule is always a dangerous ally, especially when directed against an institution or community, for men naturally identify themselves with the body of which they are members, and resent as individuals what reflects on them collectively. When one of the opponents of Barnabas Oley in his preface to Herbert's Country Parson observed, "The pretense of your book was to show the occasions. Your book has become the occasion of the contempt of God's ministers," he expressed what the majority of the clergy felt. The storm burst at once, and the storm raged for months. "I have had," wrote Eachard in one of his many rejoinders, "as many several names as the Grand Seigneur has titles of honor, for setting aside the vulgar and familiar ones of rogue, rascal, dog, and thief, which may be taken by way of endearment as well as out of prejudice and offense, as also those of more certain signification, as malicious rogue, ill-natured rascal, laid dog, and spiteful thief. He had also," he said, "been called rebel, traitor, Scot, Sadducee, and Socinian." Among the most elaborate replies to his work were, in answer to a letter of inquiry into the ground, etc. 1671. A vindication of the clergy from the contempt imposed upon them, by the author of the grounds, etc. 1672. Hieragonisticon, or Cora's Doom, being an answer to, etc. 1672. An answer to 2 letters of T.B., etc. 1673. The occasional references to it in the theological literature of these times are indeed innumerable. Many affected to treat him as a mere buffoon, the concocter, as one bitterly put it, of a pretty fardel of tales bundled together, and they have had the hap to fall into such hands as had rather lose a friend, not to say their country, than a jest. Anthony Wood, writing at the time of its appearance, classes it with the fooleries, plays, poems, and drolling books, with which, as he bitterly complains, people were taken with coupling with it marvels rehearsal transposed and butlers. Hudibras. 4. To some of his opponents Eachard replied, of his method of conducting controversy, in which it is clear that he perfectly revelled, I give a short specimen. It is from his letter to the author of Hieragonisticon. "You may possibly think, sir, that I have read your book, but if you do you are most mistaken. For as long as I can get to Lamba's History of Mustard, Frederigo Devastation of Pepper, the Dragon, with cuts, Mandringo's Pismires rebuffeted and retro-confounded, is Commi Dubitat, or a flap against the maggot of heresy, Efflora Centina Flosculorum, or a choice collection of F. Sick, Wither's poems or the like, I do not intend to meddle with it. Alas, sir, I am as unlikely to read your book that I can't get down the title no more than a duck can swallow a yoked heifer," and then follows an imitation of gulps straining at the divided syllables of Hieragonisticon. There is no reason to suspect the sincerity of Eachard, or to doubt that he was, in his own words, an honest and hearty wisher that the best of the clergy might forever continue, as they are, rich and learned, and that the rest might be very useful and well esteemed in their profession. To describe the work as a series of jocose caricatures, as Churchill Babington in his animadversions on Macaulay's history does, is absurd. Eachard was evidently a man of strong common sense, of much shrewdness, a close observer, and one who had acquainted himself exactly and extensively with the subject which he treats. But he was a humorist, and, like Swift, sometimes gave the reins to his humor. It must be remembered that his remarks apply only to the inferior clergy, and there can be no doubt that since the Reformation they had, as a body, sunk very low. Chamberlain had no motive for exaggeration, but the language he uses in describing them is stronger even than Eachard's. Swift had no motive for exaggeration, and yet his pictures of Chorisodes and Eugenio in his essay on the fates of clergymen, and what we gather from his project for the advancement of religion, his letter to a young clergyman, and what may be gathered generally from his writings, very exactly corroborate Eachard's account. The lighter literature of the later 17th and of the first half of the 18th century teems with proofs of the contempt to which their ignorance and poverty exposed them. To the testimonies of Oldham and Steele, and to the authorities quoted by Macaulay and Mr. Lecky, may be added innumerable passages from the Observator, from Defoe's Review, from Pepys' 5, from Baxter's Life of himself, from Archbishop Sharp's Life, from Burnet, and many others. It is remarkable that Eachard says nothing about two causes which undoubtedly contributed to degrade the Church in the eyes of the laity: its close association with party politics, and the spread of latitudinarianism, a conspicuous epoch in which was marked some 26 years later in the Bangorian controversy. The appearance of the first volume of Macaulay's History in 1848 again brought Eachard's work into prominence. Macaulay's famous description of the clergy of the 17th century in his third chapter was based mainly on Eachard's account. The clergy and orthodox laity of our own day were as angry with Eachard's interpreter as their predecessors, nearly 2 centuries before, had been with Eachard himself. The controversy began seriously, after some preliminary skirmishing in the newspapers and lighter reviews, with Mr. Churchill Babington's Mr. Macaulay's Characters of the Clergy in the latter part of the 17th century considered, published shortly after the appearance of the History. What Mr. Babington and those whom he represented forgot was precisely what Eachard's opponents had forgotten, that it was not the clergy universally who had been described, for Macaulay, like Eachard, had distinguished, but the clergy as represented by its proletariat. If Eachard had occasionally given the reins to humor, Macaulay had occasionally perhaps given them to rhetoric. But of the substantial accuracy of both there can be no doubt at all. On the intelligent, discriminating friends of the Church, Eachard's work had something of the same effect as Jeremy Collier's short view of the profaneness and immorality of the English stage had in another sphere. It directed serious attention to what all thoughtful and right-feeling people must have felt to be a national scandal. It was an appeal to sentiment and reason on matters with respect to which, in this country at least, such appeals are seldom made in vain. It did not, indeed, lead immediately to practical reform, but it advanced the cause of reform by inspiring and bringing other initiators into the field. And preeminent among these was Swift. Swift was evidently well acquainted with Eachard's work. In the apology prefixed to the 4th edition of the Tale of a Tub in 1710, he speaks of Eachard with great respect, contemptuously explaining that he has no intention of answering the attacks which had been made on the tale. He observes, when Dr. Eachard wrote his book about the contempt of the clergy, numbers of these answerers immediately started up, whose memory, if he had not kept alive by his replies, it would now be utterly unknown that he were ever answered at all. No one who is familiar with Swift's tracts on church reform can doubt that he had read Eachard's work with minute attention, and was greatly influenced by it. In his project for the advancement of religion, he largely attributed the scandalous immorality everywhere prevalent to the insufficiency of religious instruction, and to the low character of the clergy, the result mainly of their ignorance and poverty. His letter to a young clergyman is little more than a didactic adaptation of that portion of Eachard's work which deals with the character and education of the clergy. The essay on the fates of clergymen is another study from the contempt, while the fragment of the tract which he had begun, concerning that universal hatred which prevails against the clergy, brings us still more closely to Eachard. The likeness between them cannot be traced further. They were both, it is true, humorists, but there is little in common between the austere and bitter, yet, at the same time, delicious flavor of the one, and the trenchant and graphic, but coarse and rollicking, humor of the other. The essays reprinted from the Tatler give humorous expression to a grievance which not only wounded the pride of the clergy, but touched them on an equally sensitive part, the stomach. It was not usual for the chaplain in great houses to remain at table for the second course. When the sweets were brought in, he was expected to retire. As Macaulay puts it, he might fill himself with the corned beef and carrots. But as soon as the tarts and cheesecakes made their appearance, he quitted his seat and stood aloof till he was summoned to return thanks for the repast, from a great part of which he had been excluded. Gay refers to this churlish custom in the second book of Trivia. Cheese that the table's closing rites denies, and bids me with th unwilling chaplain rise. Possibly the custom originally arose, not from any wish to mark the social inferiority of the chaplain, but because his presence was a check on conversation. It must be owned, however, that this would have been more intelligible had he retired, not with the corned beef and carrots, but with the ladies. The passage quoted by Steele from Oldham is from his satire, addressed to a friend that is about to leave the university and come abroad in the world, not the only poem in which Oldham has thrown light on the degraded profession of the clergy. See the end of his satire, spoken in the person of Spenser. The last piece in this miscellany has no connection with what precedes it, but it has an interest of its own. Among the many services of one of the purest and most indefatigable of philanthropists to his fellow citizens was the establishment of what is commonly known as Poor Richard's Almanac. Of this periodical, and of the particular number of it which is here reprinted, Franklin gives the following account in his autobiography. In 1732 I first published an almanac, under the name of Richard Saunders. It was continued by me about 25 years, and commonly called Poor Richard's Almanac. I endeavored to make it both entertaining and useful, and it accordingly came to be in such demand that I reaped considerable profit from it, vending annually near 10,000. And observing that it was generally read, scarce any neighborhood in the province being without it, I considered it as a proper vehicle for conveying instruction among the common people, who bought scarcely any other books. I therefore filled all the little spaces that occurred between the remarkable days in the calendar with proverbial sentences, chiefly such as inculcated industry and frugality as the means of procuring wealth and thereby securing virtue, it being more difficult for a man in want to act always honestly, as, to use here one of these proverbs, it is hard for an empty sack to stand upright. These proverbs, which contained the wisdom of many ages and nations, I assembled and formed into a connected discourse prefixed to the Almanac of 1757, as the harangue of a wise old man to the people attending an auction. The bringing all these scattered counsels thus into a focus enabled them to make a greater impression. The piece, being universally approved, was copied in all the newspapers of the American continent, reprinted in Britain on a large sheet of paper to be stuck up in houses. 2 translations were made of it in France, and great numbers bought by the clergy to distribute gratis among their poor parishioners and tenants. In Pennsylvania, as it discouraged useless expense and foreign superfluities, some thought it had its share of influence in producing that growing plenty of money which was observable for several years after its publication. Memoirs of Benjamin Franklin, Part 2, Works Edit. 1833, Volume 2. Pages 146 to 148. Reprinted innumerable times while Franklin was alive, this paper has, since his death, passed through 70 editions in English, 56 in French, 11 in German, and 9 in Italian. It has been translated into nearly every language in Europe, into French, German, and Italian, as we have seen, into Spanish, Danish, Swedish, Polish, Bohemian, Dutch, Welsh, and modern Greek. It has also been translated into Chinese. 6. In the edition of Franklin's works, printed in London in 1806, it appears under the title of The Way to Wealth. As clearly shown in the preface to an old Pennsylvanian almanac, entitled Poor Richard Improved, and under this title it was usually printed when detached from the almanac. As Franklin himself owns, the maxims have little pretension to originality. It is evident that he had laid under contribution such collections as Clerk's Adagio Latino Anglica, Herbert's Jacula Prudentum, James Howell's collection of Proverbs, David Ferguson's Scotch Proverbs, with the successively increasing editions between 1641 and 1706, Ray's famous collection of English proverbs, William Penn's maxims, and the like. A few are probably original, and many have been reminted and owe their form to him. The first number of the famous almanac from which they are extracted was published at the end of 1732, just after Franklin had set up as a printer and stationer for himself, its publication being announced in the Pennsylvania Gazette of December 9, 1732, and for 25 years it continued regularly to appear, the last number being that for the year 1758, and having for preface the discourse which became so extraordinarily popular. The name assumed by Franklin was no doubt borrowed from that of Richard Saunders, a well-known astrologer of the 17th century, of whom there is a notice in the Dictionary of National Biography. But Mr. Lester Ford 7 says that it was the name of a chirurgeon of the 18th century who for many years issued a popular almanac entitled _The Apollo Anglicanus ___. Of this publication I know nothing, and can discover nothing. The probability is that its compiler, whoever he was, anticipated Franklin in assuming the name of John Saunders. He is most certainly not to be identified with Saunders the astrologer, who died in, or not much later than, 1687. It remains to add that no pains have been spared to make the texts of the excerpts and tracts in this miscellany as accurate as possible. Indeed, Mr. Arber's name is a sufficient guarantee of the efficiency with which this important part of the work has been done. For the modernization of the spelling, which some readers may perhaps be inclined to regret, and for the punctuation, as well as for the elucidatory notes, within brackets, Mr. Arber is solely responsible. J. Chitton Collins. 1. See his preface to his version of part of Virgil's second Aeneid. 2. Whately's Reminiscences of Bishop Copleston, page 6. 3. See late Stuart Tracts. 4. Wood's Life and Times, Clark's edition, volume 2. Page 240. 5. See, for example, Diary, February 16, 1668, much discourse about the bad state of the Church, and how the clergy are come to be men of no worth in the world, and, as the world do now generally discourse, they must be reformed. 6. For this information I am indebted to Mr. Paul Lester Ford's interesting monograph on the sayings of Poor Richard, prefixed to his selections from the Almanac, privately printed at Brooklyn in 1890. 7. Introduction to his selections from the Almanac. Thomas Wilson. Eloquence first given by God, after lost by man, and last repaired by God again. The Art of Rhetoric. Man, in whom is poured the breath of life, was made at his first being an everlasting creature, unto the likeness of God, endued with reason, and appointed Lord over all other things living. But after the fail of our first father, sin so crept in that our knowledge was much darkened, and by corruption of this our flesh, man's reason and intellect, were both overwhelmed. At what time, God being sore grieved with the folly of one man, pitted, of his mere goodness, the whole state and posterity of mankind. And therefore, whereas through the wicked suggestion of our ghostly enemy, the joyful fruition of God's glory was altogether lost, it pleased our Heavenly Father to repair mankind of his free mercy and to grant an everlasting inheritance unto such as would by constant faith seek earnestly thereafter. Long it was ere that man knew, himself being destitute of God's grace, so that all things waxed savage, the earth untilled, society neglected, God's will not known, man against man, one against another, and all against order. Some lived by spoil, some like brute beasts grazed upon the ground, some went naked, some roamed like woodwoses, mad wild men, none did anything by reason, but most did what they could by manhood. None almost considered the ever-living God, but all lived most commonly after their own lust. By death, they thought that all things ended, by life, they looked for none other living. None remembered the true observation of wedlock, none tended the education of their children, laws were not regarded, true dealing was not once used. For virtue, vice bare place, for right and equity, might used authority. And therefore, whereas man through reason might have used order, man through folly fell into error. And thus for lack of skill and want of grace, evil so prevailed that the devil was most esteemed, and God either almost unknown among them all or else nothing feared among so many. Therefore, even now when man was thus past all hope of amendment, God still tendering his own workmanship, stirred up his faithful and elect, to persuade with reason all men to society, and gave his appointed ministers knowledge both to see the natures of men, and also granted to them the gift of utterance, that they might with ease win folk at their will, and frame them by reason to all good order. And therefore, whereas men lived brutishly in open fields, having neither house to shroud, cover them in, nor attire to clothe their backs, nor yet any regard to seek their best avail, interest, these appointed of God, called them together by utterance of speech, and persuaded with them what was good, what was bad, and what was gainful for mankind. And although at first the rude could hardly learn, and either for the strangeness of the thing would not gladly receive the offer, or else for lack of knowledge could not perceive the goodness, yet being somewhat drawn and delighted with the pleasantness of reason and the sweetness of utterance, after a certain space, they became through nurture and good advisement, of wild, sober, of cruel, gentle, of fools, wise, and of beasts, men. Such force hath the tongue, and such is the power of eloquence and reason, that most men are forced, even to yield in that which most standeth against their will. And therefore the poets do feign that Hercules, being a man of great wisdom, had all men linked together by the ears in a chain, to draw them and lead them even as he listed. For his wit so great, his tongue so eloquent, and his experience such that no man was able to withstand his reason, but every one was rather driven to do that which he would, and to will that which he did, agreeing to his advice both in word and work, in all that ever they were able. Neither can I see that men could have been brought by any other means to live together in fellowship of life, to maintain cities, to deal truly, and willingly to obey one another, if men, at the first, had not by art and eloquence persuaded that which they full oft found out by reason. For what man, I pray you, being better able to maintain himself by valiant courage than by living in base subjection, would not rather look to rule like a lord than to live like an underling, if by reason he were not persuaded that it behoveth every man to live in his own vocation, and not to seek any higher room than that whereunto he was at the first appointed? Who would dig and delve from morn till evening? Who would travail and toil with the sweat of his brows? Yea, who would, for his king's pleasure, adventure and hazard his life, if wit had not so won men that they thought nothing more needful in this world nor anything whereunto they were more bounden than here to live in their duty and to train their whole life, according to their calling. Therefore, whereas men are in many things weakly by nature, and subject to much infirmity, I think in this one point they pass all other creatures living, that they have the gift of speech and reason. And among all other, I think him of most worthy fame, and amongst men to be taken for half a god, that therein doth chiefly and above all other excel men, wherein men do excel beasts. For he that is among the reasonable of all the most reasonable, and among the witty of all the most witty, and among the eloquent of all the most eloquent, him, think I, among all men, not only to be taken for a singular man, but rather to be counted for half a god. For in seeking the excellency hereof, the sooner he draweth to perfection the nigher he corneth to God, who is the chief wisdom, and therefore called God because he is the most wise, or rather wisdom itself. Now then, seeing that God giveth heavenly grace unto such as called unto him with outstretched hands and humble heart, never wanting to those that want not to themselves, I purpose by his grace and especial assistance, to set forth such precepts of eloquence, and to show what observation the wise have used in handling of their matters, that the unlearned by seeing the practice of others, may have some knowledge themselves, and learn by their neighbors' device what is necessary for themselves in their own case. Sir Philip Sidney. Letter to his brother Robert, then in Germany, October 18, 1580. Sir Philip Sidney to his brother, Robert Sidney, who was the first Earl of Leicester of that familiar name. My dear brother, for the money you have received, assure yourself, for it is true, there is nothing I spend so pleaseth me, as that which is for you. If ever I have ability, you shall find it so. If not, yet shall not any brother living be better beloved than you of me. I cannot write now to N. White. Do you excuse me? For his nephew, they are but passions in my father, which we must bear with reverence. But I am sorry he should return till he had the circuit of his travel, for you shall never have such a servant as he would prove. Use your own discretion. For your countenance, I would, for no cause, have it diminished in Germany. In Italy your greatest expense must be upon worthy men, and not upon householding. Look to your diet, sweet Robin, and hold up your heart in courage and virtue. Truly, great part of my comfort is in you. I know not myself what I meant by bravery in you, so greatly you may see I condemn you. Be careful of yourself, and I shall never have cares. I have written to Master Savelle. I wish you kept still together. He is an excellent man. And there may, if you list, pass good exercises betwixt you and Master Nivelle. There is great expectation of you both. For method of writing history, Bodin hath written at large. You may read him, and gather out of many words some matter. This I think in haste. A story is either to be considered as a story, or as a treatise, which, besides that, addeth many things for profit and ornament. As a story, he is nothing but a narration of things done, with the beginnings, causes, and appendices thereof. In that kind, your method must be to have serene temporum very exactly, which the chronologies of Melanchthon, Tarquiniora, Languet, and such others will help you to. Then to consider by that, as you note yourself, Xenophon to follow Thucydides, so doth Thucydides follow Herodotus, and Diodorus Siculus follow Xenophon. So generally, do the Roman stories follow the Greek, and the particular stories of the present monarchies follow the Roman. In that kind, you have principally to note the examples of virtue and vice, with their good or evil success, the establishment or reigns of great estates, with the causes, the time, and circumstances of the laws then written of, the enterings and endings of wars, and therein, the stratagems against the enemy, and the discipline upon the soldier. And thus much as a very historiographer. Besides this, the historian makes himself a discourser for profit, and an orator, a poet sometimes, for ornament. An orator, in making excellent orations a re nata, which are to be marked, but marked with the note of rhetorical remembrances. A poet, in painting for the effects, the motions, the whisperings of the people, which though in disputation, one might say were true, yet who will mark them well shall find them taste of a poetical vein, and in that kind are gallantly to be marked, for though perchance they were not so, yet it is enough they might be so. The last point which tends to teach profit is of a discourser, which name I give to whosoever speaks non simpliciter de facto, sed de qualitatibus et circumstantius facti, and that is it which makes me and many others rather note much with our pen than with our mind. Because we leave all these discourses to the confused trust of our memory, because they be not tied to the tenor of a question, as philosophers use sometimes, places, the divine, in telling his opinion and reasons in religion, sometimes the lawyer, in showing the causes and benefits of laws, sometimes a natural philosopher, in setting down the causes of any strange thing which the story binds him to speak of. But most commonly a moral philosopher, either in the ethic part, where he sets forth virtues or vices and the natures of passions, or in the politic, when he doth, as often he doth, meddle sententiously with matters of estate. Again, sometimes he gives precept of war, both offensive and defensive. And so, lastly, not professing any art as his matter leads him, he deals with all arts, which, because it carrieth the life of a lively example, it is wonderful what light it gives to the arts themselves, so as the great civilians help themselves with the discourses of the historians. So do soldiers, and even philosophers and astronomers. But that I wish herein is this, that when you read any such thing, you straight bring it to his head, not only of what art, but by your logical subdivisions to the next member and parcel of the art. And so, as in a table, be it witty words, of which Tacitus is full, sentences, of which Livy, or similitudes, whereof Plutarch, straight to lay it up in the right place of his storehouse, as either military, or more specially defensive military, or more particularly, defensive by fortification, and so lay it up. So likewise in politic matters. And such a little table you may easily make wherewith I would have you ever join the historical part, which is only the example of some stratagem, or good counsel, or such like. This write I to you, in great haste of method, without method, but with more leisure and study. If I do not find some book that satisfies, I will venture to write more largely of it unto you. Master Savelle will, with ease, help you to set down such a table of remembrance to yourself, and for your sake I perceive he will do much, and if ever I be able, I will deserve it of him. One only thing, as it comes into my mind, let me remember you of, that you consider wherein the historian excelleth, and that to note, as Dion Nicias in the searching the secrets of government, Tacitus, in the pithy opening of the venom of wickedness, and so of the rest. My time, exceedingly short, will suffer me to write no more leisurely. Stephen can tell you who stands with me, while I am writing. Now, dear brother, take delight likewise in the mathematicals. Master Savelle is excellent in them. I think you understand the sphere. If you do, I care little for any more astronomy in you. Arithmetic and geometry, I would wish you well seen in, so as both in matter of number and measure, you might have a feeling and active judgment. I would you did bear the mechanical instruments, wherein the Dutch excel. I write this to you as one, that for myself have given over the delight in the world, but wish to you as much, if not more, than to myself. So you can speak and write Latin, not barbarously. I never require great study in Ciceronianism, the chief abuse of Oxford, quidam verba sectanter, residential ipses negligunt. My TOEFL books I will send, with God's help, by February, 1581, at which time you shall have your money. And for £200, nearly £2,000 at the present day, a year, assure yourself. If the estates of England remain, you shall not fail of it. Use it to your best profit. My Lord of Leicester sends you £40, as I understand, by Stephen, and promiseth he will continue that stipend yearly at the least. Then that is above commons. In any case, write largely and diligently unto him, for, in truth, I have good proof that he means to be every way good unto you. The odd £30 shall come with the £100, or else my father, and I will jarl. Now, sweet brother, take a delight to keep and increase your music. You will not believe what a want I find of it, in my melancholy times. At horsemanship, when you exercise it, read Chris and Claudio, and a book that is called La Gloria de El Cavallo withal, that you may join the thorough contemplation of it with the exercise, and so shall you profit more in a month than others in a year. And mark the bitting, saddling, and ing of horses. I would, by the way, your worship would learn a better hand. You write worse than I, and I write evil enough. Once again, have a care of your diet, and consequently of your complexion. Remember Gracior est veniens in pulchro corpore virtus. Now, sir, for news, I refer myself to this bearer. He can tell you how idly we look on our neighbors' fires, and nothing has happened notable at home, save only Drake's return. Of which yet I know not the secret points, but about the world he hath been, and rich he is returned. Portugal, we say, is lost. And to conclude, my eyes are almost closed up, overwatched with tedious business. God bless you, sweet boy, and accomplish the joyful hope I conceive of you. Once again commend me to Master Nivelle, Master Savelle, and honest Harry White, and bid him be merry. When you play at weapons, I would have you get thick caps and bracers, gloves, and play out your play lustily, for indeed, tics and dalliances are nothing in earnest, for the time of the one and the other greatly differs. And use as well the blow as the thrust. It is good in itself, and besides increaseth your breath and strength, and will make you a strong man at the tourney and barriers. First, in any case, practice the single sword, and then, with the dagger. Let no day pass without an hour or two of such exercise. The rest study, or confer diligently, and so shall you come home to my comfort and credit. Lord, how I have babbled! Once again, farewell, dearest brother! Your most loving and careful brother, Philip Sidney. At Leicester House this 18th of October, 1580. Francis Mears, M.A. Sketch of English Literature, Painting, and Music, up to September 1598. A comparative discourse of our English poets, painters, and musicians, with the Greek, Latin, and Italian poets, painters, and musicians. As Greece had 3 poets of great antiquity, Orpheus, Linus, and Musaeus, and Italy, other 3 ancient poets, Livius Andronicus, Ennius, and Plautus, so hath England 3 ancient poets, Chaucer, Gower, and Lydgate. As Homer is reputed the prince of Greek poets, and Petrarch of Italian poets, so Chaucer is accounted the god of English poets. As Homer was the first that adorned the Greek tongue with true quantity, so William Langland, the author of Piers Plowman, was the first that observed the true quantity of our verse without the curiosity of rhyme. Ovid writ a chronicle from the beginning of the world to his own time, that is, to the reign of Augustus the Emperor, so hath Harding the chronicler, after his manner of old harsh rhyming, from Adam to his time, that is, to the reign of King Edward IV. As Sotades Maronites, the iambic poet, gave himself wholly to write impure and lascivious things, so Skelton, I know not for what great worthiness, surnamed the Poet Laureate, applied his wit to scurrilities and ridiculous matters, such as, among the Greeks were called pantomime, with us, buffoons. As Consalvo Perez, that excellent learned man, and secretary to King Philip, II, of Spain, in translating the Ulysses, Odyssey, of Homer out of Greek into Spanish, hath, by good judgment, avoided the fault of rhyming, although he hath not fully hit perfect and true versifying, so hath Henry Howard, that true and noble Earl of Surrey, in translating the 4th book of Virgil's Aeneas, whom Michael Drayton in his England's Heroical Epistles hath eternized for an epistle to his fair Geraldine. As these Neoterics, Jovianus Pontanus, Politianus, Marullus Tarquiniata, the two Strozzi the father and the son, Palingenius, Mancionus, Philelphus, Quintianus Stoa, and Germanus Brixius have obtained renown and good place among the ancient Latin poets, so also these Englishmen, being Latin poets, Walter Haddon, Nicholas Carr, Gabriel Harvey, Christopher Auckland, Thomas Newton, with his Leland, Thomas Watson, Thomas Campion, John Brunsard, and Wiley have attained a good report and honorable advancement in the Latin empire of letters. As the Greek tongue is made famous and eloquent by Homer, Hesiod, Euripides, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Pindarus, Phocylides, and Aristophanes, and the Latin tongue by Virgil, Ovid, Horace, Silius Italicus, Lucanus, Lucretius, Ausonius, and Claudianus, so the English tongue is mightily enriched and gorgeously invested in rare ornaments and resplendent habiliments by Sir Philip Sidney, Spenser, Daniel, Drayton, Warner, Shakespeare, Marlowe, and Chapman. As Xenophon, who did imitate so excellently as to give us Effigium Justi Imperii, the portraiture of a just empire, under the name of Cyrus, as Cicero saith of him, made therein an absolute heroical poem, and as Heliodorus wrote in prose, his sugared invention of that picture of love in Theogenes and Chariclia, and yet both excellent admired poets, so Sir Philip Sidney writ his immortal poem, the Countess of Pembroke's Arcadia, in prose, and yet our rarest poet. As Sextus Propertius said, Nescio quid magis nascitur Iliad, so I say of Spenser's Faerie Queen, I know not what more excellent or exquisite poem may be written. As Achilles had the advantage of Hector, because it was his fortune to be extolled and renowned by the heavenly verse of Homer, so Spenser's Eliza, the Faerie Queen, hath the advantage of all the queens in the world, to be eternized by so divine a poet. As Theocritus is famous for his Idyllia in Greek, and Virgil for his eclogues in Latin, so Spenser their imitator in his Shepherd's Calendar is renowned for the like argument, and honored for fine poetical invention, and most exquisite wit. As Parthenius Nicias excellently sang the praises of Arete, so Daniel hath divinely sung the matchless beauty of Delia. As every one mourneth, when he heareth of the lamentable plaints of the Thracian Orpheus for his dearest Eurydice, so every one passionateth, when he readeth the afflicted death of Daniel's distressed Rosamond. As Lucan hath mournfully depainted the civil wars of Pompey and Caesar, so hath Daniel the civil wars of York and Lancaster, and Drayton the civil wars of Edward II, and the barons. As Virgil doth imitate Catullus in the like matter of Ariadne, for his story of Queen Dido, so Michael Drayton doth imitate Ovid in his England's Heroical Epistles. As Sophocles was called a bee for the sweetness of his tongue, so in Charles Fitzgeoffrey's Drake, Drayton is termed golden-mouthed, for the purity and preciousness of his style and phrase. As Axius, Marcus Attilius, and Milithus were called tragediography, because they writ tragedies, so we may truly term Michael Drayton tragediographus, for his passionate penning, the poem of The Downfalls of Valiant Robert of Normandy, Chaste Matilda, and Great Gaveston. As Jonas Honterus, in Latin verse, wrote 3 books of cosmography, with geographical tables, so Michael Drayton is now penning in English verse, a poem called Polyalbion, which is geographical and hydrographical of all the forests, woods, mountains, fountains, rivers, lakes, floods, baths, spas, and springs that be in England. As Aulus Persius Flaccus is reported, among all writers to have been of an honest life and upright conversation, so Michael Drayton, quem totis honoris et amoris causa nomino, among scholars, soldiers, poets, and all sorts of people, is held for a man of virtuous disposition, honest conversation, and well-governed carriage, which is almost miraculous among good wits in these declining and corrupt times, when there is nothing but roguery and villainous man, and when cheating and craftiness are counted the cleanest wit and soundest wisdom. As Decius Ausonius Gallus, in Libris Vastorum, penned the occurrences of the world from the first creation of it to this time, that is, to the reign of the Emperor Gratian, so Warner, in his Absolute Albion's England, hath most admirably penned the history of his own country from Noah to his time, that is, to the reign of Queen Elizabeth. I have heard him termed of the best wits of both our universities, our English Homer. As Euripides is the most sententious among the Greek poets, so is Warner among our English poets. As the soul of Euphorbus was thought to live in Pythagoras, so the sweet witty soul of Ovid lives in the mellifluous and honey-tongued Shakespeare. Witness his Venus and Adonis, his Lucrece, his sugared sonnets, among his private friends, and see. As Plautus and Seneca are accounted the best for comedy and tragedy among the Latins, so Shakespeare among the English is the most excellent in both kinds for the stage. For comedy, witness his Gentleman of Verona, his Comedy of Errors, his Love's Labours Lost, his Love's Labours Won? All's Well That Ends Well, his Midsummer Night's Dream, and his Merchant of Venice. For tragedy, his Richard II, Richard III, Henry IV, King John, Titus Andronicus, and his Romeo and Juliet. As Epius Stolo said that the Muses would speak with Plautus's tongue, if they would speak Latin, so I say that the Muses would speak with Shakespeare's fine-filed phrase, if they would speak English. As Musaeus, who wrote The Love of Hero and Leander, had 2 excellent scholars, Thamyras and Hercules, so hath he, Musaeus, in England, 2 excellent poets, imitators of him in the same argument and subject, Christopher Marlowe and George Chapman. As Ovid saith of his work, Famque opus exegi, quod nec fovis ira, nec ignis, nec poterit ferrum, nec edax abelare vetustas. And as Horace saith of his, Exegi monumentum or perennius regalique situ pyramidum altius, quod non imber edax, non aquilo impotens possit disruera, aut innumerabilis enorm series, et fuga temporum. So I say, severally, of Sir Philip Sidney's, Spencer's, Daniel's, Drayton's, Shakespeare's, and Warner's works. Non fovis ira imbers, Mars, ferrum, flamma, senectus, hoc opus unda, Louis, turbo, venina ruint. Et quanquam ad pulcherrimum hoc opus evertendum, tres illi die conspirabunt, Cronus, Vulcanus, et pater ipsi gentis. Non tamen enorm series, non flamma, nec ensis, eternum potuit hoc abelare decus. As illi had Dante, Bacchus, Boccaccio, Petrarch, Tasso, Celiano, and Ariosto, so England had Matthew Royden, Thomas Achelot, Thomas Watson, Thomas Kidd, Robert Greene, and George Peele. As there are 8 famous and chief languages, Hebrew, Greek, Latin, Syriac, Arabic, Italian, Spanish, and French, so there are 8 notable several kinds of poets, 1. Heroic, 2. Lyric, 3. Tragic, 4. Comic, 5. Satiric, 6. Iambic, 7. Elegiac, and 8. Pastoral. 1. As Homer and Virgil among the Greeks and Latins are the chief heroic poets, so Spenser and Warner be our chief heroical makers. 2. As Pindarus, Anacreon, and Callimachus among the Greeks, and Horace and Cullus among the Latins are the best lyric poets, so in this faculty, the best among our poets are Spenser, who excelleth in all kinds, Daniel, Drayton, Shakespeare, Breton. 3. As these tragic poets flourished in Greece, Aeschylus, Euripides, Sophocles, Alexander Aetolus, Achaeus Erythrios, Astydamas Atheniensis, Apollodorus Tarsensis, Nicomachus Phrygius, Thespis Atticus, and Timon Apollonius, and these among the Latins Axius, Marcus Attilius, Pomponus Secundus, and Seneca. So these are our best for tragedy: the Lord Buckhurst, Dr. Legge, of Cambridge; Dr. Eads, of Oxford; Master Edward Ferrars, the author of the Mirror for Magistrates; Marlowe, Peel; Watson, Kidd, Shakespeare, Drayton, Chapman, Dekker, and Benjamin Jonson. As Marcus Annius Lucanus writ 2 excellent tragedies, one called Medea, the other De Incendio Trojo cum Priami Calamitate, so Dr. Legge hath penned 2 famous tragedies, the one of Richard III, the other of the destruction of Jerusalem. 4. The best poets for comedy among the Greeks are these: Menander, Aristophanes, Eupoles Atheniensis, Alexis Tyrius, Nicostratus, Amipsias Atheniensis, Anaxandrides Rhodius, Aristonomus, Archippus Atheniensis, and Callias Atheniensis, and among the Latins, Plautus, Terence, Naevius, Sextus Turpilius, Licinius Imbrex, and Virgilius Romanus. So the best for comedy amongst U.S.B. Edward Vere, Earl of Oxford, Dr. Gauger, of Oxford, Master Rowley, once a rare scholar of learned Pembroke Hall in Cambridge, Master Edwards, one of Her Majesty's Chapel, eloquent and witty John Lilly, Lodge, Gascoigne, Green, Shakespeare, Thomas Nash, Thomas Heywood, Anthony Munday, our best plotter, Chapman, Porter, Wilson, Hathaway, and Henry Chettle. 5. As Horace, Lucilius, Juvenal, Persius, and Lucullus are the best for satire among the Latins, so with us, in the same faculty, these are chief: William Langland, the author of Piers Plowman, T. Lodge, Joseph, Hall of Emmanuel College in Cambridge, afterwards Bishop of Norwich; John Marston, the author of Pygmalion's Image, and certain satires, the author of Scyllethia. 6. Among the Greeks, I will name but 2 for iambics, Archilochus Perius and Hipponax so amongst us, I name but 2 iambical poets, Gabriel Harvey and Richard Stanihurst, because I have seen no more in this kind. 7. As these are famous among the Greeks for elegies, Melanthus, Mimnerus Colophonius, Olympus Mizius, Parthenius Nicoius, Philetus Caus, Theogenes Megarensis, and Pigres Halicarnassoius, and these among the Latins, Maecenas, Ovid, Tibullus, Propertius, C. Valgius, Cassius Severus, and Clodius Sabinus, so these are the most passionate among us to bewail and bemoan the perplexities of love. Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, Sir Thomas Wyatt the Elder, Sir Francis Bryan, Sir Philip Sidney, Sir Walter Raleigh, Sir Edward Dyer, Spencer, Daniel, Drayton, Shakespeare, Whetstone, Gascoigne, Samuel Page, sometime Fellow of Corpus Christi College in Oxford, Churchyard, Breton. 8. As Theocritus in Greek, Virgil and Montaigne in Latin, Senezer in Italian, and Thomas Watson, the author of Aminte Gaudia and Walsingham's Mellibos, are the best for pastoral, so amongst us the best in this kind are Sir Philip Sidney, Master Challoner, Spencer, Stephen Gosson, Abraham Fraunce, and Barnfield. These and many other epigrammatists the Latin tongue hath, Q. Catullus, Porcius Licinius, Quintus Cornificius, Martial, Noeus Catulicus, and witty Sir Thomas More, so in English we have these: Heywood, Drant, Kendall, Bastard, Davies. As noble Maecenas, that sprang from the Etruscan kings, not only graced poets by his bounty, but also by being a poet himself, and as James VI, now King of Scotland, is not only a favour of poets, but a poet, as my friend Master Richard Barfeld hath in this distich passing well recorded. The King of Scots now living is a poet, as his Lepanto and his Furies show it. So Elizabeth, our dread sovereign and gracious queen, is not only a liberal patron unto poets, but an excellent poet herself, whose learned, delicate, and noble muse surmounteth, be it in ode, elegy, epigram, or in any other kind of poem, heroic or lyric. Octavia, sister unto Augustus the Emperor, was exceeding bountiful unto Virgil, who gave him for making 26 verses, £1,137, to wit, 10 sestertia for every verse, which amounted to above £43 for every verse. So learned Mary, the Honourable Countess of Pembroke, and the noble sister of the immortal Sir Philip Sidney, is very liberal unto poets. Besides, she is a most delicate poet, of whom I may say, as Antipater Sidonius writeth of Sappho, Dulcia Nemosine demerans carmina Sapphis, qui civit decima pyrrhus unde fore. Among others, in times past, poets had these favours: Augustus, Maecenas, Sophocles, Germanicus, an emperor, a nobleman, a senator, and a captain. So of later times, poets have had these patrons: Robert, King of Sicily, the great King Francis I of France, King James of Scotland, and Queen Elizabeth of England. As in former times 2 great cardinals, Bemba and Baena, did countenance poets, so of late years 2 great preachers have given them their right hands in fellowship, Beza and Melanchthon. As the learned philosophers Fracastorius and Scaliger have highly prized them, so have the eloquent orators Pontanus and Eurytus very gloriously estimated them. As Georgius Buchananus Jephthah, amongst all modern tragedies, is able to abide the touch of Aristotle's precepts and Euripides's examples, so is Bishop Watson's Absalom. As Terence for his translations out of Apollodorus and Menander, and Aquilius for his translation out of Menander, and c. Germanicus Augustus for his out of Aratus, and Ausonius for his translated epigrams out of the Greek, and Dr. Johnson for his frog fight out of Homer, and Watson for his Antigone out of Sophocles, have got good commendations, so these versifiers for their learned translations are of good note among us. Far foi Virgil's Aeneid, Golding for Ovid's Metamorphoses, Harrington for his Orlando Furioso, the translators of Seneca's tragedies, Barnaby Googe for Palingenius's Zodiac of Life, Turberville for Ovid's Epistles and Montaigne, and Chapman for his Inchoate Homer. As the Latins have these emblematists, Andreas Alciatus, Riusnerus, and Sambucus, so we have these, Geoffrey Whitney, Andrew Willett, and Thomas Combe. As Nonnus Panapolita wrote the Gospel of St. John in Greek hexameters, so Gervas Markham hath written Solomon's Canticles in English verse. As Cornelius Plinius writ the life of Pomponus Secundus, so young Charles Fitzgeoffrey, that high-towering falcon, hath most gloriously penned the honourable life and death of worthy Sir Francis Drake. As Hesiod wrote learnedly of husbandry in Greek, so Tusser hath, very wittily and experimentally written of it in English. As Antipater Sidonius was famous for extemporal verse in Greek, and Ovid for his Quicquid Conabardicera versus erat, so was our Tarleton, of whom Dr. Case, that learned physician, thus speaketh in the 7th book and 17th chapter of his Politics. Aristotle's Sum Theodoretum laudavit quendam peritum tragediarum actorum, Cicero's Sum Ratium, nos onli tarletonum, in cujus voci et vulta omnes jocosi effectus, in cujus cerebroso capite lepidi facetiae habitant. And so is now our witty Thomas Wilson, who, for learning and extemporal wit in this faculty, is without compare or compeer. As to his great and eternal commendations, he manifested in his challenge at the Swan, on the bank side. As Achilles tortured the dead body of Hector, and as Antonius and his wife Fulvia tormented the lifeless corpse of Cicero, so Gabriel Harvey hath showed the same inhumanity to Green, that lies full low in his grave. As Eupoles of Athens used great liberty in taxing the vices of men, so doth Thomas Nash. Witness the brood of the Harveys. As Actaeon was worried of his own hounds, so is Tom Nash of his Isle of Dogs. Dogs were the death of Euripides, but be not disconsolate, gallant young Juvenal. Linus, the son of Apollo, died the same death. Yet God forbid that so brave a wit should so basely perish. Thine are but paper dogs, either is thy banishment like Ovid's, eternally to converse with the barbarous Getty. Therefore comfort thyself, sweet Tom, with Cicero's glorious return to Rome, and with the counsel Aeneas gives to his sea-beaten soldiers, Lib 1, Aeneid. Pluck up thine heart, and drive from thence both fear and care away. To think on this, may pleasure be perhaps another day. Durato, et temet rebus servatos secundis. As Anacreon died by the pot, so George Peele, by the pox. As Arcesilas Prytaneus perished by wine at a drunken feast, as Hermippus testifieth in Diogenes, so Robert Greene died by a surfeit taken of pickled herrings and Rhenish wine, as witnesseth Thomas Nash, who was at the fatal banquet. As Jodelle, a French tragical poet, being an epicure and an atheist, made a pitiful end, so our tragical poet Marlowe, for his epicurism and atheism, had a tragical death, as you may read of this Marlowe more at large, in the Theatre of God's Judgments, in the 25th chapter, in treating of epicures and atheists. As the poet Lycophron was shot to death by a certain rival of his, so Christopher Marlowe was stabbed to death by a bawdy serving man, a rival of his, in his lewd love. Painters. Apelles painted a mare and a dog so lively, lifelike, that horses and dogs passing by would neigh and bark at them. He grew so famous for his excellent art, that great Alexander came often to his shop to visit him, and commanded that none other should paint him. At his death, he left Venus unfinished, either was any one ever found that durst perfect what he had begun. Zeuxis was so excellent in painting, that it was easier for any man to view his pictures than to imitate them, who, to make an excellent table, picture, had 5 Agrigentine virgins naked by him. He painted grapes so lively, that birds did fly to eat them. Parasius painted a sheet, curtain, so artificially, that Zeuxis took it for a sheet indeed, and commanded it to be taken away, to see the picture that he thought it had veiled. As learned and skilful Greece had these excellently renowned for their limning, so England hath these, Hilliard, Isaac Oliver, and John de Creets, very famous for their painting. As Greece moreover had these painters, Timantes, Phidias, Polygnotus, Panias, Beularchus, Eumerus, Simon Cleoncius, Pythus, Apollodorus Atheniensis, Aristides Thebanus, Nicophanes, Perseus, Antipholus, and Nicarchus, so in England we have also these, William and Francis Seeger, brethren, Thomas and John Betts, Locke, Line, Peake, Peter Cole, Arnold, Marcus, Jacques de Bray, Cornelius, Peter Galches, Hieronymo, and Peter van de Velde. As Lysippus, Praxiteles, and Pyrgotiles were excellent engravers, so we have these engravers, Rogers, Christopher Switzer, and Cure. Music. The lodestone draweth iron unto it, but the stone of Ethiopia called Theomedes driveth it away. So there is a kind of music that doth assuage and appease the affections, and a kind that doth kindle and provoke the passions. As there is no law that hath sovereignty over love, so there is no heart that hath rule over music, but music subdues it. As one day takes from us the credit of another, so one strain of music extinguishes, the pleasure of another. As the heart ruleth over all the members, so music overcometh the heart. As beauty is not beauty without virtue, so music is not music without art. As all things love their likes, so the more curious ear, the delicatest music. As too much speaking hurts, too much galling smarts, so too much music gluts and distempereth. As Plato and Aristotle are accounted princes in philosophy and logic, Hippocrates and Galen, in physic, Ptolemy in astronomy, Euclid in geometry, and Cicero in eloquence, so Boëtius is esteemed a prince and captain in music. As priests were famous among the Egyptians, Magi among the Chaldeans, and gymnosophists among the Indians, so musicians flourished among the Grecians, and therefore Epaminondas was accounted more unlearned than Themistocles, because he had no skill in music. As Mercury, by his eloquence, reclaimed men from their barbarousness and cruelty, so Orpheus, by his music, subdued fierce beasts and wild birds. As Demosthenes, Isocrates, and Cicero excelled in oratory, so Orpheus, Amphion, and Linus surpassed in music. As Greece had these excellent musicians, Arion, Doricius, Timotheus Milesius, Chrysogonus, Terpander, Lesbius, Simon Magnetius, Philemon, Linus, Stratonicus, Aristonus, Chiron, Achilles, Clinias, Eumonius, Demodocus, and Rufinus, so England hath these, Master Cooper, Master Fairfax, Master Tallis, Master Taverner, Master Blithman, Master Bird, Dr. Tye, Dr. Dallas, Dr. Bull, Master Thomas Mudd, sometime Fellow of Pembroke Hall in Cambridge, Master Edward Johnson, Master Blanquis, Master Randall, Master Phillips, Master Dowland, and Master Morley. A choice is to be had in reading of books. As the Lord de la Nuit in the 6th discourse of his politic and military discourses, censureth the books of Amadis de Gaul, which, he saith, are no less hurtful to youth than the works of Machiavelli to age, so these books are accordingly to be censured of, whose names follow: Bevis of Hampton, Guy of Warwick, Arthur of the Round Table, Juan of Bordeaux, Oliver of Castile, the Four Sons of Aymon, Gargantua, Gerulion, the Honor of Chivalry, Primilion of Greece, Palermin de Oliva, the Seven Champions of Christendom, the Mirror of Knighthood, Blanchardine, Mervyn, Allglass, the Stories of Paladin and Palmendos, the Black Knight, the Maiden Knight, the History of Caelestina, the Castle of Fame, Galleon of France, Ornatus and Artesia, and c. Poets. As that ship is endangered where ale lean to one side, but is in safety, one leaning one way and another way, so the dissensions of poets among themselves doth make them, that they less infect their readers. And for this purpose our satirists, Joseph Hall, afterwards Bishop of Norwich, John Marston, the author of Pygmalion's Image and certain satires, John Rankins, and such others, are very profitable. John Dryden. Dedicatory Epistle to the Rival Ladies. Printed in 1664. To the Right Honourable Roger, Earl of Orre. My Lord, this worthless present was designed you, long before it was a play, when it was only a confused mass of thoughts tumbling over one another in the dark, when the fancy was yet in its first work, moving the sleeping images of things towards the light, there to be distinguished, and then, either chosen or rejected by the judgment. It was yours, my lord, before I could call it mine. And I confess, in that first tumult of my thoughts, there appeared a disorderly kind of beauty in some of them, which gave me hope, something worthy of my Lord of Orre might be drawn from them. But I was then, in that eagerness of imagination, which, by overpleasing fanciful men, flatters them into the danger of writing, so that, when I had moulded it to that shape it now bears, I looked with such disgust upon it, that the censures of our severest critics are charitable to what I thought, and still think of it myself. 'Tis so far from me to believe this perfect, that I am apt to conclude our best plays are scarcely so. For the stage being the representation of the world and the actions in it, how can it be imagined that the picture of human life can be more exact than life itself is? He may be allowed sometimes to err, who undertakes to move so many characters and humors, as are requisite in a play, in those narrow channels, which are proper to each of them, to conduct his imaginary persons through so many various intrigues and chances, as the laboring audience shall think them lost under every billow, and then, at length, to work them so naturally out of their distresses, that when the whole plot is laid open, the spectators may rest satisfied that every cause was powerful enough to produce the effect it had, and that the whole chain of them was, with such due order, linked together, that the first incident, would, naturally, beget the second, till they all rendered the conclusion necessary. These difficulties, my lord, may reasonably excuse the errors of my undertaking, but for this confidence of my dedication, I have an argument, which is too advantageous for me not to publish it to the world. 'Tis the kindness your lordship has continually shown to all my writings. You have been pleased, my lord. They should sometimes cross the Irish seas, to kiss your hands, which passage, contrary to the experience of others, I have found the least dangerous in the world. Your favor has shone upon me, at a remote distance, without the least knowledge of my person, and like the influence of the heavenly bodies, you have done good, without knowing to whom you did it. 'Tis this virtue in your lordship, which emboldens me to this attempt. For did I not consider you as my patron, I have little reason to desire you for my judge, and should appear, with as much awe before you, in the reading, as I had, when the full theatre sate upon the action. For who so severely judge of faults, as he who has given testimony he commits none? Your excellent poems having afforded that knowledge of it to the world, that your enemies are ready to upbraid you with it as a crime, for a man of business to write so well. Neither durst I have justified your lordship in it, if examples of it had not been in the world before you, if Xenophon had not written a romance, and a certain Roman, called Augustus Caesar, a tragedy and epigrams. But their writing was the entertainment of their pleasure, yours is only a diversion of your pain. The Muses have seldom employed your thoughts, but when some violent fit of the gout has snatched you from affairs of state, and like the priestess of Apollo, you never come to deliver his oracles, but unwillingly, and in torment. So that we are obliged to your lordship's misery, for our delight. You treat us with the cruel pleasure of a Turkish triumph, where those who cut and wound their bodies sing songs of victory as they pass, and divert others with their own sufferings. Other men endure their diseases, your lordship only can enjoy them. Plotting and writing in this kind are, certainly, more troublesome employments than many which signify more, and are of greater moment in the world. The fancy, memory, and judgment are then extended, like so many limbs, upon the rack, all of them reaching, with their utmost stress, at nature, a thing so almost infinite and boundless, as can never fully be comprehended but where the images of all things are always present. Yet I wonder not your lordship succeeds so well in this attempt. The knowledge of men is your daily practice in the world. To work and bend their stubborn minds, which go not all after the same grain, but each of them so particular a way, that the same common humours, in several persons, must be wrought upon by several means. Thus, my lord, your sickness is but the imitation of your health, the poet but subordinate to the statesman in you. You still govern men with the same address, and manage business with the same prudence, allowing it here, as in the world, the due increase and growth till it comes to the just height, and then turning it, when it is fully ripe, and nature calls out, as it were, to be delivered. With this only advantage of ease to you, in your poetry, that you have fortune, here, at your command, with which wisdom does often unsuccessfully struggle in the world. Here is no chance, which you have not foreseen. All your heroes are more than your subjects, they are your creatures, and though they seem to move freely, in all the sallies of their passions, yet you make destinies for them, which they cannot shun. They are moved, if I may dare to say so, like the rational creatures of the almighty poet, who walk at liberty, in their own opinion, because their fetters are invincible, when, indeed, the prison of their will is the more sure, for being large, and instead of an absolute power over their actions, they have only a wretched desire of doing that, which they cannot choose but do. I have dwelt, my lord, thus long, upon your writing, not because you deserve not greater and more noble commendations, but because I am not equally able to express them in other subjects. Like an ill swimmer, I have willingly stayed long in my own depth, and though I am eager of performing more, yet I am loath to venture out beyond my knowledge. For beyond your poetry, my lord, all is ocean to me. To speak of you as a soldier or a statesman were only to betray my own ignorance, and I could hope no better success from it than that miserable rhetorician had, who solemnly declaimed before Hannibal of the conduct of armies and the art of war. I can only say, in general, that the souls of other men shine out at little crannies. They understand some one thing, perhaps, to admiration, while they are darkened on all the other parts. But your lordship's soul is an entire globe of light, breaking out on every side, and if I have only discovered one beam of it, 'tis not that the light falls unequally, but because the body which receives it is of unequal parts. The acknowledgment of which is a fair occasion offered me to retire from the consideration of your lordship to that of myself. I here present you, my lord, with that in print, which you had the goodness not to dislike upon the stage, and accounted happy to have met you here in England, it being, at best, like small wines, to be drunk out upon the place, i.e., of vintage, where produced, and has not body enough to endure the sea. I know not whether I have been so careful of the plot and language as I ought, but for the latter, I have endeavored to write English, as near as I could distinguish it from the tongue of pedants, and that of affected travelers. Only I am sorry that, speaking so noble a language as we do, we have not a more certain measure of it, as they have in France, where they have an academy, erected for that purpose, and endowed with large privileges by the present King, Louis XIV. I wish we might, at length, leave to borrow words from other nations, which is now a wantonness in us, not a necessity, But so long as some affect to speak them, there will not want others who will have the boldness to write them. But I fear, lest defending the received words, I shall be accused for following the new way, I mean, of writing scenes in verse, though, to speak properly, 'tis no so much a new way amongst us, as an old way new revived. For many years, i.e., 1561, before Shakespeare's plays, was the tragedy of Queen, or rather King, Gorboduc, of which, however, the authentic title is Fair-ex and Poor-ex, in English verse, written by that famous Lord Buckhurst, afterwards Earl of Dorset, and progenitor to that excellent person, Lord Buckhurst, see page 503, who, as he inherits his soul and title, I wish may inherit his good fortune. But supposing our countrymen had not received this writing, till of late, shall we oppose ourselves to the most polished and civilized nations of Europe? Shall we, with the same singularity, oppose the world in this, as most of us do in pronouncing Latin? Or do we desire that the brand which Barclay has, I hope unjustly, laid upon the English, should still continue? Omnis sos ac sua omnia impens meranter, coeteras nations dispexui habent. All the Spanish and Italian tragedies I have yet seen are writ in rhyme. For the French, I do not name them, because it is the fate of our countrymen to admit little of theirs among us, but the basest of their men, the extravagancies of their fashions, and the frippery of their merchandise. Shakespeare, who, with some errors, not to be avoided in that age, had, undoubtedly, a larger soul of poesy than ever any of our nation, was the first, who, to shun the pains of continual rhyming, invented that kind of writing which we call blank verse. Dryden is here wrong as to fact. Lord Surrey wrote the earliest printed English blank verse in his fourth book of the Aeneid, printed in 1548, but the French, more properly prose measurie, into which the English tongue so naturally slides, that in writing prose, 'tis hardly to be avoided. And therefore I marvel that some men should perpetually stumble in a way so easy, and inverting the order of their words, constantly close their lines with verbs, which, though commended sometimes in writing Latin, yet we were whipped at Westminster if we used it twice together. I know some who, if they were to write in blank verse, sir, I ask your pardon, would think it sounded more heroically to write, Sir, I your pardon ask. I should judge him to have little command of English, whom the necessity of a rhyme should force upon this rock, though sometimes it cannot be easily avoided. And indeed, this is the only inconvenience with which rhyme can be charged. This is that which makes them say, rhyme is not natural. It being only so, when the poet either makes a vicious choice of words, or places them, for rhyme's sake, so unnaturally, as no man would, in ordinary speaking. But when 'tis so judiciously ordered that the first word in the verse seems to beget the second, and that the next, till that becomes the last word in the line, which, in the negligence of prose, would be so, it must, then, be granted, rhyme has all advantages of prose, besides its own. But the excellence and dignity of it were never fully known, till Mr. Waller taught it. He first made writing easily an art, first showed us to conclude the sense, most commonly in distiches, which in the verse of those before him, runs on for so many lines together, that the reader is out of breath to overtake it. This sweetness of Mr. Waller's lyric poesy was, afterwards, followed in the epic, by Sir John Denham, in his Cooper's Hill, a poem which, your lordship knows, for the majesty of the style, is, and ever will be the exact standard of good writing. But if we owe the invention of it to Mr. Waller, we are acknowledging for the noblest use of it to Sir William Davenant, who, at once, brought it upon the stage, and made it perfect in the Siege of Rhodes. The advantages which rhyme has over blank verse are so many that it were lost time to name them. Sir Philip Sidney, in his Defense of Poesy, gives us one, which, in my opinion, is not the least considerable. I mean, the help it brings to memory, which rhyme so knits up by the affinity of sounds, that by remembering the last word in one line, we often call to mind both the verses. Then, in the quickness of repartees, which in discoursive scenes fall very often, it has so particular a grace, and is so aptly suited to them, that the sudden smartness of the answer, and the sweetness of the rhyme set off the beauty of each other. But that benefit, which I consider most in it, because I have not seldom found it, is that it bounds and circumscribes the fancy. For imagination in a poet is a faculty so wild and lawless, that, like a high-ranging spaniel, it must have clogs tied to it, lest it outrun the judgment. The great easiness of blank verse renders the poet too luxuriant. He is tempted to say many things, which might better be omitted, or, at least, shut up in fewer words. But when the difficulty of artful rhyming is interposed, where the poet commonly confines his sense to his couplet, and must contrive that sense into such words that the rhyme shall naturally follow them, not they the rhyme, pages 571–581, the fancy then gives leisure to the judgment to come in, which, seeing so heavy a tax imposed, is ready to cut off all unnecessary expenses. This last consideration has already answered an objection, which some have made, that rhyme is only an embroidery of sense, to make that which is ordinary in itself pass for excellent with less examination. But certainly, that which most regulates the fancy, and gives the judgment its busiest employment, is like ly, to bring forth the richest and clearest thoughts. The poet examines that most which he protesteth with the greatest leisure, and which, he knows, must pass the severest test of the audience, because they are optest to have it ever in their memory, as the stomach makes the best concoction when it strictly embraces the nourishment, and takes account of every little particle as it passes through. But as the best medicines may lose their virtue, by being ill applied, so is it with verse, if a fit subject be not chosen for it. Neither must the argument alone, but the characters and persons be great and noble, otherwise, as Scaliger says of Claudian, the poet will be ignobilior materia depressus. The scenes which, in my opinion, most commend it, are those of argumentation and discourse, on the result of which, the doing or not doing, of some considerable action should depend. But, my lord, though I have more to say upon this subject, yet, I must remember, 'tis your lordship, to whom I speak, who have much better commended this way by your writing in it, than I can do, by writing for it. Where my reasons cannot prevail, I am sure your lordship's example must. Your rhetoric has gained my cause, as least the greatest part of my design has already succeeded to my wish, which was, to interest so noble a person in the quarrel, and withal, to testify to the world, how happy I esteem myself in the honor of being, my lord, your lordship's most humble, and most obedient servant, John Dryden. The Honourable Sir Robert Howard, Auditor of the Exchequer. Preface to 4 New Plays. Licensed March 7, 1665, printed the same year. To the Reader. There is none more sensible than I am, how great a charity the most ingenious may need, that expose their private wit to a public judgment, since the same fancy from whence the thoughts proceed, must probably be kind to its own issue. This renders men no perfecter judges of their own writings, than fathers are of their own children, who find out that wit in them, which another discerns not, and see not those errors, which are evident to the unconcerned. Nor is this self-kindness more fatal to men in their writings, than in their actions, every man being a greater flatterer to himself, than he knows how to be to another, otherwise, it were impossible that things of such distant natures should find their own authors so equally kind in their affections to them, and men so different in parts and virtues, should rest equally contented in their own opinions. This apprehension, added to that greater one, which I have of my own weakness, may, I hope, incline the reader to believe me, when I assure him that these follies were made public, as much against my inclination as judgment. But being pursued with so many solicitations of Mr. Harrington's, the publisher, and having received civilities from him, if it were possible, exceeding his importunities, I, at last, yielded to prefer that which he believed his interests, before that, which I apprehended my own disadvantage. Considering withal, that he might pretend, it would be a real loss to him, and could be but an imaginary prejudice to me, since things of this nature, though never so excellent, or never so mean, have seldom proved the foundation of men's new-built fortunes, or the ruin of their old. It being the fate of poetry, though of no other good parts, to be wholly separated from interest, and there are few that know me but will easily believe, I am not much concerned in an unprofitable reputation. This clear account I have given the reader, of this seeming contradiction, to offer that to the world which I dislike myself, and in all things, I have no greater an ambition than to be believed to be a person that would rather be unkind to myself than ungrateful to others. I have made this excuse for myself. I offer none for my writings, but freely leave the reader to condemn that which has received my sentence already. Yet I shall presume to say something in the justification of our nation's plays, though not of my own, since, in my judgment, without being partial to my country, I do really prefer our plays as much before any other nation's, as I do the best of ours before my own. The manner of the stage entertainments has differed in all ages, and, as it has increased in use, it has enlarged itself in business. The general manner of plays among the ancients we find in Seneca's tragedies, for serious subjects, and in Terence and Plautus, for the comical. In which latter we see some pretences to plots, though certainly short of what we have seen in some of Mr. Ben Jonson's plays. And for their wit, especially Plautus, I suppose it suited much better in those days than it would do in ours. For were their plays strictly translated and presented on our stage, they would hardly bring as many audiences as they have now admirers. The serious plays were anciently composed of speeches and choruses, where all things are related, but no matter of fact presented on the stage. This pattern the French do, at this time, nearly follow, only leaving out the chorus, making up their plays with almost entire and discoursive scenes, presenting the business and relations, page 535. This way has very much affected some of our nation, who possibly believe well of it, more upon the account that what the French do ought to be a fashion, than upon the reason of the thing. It is first necessary to consider why, probably, the compositions of the ancients, especially in their serious plays, were after this manner? And it will be found that the subjects they commonly chose drave them upon the necessity, which were usually the most known stories and fables, page 522. Accordingly, Seneca, making choice of Medea, Hippolytus, and Hercules Oedius, it was impossible to show Medea throwing old mangled Eson into her age-renewing cauldron, or to present the scattered limbs of Hippolytus upon the stage, and show Hercules burning upon his own funeral pile. And this, the judicious Horace clearly speaks of, in his Arte Poetica, where he says, Non tamen intus digna geri, proms insinum, multac tolls ex oculis, quae mox neret fecundia praesens. Enici pueros coram populo Medea trucidet, 8, aut humana palam coquat extra nefarious atrus, aut in avum progni vertator, cadmus in anguim. Quod cunc ostendit mihi sic, incredulus odii. So that it appears a fault to choose such subjects for the stage, but much greater, to effect that method which those subjects enforce, and therefore the French seem much mistaken, who, without the necessity, sometimes commit the error. And this is as plainly decided by the same author, in his preceding word. Aut adjutor residential insinis autorut acta referter, segnius irritant animos demisa per orum, quam quae sunt oculis subjecta fidelibus, et quae ipsi sibi tradit spectator. By which, he directly declares his judgment, that everything makes more impression presented than related. Nor, indeed, can any one rationally assert the contrary. For if they affirm otherwise, they do, by consequence, maintain that a whole play might as well be related as acted. Therefore, whoever chooses a subject that enforces him to relations is to blame, and he that does it without the necessity of the subject is much more. If these premises be granted, 'tis no partiality to conclude that our English plays justly challenge the preeminence. Yet, I shall as candidly acknowledge that our best poets have differed from other nations, though not so happily, felicitously, in usually mingling and interweaving mirth and sadness through the whole course of their plays. Ben Jonson only excepted, who keeps himself entire to one argument. And I confess I am now convinced in my own judgment that it is most proper to keep the audience in one entire disposition both of concern and attention, for when scenes of so different natures immediately succeed one another, 'tis probable the audience may not so suddenly recollect themselves as to start into an enjoyment of mirth, or into the concern for the sadness. Yet I dispute not but the variety of this world may afford pursuing accidents of such different natures, but yet, though possible in themselves to be, they may not be so proper to be presented. an entire connection being the natural beauty of all plays, and language, the ornament to dress them in, which, in serious subjects, ought to be great and easy, like a high-born person that expresses greatness without pride or affection. The easier dictates of nature ought to flow in comedy, yet separated from obsceneness, there being nothing more impudent than the immodesty of words, which should be chaste, and those that have it can only write well. Assi modo simus in urbanum lepido se ponera dicto. Another way of the ancients, which the French follow, and our stage has, now lately, practiced, is to write in rhyme. And this is the dispute betwixt many ingenious persons, whether verse in rhyme, or verse without the sound, which may be called blank verse, though a hard expression, is to be preferred? But take the question, largely, and it is never to be decided, page 512, but by right application, I suppose it may. For, in the general, they are both proper, that is, one for a play, the other for a poem or copy of verses, as blank verse being as much too low for one, i.e., a poem or verses, as rhyme is unnatural for the other, i.e., a play. A poem, being a premeditated form of thoughts, upon designed occasions, ought not to be unfurnished of any harmony in words or sound. The other, a play, is presented as the present effect of accidents not thought of. So that 'tis impossible it should be equally proper to both these, unless it were possible that all persons were born so much more than poets, that verses were not to be composed by them, but already made in them. Some may object that this argument is trivial, because whatever is showed, 'tis known still to be but a play. But such may as well excuse an ill scene, that is not naturally painted, because they know 'tis only a scene, and not really a city or country. But there is yet another thing which makes verse upon the stage appear more unnatural, that is, when a piece of a verse is made up by one that knew not what the other meant to say, and the former verse answered as perfectly in sound as the last is supplied in measure. So that the smartness of a reply, which has its beauty by coming from sudden thoughts, seems lost by that which rather looks like a design of two than the answer of one. It may be said that rhyme is such a confinement to a quick and luxuriant fancy that it gives a stop to its speed, till slow judgment comes in to assist it, page 492. But this is no argument for the question in hand. For the dispute is not which way a man may write best in, but which is most proper for the subject he writes upon. And if this were let pass, the argument is yet unsolved in itself, for he that wants judgment in the liberty of his fancy may as well shew the defect of it in its confinement, and to say truth, he that has judgment will avoid the errors, and he that wants it will commit them both. It may be objected, 'tis improbable that any should speak extempore, as well as Beaumont and Fletcher makes them, though in blank verse. I do not only acknowledge that, but that 'tis also improbable any will write so well that way. But if that may be allowed improbable, I believe it may be concluded impossible that any should speak as good verses in rhyme, as the best poets have writ, and therefore, that which seems nearest to what he intends is ever to be preferred. Nor are great thoughts more adorned by verse, than verse unbeautified by mean ones. So that verse seems not only unfit in the best use of it, but much more in the worst, when a servant is called, or a door bid to be shut. In rhyme, page 569. Verses, I mean good ones, do, in their height of fancy, declare the labor that brought them forth. Like majesty that grows with care, and nature that made the poet capable, seems to retire, and leave its offers to be made perfect by pains and judgment. Against this, I can raise no argument, but my Lord of Auror's writings, in whose verse the greatness of the majesty seems unsullied with the cares, and his inimitable fancy descends to us in such easy expressions, that they seem as if either had ever been added to the other, but both together flowing from a height, like birds got so high that use no laboring wings, but only, with an easy care, preserve a steadiness in motion. But this particular happiness, among those multitudes which that excellent person is owner of, does not convince my reason, but employ my wonder. Yet I am glad such verse has been written for our stage, since it has so happily exceeded those whom we seem to imitate. But while I give these arguments against verse, I may seem faulty, that I have not only writ ill ones, but writ any. But since it was the fashion, I was resolved, as in all indifferent things, not to appear singular, the danger of the vanity being greater than the error. And therefore, I followed it as a fashion, though very far off. For the Italian plays, I have seen some of them, which have been given me as the best, but they are so inconsiderable that the particulars of them are not at all worthy to entertain the reader. But, as much as they are short of others, in this, they exceed in their other performances on the stage. I mean their operas, which, consisting of music and painting, there's none but will believe it as much harder to equal them in that way, than 'tis to excel them in the other. The Spanish plays pretend to more, but, indeed, are not much, being nothing but so many novels put into acts and scenes, without the least attempt or design of making the reader more concerned than a well-told tale might do. Whereas, a poet that endeavors not to heighten the accidents which fortune seems to scatter in a well-knit design, had better have told his tale by a fireside, than presented it on a stage. For these times wherein we write, I admire to hear the poets so often cry out upon, and wittily, as they believe, threaten their judges, since the effects of their mercy has so much exceeded their justice, that others with me cannot but remember how many favorable audiences some of our ill plays have had, and when I consider how severe the former age has been to some of the best of Mr. Johnson's never-to-be-equaled comedies, I cannot but wonder why any poet should speak of former times, but rather acknowledge that the want of abilities in this age are largely supplied with the mercies of it. I deny not, but there are some who resolve to like nothing, and such, perhaps, are not unwise, since, by that general resolution, they may be certainly in the right sometimes, which, perhaps, they would seldom be, if they should venture their understandings in different censures, and being forced to a general liking or disliking, lest they should discover too much their own weakness. 'Tis to be expected they would rather choose to pretend to judgment than good nature, though I wish they could find better ways to shew either. But I forget myself, not considering that while I entertain the reader, in the entrance, with what a good play should be, when he has come beyond the entrance, he must be treated with what ill plays are. But in this, I resemble the greatest part of the world, that better know how to talk of many things, than to perform them, and live short of their own discourses. And now, I seem like an eager hunter that has long pursued a chase after an inconsiderable quarry, and gives over, weary, as I do. 8. Page 537. Of Dramatic Poesy and Essay. By John Dryden Esq. Fungar vis cotis, acutum rheteraque ferrum valle, exis ipsa secandi. Horit. De arte poet. 1668. To the Right Honourable Charles Lord Buckhurst. My Lord, as I was lately reviewing my loose papers, amongst the rest I found this essay, the writing of which, in this rude and indigested manner wherein your lordship now sees it, served as an amusement to me in the country, in 1665, when the violence of the last plague had driven me from the town. Seeing, then, our theatres shut up, I was engaged in these kind of thoughts with the same delight with which men think upon their absent mistresses. I confess I find many things in this discourse, which I do not now approve, my judgment being a little altered since the writing of it, but whether for the better or worse, I know not. Neither indeed is it much material in an essay, where all I have said is problematical. For the way of writing plays in verse, which I have seemed to favor, page 561, I have, since that time, laid the practice of it aside till I have more leisure, because I find it troublesome and slow. But I am no way altered from my opinion of it, at least, with any reasons which have opposed it. For your lordship may easily observe that none are very violent against it, but those who either have not attempted it, or who have succeeded ill in their attempt. 'Tis enough for me, to have your lordship's example for my excuse in that little which I have done in it, and I am sure my adversaries can bring no such arguments against verse, as the fourth act of Pompey will furnish me with in its defense. Yet, my lord, you must suffer me a little to complain of you, that you too soon withdraw from us a contentment, of which we expected the continuance, because you gave it us so early. 'Tis a revolt without occasion from your party, where your merits had already raised you to the highest commands, and where you have not the excuse of other men that you have been ill used, and therefore laid down arms. I know no other quarrel you can have to verse than that which underscore Spurinna had to his beauty, when he tore and mangled the features of his face, only because they pleased too well the lookers on. It was an honor which seemed to wait for you, to lead out a new colony of writers from the mother nation, and upon the first spreading of your ensigns, there had been many in a readiness to have followed so fortunate a leader, if not all, yet the better part of writers. Pars, indocili melior grege, mollis et exps innominata perprimat cubilia. I am almost of opinion that we should force you to accept of the command, as sometimes the Praetorian bands have compelled their captains to receive the empire. The court, which is the best and surest judge of writing, has generally allowed of verse, and in the town, it has found favorers of wit and quality. As for your own particular, my lord, you have yet youth and time enough to give part of it to the divertisement of the public, before you enter into the serious and more unpleasant business of the world. That which the French poet said of the temple of love may be as well applied to the temple of muses. The words, as near ly as I can remember them, were these, La jeunesse a mauvaise grâce n'ayant pas adore dans le temple d'amour, il faut tuer entre, et pour le sage, si ne son vrai séjour, si stangit sur son passage. I leave the words to work their effect upon your lordship, in their own language, because no other can so well express the nobleness of the thought, and wish you may be soon called to bear a part in the affairs of the nation, where I know the world expects you, and wonders why you have been so long forgotten, there being no person amongst our young nobility, on whom the eyes of all men are so much bent. But in the meantime, your lordship may imitate the course of nature, which gives us the flower before the fruit, that I may speak to you in the language of the Muses, which I have taken from an excellent poem to the king, i.e., Charles II. As nature, when she fruit designs, thinks fit by beauteous blossoms to proceed to it, and while she does accomplish all the spring, birds, to her secret operations sing. I confess I have no greater reason in addressing this essay to your lordship, than that it might awaken in you the desire of writing something, in whatever kind it be, which might be an honor to our age and country. And methinks, it might have the same effect upon you, which, Homer tells us, the fight of the Greeks and Trojans before the fleet had on the spirit of Achilles, who, though he had resolved not to engage, yet found a martial warmth to steal upon him at the sight of blows, the sound of trumpets, and the cries of fighting men. For my own part, if in treating of this subject, I sometimes dissent from the opinion of better wits, I declare it is not so much to combat their opinions as to defend mine own, which were first made public. Sometimes, like a scholar in a fencing school, I put forth myself, and show my own ill play, on purpose to be better taught. Sometimes, I stand desperately to my arms, like the foot, when deserted by their horse, not in hope to overcome, but only to yield on more honorable terms. And yet, my lord, this war of opinions, you well know, has fallen out among the writers of all ages, and sometimes betwixt friends, only it has been persecuted by some, like pedants, with violence of words, and managed, by others, like gentlemen, with candor and civility. Even Tully had a controversy with his dear Atticus, and in one of his dialogues, makes him sustain the part of an enemy in philosophy, who in his letters, is his confidant of state, and made privy to the most weighty affairs of the Roman Senate, and the same respect, which was paid by Tully to Atticus, we find returned to him, afterwards, by Caesar, on a like occasion, who, answering his book in praise of Cato, made it not so much his business to condemn Cato, as to praise Cicero. But that I may decline some part of the encounter with my adversaries, whom I am neither willing to combat, nor well able to resist, I will give your lordship the relation of a dispute betwixt some of our wits upon this subject, in which they did not only speak of plays and verse, but mingled, in the freedom of discourse, some things of the ancient, many of the modern ways of writing, comparing those with these, and the wits of our nation with those of others. 'Tis true, they differed in their opinions, as 'tis probable they would, either do I take upon me to reconcile, but to relate them, and that, as Tacitus professes of himself _science studio partium autira without passion or interest, leaving your lordship to decide it in favor of which part, you shall judge most reasonable. And withal, to pardon the many errors of underscore. Your lordship's most obedient humble servant, John Dryden. To the reader. The drift of the ensuing discourse was chiefly to vindicate the honor of our English writers from the censure of those who unjustly prefer the French before them. This I intimate, lest any should think me so exceeding vain, as to teach others an art which they understand much better than myself. But if this incorrect essay, written in the country, without the help of books or advice of friends, shall find any acceptance in the world, I promise to myself a better success of the second part, wherein the virtues and faults of the English poets who have written, either in this, the epic, or the lyric way, will be more fully treated of, and their several styles impartially imitated. An essay of dramatic poesy. It was that memorable day, 3rd of June, 1665, in the first summer of the late war, when our navy engaged the Dutch, a day, wherein the two most mighty and best appointed fleets which any age had ever seen, disputed the command of the greater half of the globe, the commerce of nations, and the riches of the universe. While these vast floating bodies, on either side, moved against each other in parallel lines, and our countrymen, under the happy conduct of His Royal Highness the Duke of York, went breaking by little and little into the line of the enemies, the noise of the cannon from both navies reached our ears about the city, so that all men being alarmed with it, and in a dreadful suspense of the event which we knew was then deciding, every one went following the sound as his fancy, imagination, led him. And leaving the town almost empty, some took towards the park, some crossed the river, others down it, all seeking the noise in the depth of silence. Among the rest, it was the fortune of Eugenius, Crites, Lycidius, and Neander to be in company together, 3 of them persons whom their wit and quality have made known to all the town, and whom I have chosen to hide under these borrowed names, that they may not suffer by so ill a relation as I am going to make, of their discourse. Taking then a barge, which a servant of Lycidius had provided for them, they made haste to shoot the bridge, i.e., London Bridge, and so left behind them that great fall of waters, which hindered them from hearing what they desired. After which, having disengaged themselves from many vessels which rode at anchor in the Thames, and almost blocked up the passage towards Greenwich, they ordered the watermen to let fall their oars more gently, and then, every one favoring his own curiosity with a strict silence, it was not long ere they perceived the air break about them, like the noise of distant thunder, or of swallows in a chimney. Those little undulations of sound, though almost vanishing before they reached them, yet still seeming to retain somewhat of their first horror, which they had betwixt the fleets. After they had attentively listened till such time as the sound, by little and little, went from them, Eugenius, i.e., Lord Buckhurst, lifting up his head, and taking notice of it, was the first to congratulate to the rest, that happy omen of our nation's victory, adding, "We had but this to desire, in confirmation of it, that we might hear no more of that noise, which was now leaving the English coast." When the rest had concurred in the same opinion, Crites, i.e., Sir Robert Howard, a person of a sharp judgment, and somewhat a too delicate a taste in wit, which the world have mistaken in him for ill nature, said, smiling, to us, that if the concernment of this battle had not been so exceeding great, he could scarce have wished the victory at the price he knew must pay for it, in being subject to the reading and hearing of so many ill verses he was sure would be made upon it. Adding, that no argument could scape some of those eternal rhymers, who watch a battle with more diligence than the ravens and birds of prey, and the worst of them surest to be first in upon the quarry, while the better able, either, out of modesty, writ not at all, or set that due value upon their poems, as to let them be often called for, and long expected. There are some of those impertinent people you speak of, answered Lycidius, i.e., Sir Charles Sedley, who, to my knowledge, are already so provided either way, that they can produce not only a panegyric upon the victory, but if need be, a funeral elegy upon the Duke, and after they have crowned his valor with many laurels, at last deplore the odds under which he fell, concluding that his courage deserved a better destiny. All the company smiled at the conceit of Lycidius. But Crites, more eager than before, began to make particular exceptions against some writers, and said, the public magistrate ought to send betimes to forbid them, and that it concerned the peace and quiet of all honest people, that ill poets should be as well silenced as seditious preachers. In my opinion, replied Eugenius, you pursue your point too far. For, as to my own particular, I am so great a lover of poesy, that I could wish them all rewarded, who attempt but to do well. At least, I would not have them worse used than Sylla the dictator did one of their brethren heretofore. Quem in conconvitimus, says Tully, speaking of him, cumii libellum malis pota de populo subjacicit, quod epigramma in eum festicet tantomodo alternus versibus longiculis, statum ex iis rebus quae tunc vendibat jubera ei premium tribi, sub ea condition eni quid postea scribret. I could wish, with all my heart, replied Kreitz, that many whom we know were as bountifully thanked, upon the same condition, that they would never trouble us again. For amongst others, I have a mortal apprehension of two poets, whom this victory, with the help of both her wings, will never be able to escape. 'Tis easy to guess whom you intend, said Lycidius. And without naming them, I ask you if one, i.e., George Wither, of them does not perpetually pay us with clenches upon words, and a certain clownish kind of raillery? If, now and then, he does not offer at a catachresis, which Cotgrave defines as the abuse, or necessary use of one word, for lack of another more proper, or Clevelandism, wresting and torturing a word into another meaning? In fine, if be not one of those whom the French would call un mauvais bouffon, one that is so much a well-willer to the satire, that he spares no man, and though he cannot strike a blow to hurt any, yet ought to be punished for the malice of the action, as our witches are justly hanged, because they think themselves so, and suffer deservedly for believing they did mischief, because they meant it. You have described him, said Kreitz, so exactly that I am afraid to come after you, with my other extremity of poetry. He, i.e., Francis Quarles, is one of those, who, having had some advantage of education and converse, i.e., conversation, in the sense of culture through mixture with society, knows better than the other what a poet should be, but puts it into practice more unluckily than any man. His style and matter are everywhere alike. He is the most calm, peaceable writer you ever read. He never disquiets your passions with the least concernment, but still leaves you in as even a temper as he found you. He is a very leveller in poetry. He creeps along, with 10 little words in every line, and helps out his numbers with for to, and unto, and all the pretty expletives he can find, till he drags them to the end of another line, while the sense is left, tired, halfway behind it. He doubly starves all his verses, first, for want of thought, and then, of expression. His poetry neither has wit in it, nor seems to have it, like him, in Martial. Pauper videri sine vult ets pauper. He affects plainness, to cover his want of imagination. When he writes in the serious way, the highest flight of his fancy is some miserable antithesis or seeming contradiction, and in the comic, he is still reaching at some thin conceit, the ghost of a jest, and that too flies before him, never to be caught. These swallows, which we see before us on the Thames, are the just resemblance of his wit. You may observe how near the water they stoop, how many proffers they make to dip, and yet how seldom they touch it. And when they do, 'tis but the surface. They skim over it, but to catch a gnat, and then mount in the air and leave it. Well, gentlemen, said Eugenics, you may speak your pleasure of these authors, but though I and some few more about the town may give you a peaceable hearing, yet assure yourselves there are multitudes who would think you malicious, and them injured, especially him whom you first described. He is the very Withers of the city. They have bought more editions of his works than would serve to lay under all their pies at the Lord Mayor's Christmas. When his famous poem, i.e., Speculum Speculativium, or A Considering Glass, being an inspection into the present and late sad condition of these nations. London. Written June 13. XDCLX, and there imprinted the same year, first came out in the year 1660. I have seen them read it in the midst of change time. Nay, so vehement were they at it, that they lost their bargain by the candle's ends. But what will you say, if he has been received among the great ones? I can assure you, he is, this day, the envy of a great person, who is lord in the art of quibbling, and who does not take it well, then any man should intrude so far into his province. All I would wish, replied Kreitz, is that they who love his writings may still admire him and his fellow poet. Cabavium non audit and see, is curse sufficient. And farther, added Lycidius, I believe there is no man who writes well, but would think himself very hardly dealt with, if their admirers should praise anything of his. Nam quos contemnimus eorum quoque laudis contemnimus. There are so few who write well in this age, said Crites, that methinks any praises should be welcome. They neither rise to the dignity of the last age, nor to any of the ancients, and we may cry out of the writers of this time, with more reason than Petronius of his Pace vestra liceat dixis, primi omnium eloquent I am perdidistis. You have debauched the true old poetry so far, that nature, which is the soul of it, is not in any of your writings. If your quarrel, said Eugenius, to those who now write, be grounded only upon your reverence to antiquity, there is no man more ready to adore those great Greeks and Romans than I am, but on the other side, I cannot think so contemptibly of the age I live in, or so dishonorably of my own country as not to judge, that we equal the ancients in most kinds of poesy, and in some surpass them. Neither know I any reason why I may not be as zealous for the reputation of our age, as we find the ancients themselves, in reference to those who lived before them. For you hear Horace saying, Indignor quidquam reprehendi, non quia crass compositum, alpide vi putator, sed quia nuper. And after, Esse meliora dies, ut vina, poemata reddit, Syri velum precium chartis quotis erigit annus, _. But I see I am engaging in a wide dispute, where the arguments are not like, ly, to reach close, on either side, page 497, for poesy is of so large extent, and so many, both of the ancients and moderns, have done well in all kinds of it, that, in siding one against the other, we shall take up more time this evening than each man's occasions will allow him. Therefore, I would ask Crites to what part of poesy he would confine his arguments, and whether he would defend the general cause of the ancients against the moderns, or oppose any age of the moderns against this of ours. Crites, a little while considering upon this demand, told Eugenius he approved of his propositions, and if he pleased, he would limit their dispute to dramatic poesy, in which he thought it not difficult to prove either that the ancients were superior to the moderns, or the last age to this of ours. Eugenius was somewhat surprised when he heard Crites make choice of that subject. For aught I see, said he, I have undertaken a harder province than I imagined. For though I never judged the plays of the Greek and Roman poets comparable to ours, yet, on the other side, those we now see acted, come short of many which were written in the last age. But my comfort is, if we were o'ercome, it will be only by our own countrymen, and if we yield to them in this one part of poesy, we, the more surpass them in all the other, For in the epic, or lyric way, it will be hard for them to shew us one such amongst them, as we have many now living, or who lately were so. They can produce nothing so courtly writ, or which expresses so much the conversation of a gentleman, as Sir John Suckling, nothing so even, sweet, and flowing, as Mr. Waller, nothing so majestic, so correct, as Sir John Denham, nothing so elevated, so copious, and full of spirit, as Mr. Cowley. As for the Italian, French, and Spanish plays, I can make it evident that those who now write surpass them, and that the drama is wholly ours. All of them were thus far of Eugenius his opinion that the sweetness of English verse was never understood or practiced by our fathers. Even Crites himself did not much oppose it, and every one was willing to acknowledge how much our poesy is improved by the happiness of some writers yet living, who first taught us to mold our thoughts into easy and significant words, to retrench the superfluities of expression, and to make our rhymes so properly a part of the verse that it should never mislead the sense, but itself be led and governed by it. Eugenius was going to continue this discourse, when Lycidius told him that it was necessary, before they proceeded further, to take a standing measure of their controversy. For how was it possible to be decided who writ the best plays, before we know what a play should be? But this once agreed on by both parties, each might have recourse to it, either to prove his own advantages, or discover the failings of his adversary. He had no sooner said this, but all desired the favor of him to give the definition of a play, and they were the more importunate, because either Aristotle, nor Horace, nor any other who writ of that subject, had ever done it. Lycidius, after some modest denials, at last confessed he had a rude notion of it, indeed, rather a description than a definition, but which served to guide him in his private thoughts, when he was to make a judgment of what others writ. That he conceived a play ought to be a just and lively image of human nature, representing its passions and humors, and the changes of fortune, to which it is subject, for the delight and instruction of mankind. This definition, though Crites raised a logical objection against it, that it was only a genre et fine, and so not altogether perfect, was yet well received by the rest. And, after they had given order to the watermen to turn their barge, and row softly, that they might take the cool of the evening in their return, Crites, being desired by the company to begin, spoke on behalf of the ancients, in this manner. If confidence presage a victory, Eugenius, in his own opinion, has already triumphed over the ancients. Nothing seems more easy to him than to overcome those whom it is our greatest praise to have imitated well, for we do not only build upon their foundation, but by their models. Dramatic poesy had time enough, reckoning from Thespis who first invented it, to Aristophanes, to be born, to grow up, and to flourish in maturity. It has been observed of arts and sciences, that in one and the same century, they have arrived to a great perfection, page 520. And no wonder! Since every age has a kind of universal genius, which inclines those that live in it to some particular studies. The work then being pushed on by many hands, must, of necessity, go forward. Is it not evident, in these last 100 years, when the study of philosophy has been the business of all the virtuosi in Christendom, that almost a new nature has been revealed to us? That more errors of the school have been detected, more useful experiments in philosophy have been made, more noble secrets in optics, medicine, anatomy, astronomy discovered, than, in all those credulous and doting ages, from Aristotle to us, page 520? So true it is, that nothing spreads more fast than science, when rightly and generally cultivated. Add to this, the more than common emulation that was, in those times, of writing well, which, though it be found in all ages and all persons that pretend to the same reputation, yet poesy, being then in more esteem than now it is, had greater honors decreed to the professors of it, and consequently the rivalship was more high between them. They had judges ordained to decide their merit, and prizes to reward it, and historians have been diligent to record of Aeschylus, Euripides, Sophocles, Lycophron, and the rest of them, both who they were that vanquished in these wars of the theatre, and how often they were crowned, while the Asian kings and Grecian commonwealths scarce, afforded them a nobler subject than the unmanly luxuries of a debauched court, or giddy intrigues of a factious city. Alit emulatio ingenia, says Paterculus, et nunc invidia, nunc admiratio incitationem accendit. Emulation is the spur of wit, and sometimes envy, sometimes admiration quickens our endeavors. But now, since the rewards of honor are taken away, that virtuous emulation is turned into direct malice, yet so slothful, that it contents itself to condemn and cry down others, without attempting to do better. 'Tis a reputation too unprofitable, to take the necessary pains for it, yet wishing they had it, is incitement enough to hinder others from it. And this, in short, Eugenius, is the reason why you have now so few good poets, and so many severe judges. Certainly, to imitate the ancients well, much labor and long study is required, which pains I have already shown, our poets would want encouragement to take, if yet they had ability to go through with it. Those ancients have been faithful imitators and wise observers of that nature, which is so torn and ill represented in our plays. They have handed down to us a perfect resemblance of her, which we, like ill copiers, neglecting to look on, have rendered monstrous and disfigured. But that you may know how much you are indebted to your masters, and be ashamed to have so ill requited them, I must remember you, that all the rules by which we practice the drama at this day, either such as relate to the justness and symmetry of the plot, or the episodical ornaments, such as descriptions, narrations, and other beauties which are not essential to the play, were delivered to us from the observations that Aristotle made of those poets, which either lived before him, or were his contemporaries. We have added nothing of our own, except we have the confidence to say, our wit is better, which none boast of in our age, but such as understand not theirs. Of that book, which Aristotle has left us, Greek, Perites Poetices, Horace his art of poetry is an excellent comment, and I believe, restores to us, that second book of his, i.e. Aristotle, concerning comedy, which is wanting in him. Out of these two authors have been extracted the famous rules, which the French call de trois unités, or the three unities, which ought to be observed in every regular play, namely, of time, place, and action. The unity of time they comprehend in 24 hours, the compass of a natural day, or as near it as can be contrived. And the reason of it is obvious to every one. That the time of the feigned action or fable of the play should be proportioned, as near as can be, to the duration of that time in which it is represented. Since therefore all plays are acted on the theatre in a space of time much within the compass of 24 hours, that play is to be thought the nearest imitation of nature, whose plot or action is confined within that time. And by the same rule which concludes this general proportion of time, it follows, that all the parts of it are to be equally subdivided. As, namely, that one act take not up the supposed time of half a day, which is out of proportion to the rest, since the other 4 are then to be straitened within the compass of the remaining half, for it is unnatural that one act which, being spoken or written, is not longer than the rest, should be supposed longer by the audience. 'Tis therefore the poet's duty to take care that no act should be imagined to exceed the time in which it is represented on the stage, and that the intervals and inequalities of time be supposed to fall out between the acts. This rule of time, how well it has been observed by the ancients, most of their plays will witness. You see them, in their tragedies, wherein to follow this rule is certainly most difficult, from the very beginning of their plays, falling close into that part of the story, which they intend for the action or principal object of it, leaving the former part to be delivered by narration. So that they set the audience, as it were, at the post where the race is to be concluded, and saving them the tedious expectation of seeing the poet set out and ride the beginning of the course, you behold him not, till he is in sight of the goal, and just upon you. For the second unity, which is that of place, the ancients meant by it, that the scene, locality, ought to be continued through the play in the same place, where it was laid in the beginning. For the stage on which it is represented being but one, and the same place, it is natural to conceive it many, and those far distant from one another. I will not deny but by the variation of painted scenes, scenery was introduced about this time into the English theatres, by Sir William Davenant and Betterton the actor, see Volume 2. Page 278. The fancy which, in these casts, will contribute to its own deceit, may sometimes imagine at several places, upon some appearance of probability, yet it still carries the greater likelihood of truth, if those places be supposed so near each other as in the same town or city, which may all be comprehended under the larger denomination of one place. For a greater distance will bear no proportion to the shortness of time which is allotted in the acting, to pass from one of them to another. For the observation of this, next to the ancients, the French are most to be commended. They tie themselves so strictly to the unity of place, that you never see in any of their plays a scene, locality, changed in the middle of an act. If the act begins in a garden, a street, or a chamber, 'tis ended in the same place. And that you may know it to be the same, the stage is so supplied with persons, that it is never empty all the time. He that enters the second has business with him, who was on before, and before the second quits the stage, a third appears, who has business with him. This Corneille calls la liaison des scenes, the continuity or joining of the scenes, and it is a good mark of a well-contrived play, when all the persons are known to each other, and every one of them has some affairs with all the rest. As for the third unity, which is that of action, the ancients meant no other by it, than what the logicians do by their fineness, the end or scope of any action, that which is the first in intention, and last in execution. Now the poet is to aim at one great and complete action, to the carrying on of which, all things in the play, even the very obstacles, are to be subservient. And the reason of this is as evident as any of the former. For two actions, equally labored and driven on by the writer, would destroy the unity of the poem. It would be no longer one play, but two. not but that there may be many actions in a play, as Ben Jonson has observed in his discoveries, but they must be all subservient to the great one, which our language happily expresses, in the name of underplots. Such as, in Terence's Eunuch, is the deference and reconcilement of Thais and Phaedria, which is not the chief business of the play, but promotes the marriage of Coiria and Cream's sister, principally intended by the poet. There ought to be but one action, says Corneille, that is, one complete action, which leaves the mind of the audience in a full repose. But this cannot be brought to pass, but by many other imperfect ones, which conduce to it, and hold the audience in a delightful suspense of what will be. If by these rules, to omit many others drawn from the precepts and practice of the ancients, we should judge our modern plays, 'tis probable that few of them would endure the trial. That which should be the business of a day, takes up, in some of them, an age. Instead of one action, they are the epitome of a man's life. And for one spot of ground, which the stage should represent, we are sometimes in more countries than the map can show us. But if we will allow the ancients to have contrived well, we must acknowledge them to have writ better. Questionless, we are deprived of a great stock of wit, and the loss of Menander among the Greek poets, and of Coecilius, of Phrynius, and Varius among the Romans. We may guess of Menander's excellency by the plays of Terence, who translated some of his, and yet wanted so much of him, that he was called by Caesar the half-Menander, and of Varius, by the testimonies of Horace, Martial, and Velleius Paterculus. 'Tis probable that these, could they be recovered, would decide the controversy. But so long as Aristophanes in the Old Comedy, and Plautus in the New are extant, while the tragedies of Euripides, Sophocles, and Seneca are to be had, I can never see one of those plays which are now written, but it increases my admiration of the ancients. And yet I must acknowledge further, that to admire them as we ought, we should understand them better than we do. Doubtless, many things appear flat to us, whose wit depended upon some custom or story, which never came to our knowledge, or perhaps upon some criticism in their language, which, being so long dead, and only remaining in their books, it is not possible they should make us know it perfectly. To read Macrobius explaining the propriety and elegancy of many words in Virgil, which I had before passed over without consideration as common things, is enough to assure me that I ought to think the same of Terence, and that, in the purity of his style, which Tully so much valued that he ever carried his works about him, there is yet left in him great room for admiration, if I knew but where to place it. In the meantime, I must desire you to take notice that the greatest man of the last age, Ben Jonson, was willing to give place to them in all things. He was not only a professed imitator of Horace, but a learned plagiary of all the others. You track him everywhere in their snow. If Horace, Lucan, Petronius Arbiter, Seneca, and Juvenal had their own from him, there are few serious thoughts that are new in him. You will pardon me, therefore, if I presume he loved their fashion, when he wore their clothes. But since I have otherwise a great veneration for him, and you, Eugenius, prefer him above all other poets, I will use no farther argument to you than his example. I will produce Father Ben to you, dressed in all the ornaments and colors of the ancients. You will need no other guide to our party, if you follow him, and whether you consider the bad plays of our age, or regard the good ones of the last, both the best and worst of the modern poets will equally instruct you to esteem the ancients. Crites had no sooner left speaking, but Eugenius, who waited with some impatience for it, thus began. I have observed in your speech, that the former part of it is convincing, as to what the moderns have profited by the rules of the ancients, but in the latter you are careful to conceal how much they have excelled them. We own all the helps we have from them, and want neither veneration nor gratitude, while we acknowledge that, to overcome them, we must make use of all the advantages we have received from them. But to these assistances, we have joined our own industry, for had we sate down with a dull imitation of them, we might then have lost somewhat of the old perfection, but never acquired any that was new. We draw not, therefore, after their lines, but those of nature, and having the life before us, besides the experience of all they knew, it is no wonder if we hit some airs and features, which they have missed. I deny not what you urge of arts and sciences, page 514, that they have flourished in some ages more than others, but your instance in philosophy, page 514, makes for me. For if natural causes be more known now than in the time of Aristotle, because more studied, it follows that poesy and other arts may, with the same pains, arrive still nearer to perfection. And that granted, it will rest for you to prove that they wrought more perfect images of human life than we. Which, seeing in your discourse you have avoided to make good, it shall now be my task to show you some of their defects, and some few excellencies of the moderns. And I think there is none amongst us can imagine I do it enviously, or with purpose to detract from them, for what interest of fame, or profit, can the living lose by the reputation of the dead? On the other side, it is a great truth, which Velleius Paterculus affirms, audita visis licentius laudamus, et pro essentia invidia, pro iterita, admiration pro sequamur, et his nos abrui, illis instrui credimus, that praise or censure is certainly the most sincere, which unbribed posterity shall give us. Be pleased, then, in the first place, to take notice that the Greek poesy, which Crites has affirmed to have arrived to perfection in the reign of the Old Comedy, page 514, was so far from it, that the distinction of it into acts was not known to them, or if it were, it is yet so darkly delivered to us, that we cannot make it out. All we know of it is, from the singing of their chorus, and that too is so uncertain that in some of their plays, we have reason to conjecture they sang more than 5 times. Aristotle, indeed, divides the integral parts of a play into 4. Firstly, the protasis or entrance, which gives light only to the characters of the persons, and proceeds very little into any part of the action. Secondly, the epitasis or working up of the plot, where the play grows warmer, the design or action of it is drawing on, and you see something promising that it will come to pass. Thirdly, the catastasis or counterturn, which destroys that expectation, embroils the action in new difficulties, and leaves you far distant from that hope in which it found you, as you may have observed in a violent stream, resisted by a narrow passage, it turns round to an eddy, and carries back the waters with more swiftness than it brought them on. Lastly, the catastrophe, which the Grecians call Greek, desis, the French, le dénouement, and we, the discovery or unraveling of the plot. There you see all things settling again upon the first foundations, and the obstacles, which hindered the design or action of the play, once removed, it ends with that resemblance of truth or nature, that the audience are satisfied with the conduct of it. Thus this great man delivered to us the image of a play, and I must confess it is so lively, that, from thence, much light has been derived to the forming it more perfectly, into acts and scenes. But what poet first limited to 5, the number of the acts, I know not, only we see it so firmly established in the time of Horace, that he gives it for a rule in comedy. Nu brevir quinto, nu sit producture actu. So that you see, the Grecians cannot be said to have consummated this art, writing rather by entrances than by acts, and having rather a general indigested notion of a play, than knowing how and where to bestow the particular graces of it. But since the Spaniards, at this day, allow but 3 acts, which they call jornadas, to a play, and the Italians, in many of theirs, follow them, when I condemn the ancients, I declare it is not altogether because they have not 5 acts to every play, but because they have not confined themselves to one certain number. 'Tis building a house, without a model, and when they succeeded in such undertakings, they ought to have sacrificed to fortune, not to the muses. Next, for the plot, which Aristotle called Greek, to mythos, and often Greek, ton pragmaton synthesis, and from him, the Romans, fabula. It has already been judiciously observed by a late writer that in their tragedies, it was only some tale derived from Thebes or Troy, or, at least, something that happened in those 2 ages, which was worn so threadbare by the pens of all the epic poets, and even by tradition itself of the talkative Greeklings, as Ben Jonson calls them, that before it came upon the stage, it was already known to all the audience. And the people, as soon as ever they heard the name of Oedipus, knew as well as the poet that he had killed his father by a mistake, and committed incest with his mother before the play, that they were now to hear of a great plague, an oracle, and the ghost of Laius, so that they sate, with a yawning kind of expectation, till he was to come, with his eyes pulled out, and speak 100 or 2 of verses, in a tragic tone, in complaint of his misfortunes. But one Oedipus, Hercules, or Medea had been tolerable. Poor people! They scaped not so good cheap. They had still the chapun bull set before them, till their appetites were cloyed with the same dish, and the novelty being gone, the pleasure vanished. So that one main end of dramatic poesy, in its definition, page 513, which was, to cause delight, was, of consequence, destroyed. In their comedies, the Romans generally borrowed their plots from the Greek poets, and theirs were commonly a little girl stolen or wandered from her parents, brought back unknown to the same city, there got with child by some lewd young fellow, who, by the help of his servant, cheats his father. And when her time comes to cry Juno Lucina fair opum, one or other sees a little box or cabinet, which was carried away with her, and so discovers her to her friends, if some god do not anticipate it, by coming down in a machine, i.e., supernaturally, and take the thanks of it to himself. By the plot, you may guess many of the characters of the persons. An old father that would willingly, before he dies, see his son well married. His debauched son, kind in his nature to his wench, but miserably in want of money. A servant or slave, who has so much wit, as to strike in with him, and help to dupe his father, a braggadocio captain, a parasite, and a lady of pleasure. As for the poor honest maid, upon whom all the story is built, and who ought to be one of the principal actors in the play, she is commonly a mute in it. She has the breeding of the old Elizabethan way, for maids to be seen, and not to be heard, and it is enough you know she is willing to be married, when the 5th act requires it. These are plots built after the Italian mode of houses. You see through them all at once. The characters, indeed, are imitations of nature, but so narrow as if they had imitated only an eye or an hand, and did not dare to venture on the lines of a face, or the proportion of a body. But in how straight a compass soever they have bounded their plots and characters, we will pass it by, if they have regularly pursued them, and perfectly observed those 3 unities, of time, place, and action, the knowledge of which, you say, is derived to us from them. But, in the first place, give me leave to tell you that the unity of place, however it might be practiced by them, was never any of their rules. We neither find it in Aristotle, Horace, or any who have written of it, till, in our age, the French poets first made it a precept of the stage. The unity of time, even Terence himself, who was the best and most regular of them, has neglected. His Timorimenos or self-punisher takes up, visibly, 2 days. Therefore, says Scaliger, the 2 first acts concluding the first day, were acted overnight, the last 3 on the ensuing day. And Euripides, in tying himself to 1 day, has committed an absurdity never to be forgiven him. For, in one of his tragedies, he has made Theseus go from Athens to Thebes, which was about 40 English miles, under the walls of it, to give battle, and appear victorious in the next act, and yet, from the time of his departure, to the return of the Nuncius, who gives relation of his victory, Ethra and the chorus have but 36 verses, that is, not for every mile, a verse. The like error is evident in Terence his eunuch, when Laches the old man enters, in a mistake, the house of Thais, where, between his exit and the entrance of Pythias, who comes to give an ample relation of the garboils he has raised within, Parmeno, who was left upon the stage, has not above 5 lines to speak. C'est bien employé, un temps si court, says the French poet, who furnished me with one of the S.E. observations. And almost all their tragedies will afford us examples of the like nature. 'Tis true, they have kept the continuity, or as you called it, liaison de scenes, somewhat better. 2 do not perpetually come in together, talk, and go out together, and other 2 succeeded them, and do the same, throughout the act, which the English call by the name of single scenes. But the reason is, because they have seldom above 2 or 3 scenes, properly so called, in every act. For it is to be accounted a new scene, not every time the stage is empty, but every person who enters, though to others, makes it so, because he introduces a new business. Now the plots of their plays being narrow, and the persons few, one of their acts was written in a less compass than one of our well-wrought scenes, and yet they are often deficient even in this. to go no further than Terence. You find in the eunuch, Antipho entering, single, in the midst of the third act, after Creams and Pythias were gone off. In the same play, you have likewise Dorias beginning the fourth act alone, and after she has made a relation of what was done at the soldiers' entertainment, which, by the way, was very inartificial to do, because she was presumed to speak directly to the audience, and to acquaint them with what was necessary to be known, but yet should have been so contrived by the poet as to have been told by persons of the drama to one another, and so by them to have come to the knowledge of the people. She quits the stage, and Phaedria enters next, alone likewise. He also gives you an account of himself, and of his returning from the country, in monologue, to which unnatural way of narration Terence is subject in all his plays. In his Adelphi or Brothers, Cyrus and Demi enter after the scene was broken by the departure of Sostrata, Geta, and Canthora, and indeed, you can scarce look into any of his comedies, where you will not presently discover the same interruption. And as they have failed both in the laying of the plots and managing of them, swerving from the rules of their own art by misrepresenting nature to us, in which they have ill satisfied one intention of a play, which was delight, so in the instructive part, pages 513, 582-4, they have erred worse. Instead of punishing vice and rewarding virtue, they have often shown a prosperous wickedness and an unhappy piety. They have set before us a bloody image of revenge, in Medea, and given her dragons to convey her safe from punishment. A Priam and Astyanax murdered, and Cassandra ravished, and lust and murder ending in the victory of him that acted them. In short, there is no indecorum in any of our modern plays, which, if I would excuse, I could not shadow with some authority from the ancients. And one farther note of them, let me leave you. Tragedies and comedies were not writ then, as they are now, promiscuously, by the same person, but he who found his genius bending to the one, never attempted the other way. This is so plain, that I need not instance to you, that Aristophanes, Plautus, Terence never, any of them, writ a tragedy, Aeschylus, Euripides, Sophocles, and Seneca never meddled with comedy. The sock and buskin were not worn by the same poet. Having then so much care to excel in one kind, very little is to be pardoned them, if they miscarried in it. And this would lead me to the consideration of their wit, had not Crites given me sufficient warning not to be too bold in my judgment of it, because, the languages being dead, and many of the customs and little accidents on which it depended lost to us, page 518, we are not competent judges of it. But though I grant that, here and there, we may miss the application of a proverb or a custom, yet, a thing well said, will be wit in all languages, and though it may lose something in the translation, yet, to him who reads it in the original, 'tis still the same. He has an idea of its excellency, though it cannot pass from his mind into any other expression or words than those in which he finds it. When Phaedria in the eunuch had a command from his mistress to be absent 2 days, and encouraging himself to go through with it, said tandem ego non illa carim, si opus sit, vel totem triduum? Parmeno, to mock the softness of his master, lifting up his hands and eyes, cries out, as it were in admiration, Hui! Universum triduum! The elegancy of which universum, though it cannot be rendered in our language, yet leaves an impression of the wit on our souls. But this happens seldom in him, i.e. Terence, in Plautus oftener, who is infinitely too bold in his metaphors and coining words, out of which, many times, his wit is nothing. Which, questionless, was one reason why Horace falls upon him so severely in those verses. Sed proavi nostri Plautinos L numeros et laudavir sales, nimium patientu utrunc eni dicam stolide. For Horace himself was cautious to obtrude, in obtruding, a new word upon his readers, and makes custom and common use the best measure of receiving it into our writings. Multa renicenter quae nunc cessider, cadent quae nunc sunt in honore vocabula, si volet usus quem penis, arbitrium est, et jus, et norma locendi. The not observing of this rule is that which the world has blamed in our satirist Cleveland. To express a thing hard and unnaturally is his new way of elocution. 'Tis true, no poet but may sometimes use a catachresis. Virgil does it. Mistake ridendi collocasia fundet ecanaho. In his eclogue of Pollio. and in his seventh Aeneid. Miranter et unda, mirator nemus, in suatam fulgentia lunge, scuta virum fluvio, pictac in Narcarinas. And Ovid once, so modestly, that he asks leave to do it. Si verbo audacia, deter haud metrum summi dixis palatia celi. Calling the court of Jupiter, by the name of Augustus his palace. Though in another place he is more bold, where he says, et longus vicent Capitolia pompous. But to do this always, and never be able to write a line without it, though it may be admired by some few pedants, will not pass upon those who know that wit is best conveyed to us in the most easy language, and is most to be admired, when a great thought comes dressed in words so commonly received, that it is understood by the meanest apprehensions, as the best meat is the most easily digested. But we cannot read a verse of Cleveland's, without making a face at it, as if every word were a pill to swallow. He gives us, many times, a hard nut to break our teeth, without a kernel for our pains. So that there is this difference between his satires and Dr. Donne's, that the one, Donne, gives us deep thoughts in common language, though rough cadence, the other, Cleveland, gives us common thoughts in abstruse words. 'Tis true, in some places, his wit is independent of his words, as in that of the rebel Scott. Had Cain been Scott, God would have changed his doom, not forced him wander, but confined him home. Si sic, omnia dixissit. This is wit in all languages. 'Tis like mercury, never to be lost or killed. And so that other. For beauty, like white powder, makes no noise, and yet the silent hypocrite destroys. You see, the last line is highly metaphorical, but it is so soft and gentle that it does not shock us as we read it. But to return from whence I have digressed, to the consideration of the ancients' writing and wit, of which, by this time, you will grant us, in some measure, to be fit judges. Though I see many excellent thoughts in Seneca, yet he, of them, who had a genius most proper for the stage, was Ovid. He, i.e., Ovid, had a way of writing so fit to stir up a pleasing admiration and concernment, which are the objects of a tragedy, and to show the various movements of a soul combating betwixt different passions, that, had he lived in our age, or, in his own, could have writ with our advantages, no man but must have yielded to him, and therefore, I am confident the Medea is none of his. For, though I esteem it for the gravity and sensuousness of it, which he himself concludes to be suitable to a tragedy, omni genus scripti gravitate tragedia vincit, yet it moves not my soul enough to judge that he, who, in the epic way, wrote things so near the drama, as the stories of Myrrha, of Caunus and Byblis, and the rest, should stir up no more concernment, where he most endeavored it. The masterpiece of Seneca, I hold to be that scene in the Troads, where Ulysses is seeking for Astyanax, to kill him. There, you see the tenderness of a mother so represented in Andromache, that it raises compassion to a high degree in the reader, and bears the nearest resemblance, of anything in their tragedies, to the excellent scenes of passion in Shakespeare or in Fletcher. For love scenes, you will find but few among them. Their tragic poets dealt not with that soft passion, but with lust, cruelty, revenge, ambition, and those bloody actions they produced, which were more capable of raising horror than compassion in an audience, leaving love untouched, whose gentleness would have tempered them, which is the most frequent of all the passions, and which, being the private concernment of every person, is soothed by viewing its own image, page 549. In a public entertainment. Among their comedies, we find a scene or two of tenderness, and that, where you would least expect it, in Plautus. But to speak generally, their lovers say little, when they see each other's but anima mea. Vita mea. Greek, zoe kai suki. As the women, in Juvenal's time, used to cry out, in the fury of their kindness. Then indeed, to speak sense were an offense. Any sudden gust of passion, as an ecstasy of love in an unexpected meeting, cannot better be expressed than in a word and a sigh, breaking one another. Nature is dumb on such occasions, and to make her speak would be to represent her unlike herself. But there are 1,000 other concernments of lovers as jealousies, complaints, contrivances, and the like, where, not to open their minds at large to each other, were to be wanting to their own love, and to the expectation of the audience, who watch the movements of their minds, as much as the changes of their fortunes. For the imaging of the first, page 549, is properly the work of a poet, the latter, he borrows of the historian. Eugenius was proceeding in that part of his discourse, when Kreitz interrupted him. I see, said he. Eugenius and I are never likely to have this question decided betwixt us, for he maintains the moderns have acquired a new perfection in writing. I only grant they have altered the mode of it. Homer describes his heroes as men of great appetites, lovers of beef broiled upon the coals, and good fellows, contrary to the practice of the French romances, whose heroes either eat, nor drink, nor sleep for love. Virgil makes Aeneas a bold avowal of his own virtues. Some pious Aeneas fama super ethera notis, which, in the civility of our poets, is the character of a Fanfaron or Hector. For with us, the knight takes occasion to walk out, or sleep, to avoid the vanity of telling his own story, which the trusty squire is ever to perform for him, page 535. So, in their love scenes, of which Eugenius spoke last, the ancients were more hardy, we, the more talkative. They writ love, as it was then the mode to make it. And I will grant thus much to Eugenius, that, perhaps, one of their poets, had he lived in our age, assai fore hoc nostrum fado delupsus in evum. As Horace says of Lucilius, he had altered many things, not that they were not natural before, but that he might accommodate himself to the age he lived in. Yet, in the meantime, we are not to conclude anything rashly against those great men, but preserve to them the dignity of masters, and give that honor to their memories, quos libitina sacravit, part of which, we expect may be paid to us in future times. This moderation of Kreitz, as it was pleasing to all the company, so it put an end to that dispute, which Eugenius, who seemed to have the better of the argument, would urge no further. But Lycidius, after he had acknowledged himself of Eugenius his opinion concerning the ancients, yet told him he had forborne till his discourse was ended to ask him why he preferred the English plays above those of other nations, and whether we ought not to submit our stage to the exactness of our next neighbors? Though, said Eugenius, I am, at all times, ready to defend the honor of my country against the French, and to maintain we are as well able to vanquish them with our pens as our ancestors have been with their swords, yet, if you please, added he, looking upon Neander, I will commit this cause to my friend's management. His opinion of our plays is the same with mine. And besides, there is no reason that Kreitz and I, who have now left the stage, should re-enter so suddenly upon it, which is against the laws of comedy. If the question had been stated, replied Lycidius, who had writ best, the French or English, 40 years ago, i.e., in 1625, I should have been of your opinion, and adjudged the honor to our own nation, but since that time, said he, turning towards Neander, we have been so long bad Englishmen, that we had not leisure to be good poets. Beaumont died in 1615, Fletcher died in 1625, and Johnson died in 1637, who were only, alone, capable of bringing us to that degree of perfection which we have, were just then leaving the world, as if, in an age of so much horror, wit and those milder studies of humanity had no farther business among us. But the Muses, who ever follow peace, went to plant in another country. It was then that the great Cardinal de Richelieu began to take them into his protection, and that, by his encouragement, Corneille and some other Frenchmen reformed their theatre, which, before, was so much below ours, as it now surpasses it, and the rest of Europe. But because Kreitz, in his Discourse for the Ancients, has anticipated me by touching on many rules of the stage, which the moderns have borrowed from them, I shall only, in short, demand of you, whether you are not convinced that, of all nations, the French have best observed them? In the unity of time, you find them so scrupulous, that it yet remains a dispute among their poets, whether the artificial day, of 12 hours more or less, be not meant by Aristotle, rather that the natural one of 24, and consequently, whether all plays ought not to be reduced into that compass? This I can testify, that in all their dramas writ within these last 20 years, 1645 to 1665, and upwards, I have not observed any that have extended the time to 30 hours. In the unity of place, they are full, why, as scrupulous. for many of their critics limit it to that spot of ground where the play is supposed to begin. None of them exceed the compass of the same town or city. The unity of action in all their plays is yet more conspicuous, for they do not burden them with underplots, as the English do, which is the reason why many scenes of our tragicomedies carry on a design that is nothing of kin to the main plot, and that we see two distinct webs in a play, like those in ill-wrought stuffs, and two actions, that is, two plays carried on together, to the confounding of the audience, who, before they are warm in their concernments for one part, are diverted to another, and by that means expose the interest of either. From hence likewise it arises that one half of our actors, i.e., the characters in a play, are not known to the other. They keep their distances, as if they were Montagues and Capulets, and seldom begin an acquaintance till the last scene of the fifth act, when they are all to meet on the stage. There is no theatre in the world has anything so absurd as the English tragicomedy. 'Tis a drama of our own invention, and the fashion of it is enough to proclaim it so. Here a course of mirth, there another of sadness and passion, a third of honor, and the fourth a duel. Thus, in 2 hours and a half, we run through all the fits of Bedlam. The French afford you as much variety on the same day, but they do it not so unseasonably, or mal apropos as we. Our poets present you the play and the farce together, and our stages still retain somewhat of the original civility of the Red Bull. At Gersum et pugiles media inter carmina poscent. The end of tragedies or serious plays, says Aristotle, is to beget admiration, wonderment, compassion, or concernment. But are not mirth and compassion things incompatible? And is it not evident that the poet must, of necessity, destroy the former, by intermingling the latter? That is, he must ruin the sole end and object of his tragedy, to introduce somewhat that is forced in, and is not of the body of it. Would you not think that physician mad, who, having prescribed a purge, should immediately order you to take restringents upon it? But to leave our plays and return to theirs. I have noted one great advantage they have had in the plotting of their tragedies, that is, they are always grounded upon some known history, according to that of Horace, ex noto fictum carmen sequar, and in that, they have so imitated the ancients, that they have surpassed them. For the ancients, as was observed before, page 522, took for the foundation of their plays some poetical fiction, such as, under that consideration, could move but little concernment in the audience, because they already knew the event of it. But the French man goes farther. At ita mentitur, sic veris falso remisset, primo eni medium, media eni discrepit imum. He so interweaves truth with probable fiction that he puts a pleasing fallacy upon us, mends the intrigues of fate, and dispenses with the severity of history, to reward that virtue which has been rendered to us, there, unfortunate. Sometimes the story has left the success so doubtful that the writer is free, by the privilege of a poet, to take that which, of two or more relations, will best suit his design. As, for example, the death of Cyrus, whom Justin and some others report to have perished in the Scythian war, but Xenophon affirms to have died in his bed of extreme old age. Nay more, when the event is past dispute, even then, we are willing to be deceived, and the poet, if he contrives it with appearance of truth, has all the audience of his party on his side, at least during the time his play is acting. So naturally, we are kind to virtue, when our own interest is not in question, that we take it up, as the general concernment of mankind. On the other side, if you consider the historical plays of Shakespeare, they are rather so many chronicles of kings, or the business, many times, of 30 or 40 years cramped into a representation of 2 hours and a half, which is not to imitate or paint nature, but rather to draw her in miniature, to take her in little, to look upon her, through the wrong of a perspective, telescope, and receive her images. Pages 528, 549, not only much less, but infinitely more imperfect than the life. This, instead of making a play delightful, renders it ridiculous. Quodunc ostendis mihi sic, incredulus odii. For the spirit of man cannot be satisfied but with truth, or, at least, verisimilitude, and a poem is to contain, if not Greek tautuma, yet Greek hetmoisiohomia, as one of the Greek poets has expressed it, see page 589. Another thing, in which the French differ from us and from the Spaniards, is that they do not embarrass or cumber themselves with too much plot. They only represent so much of a story as will constitute one whole and great action sufficient for a play. We, who undertake more, do but multiply adventures, pages 541, 552, which, not being produced from one another, as effects from causes, but barely, following, constitute many actions in the drama, and consequently make it many plays. But by pursuing close, one argument, which is not cloyed with many turns, the French have gained more liberty for verse, in which they write. They have leisure to dwell upon a subject which deserves it, and to represent the passions, page 542, which we have acknowledged to be the poet's work, without being hurried from one thing to another, as we are in the plays of Calderon, which we have seen lately upon our theatres, under the name of Spanish plots. I have taken notice but of one tragedy of ours, whose plot has that uniformity and unity of design in it, which I have commended in the French, and that is, Rollo, or rather under the name of Rollo, the story of Basanius and Goda, in Herodian. There, indeed, the plot is neither large nor intricate, but just enough to fill the minds of the audience, not to cloy them. Besides, you see it founded on the truth of history. Only the time of the action is not reducible to the strictness of the rules. And you see, in some places, a little farce mingled, which is below the dignity of the other parts. And in this, all our poets are extremely peccant, even Ben Jonson himself, in Siphanus and Catiline, has given this olio, hodgepodge, of a play, this unnatural mixture of comedy and tragedy, which, to me, sounds just as ridiculous as the history of David, with the merry humors of Goliath. In Siphanus, you may take notice of the scene between Livia and the physician, which is a pleasant satire upon the artificial helps of beauty. In Catiline, you may see the parliament of women, the little envies of them to one another, and all that passes betwixt Curio and Fulvia. Scenes admirable in their kind, but of an ill mingle with the rest. But I return again to the French writers, who, as I have said, do not burden themselves too much with plot, which has been reproached to them by an ingenious person of our nation, as a fault. For he says they commonly make but one person considerable in a play. They dwell upon him and his concernments, while the rest of the persons are only subservient to set him off. If he intends this by it, that there is one person in the play who is of greater dignity than the rest, he must tax not only theirs, but those of the ancients, and which he would be loath to do, the best of ours. For it is impossible but that one person must be more conspicuous in it than any other, and consequently the greatest share in the action must devolve on him. We see it so in the management of all affairs. Even in the most equal aristocracy, the balance cannot be so justly poised, but someone will be superior to the rest, either in parts, fortune, interest, or the consideration of some glorious exploit, which will lead, the greatest part of business into his hands. But if he would have us to imagine that in exalting of one character the rest of them are neglected, and that all of them have not some share or other in the action of the play, I desire him to produce any of Corneille's tragedies, wherein every person, like so many servants in a well-governed family, has not some employment, and who is not necessary to the carrying on of the plot, or, at least, to your understanding it. There are, indeed, some protactic persons, precursors, in the ancients, whom they make use of in their plays, either to hear or give the relation, but the French avoid this with great address, making their narrations only to, or by such, who are some way interested, in the main design. And now I am speaking of relations, I cannot take a fitter opportunity to add this, in favor of the French, that they often use them with better judgment, more apropos than the English do. Not that I commend narrations in general, but there are two sorts of them. One, of those things which are antecedent to the play, and are related to make the conduct of it more clear to us. But 'tis a fault to choose such subjects for the stage, as will enforce us upon that rock, because we see that they are seldom listened to by the audience, and that it is, many times, the ruin of the play. For, being once let pass without attention, the audience can never recover themselves to understand the plot, and indeed, it is somewhat unreasonable that they should be put to so much trouble, as that, to comprehend what passes in their sight, they must have recourse to what was done, perhaps 10 or 20 years ago. But there is another sort of relations, that is, of things happening in the action of a play, and supposed to be done behind the scenes, and this is, many times, both convenient and beautiful. For by it, the French avoid the tumult, which we are subject to in England, by representing duels, battles, and such like, which renders our stage too like the theatres where they fight for prizes, i.e., theatres used as fencing schools, for assaults of arms, and c. For what is more ridiculous than to represent an army, with a drum and 5 men behind it, all which, the hero on the other side, is to drive in before him? Or to see a duel fought, and one slain with 2 or 3 thrusts of the foils? Which we know are so blunted, that we might give a man an hour to kill another, in good earnest, with them. I have observed that in all our tragedies, the audience cannot forbear laughing, when the actors are to die. 'Tis the most comic part of the whole play. All passions may be lively represented on the stage, if, to the well writing of them, the actor supplies a good commanded voice, and limbs that move easily, and without stiffness, but there are many actions, which can never be imitated to a just height. Dying, especially, is a thing, which none but a Roman gladiator could naturally perform upon the stage, when he did not imitate or represent it, but naturally do it. And, therefore, it is better to omit the representation of it. The words of a good writer, which describe it lively, will make a deeper impression of belief in us, than all the actor can persuade us to, when he seems to fall dead before us, as the poet, in the description of a beautiful garden, or meadow, will please our imagination more than the place itself will please our sight. When we see death represented, we are convinced it is but fiction, but when we hear it related, our eyes, the strongest witnesses, are wanting, which might have undeceived us, and we are all willing to favor the slight, when the poet does not too grossly impose upon us. They, therefore, who imagine these relations would make no concernment in the audience, are deceived, by confounding them with the other, which are of things antecedent to the play. Those are made often, in cold blood, as I may say, to the audience, but these are warmed with our concernments, which are, before, awakened in the play. What the philosophers say of motion, that when it is once begun, it continues of itself, and will do so, to eternity, without some stop be put to it, is clearly true on this occasion. The soul, being moved with the characters and fortunes of those imaginary persons, continues going of its own accord, and we are no more weary to hear what becomes of them, when they are not on the stage, than we are to listen to the news of an absent mistress. But it is objected that if one part of the play may be related, then, why not all? I answer. Some parts of the action are more fit to be represented, some to be related. Corneille says judiciously that the poet is not obliged to expose to view all particular actions, which conduce to the principal. He ought to select such of them to be seen, which will appear with the greatest beauty, either by the magnificence of the shew, or the vehemence of the passions which they produce, or some other charm which they have in them, and let the rest arrive to the audience, by narration. 'Tis a great mistake in us, to believe the French present no part of the action upon the stage. Every alteration, or crossing of a design, every new sprung passion, and turn of it, is a part of the action, and much the noblest, except we conceive nothing to be action, till they come to blows, as if the painting of the hero's mind were not more properly the poet's work, than the strength of his body. Nor does this anything contradict the opinion of Horace, where he tells us, Segnius irritant animos demissa per orum quam quae sunt oculis subjecta fidelibus. For he says, immediately after, Non temenintis digna, geri proms insinum, multac tolls ex oculis, quae mox neret fecundia praesens. Among which many he recounts some. Enici pueros quorum populo media trucidet, aut in avum progni mutator, cadmus in anguim, and c. That is, those actions, which, by reason of their cruelty, will cause aversion in us, or, by reason of their impossibility, unbelief, pages 496, 545, ought either wholly to be avoided by a poet, or only delivered by narration, to which, we may have leave to add, such as to avoid tumult, as was before hinted, pages 535, 544. Or to reduce the plot into a more reasonable compass of time, or for defect of beauty in them, are rather to be related than presented to the eye. Examples of all these kinds are frequent, not only among all the ancients, but in the best received of our English poets. We find Ben Jonson using them in his Magnetic Lady, where one comes out from dinner, and relates the quarrels and disorders of it, to save the indecent appearing of them on the stage, and to abbreviate the story, and this, in express imitation of Terence, who had done the same before him, in his Eunuch, where Pythias makes the like relation of what had happened within, at the soldiers' entertainment. The relations, likewise, of Sophanis's death and the prodigies before it, are remarkable. The one of which was hid from sight, to avoid the horror and tumult of the representation, the other, to shun the introducing of things impossible to be believed. In that excellent play, The King and No King, Fletcher goes yet farther. For the whole unraveling of the plot is done by narration in the 5th act, after the manner of the ancients, and it moves great concernment in the audience, though it be only a relation of what was done many years before the play. I could multiply other instances, but these are sufficient to prove that there is no error in choosing a subject which requires this sort of narration. In the ill managing of them they may. But I find I have been too long in this discourse, since the French have many other excellencies, not common to us. As that you never see any of their plays end with a conversion, or a simple change of will, which is the ordinary way our poets are accustomed to end theirs. It shows little art in the conclusion of a dramatic poem, when they who have hindered the felicity during the 4 acts desist from it in the 5th, without some powerful cause to take them off, and though I deny not but such reasons may be found, yet it is a path that is cautiously to be trod, and the poet is to be sure he convinces the audience that the motive is strong enough. As, for example, the conversion of the usurer and the scornful lady seems to me a little forced. For, being a usurer, which implies a lover of money in the highest degree of covetousness, and such, the poet has represented him, the account he gives for the sudden change is, that he has been duped by the wild young fellow, which, in reason, might render him more wary another time, and make him punish himself with harder fare and coarser clothes, to get it up again. But that he should look upon it as a judgment, and so repent, we may expect to hear of in a sermon, but I should never endure it in a play. I pass by this. Neither will I insist upon the care they take, that no person, after his first entrance, shall ever appear, but the business which brings upon the stage shall be evident. Which, if observed, must needs render all the events of the play more natural. For there, you see the probability of every accident in the cause that produced it, and that which appears chance in the play will seem so reasonable to you that you will there find it almost necessary, so that in the exits of their actors you have a clear account of their purpose and design in the next entrance, though, if the scene be well wrought, the event will commonly deceive you. For there is nothing so absurd, says Corneille, as for an actor to leave the stage, only because he has no more to say. I should now speak of the beauty of their rhyme, and the just reason I have to prefer that way of writing, in tragedies, before ours, in blank verse. But because it is partly received by us, and therefore not altogether peculiar to them, I will say no more of it, in relation to their plays. For our own, I doubt not but it will exceedingly beautify them, and I can see but one reason why it should not generally obtain, that is, because our poets write so ill in it, pages 503, 578, 598. This, indeed, may prove a more prevailing argument than all others which are used to destroy it, and therefore I am only troubled when great and judicious poets, and those who are acknowledged such, have writ or spoke against it. As for others, they are to be answered by that one sentence of an ancient author: Sed uti primo ad consequendos eos quos prioris docimus excendimer, ida ubi aut preteriri, aut quari eos passi desperavimus, studium cum sp senescit, quat silicet, asequi non potest sequidinit, praeteritoque eo in quo eminere non possumus, aliquid in quo nitimer conquerimus. Lycidius concluded in this manner, and Neander, after a little pause, thus answered him: I shall grant Lycidius, without much dispute, a great part of what he has urged against us. For I acknowledge the French contrive their plots more regularly, observe the laws of comedy, and decorum of the stage, to speak generally, with more exactness than the English. Farther, I deny not but he has taxed us justly, in some irregularities of ours, which he has mentioned. Yet, after all, I am of opinion that neither our faults nor their virtues are considerable enough to place them above us. For the lively imitation of nature being the definition of a play, page 513, those which best fulfill that law ought to be esteemed superior to the others. 'Tis true those beauties of the French poesy are such as will raise perfection higher where it is, but are not sufficient to give it where it is not. They are, indeed, the beauties of a statue, not of a man, because not animated with the soul of poesy, which is imitation of humor and passions. And this, Lycidius himself, or any other, however biased to their party, cannot but acknowledge, if he will either compare the humors of our comedies, or the characters of our serious plays with theirs. He that will look upon theirs, which have been written till, within, these last 10 years, i.e., 1655, when Molière began to write, or thereabouts, will find it a hard matter to pick out 2 or 3 passable humors amongst them. Corneille himself, their arch-poet, what has he produced, except the Lyre? And you know how it was cried up in France. But when it came upon the English stage, though well translated, and that part of Dorant acted to so much advantage by Mr. Hart, as, I am confident, it never received in its own country, the most favorable to it, would not put it in competition with many of Fletcher's or Ben Jonson's. In the rest of Corneille's comedies you have little humor. He tells you, himself, his way is first to show 2 lovers in good intelligence with each other, in the working up of the play, to embroil them by some mistake, and in the latter end, to clear it up. But of late years, de Molière, the younger Corneille, Quinault, and some others, have been imitating, afar off, the quick turns and graces of the English stage. They have mixed their serious plays with mirth, like our tragi-comedies, since the death of Cardinal Richelieu, in 1642, which Lycidius and many others not observing, have commended that in them for a virtue, page 531, which they themselves no longer practice. Most of their new plays are, like some of ours, derived from the Spanish novels. There is scarce one of them, without a veil, and a trusty Diego, who drolls, much after the rate of the adventures, pages 533, 553. But their humors, if I may grace them with that name, are so thin-sown, that never above one of them comes up in a play. I dare take upon me to find more variety of them in one play of Ben Jonson's than in all theirs together, as he who has seen The Alchemist, The Silent Woman, or Bartholomew Fair, cannot but acknowledge with me. I grant the French have performed what was possible on the groundwork of the Spanish plays. What was pleasant before they have made regular. But there is not above one good play to be writ upon all those plots. They are too much alike to please often, which we need not adduce the experience of our own stage to justify. As for their new way of mingling mirth with serious plot, I do not, with Lycidius, condemn the thing, though I cannot approve their manner of doing it. He tells us, we cannot so speedily recollect ourselves, after a scene of great passion and concernment, as to pass to another of mirth and humor, and to enjoy it with any relish. But why should he imagine the soul of man more heavy than his senses? Does not the eye pass from an unpleasant object to a pleasant, in a much shorter time than is required to this? And does not the unpleasantness of the first commend the beauty of the latter? The old rule of logic might have convinced him that contraries, when placed near, set off each other. A continued gravity keeps the spirit too much bent. We must refresh it sometimes, as we bait lunch upon a journey, that we may go on with greater ease. A scene of mirth mixed with tragedy has the same effect upon us, which our music has betwixt the acts, and that we find a relief to us from the best plots and language of the stage, if the discourses have been long. I must, therefore, have stronger arguments, ere I am convinced that compassion and mirth, in the same subject, destroy each other, and, in the meantime, cannot but conclude to the honor of our nation that we have invented, increased, and perfected a more pleasant way of writing for the stage than was ever known to the ancients or moderns of any nation, which is tragi-comedy. And this leads me to wonder why Lycidius, page 533, and many others, should cry up the barrenness of the French plots above the variety and copiousness of the English? Their plots are single. They carry on one design, which is pushed forward by all the actors, every scene in the play contributing and moving towards it. Ours, besides the main design, have underplots or by-concernments of less considerable persons and intrigues, which are carried on, with the motion of the main plot, just as they say the orbits of the fixed stars, and those of the planets, though they have motions of their own, are whirled about by the motion of the primum mobile in which they are contained. That similitude expresses much of the English stage. For if contrary motions may be found in nature to agree, if a planet can go east and west at the same time, one way, by virtue of his own motion, the other, by the force of the first mover, it will not be difficult to imagine how the underplot, which is only different from, not contrary to the great design, may naturally be conducted along with it. Eugenius Lycidius has already shown us, page 534, from the Confession of the French Poets, that the unity of action is sufficiently preserved, if all the imperfect actions of the play are conducing to the main design. But when those petty intrigues of a play are so ill-ordered that they have no coherence with the other, I must grant that Lycidius has reason to tax that want of due connection. For coordination in a play is as dangerous and unnatural as in a state. In the meantime, he must acknowledge, our variety, if well ordered, will afford a greater pleasure to the audience. As for his other argument, that by pursuing one single theme, they gain an advantage to express and work up the passions, page 533, I wish any example he could bring from them would make it good. For I confess their verses are, to me, the coldest I have ever read. Neither, indeed, is it possible for them, in the way they take, so to express passion as that the effects of it should appear in the concernment of an audience, their speeches being so many declamations, which tire us with the length, so that, instead of persuading us to grieve for their imaginary heroes, we are concerned for our own trouble, as we are, in the tedious visits of bad, dull company. We are in pain till they are gone. When the French stage came to be reformed by Cardinal Richelieu, those long harangues were introduced, to comply with the gravity of a churchman. Look upon the Cinna and Pompey. They are not so properly to be called plays, as long discourses of reason, of state, and Polyeuct, in matters of religion, is as solemn as the long stops upon our organs. Since that time, it has grown into a custom, and their actors speak by the hour-glass, as our parsons do. Nay, they account it the grace of their parts, and think themselves disparaged by the poet, if they may not twice or thrice in a play entertain the audience with a speech of 100 or 200 lines. I deny not but this may suit well enough with the French, for as we, who are a more sullen people, come to be diverted at our plays, they, who are of an airy and gay temper, come thither to make themselves more serious. And this I conceive to be one reason why comedy is more pleasing to us, and tragedy to them. But to speak generally, it cannot be denied that short speeches and replies are more apt to move the passions, and beget concernment in us, than the other. For it is unnatural for any one in a gust of passion to speak long together, or for another, in the same condition, to suffer him without interruption. Grief and passion are like floods raised in little brooks, by a sudden rain. They are quickly up, and if the concernment be poured unexpectedly in upon us, it overflows us. But a long sober shower gives them leisure to run out as they came in, without troubling the ordinary current. As for comedy, repartee is one of its chiefest graces. The greatest pleasure of the audience is a chase of wit, kept up on both sides, and swiftly managed. And this, our forefathers, if not we, have had, in Fletcher's plays, to a much higher degree of perfection than the French poets can arrive at. There is another part of Lycidius's discourse, in which he has rather excused our neighbors than commended them, that is, for aiming only, simply, to make one person considerable in their plays. 'Tis very true what he has urged, that one character in all plays, even without the poet's care, will have the advantage of all the others, and that the design of the whole drama will chiefly depend on it. But this hinders not that there may be more shining characters in the play, many persons of a second magnitude, nay, some so very near, so almost equal to the first, that greatness may be opposed to greatness, and all the persons be made considerable, not only by their quality, but their action. 'Tis evident that the more the persons are, the greater will be the variety of the plot. If then the parts are managed so regularly that the beauty of the whole be kept entire, and that the variety become not a perplexed and confused mass of accidents, you will find it infinitely pleasing to be led in a labyrinth of design, where you see some of your way before you, yet discern not the end till you arrive at it. And that all this is practicable, I can produce, for examples, many of our English plays, as The Maid's Tragedy, The Alchemist, The Silent Woman. I was going to have named The Fox, but that the unity of design seems not exactly observed in it. For there appear two actions in the play, the first naturally ending with the fourth act, the second forced from it, in the fifth. Which yet is the less to be condemned in him, because the disguise of Volpone, though it suited not with his character as a crafty or covetous person, agreed well enough with that of a voluptuary, and by it, the poet gained the end he aimed at, the punishment of vice and reward of virtue, which that disguise produced. So that, to judge equally of it, it was an excellent fifth act, but not so naturally proceeding from the former. But to leave this, and to pass to the latter part of Lycidius his discourse, which concerns relations. I must acknowledge, with him, that the French have reason, when they hide that part of the action, which would occasion too much tumult on the stage, and choose rather to have it made known by narration to the audience, page 535. Farther, I think it very convenient, for the reasons he has given, that all incredible actions were removed, page 537, but whether custom has so insinuated itself into our countrymen, or nature has so formed them to fierceness, I know not, but they will scarcely suffer combats or other objects of horror to be taken from them. And indeed the indecency of tumults is all which can be objected against fighting. For why may not our imagination as well suffer itself to be deluded with the probability of it, as any other thing in the play? For my part, I can, with as great ease, persuade myself that the blows, which are struck, are given in good earnest, as I can, that they who strike them, are kings, or princes, or those persons which they represent. For objects of incredibility, page 537, I would be satisfied from Lycidius, whether we have any so removed from all appearance of truth, as are those in Corneille's Andromede? A play that has been frequented, repeated, the most, of any he has writ. If the Perseus or the son of the heathen god, the Pegasus, and the monster, were not capable to choke a strong belief, let him blame any representation of ours hereafter. Those, indeed, were objects of delight, yet the reason is the same as to the probability, for he makes it not a ballet, or mask, but a play, which is, to resemble truth. As for death, that it ought not to be represented, page 536, I have, besides the arguments alleged by Lycidius, the authority of Ben Jonson, who has forborne it in his tragedies, for both the death of Sejanus and Catiline are related. Though in the latter I cannot but observe one irregularity of that great poet. He has removed the scene in the same act, from Rome to Catiline's army, and from thence, again to Rome, and besides has allowed a very inconsiderable time after Catiline's speech, for the striking of the battle, and the return of Petreius, who is to relate the event of it to the Senate. Which I should not animadvert upon him, who was otherwise a painful observer of Greek, to Prepon, or the decorum of the stage, if he had not used extreme severity in his judgment, in his discoveries, upon the incomparable Shakespeare, for the same fault. To conclude on this subject of relations, if we are to be blamed for showing too much of the action, the French are as faulty for discovering too little of it. A mean betwixt both should be observed by every judicious writer, so as the audience may either be left unsatisfied by not seeing what is beautiful, or shocked by beholding what is either incredible or indecent. I hope I have already proved in this discourse that though we are not altogether so punctual as the French in observing the laws of comedy, yet our errors are so few, and so little, and those things wherein we excel them so considerable, that we ought, of right, to be preferred before them. But what will Lycidius say? If they themselves acknowledge they are too strictly tied up by those laws, for the breaking which he has blamed the English? I will allege Corneille's words, as I find them in the end of this discourse of the three unities. Il est facile aux speculatifs d'être sévère, and c. 'Tis easy for speculative people to judge severely, but if they would produce to public view, 10 or 12 pieces of this nature, they would, perhaps, give more latitude to the rules than I have done, when, by experience, they had known how much we are bound up and constrained by them, and how many beauties of the stage they banished from it. To illustrate a little what he has said, by their servile imitations of the unities of time and place, and integrity of scenes, they have brought upon themselves the dearth of plot and narrowness of imagination which may be observed in all their plays. How many beautiful accidents might naturally happen in 2 or 3 days, which cannot arrive, with any probability, in the compass of 24 hours. There is time to be allowed, also, for maturity of design, which, amongst great and prudent persons, such as are often represented in tragedy, cannot, with any likelihood of truth, be brought to pass at so short a warning. Farther, by tying themselves strictly to the unity of place and unbroken scenes, they are forced, many times, to omit some beauties which cannot be shown where the act began, but might, if the scene were interrupted, and the stage cleared, for the persons to enter in another place. And therefore, the French poets are often forced upon absurdities. For if the act begins in a chamber, all the persons in the play must have some business or other to come thither, or else they are not to be shown in that act, and sometimes their characters are very unfitting to appear there. As, suppose it were the king's bedchamber, yet the meanest man in the tragedy must come and dispatch his business there, rather than in the lobby or courtyard, which were fitter for him, for fear the stage should be cleared, and the scenes broken. Many times they fall, by it, into a greater inconvenience, for they keep their scenes unbroken, and yet change the place. As, in one of their newest plays, i.e., before 1665, where the act begins in a street, there, a gentleman is to meet his friend. He sees him, with his man, coming out from his father's house. They talk together, and the first goes out. The second, who is a lover, has made an appointment with his mistress. She appears at the window, and then, we are to imagine the scene lies under it. This gentleman is called away, and leaves his servant with his mistress. Presently, her father is heard from within. The young lady is afraid the serving man should be discovered, and thrusts him through a door, which is supposed to be her closet, boudoir. After this, the father enters to the daughter, and now the scene is in a house, for he is seeking, from one room to another, for his poor Philippine or French Diego, who is heard from within, drolling, and breaking many a miserable conceit upon his sad condition. In this ridiculous manner the play goes on, the stage being never empty all the while. So that the street, the window, the 2 houses, and the closet are made to walk about, and the persons to stand still. Now what, I beseech you, is more easy than to write a regular French play? Or more difficult than to write an irregular English one, like those of Fletcher or of Shakespeare? If they content themselves, as Corneille did, with some flat design, which, like an ill riddle, is found out ere it be half proposed, such plots we can make every way regular, as easily as they, but whene'er they endeavor to rise up to any quick turns or counter-turns of plot, as some of them have attempted, since Corneille's plays have been less in vogue, you see they write as irregularly as we, though they cover it more speciously. Hence the reason is perspicuous, why no French plays, when translated, have, or ever can succeed upon the English stage. For, if you consider the plots, our own are fuller of variety. If the writing, ours are more quick, and fuller of spirit, and therefore 'tis a strange mistake in those who decry the way of writing plays in verse, as if the English therein imitated the French. We have borrowed nothing from them. Our plots are weaved in English looms. We endeavor, therein, to follow the variety and greatness of characters, which are derived to us from Shakespeare and Fletcher, the copiousness and well-knitting of the intrigues we have from Jonson. And for the verse itself, we have English precedents, of elder date than any of Corneille's plays. Not to name our old comedies before Shakespeare, which are all writ in verse of 6 feet or Alexandrines, such as the French now use, I can show in Shakespeare many scenes of rhyme together, and the like in Ben Jonson's tragedies. In Catiline and Sejanus, sometimes 30 or 40 lines. I mean, besides the chorus or the monologues, which, by the way, showed Ben no enemy to this way of writing, especially if you look upon his Sad Shepherd, which goes sometimes upon rhyme, sometimes upon blank verse, like a horse, who eases himself upon trot and amble. You find him, likewise, commending Fletcher's Pastoral of the Faithful Shepherdess, which is, for the most part, in rhyme, though not refined to that purity to which it hath since been brought. And these examples are enough to clear us from a servile imitation of the French. But to return from whence I have digressed. I dare boldly affirm these two things of the English drama. First, that we have many plays of ours as regular as any of theirs, and which, besides, have more variety of plot and characters. And, secondly, that in most of the irregular plays of Shakespeare or Fletcher for Ben Jonson's are for the most part regular, there is a more masculine fancy, and greater spirit in all the writing, than there is in any of the French. I could produce, even in Shakespeare's and Fletcher's works, some plays which are almost exactly formed, as The Merry Wives of Windsor and The Scornful Lady. But because, generally speaking, Shakespeare, who writ first, did not perfectly observe the laws of comedy, and Fletcher, who came nearer to perfection in this respect yet through carelessness made many faults, I will take the pattern of a perfect play from Ben Jonson, who was a careful and learned observer of the dramatic laws, and from all his comedies, I shall select The Silent Woman, page 597, of which I will make a short examination, according to those rules which the French observe. As Ninder was beginning to examine The Silent Woman, Eugenius, looking earnestly upon him, I beseech you, Ninder, said he, gratify the company, and me in particular, so far as, before you speak of the play, to give us a character of the author, and tell us, frankly, your opinion. Whether you do not think all writers, both French and English, ought to give place to him? I fear, replied Ninder, that in obeying your commands I shall draw a little envy upon myself. Besides, in performing them, it will be first necessary to speak somewhat of Shakespeare and Fletcher, his rivals in poesy, and one of them, in my opinion, at least his equal, perhaps his superior. To begin then with Shakespeare. He was the man who, of all modern and perhaps ancient poets, had the largest and most comprehensive soul, page 540. All the images of nature, pages 528, 533, were still present, apparent, to him, page 489, and he drew them not laboriously, but luckily, felicitously. When he describes anything, you more than see it, you feel it too. Those who accuse him to have wanted learning, give him the greater commendation. He was naturally learned. He needed not the spectacles of books to read nature. He looked inwards, and found her there. I cannot say, he is everywhere alike. Were he so, I should do him injury to compare him, even, with the greatest of mankind. He is many times flat, insipid, his comic wit degenerating into clenches, his serious swelling into bombast. But he is always great, when some great occasion is presented to him. No man can say he ever had a fit subject for his wit, and did not then raise himself as high above the rest of poets. Quantum lenta solent, inter viburna cupressi. The consideration of this made Mr. Hales of Eton say that there was no subject of which any poet ever writ, but he would produce it much better treated of in Shakespeare, and however others are now generally preferred before him, yet the age wherein he lived, which had contemporaries with him, Fletcher and Jonson, never equaled them to him, in their esteem. And in the last King's Charles I. court, when Ben's reputation was at the highest, Sir John Suckling, and with him the greater part of the courtiers, set our Shakespeare far above him. Beaumont and Fletcher, of whom I am next to speak, had, with the advantage of Shakespeare's wit, which was their precedent, great natural gifts improved by study. Beaumont, especially, being so accurate a judge of plays that Ben Jonson, while he, i.e. Beaumont, lived, submitted all his writings to his censure, and 'tis thought used his judgment in correcting, if not contriving all his plots. What value he had for, i.e. attached to him, appears by the verses he writ to him, and therefore I need speak no farther of it. The first play which brought Fletcher and him in esteem was their Philaster. For, before that, they had written 2 or 3 very unsuccessfully, as the like is reported of Ben Jonson, before he writ Every Man in His Humour, acted in 1598. Their plots were generally more regular than Shakespeare's, especially those which were made before Beaumont's death, and they understood and imitated the conversation of gentlemen, in the conventional sense in which it was understood in Dryden's time, much better, i.e., than Shakespeare, whose wild debaucheries, and quickness of wit and repartees, no poet can ever paint as they have done. This humor, which Ben Jonson derived from particular persons, they made it not their business to describe. They represented all the passions very lively, but above all love. I am apt to believe the English language, in them, arrived to its highest perfection. What words have since been taken in, are rather superfluous than necessary. Their plays are now the most pleasant and frequent entertainments of the stage, 2 of theirs being acted through the year, for 1 of Shakespeare's or Jonson's. The reason is because there is a certain gaiety in their comedies, and pathos in their more serious plays, which suit generally with all men's humors. Shakespeare's language is likewise a little obsolete, and Ben Jonson's wit comes short of theirs. As for Jonson, to whose character I am now arrived, if we look upon him, while he was himself, for his last plays were but his dotages, I think him the most learned and judicious writer which any theatre ever had. He was a most severe judge of himself, as well as others. One cannot say he wanted wit, but rather that he was frugal of it, page 572. In his works, you find little to retrench or alter. Wit and language, and humor also in some measure, we had before him, but something of art was wanting to the drama, till he came. He managed his strength to more advantage than any who preceded him. You seldom find him making love in any of his scenes, or endeavoring to move the passions. His genius was too sullen and saturnine to do it gracefully, especially when he knew he came after those who had performed both to such a height. Humor was his proper sphere, and in that he delighted most to represent mechanic, uncultivated people. He was deeply conversant in the ancients, both Greek and Latin, and he borrowed boldly from them. There is scarce a poet or historian, among the Roman authors of those times, whom he has not translated in Sejanus and Catiline, but he has done his robberies so openly, that one may see he fears not to be taxed by any law. He invades authors like a monarch, and what would be theft in other poets, is only victory in him. With the spoils of these writers he so represents old Rome to us, in its rites, ceremonies, and customs, that if one of their own poets had written either of his tragedies, we had seen less of it than in him. If there was any fault in his language, 'twas that he weaved it too closely and laboriously in his serious plays. Perhaps, too, he did a little too much Romanize our tongue, leaving the words which he translated, almost as much Latin as he found them, wherein, though he learnedly followed the idiom of their language, he did not enough comply with ours. If I would compare him with Shakespeare, I must acknowledge him the more correct poet, but Shakespeare the greater wit. Shakespeare was the Homer, or father of our dramatic poets. Jonson was the Virgil, the pattern of elaborate writing. I admire him, but I love Shakespeare. To conclude of him, as he has given us the most correct plays, so in the precepts which he has laid down in his discoveries, we have as many and profitable rules as any wherewith the French can furnish us. Having thus spoken of this author, I proceed to the examination of his comedy, The Silent Woman. Examen of The Silent Woman. To begin, first, with the length of the action. It is so far from exceeding the compass of a natural day, that it takes not up an artificial one. 'Tis all included in the limits of 3 hours and a half, which is no more than is required for the representation of it on the stage. A beauty, perhaps, not much observed. If it had been, we should not have looked upon the Spanish translation, i.e., the adaptation from the Spanish, of 5 hours, pages 533, 541, with so much wonder. The scene of it is laid in London. The latitude of place is almost as little as you can imagine, for it lies all within the compass of 2 houses, and, after the first act, in one. The continuity of scenes is observed more than in any of our plays, excepting his own Fox and Alchemist. They are not broken above twice, or thrice at the most, in the whole comedy, and in the 2 best of Corneille's plays, The Cid and Cinna, they are interrupted once apiece. The action of the play is entirely one, the end or aim of which is the settling Crow's estate on Dauphin. The intrigue of it is the greatest and most noble of any pure unmixed comedy in any language. You see in it many persons of various characters and humors, and all delightful. As first, Morose, an old man, to whom all noise, but his own talking, is offensive. Some, who would be thought critics, say, this humor of his is forced. But to remove that objection, we may consider him, first, to be naturally of a delicate hearing, as many are, to whom all sharp sounds are unpleasant, and secondly, we may attribute much of it to the peevishness of his age, or the wayward authority of an old man in his own house, where he may make himself obeyed, and this the poet seems to allude to in his name Morose. Besides this, I am assured from divers persons that Ben Jonson was actually acquainted with such a man, one altogether as ridiculous as he is here represented. Others say, it is not enough to find one man of such an humor. It must be common to more, and the more common, the more natural. To prove this, they instance in the best of comical characters, Falstaff. There are many men resembling him, old, fat, merry, cowardly, drunken, amorous, vain, and lying. But to convince these people, I need but to tell them that humor is the ridiculous extravagance of conversation, wherein one man differs from all others. If then it be common, or communicated to any, how differs it from other men's? Or what indeed causes it to be ridiculous, so much as the singularity of it? As for Falstaff, he is not properly one humor, but a miscellany of humors or images drawn from so many several men. That wherein he is singular is his wit, or those things he says, praeter expectatum, unexpected by the audience, his quick evasions, when you imagine him surprised, which, as they are extremely diverting of themselves, so receive a great addition from his person, for the very sight of such an unwieldy old debauched fellow is a comedy alone. And here, having a place so proper for it, I cannot but enlarge somewhat upon this subject of humor, into which I am fallen. The ancients had little of it in their comedies, for the Greek, no geloi, facetious absurdities, of the old comedy, of which Aristophanes was chief, was not so much to imitate a man, as to make the people laugh at some odd conceit, which had commonly somewhat of unnatural or obscene in it. Thus, when you see Socrates brought upon the stage, you are not to imagine him made ridiculous by the imitation of his actions, but rather, by making him perform something very unlike himself, something so childish and absurd, as, by comparing it with the gravity of the true Socrates, makes a ridiculous object for the spectators. In the new comedy which succeeded, the poet sought, indeed, to express the Greek ethos, manners, and habits, as in their tragedies, the Greek pathos, sufferings, of mankind. But this Greek ethos contained only the general characters of men and manners, as of old men, lovers, serving men, courtesans, parasites, and such other persons as we see in their comedies. All which they made alike, that is, one old man or father, one lover, one courtesan so like another, as if the first of them had begot the rest of every each sort. Ex homini hunc natum dicus. The same custom they observed likewise in their tragedies. As for the French, though they have the word humor among them, yet they have small use of it in their comedies or farces, they being but ill imitations of the ridiculum or that which stirred up laughter in the old comedy. But among the English, 'tis otherwise. Where, by humor is meant some extravagant habit, passion, or affection, particular, as I said before, to some one person, by the oddness of which, he is immediately distinguished from the rest of men, which, being lively and naturally represented, most frequently begets that malicious pleasure in the audience, which is testified by laughter, as all things which are deviations from common customs are ever the optest to produce it. Though, by the way, this laughter is only accidental, as the person represented is fantastic or bizarre, but pleasure is essential to it, as the imitation of what is natural. This description of these humors, 9, drawn from the knowledge and observation of particular persons, was the peculiar genius and talent of Ben Jonson, to whose play I now return. Besides Morose, there are, at least, 9 or 10 different characters and humors in The Silent Woman, all which persons have several concernments of their own, yet are all used by the poet to the conducting of the main design to perfection. I shall not waste time in commending the writing of this play, but I will give you my opinion, that there is more wit and acuteness of fancy in it than in any of Ben Jonson's. Besides that, he has here described the conversation of gentlemen, in the persons of true wit and his friends, with more gaiety, air, and freedom than in the rest of his comedies. For the contrivance of the plot, 'tis extreme, elaborate, and yet, withal, easy. For the Greek, desis, or untying of it, 'tis so admirable, that, when it is done, no one of the audience would think the poet could have missed it, and yet, it was concealed so much before the last scene, that any other way would sooner have entered into your thoughts. But I dare not take upon me to commend the fabric of it, because it is altogether so full of art, that I must unravel every scene in it, to commend it as I ought. And this excellent contrivance is still the more to be admired, because 'tis a comedy where the persons are only of common rank, and their business private, not elevated by passions or high concernments as in serious plays. Here, every one is a proper judge of what he sees. Nothing is represented but that with which he daily converses, so that, by consequence, all faults lie open to discovery, and few are pardonable. 'Tis this, which Horace has judiciously observed. Creditor ex mediocia residentialar cessit habere sudoris minimum, sed habet cum de tanto plus honoris, quanto venis minus. But our poet, who was not ignorant of these difficulties, had availed himself of all advantages, as he who designs a large leap takes his rise from the highest ground. One of these advantages is that, which Corneille has laid down as the greatest which can happen, to any poem, and which he, himself, could never compass, above thrice, in all his plays, viz., the making choice of some signal and long-expected day, whereon the action of the play is to depend. This day was that designed by Dauphin, for the settling of his uncle's estate upon him, which to compass, he contrives to marry him. That the marriage had been plotted by him, long beforehand, is made evident by what he tells True Wit, in the second act, that in one moment he, True Wit, had destroyed what he had been raising many months. There is another artifice of the poet, which I cannot here omit, because, by the frequent practice of it in his comedies, he has left it to us, almost as a rule, that is, when he has any character or humor, wherein he would show a coup de maître or his highest skill, he recommends it to your observation by a pleasant description of it, before the person first appears. Thus, in Bartholomew Fair, he gives you the picture of Numps and Cokes, and in this, those of Daw, La Foule, Morose, and the collegiate ladies, all which you hear described before you see them. So that, before they come upon the stage, you have a longing expectation of them, which prepares you to receive them favorably, and when they are there, even from their first appearance, you are so far acquainted with them, that nothing of their humor is lost to you. I will observe yet one thing further of this admirable plot. The business of it rises in every act. The second is greater than the first, the third than the second, and so forward to the fifth. There, too, you see, till the very last scene, new difficulties arising to obstruct the action of the play, and when the audience is brought into despair that the business can naturally be effected, then, and not before, the discovery is made. But that the poet might entertain you with more variety, all this while, he reserves some new characters to show you, which he opens not till the second and third acts. In the second, Morose, Daw, the barber, and Otter; in the third, the collegiate ladies, all which he moves afterwards in by walks or underplots, as diversions to the main design, lest it grow tedious, though they are still naturally joined with it, and, somewhere or other, subservient to it. Thus, like a skilful chess player, by little and little, he draws out his men, and makes his pawns of use to his greater persons. If this comedy and some others of his were translated into French prose, which would now be no wonder to them, since Molière has lately given them plays out of verse, which have not displeased them, I believe the controversy would soon be decided betwixt the two nations, even making them the judges. But we need not call our heroes to our aid. Be it spoken to the honor of the English, our nation can never want, in any age, such who are able to dispute the empire of wit with any people in the universe. And though the fury of a civil war, and power, for 20 years together, 1640 to 1660 AD, abandoned to a barbarous race of men, enemies of all good learning, 10 had buried the muses under the ruins of monarchy, yet, with the restoration of our happiness, 1660, we see revived poesy lifting up its head and already shaking off the rubbish which lay so heavy upon it. We have seen, since His Majesty's return, many dramatic poems which yield not to those of any foreign nation, and which deserve all laurels but the English. I will set aside flattery and envy. It cannot be denied but we have had some little blemish, either in the plot or writing of all those plays which have been made within these 7 years, and perhaps there is no nation in the world so quick to discern them, or so difficult to pardon them, as ours. Yet, if we can persuade ourselves to use the candor of that poet, Horace, who, though the most severe of critics, has left us this caution, by which to moderate our censures. Ubi plum nitent in carmine non ego paucis often maculus. If, in consideration of their many and great beauties, we can wink at some slight and little imperfections, if we, I say, can be thus equal to ourselves, I ask no favor from the French. And if I do not venture upon any particular judgment of our late plays, 'tis out of the consideration which an ancient writer gives me. Vivorum ut magna admiratio ita censura difficilis. Betwixt the extremes of admiration and malice, 'tis hard to judge uprightly of the living. Only, I think it may be permitted me to say, that as it is no lessening to us, to yield to some plays, and those not many, of our nation, in the last age, so can it be no addition, to pronounce of our present poets, that they have far surpassed all the ancients, and the modern writers of other countries. This, my lord, _I.E. The dedicatee, the Lord Buckhurst, page 503, was the substance of what was then spoke, on that occasion, and Lycidius, I think, was going to reply, when he was prevented thus by Crites. I am confident, said he, the most material things that can be said, have been already urged, on either side. If they have not, I must beg of Lycidius, that he will defer his answer till another time. For I confess I have a joint quarrel to you both, because you have concluded, pages 539, 548, without any reason given for it, that rhyme is proper for the stage. I will not dispute how ancient it hath been among us to write this way. Perhaps our ancestors knew no better, till Shakespeare's time. I will grant, it was not altogether left by him, and that Pletcher and Ben Jonson used it frequently in their pastorals, and sometimes in other plays. Farther, I will not argue whether we received it originally from our own countrymen, or from the French. For that is an inquiry of as little benefit as theirs, who, in the midst of the Great Plague, 1665, were not so solicitous to provide against it, as to know whether we had it from the malignity of our own air, or by transportation from Holland. I have therefore only to affirm that it is not allowable in serious plays. For comedies, I find you are already concluding with me. To prove this, I might satisfy myself to tell you how much in vain it is for you to strive against the stream of the people's inclination, the greatest part of whom are prepossessed so much with those excellent plays of Shakespeare, Fletcher, and Ben Jonson, which have been written out of rhyme, that, except you could bring them such as were written better in it, and those, too, by persons of equal reputation with them, it will be impossible for you to gain your cause with them, who will, still, be judges. This it is to which, in fine, all your reasons must submit. The unanimous consent of an audience is so powerful, that even Julius Caesar, as Macrobios reports of him, when he was perpetual dictator, was not able to balance it on the other side, but when Liberius, a Roman knight, at his request, contended in the mime with another poet, he was forced to cry out, Etiam favant me victus es liberi. But I will not, on this occasion, take the advantage of the greater number, but only urge such reasons against rhyme, as I find in the writings of those who have argued for the other way. First, then, I am of opinion that rhyme is unnatural in a play, because dialogue there is presented as the effect of sudden thought. For a play is the imitation of nature, and since no man, without premeditation, speaks in rhyme, either ought he to do it on the stage. This hinders not but the fancy may be, there, elevated to a higher pitch of thought than it is in ordinary discourse, for there is a probability that men of excellent and quick parts may speak noble things extempore, but those thoughts are never fettered with the numbers and sound of verse, without study, and therefore it cannot be but unnatural to present the most free way of speaking in that which is the most constrained. For this reason, says Aristotle, 'tis best to write tragedy in that kind of verse which is the least such, or which is nearest prose, and this, among the ancients, was the iambic, and with us is blank verse, or the measure of verse kept exactly, without rhyme. These numbers, therefore, are fittest for a play, the others, i.e., rhymed verse, for a paper of verses, or a poem, page 566. Blank verse being as much below them, as rhyme is improper for the drama, and if it be objected that neither are blank verses made extempore, yet, as nearest nature, they are still to be preferred. But there are two particular objections, which many, beside myself, have had to verse, i.e., in rhyme, by which it will appear yet more plainly how improper it is in plays. And the first of them is grounded upon that very reason, for which some have commended rhyme. They say, the quickness of repartees in argumentative scenes receives an ornament from verse, pages 492, 498. Doubt now, what is more unreasonable than to imagine that a man should not only light upon the wit, but the rhyme too, upon the sudden? This nicking of him, who spoke before, both in sound and measure, is so great a happiness, felicity, that you must, at least, suppose the persons of your play to be poets, arcades omnes et cantere pairs et respondere parati. They must have arrived to the degree of quicquid conabardicera, to make verses, almost whether they will or not. If they are anything below this, it will look rather like the design of two than the answer of one. It will appear that your actors hold intelligence together, that they perform their tricks, like fortune tellers, by confederacy. The hand of art will be too visible in it, against that maxim of all professions, ars est celare artem, that it is the greatest perfection of art to keep itself undiscovered. Nor will it serve you to object that however you manage it, 'tis still known to be a play, and consequently the dialogue of two persons, understood to be the labor of one poet. For a play is still an imitation of nature. We know we are to be deceived, and we desire to be so, but no man ever was deceived, but with a probability of truth, for who will suffer a gross lie to be fastened upon him? Thus, we sufficiently understand that the scenes, i.e., the scenery which was just now coming into use on the English stage, which represents cities and countries to us, are not really such, but only painted on boards and canvas. But shall that excuse the ill painting, or designment of them? Nay, rather, ought they not to be labored with so much the more diligence and exactness, to help the imagination? Since the mind of man doth naturally bend to, and seek after truth, and therefore the nearer anything comes to the imitation of it, the more it pleases. Thus, you see, your rhyme is incapable of expressing the greatest thoughts, naturally, and the lowest it cannot, with any grace. For what is more unbefitting the majesty of verse, than to call a servant, or bid a door be shut in rhyme? And yet, this miserable necessity you are forced upon. But verse, you say, circumscribes a quick and luxuriant fancy, which would extend itself too far, on every subject, did not the labor which is required to well-turned and polished rhyme set bounds to it, pages 492 to 493. Yet this argument, if granted, would only prove that we may write better in verse, but not more naturally. Neither is it able to evince that. For he who wants judgment to confine his fancy in blank verse, may want it as well in rhyme, and he who has it will avoid errors in both kinds. Pages 498, 571. Latin verse was as great a confinement to the imagination of those poets as rhyme to ours, and yet you find Ovid saying too much on every subject. Nescivit, says Seneca, quod bene cessit relinquer, of which he, Ovid, gives you one famous instance in his description of the deluge. Omnia pontus erat, dirant quoque littora ponto. Now all was sea, nor had that sea a shore. Thus Ovid's fancy was not limited by verse, and Virgil needed not verse to have bounded his. In our own language we see Ben Jonson confining himself to what ought to be said, even in the liberty of blank verse, and yet Corneille, the most judicious of the French poets, is still varying the same sense 100 ways, and dwelling eternally upon the same subject, though confined by rhyme. some other exceptions I have to verse, but these I have named being, for the most part, already public, I conceive it reasonable they should, first, be answered. It concerns me less than any, said Ninda, seeing he had ended, to reply to this discourse, because when I should have proved that verse may be natural in plays, yet I should always be ready to confess that those which I, i.e., Dryden, see pages 503, 566, have written in this kind, come short of that perfection which is required. Yet, since you are pleased I should undertake this province, I will do it, though, with all imaginable respect and deference both to that person, i.e., Sir Robert Howard, see page 494, from whom you have borrowed your strongest arguments, and to whose judgment, when I have said all, I finally submit. But before I proceed to answer your objections, I must first remember you, that I exclude all comedy from my defense, and next, that I deny not but blank verse may be also used, and content myself only to assert that in serious plays, where the subject and characters are great, and the plot unmixed with mirth, which might allay or divert these concernments which are produced, rhyme is there, as natural, and more effectual than blank verse. And now, having laid down this as a foundation, to begin with Kreitz, I must crave leave to tell him, that some of his arguments against rhyme reach no farther than from the faults or defects of ill rhyme to conclude against the use of it in general, page 598. May not I conclude against blank verse by the same reason? If the words of some poets, who write in it, are either ill-chosen or ill-placed, which makes not only rhyme, but all kinds of verse, in any language, unnatural, shall I, for their virtuous affectation, condemn those excellent lines of Fletcher, which are written in that kind? Is there anything in rhyme more constrained than this line in blank verse? I, heaven invoke, and strong resistance make. Where you see both the clauses are placed unnaturally, that is, contrary to the common way of speaking, and that, without the excuse of a rhyme to cause it, yet you would think me very ridiculous, if I should accuse the stubbornness of blank verse for this, and not rather the stiffness of the poet. Therefore, Kreitz, you must either prove that words, though well chosen and duly placed, yet render not rhyme natural in itself, or that, however natural and easy the rhyme may be, yet it is not proper for a play. If you insist on the former part, I would ask you what other conditions are required to make rhyme natural in itself, besides an election of apt words, and a right disposing of them? For the due choice of your words expresses your sense naturally, and the due placing them adapts the rhyme to it. If you object that one verse may be made for the sake of another, though both the words and rhyme be apt, I answer it cannot possibly so fall out. For either there is a dependence of sense betwixt the first line and the second, or there is none. If there be that connection, then, in the natural position of the words, the latter line must, of necessity, flow from the former. If there be no dependence, yet, still, the due ordering of words makes the last line as natural in itself as the other. So that the necessity of a rhyme never forces any but bad or lazy writers to say what they would not otherwise. 'Tis true, there is both care and art required to write in verse. A good poet never concludes upon the first line, till he has sought out such a rhyme as may fit the sense already prepared, to heighten the second. Many times, the close of the sense falls into the middle of the next verse, or farther off, and he may often avail himself of the same advantages in English, which Virgil had in Latin. He may break off in the hemistich, and begin another line. Indeed, the not observing these two last things makes plays that are writ in verse so tedious, for though, most commonly, the sense is to be confined to the couplet, yet nothing that does perpetuo tenore fluere run in the same channel can please always. 'Tis like the murmuring of a stream, which, not varying in the fall, causes at first attention, at last drowsiness. Variety of cadences is the best rule, the greatest help to the actors, and refreshment to the audience. If, then, verse may be made natural in itself, how becomes it improper to a play? You say, the stage is the representation of nature, and no man, in ordinary conversation, speaks in rhyme, but you foresaw, when you said this, that it might be answered, either does any man speak in blank verse, or in measure without rhyme, therefore you concluded, that which is nearest nature is still to be preferred. But you took no notice that rhyme might be made as natural as blank verse, by the well placing of the words, and see. all the difference between them, when they are both correct, is the sound in one, which the other wants, and if so, the sweetness of it, and all the advantages resulting from it which are handled in the preface to the Rival Ladies, pages 487 to 493, will yet stand good. As for that place of Aristotle, where he says plays should be writ in that kind of verse which is nearest prose, it makes little for you, blank verse being, properly, but measured prose. Now measure, alone, in any modern language, does not constitute verse. Those of the ancients, in Greek and Latin, consisted in quantity of words, and a determinate number of feet. But when, by the inundations of the Goths and Vandals, into Italy, new languages were brought in, and barbarously mingled with the Latin, of which the Italian, Spanish, French, and ours, made out of them, and the Teutonic, our dialects, a new way of poesy was practiced, new, I say, in those countries, for, in all probability, it was that of the conquerors in their own nations. The new way consisted of measure or number of feet, and rhyme. The sweetness of rhyme and observation of accent, supplying the place of quantity in words, which could neither exactly be observed by those barbarians who knew not the rules of it, either was it suitable to their tongues, as it had been to the Greek and Latin. No man is tied in modern poesy to observe any farther rules in the feet of his verse, but that they be dissyllables, whether spondee, trochee, or iambic, it matters not, only he is obliged to rhyme. Neither do the Spanish, French, Italians, or Germans acknowledge at all, or very rarely, any such kind of poesy as blank verse among them. Therefore, at most, 'tis but a poetic prose, a sermo pedestris, and, as such, most fit for comedies, where I acknowledge rhyme to be improper. Farther, as to that quotation of Aristotle, our couplet verses may be rendered as near prose as blank verse itself, by using those advantages I lately named, as breaks in the hemistich, or running the sense into another line, thereby making art and order appear as loose and free as nature. Or, not tying ourselves to couplets strictly, we may use the benefit of the Pindaric way, practiced in the Siege of Rhodes, where the numbers vary, and the rhyme is disposed carelessly, and far from often chiming. Neither is that other advantage of the ancients to be despised, of changing the kind of verse, when they please, with the change of the scene, or some new entrance. For they confine not themselves always to iambics, but extend their liberty to all lyric numbers, and sometimes, even, to hexameter. But I need not go so far, to prove that rhyme, as it succeeds to all other offices of Greek and Latin verse, so especially to this of plays, since the custom of all nations, at this day, confirms it. All the French, Italian, and Spanish tragedies are generally writ in it, and sure, the universal consent of the most civilized parts of the world ought in this, as it doth in other customs, to include the rest. But perhaps you may tell me, I have proposed such a way to make rhyme natural, and consequently, proper to plays, as is impracticable, and that I shall scarce find 6 or 8 lines together in a play, where the words are so placed and chosen, as is required to make it natural. I answer, no poet need constrain himself, at all times, to it. It is enough, he makes it his general rule. For I deny not but sometimes there may be a greatness in placing the words otherwise, and sometimes they may sound better. Sometimes also, the variety itself is excuse enough. But if, for the most part, the words be placed, as they are in the negligence of prose, it is sufficient to denominate the way practicable, for we esteem that to be such, which, in the trial, oftener succeeds than misses. And thus far, you may find the practice made good in many plays, where you do not remember still, that if you cannot find 6 natural rhymes together, it will be as hard for you to produce as many lines in blank verse, even among the greatest of our poets, against which I cannot make some reasonable exception. And this, sir, calls to my remembrance the beginning of your discourse, where you told us we should never find the audience favorable to this kind of writing, till we could produce as good plays in rhyme, as Ben Jonson, Fletcher, and Shakespeare had writ out of it, page 558. But it is to raise envy to the living, to compare them with the dead. They are honored, and almost adored by us, as they deserve, neither do I know any so presumptuous of themselves, as to contend with them. Yet give me leave to say thus much, without injury to their ashes, that not only we shall never equal them, but they could never equal themselves, were they to rise and write again. We acknowledge them our fathers in wit, but they have ruined their estates themselves before they came to their children's hands. There is scarce a humor, a character, or any kind of plot, which they have not blown upon. All comes sullied or wasted to us, and were they to entertain this age, they could not make so plenteous treatments out of such decayed fortunes. This, therefore, will be a good argument to us, either not to write at all, or to attempt some other way. There are no bays to be expected in their walks, tentanda via est quami quoque possum tolera humo. This way of writing in verse, they have only left free to us. Our age is arrived to a perfection in it, which they never knew, and which, if we may guess by what of theirs we have seen in verse, as the faithful shepherdess and sad shepherd, 'tis probable they never could have reached. For the genius of every age is different, and though ours excel in this, I deny not but that to imitate nature in that perfection which they did in prose, i.e., blank verse, is a greater commendation than to write in verse exactly. As for what you have added, that the people are not generally inclined to like this way, if it were true, it would be no wonder but betwixt the shaking off of an old habit, and the introducing of a new, there should be difficulty. Do we not see them stick to Hopkins and Sternhold's Psalms, and forsake those of David, I mean Sandys his translation of them? If by the people you understand the multitude, the Greek, oi polloi, 'tis no matter what they think. They are sometimes in the right, sometimes in the wrong. Their judgment is a mere lottery. Est ubi plebs rect putat, est ubi peccat. Horace says it of the vulgar, judging poesy. But if you mean the mixed audience of the populace and the noblesse, I dare confidently affirm that a great part of the latter sort are already favorable to verse, and that no serious plays, written since the King's return, May 1660, have been more kindly received by them than the Siege of Rhodes, the Mustafa, the Indian Queen and Indian Emperor. See page 503. But I come now to the inference of your first argument. You said the dialogue of plays is presented as the effect of sudden thought, but no one speaks suddenly or extempore in rhyme, page 498, and you inferred from thence that rhyme, which you acknowledge to be proper to epic poesy, page 559, cannot equally be proper to dramatic, unless we could suppose all men born so much more than poets, that verses should be made in them, not by them. It has been formerly urged by you, page 499, and confessed by me, page 563, that since no man spoke any kind of verse extempore, that which was nearest nature was to be preferred. I answer you, therefore, by distinguishing betwixt what is nearest to the nature of comedy, which is the imitation of common persons and ordinary speaking, and what is nearest the nature of a serious play. This last is, indeed, the representation of nature, but 'tis nature wrought up to an higher pitch. The plot, the characters, the wit, the passions, the descriptions are all exalted above the level of common conversation, as high as the imagination of the poet can carry them, with proportion to verisimilitude. Tragedy, we know, is wont to image to us the minds and fortunes of noble persons, and to portray these exactly. Heroic rhyme is nearest nature, as being the noblest kind of modern verse. Indigniter enim privatus et props sacco, dignus car minibus narrare coena thaisto, says Horace. And in another place, et futire levius indigna tragedia versus. Blank verse is acknowledged to be too low for a poem, nay more, for a paper of verses, pages 473, 498, 559. But if too low for an ordinary sonnet, how much more for tragedy? Which is, by Aristotle, in the dispute between the epic poesy and the dramatic, for many reasons he there alleges, ranked above it. But setting this defense aside, your argument is almost as strong against the use of rhyme in poems as in plays. For the epic way is everywhere interlaced with dialogue or discoursive scenes, and therefore, you must either grant rhyme to be improper there, which is contrary to your assertion, or admit it into plays by the same title which you have given it to poems. For though tragedy be justly preferred above the other, yet there is a great affinity between them, as may easily be discovered in that definition of a play, which Lycidius gave us, page 513. The genus of them is the same, a just and lively image of human nature, in its actions, passions, and traverses of fortune, so is the end, namely, for the delight and benefit of mankind. The characters and persons are still the same, viz., the greatest of both sorts, only the manner of acquainting us with those actions, passions, and fortunes is different. Tragedy performs it, viva voce, or by action in dialogue, wherein it excels the epic poem, which does it, chiefly, by narration, and therefore is not so lively an image of human nature. However, the agreement betwixt them is such, that if rhyme be proper for one, it must be for the other. Verse, 'tis true, is not the effect of sudden thought, but this hinders not that sudden thought may be represented in verse, since those thoughts are such, as must be higher than nature can raise them without premeditation, especially, to a continuance of them, even out of verse, and consequently, you cannot imagine them to have been sudden, either in the poet or the actors. A play, as I have said, to be like nature, is to be set above it, as statues which are placed on high, are made greater than the life, that they may descend to the sight, in their just proportion. Perhaps, I have insisted too long upon this objection, but the clearing of it will make my stay shorter on the rest. You tell us, Crites, that rhyme is most unnatural in repartees or short replies, when he who answers, it being presumed he knew not what the other would say, yet makes up that part of the verse which was left incomplete, and supplies both the sound and the measure of it. This, you say, looks rather like the confederacy of two than the answer of one. This, I confess, is an objection which is in every one's mouth, who loves not rhyme. But suppose, I beseech you, the repartee were made only in blank verse, might not part of the same argument be turned against you? For the measure is as often supplied there, as it is in rhyme, the latter half of the hemistich as commonly made up, or a second line subjoined as a reply to the former, which any one leaf in Jonson's plays will sufficiently make clear to you. You will often find in the Greek tragedians, and in Seneca, that when a scene grows up into the warmth of repartees, which is the close fighting of it, the latter part of the trimeter is supplied by him who answers, and yet it was never observed as a fault in them, by any of the ancient or modern critics. The case is the same in our verse, as it was in theirs, rhyme to us, being in lieu of quantity to them. But if no latitude is to be allowed a poet, you take from him, not only his license of quid libet audendi, but you tie him up in a straighter compass than you would a philosopher. This is, indeed, Musa's cholera severiores. You would have him follow nature, but he must follow her on foot. You have dismounted him from his Pegasus. But you tell us this supplying the last half of a verse, or adjoining a whole second to the former, looks more like the design of two than the answer of one, pages 498, 559. Suppose we acknowledge it. How comes this confederacy to be more displeasing to you than a dance which is well contrived? You see there the united design of many persons to make up one figure. After they have separated themselves in many petty divisions, they rejoin, one by one, into the gross. The confederacy is plain amongst them, for chance could never produce anything so beautiful, and yet there is nothing in it that shocks your sight. I acknowledge that the hand of art appears in repartee, as, of necessity, it must in all kinds of verse. But there is, also, the quick and poignant brevity of it, which is a high imitation of nature, and those sudden gusts of passion, to mingle with it, and this joined with the cadency and sweetness of the rhyme, leaves nothing in the soul of the hearer to desire. 'Tis an art which appears, but it appears only like the shadowings of painting, which, being to cause the rounding of it, cannot be absent, but while that is considered, they are lost. So while we attend to the other beauties of the matter, the care and labor of the rhyme is carried from us, or, at least, drowned in its own sweetness, as bees are sometimes buried in their honey. When a poet has found the repartee, the last perfection he can add to it is to put it into verse. However good the thought may be, however apt the words in which 'tis couched, yet he finds himself at a little unrest, while rhyme is wanting. He cannot leave it till that comes naturally, and then is at ease, and sits down contented. From replies, which are the most elevated thoughts of verse, you pass to the most mean ones, those which are common with the lowest of household conversation. In these you say, the majesty of the verse suffers. You instance in the calling of a servant or commanding a door to be shut in rhyme. This, Kreitz, is a good observation of yours, but no argument. For it proves no more, but that such thoughts should be waived, as often as may be, by the address of the poet. But suppose they are necessary in the places where he uses them, yet there is no need to put them into rhyme. He may place them in the beginning of a verse and break it off, as unfit, when so debased, for any other use, or granting the worst, that they require more room than the hemistich will allow, yet still, there is a choice to be made of best words and least vulgar, provided they be apt to express such thoughts. Many have blamed rhyme in general for this fault, when the poet, with a little care, might have redressed it, but they do it, with no more justice, than if English poesy should be made ridiculous, for the sake of John Taylor, the water poet's rhymes. Our language is noble, full, and significant, and I know not why he who is master of it may not clothe ordinary things in it, as decently as the Latin, if he use the same diligence in his choice of words. Delectus verborum origo est eloquentia was the saying of Julius Caesar, one so curious in his, that none of them can be changed but for the worse. One would think unlock the door was a thing as vulgar as could be spoken, and yet Seneca could make it sound high and lofty, in his Latin. Resurrate clusos regii post laris. But I turn from this exception, both because it happens not above twice or thrice in any play, that those vulgar thoughts are used, and then too, were there no other apology to be made, yet the necessity of them, which is, alike, in all kinds of writing, may excuse them. Besides that, the great eagerness and precipitation with which they are spoken, makes us rather mind the substance than the dress, that for which they are spoken, rather than what is spoke, and for they are always the effect of some hasty concernment, and something of consequence depends upon them. Thus, Kreitz, I have endeavored to answer your objections. It remains only that I should vindicate an argument for verse, which you have gone about to overthrow. It had formerly been said, page 492, that the easiness of blank verse renders the poet too luxuriant, but that the labor of rhyme bounds and circumscribes an over-fruitful fancy, the sense there being commonly confined to the couplet, and the words so ordered that the rhyme naturally follows them, not they, the rhyme. To this you answered, that it was no argument to the question in hand, for the dispute was not which way a man may write best, but which is most proper for the subject on which he writes. First, give me leave, sir, to remember you, that the argument on which you raised this objection was only secondary. It was built upon the hypothesis that to write in verse was proper for serious plays. Which supposition being granted, as it was briefly made out in that discourse, by shewing how verse might be made natural, it asserted that this way of writing was a help to the poet's judgment, by putting bounds to a wild, overflowing fancy. I think therefore it will not be hard for me to make good what it was to prove. But you add that, were this let pass, yet he who wants judgment in the liberty of the fancy, may as well shew the defect of it, when he is confined to verse, for he who has judgment will avoid errors, and he who has it not will commit them in all kinds of writing. This argument, as you have taken it from a most acute person, so I confess it carries much weight in it. But by using the word judgment here indefinitely, you seem to have put a fallacy upon us. I grant he who has judgment, that is, so profound, so strong, so infallible a judgment that he needs no helps to keep it always poised and upright, will commit no faults, either in rhyme, or out of it, and on the other extreme, he who has a judgment so weak and crazed, that no helps can correct or amend it, shall write scurvily out of rhyme, and worse in it. But the first of these judgments is nowhere to be found, and the latter is not fit to write at all. To speak, therefore, of judgment as it is in the best poets, they who have the greatest proportion of it, want other helps than from it within, as, for example, you would be loath to say that he who was endued with a sound judgment had no need of history, geography, or moral philosophy, to write correctly. Judgment is, indeed, the master workman in a play, but he requires many subordinate hands, many tools to his assistance. And verse I affirm to be one of these. 'Tis a rule and line by which he keeps his building compact and even, which, otherwise, lawless imagination would raise, either irregularly or loosely. At least, if the poet commits errors with this help, he would make greater and more without it. 'Tis, in short, a slow and painful, but the surest kind of working. Ovid, whom you accuse, page 561, for luxuriancy in verse, had, perhaps, been farther guilty of it, had he writ in prose. And for your instance of Ben Jonson, page 561, who, you say, writ exactly, without the help of rhyme, you are to remember, 'tis only an aid to a luxuriant fancy, which his was not, page 551. As he did not want imagination, so none ever said he had much to spare. Neither was verse then refined so much, to be a help to that age as it is to ours. Thus then, the second thoughts being usually the best, as receiving the maturest digestion from judgment, and the last and most mature product of those thoughts, being artful and labored verse, it may well be inferred that verse is a great help to a luxuriant fancy. And this is what that argument, which you opposed, was to evince. Ninder was pursuing this discourse so eagerly that Eugenius had called to him twice or thrice, ere he took notice that the barge stood still, and that they were at the foot of Somerset Stairs, where they had appointed it to land. The company were all sorry to separate so soon, though a great part of the evening was already spent, and stood a while, looking back upon the water, which the moonbeams played upon, and made it appear like floating quicksilver. At last they went up through a crowd of French people, who were merrily dancing in the open air, and nothing concerned for the noise of the guns, which had alarmed the town that afternoon. Walking thence together to the piazza, they parted there, Eugenius and Lycidius, to some pleasant appointment they had made, and Kreitz and Ninder to their several lodgings. Finus. 9. Compare Dryden's definition of humor with that of Lord Macaulay, in his review of Diary and Letters of Madame D'Arblay, Edinburgh Review, January 1843. Yea, 1880. 10. Glorious John Dryden. The least. Cromwell and his court were no enemies of all good learning, though they utterly rejected the dramatic branch of it. Yea, 1880. The Honourable Sir Robert Howard, Auditor of the Exchequer. Preface to the Great Favourite, or the Duke of Lerma. Published in 1668. To the Reader. I cannot plead the usual excuse for publishing this trifle, which is commonly the subject of most prefaces, by charging it upon the importunity of friends, for I confess I was myself willing, at the first desire of Mr. Herringman, the publisher, to print it, not for any great opinion that I had entertained, but for the opinion that others were pleased to express, which, being told me by some friends, I was concerned to let the world judge what subject matter of offense was contained in it. Some were pleased to believe little of it mine, but they are both obliging to me, though perhaps not intentionally, the last, by thinking there was anything in it that was worth so ill-designed an envy, as to place it to another author; the others, perhaps the best bred informers, by continuing their displeasure towards me, since I most gratefully acknowledge to have received some advantage in the opinion of the sober part of the world, by the loss of theirs. For the subject, I came accidentally to write upon it. For a gentleman brought a play to the King's company, called The Duke of Lerma, and by them, I was desired to peruse it, and return my opinion, whether I thought it fit for the stage. After I had read it, I acquainted them that, in my judgment, it would not be of much use for such a design, since the contrivance scarce would merit the name of a plot, and some of that, assisted by a disguise, and it ended abruptly. And on the person of Philip III, there was fixed such a mean character, and on the daughter of the Duke of Lerma, such a vicious one, that I could not but judge it unfit to be presented by any that had a respect, not only to princes, but indeed, to either man or woman. And about that time, being to go in the country, I was persuaded by Mr. Hart to make it my diversion there, that so great a hint might not be lost, as the Duke of Lerma saving himself, in his last extremity, by his unexpected disguise, which is as well in the true story, history, as the old play. And besides that and the names, my altering the most part of the characters, and the whole design, made me uncapable to use much more, though, perhaps, written with higher style and thoughts than I could attain to. I intend not to trouble myself nor the world any more in such subjects, but take my leave of these my too long acquaintances, since that little fancy and liberty I once enjoyed is now fettered in business of more unpleasant natures. Yet, were I free to apply my thoughts, as my own choice directed them, I should hardly again venture into the civil wars of censures. Ubi nullos habitura triumphos. In the next place, I must ingenuously confess that the manner of plays, which now are in most esteem, is beyond my power to perform, page 587, nor do I condemn, in the least, anything, of what nature soever, that pleases, since nothing could appear to me a ruder folly than to censure the satisfaction of others. I rather blame the unnecessary understanding of some, that have labored to give strict rules to things that are not mathematical, and with such eagerness, pursuing their own seeming reasons, that, at last, we are to apprehend such argumentative poets will grow as strict as Sancho Panza's doctor was, to our very appetites. For in the difference of tragedy and comedy, and of farce itself, there can be no determination, but by the taste, nor in the manner of their composure. And whoever would endeavor to like or dislike by the rules of others, he will be as unsuccessful, as if he should try to be persuaded into a power of believing, not what he must, but what others direct him to believe. But I confess, 'tis not necessary for poets to study strict reason, since they are so used to a greater latitude, pages 568, 588, than is allowed by that severe Inquisition, that they must infringe their own jurisdiction, to profess themselves obliged to argue well. I will not, therefore, pretend to say, why I writ this play, some scenes in blank verse, others in rhyme, since I have no better reason to give than chance, which waited upon my present fancy, and I expect no better reason from any ingenious person than his fancy, for which he best relishes. I cannot, therefore, but beg leave of the reader, to take a little notice of the great pains the author of an essay of dramatic poesy has taken, to prove rhyme is natural in a serious play, and more effectual than blank verse. Pages 561, 581. Thus he states the question, but pursues that which he calls natural, in a wrong application, for 'tis not the question, whether rhyme or not rhyme be best or most natural for a grave or serious subject, but what is nearest the nature of that which it presents. Now, after all the endeavors of that ingenious person, a play will still be supposed to be a composition of several persons speaking extempore, and 'tis as certain that good verses are the hardest things that can be imagined, to be so spoken, page 582. So that if any will be pleased to impose the rule of measuring things to be the best, by being nearest nature, it is granted, by consequence, that which is most remote from the thing supposed, must needs be most improper, and therefore, I may justly say, that both I and the question were equally mistaken. For I do own I had rather read good verses, than either blank verse or prose, and therefore the author did himself injury, if he liked verse so well in plays, to lay down rules to raise arguments, only unanswerable against himself. But the same author, being filled with the precedents of the ancients writing their plays in verse, commends the thing, and assures us that our language is noble, full, and significant, charging all defects upon the ill placing of words, and proves it, by quoting Seneca loftily expressing such an ordinary thing, as shutting a door. Reserate clusos regii post laris. I suppose he was himself highly affected with the sound of these words. But to have completed his dictates, injunctions, together with his arguments, he should have obliged us by charming our ears with such an art of placing words, as, in an English verse, to express so loftily the shutting of a door, that we might have been as much affected with the sound of his words. This, instead of being an argument upon the question, rightly stated, is an attempt to prove that nothing may seem something by the help of a verse, which I easily grant to be the ill fortune of it, and therefore, the question being so much mistaken, I wonder to see that author trouble himself twice about it, with such an absolute triumph declared by his own imagination. But I have heard that a gentleman in Parliament, going to speak twice, and being interrupted by another member, as against the orders of the House, he was excused by a third member, assuring the House he had not yet spoken to the question. But if we examine the general rules laid down for plays by strict reason, we shall find the errors equally gross, for the great foundation that is laid to build upon is nothing, as it is generally stated, which will appear on the examination of the particulars. First, we are told the plot should not be so ridiculously contrived as to crowd several countries into one stage. Secondly, to cramp the accidents of many years or days into the representation of 2 hours and a half. And lastly, a conclusion drawn that the only remaining dispute is concerning time, whether it should be contained in 12 or 24 hours, and the place to be limited to the spot of ground, either in town or city, where the play is supposed to begin, page 531. And this is called nearest to nature. For that is concluded most natural, which is most probable, and nearest to that which it presents. I am so well pleased with any ingenious offers, as all these are, that I should not examine this strictly, did not the confidence of others force me to it, there being not anything more unreasonable to my judgment than the attempts to infringe the liberty of opinion by rules so little demonstrative. To shew, therefore, upon what grounds they dictate laws for dramatic poesy, I shall endeavor to make it evident that there's no such thing as what they all pretend, page 592. For, if strictly and duly weighed, 'tis as impossible for one stage to represent 2 houses or 2 rooms truly, as 2 countries or kingdoms, and as impossible that 5 hours or 24 hours should be 2 hours and a half, as that 1,000 hours or years should be less than what they are, or the greatest part of time to be comprehended in the less. For all being impossible, they are none of them nearest the truth, or nature of what they present. For impossibilities are all equal, and admit no degrees. And then, if all those poets that have so fervently labored to give rules as maxims would but be pleased to abbreviate, or endure to hear their reasons reduced into one strict definition, it must be that there are degrees in impossibilities, and that many things, which are not possible, may yet be more or less impossible, and from this, proceed to give rules to observe the least absurdity in things, which are not at all. I suppose I need not trouble the reader, with so impertinent a delay, to attempt a further confutation of such ill-grounded reasons than, thus, by opening the true state of the case. Nor do I design to make any further use of it, than from hence, to draw this modest conclusion: that I would have all attempts of this nature be submitted to the fancy of others, and bear the name of propositions, page 590, not of confident laws, or rules made by demonstration. And then, I shall not discommend any poet that dresses his play in such a fashion as his fancy best approves, and fairly leave it for others to follow, if it appears to them most convenient and fullest of ornament. But writing this epistle in much haste, I had almost forgot one argument or observation, which that author has most good fortune in. It is in his epistle dedicatory, before his essay of dramatic poesy, where, speaking of rhymes and plays, he desires it may be observed that none are violent against it, but such as have not attempted it, or who have succeeded ill in the attempt, pages 503, 539, 598. Which, as to myself and him, I easily acknowledge, for I confess none has written, in that way, better than himself, nor few worse than I, yet I hope he is so ingenious, that he would not wish this argument should extend further than to him and me. For if it should be received as a good one, all divines and philosophers would find a readier way of confutation than they yet have done, of any that should oppose the least thesis or definition, by saying, they were denied by none but such as never attempted to write, or succeeded ill in the attempt. Thus, as I am one that am extremely well pleased with most of the propositions, which are ingeniously laid down in that essay, for regulating the stage, so I am also always concerned for the true honor of reason, and would have no spurious issue fathered upon her fancy, may be allowed her wantonness. But reason is always pure and chaste, and, as it resembles the sun, in making all things clear, it also resembles it, in its several positions. When it shines in full height, and directly ascendant over any subject, it leaves but little shadow, but when descended and grown low, its oblique shining renders the shadow larger than the substance, and gives the deceived person, i.e., Dryden, a wrong measure of his own proportion. Thus, begging the reader's excuse for this seeming impertinency, I submit what I have written to the liberty of his unconfined opinion, which is all the favor I ask of others to afford me. John Dryden. A defense of an essay of dramatic poesy, being an answer to the preface of the great favorite, or the Duke of Lerma. Preface to the second edition of the Indian Emperor. 1668. The former edition of the Indian Emperor, being full of faults, which had escaped the printer, I have been willing to overlook this second with more care, and though I could not allow myself so much time as was necessary, yet by that little I have done, the press is freed from some gross errors which it had to answer for before. As for the more material faults of writing, which are properly mine, though I see many of them, I want leisure to amend them. 'Tis enough for those, who make one poem the business of their lives, to leave that correct, yet, excepting Virgil, I never met with any which was so, in any language. But while I was thus employed about this impression, there came to my hands a new printed play, called The Great Favorite, or The Duke of Lerma. The author of which, a noble and most ingenious person, has done me the favor to make some observations and animadversions upon my dramatic essay. I must confess he might have better consulted his reputation, than by matching himself with so weak an adversary. But if his honor be diminished in the choice of his antagonist, it is sufficiently recompensed in the election of his cause, which being the weaker, in all appearance, as combating the received opinions of the best ancient and modern authors, will add to his glory, if he overcome, and to the opinion of his generosity, if he be vanquished, since he engages at so great odds, and so, like a cavalier, undertakes the protection of the weaker party. I have only to fear, on my own behalf, that so good a cause as mine may not suffer by my ill management or weak defense, yet I cannot, in honor, but take the glove, when 'tis offered me, though I am only a champion, by succession, and no more able to defend the right of Aristotle and Horace, than an infant Dymock, to maintain the title of a king. For my own concernment in the controversy, it is so small, that I can easily be contented to be driven from a few notions of dramatic poesy, especially by one who has the reputation of understanding all things, ! And I might justly make that excuse for my yielding to him, which the philosopher made to the emperor. Why should I offer to contend with him, who is master of more than 20 legions of arts and sciences? But I am forced to fight, and therefore it will be no shame to be overcome. Yet I am so much his servant as not to meddle with anything which does not concern me in his preface. Therefore, I leave the good sense, and other excellencies of the first 20 lines, i.e., of the preface, see page 573, to be considered by the critics. As for the play of the Duke of Lerma, having so much altered and beautified it, as he has done, it can be justly belong to none but him. Indeed, they must be extreme, ignorant as well as envious, who would rob him of that honor, for you see him putting in his claim to it, even in the first 2 lines. Repulse upon repulse, like waves thrown back, that slide to hang upon obdurate rocks. After this, let detraction do its worst. For if this be not his, it deserves to be. For my part, I declare for distributive justice. And from this, and what follows, he certainly deserves those advantages, which he acknowledges to have received from the opinion of sober men. In the next place, I must beg leave to observe his great address in courting the reader to his party. For, intending to assault all poets both ancient and modern, he discovers not his whole design at once, but seems only to aim at me, and attack me on my weakest side, my defense of verse. To begin with me, he gives me the compilation of the author of a dramatic essay, which is a little discourse and dialogue for the most part borrowed from the observations of others. Therefore, that I may not be wanting to him in civility, I return his compliment by calling him the author of the Duke of Lerma. But that I may pass over his salute, he takes notice, page 575, of my great pains to prove rhyme is natural in a serious play, and more effectual than blank verse, page 561. Thus, indeed, I did state the question, but he tells me, I pursue that which I call natural, in a wrong application, for 'tis not the question whether rhyme or not rhyme be best or most natural for a serious subject, but what is nearest the nature of that it represents. If I have formerly mistaken the question, I must confess my ignorance so far, as to say I continue still in my mistake. But he ought to have proved that I mistook it, for 'tis yet but gratis dictum. I still shall think I have gained my point, if I can prove that rhyme is best or most natural for a serious subject. As for the question, as he states it, Whether rhyme be nearest the nature of what it represents. I wonder he should think me so ridiculous as to dispute whether prose or verse be nearest to ordinary conversation. It still remains for him to prove his inference that, since verse is granted to be more remote than prose from ordinary conversation, therefore no serious plays ought to be writ in verse, and when he clearly makes that good, I will acknowledge his victory as absolute as he can desire it. The question now is, which of us two has mistaken it? And if it appear I have not, the world will suspect what gentleman that was, who was allowed to speak twice in Parliament, because he had not yet spoken to the question, page 576, and perhaps concluded to be the same, who, as 'tis reported, maintained a contradiction in termines, in the face of 300 persons. But to return to verse. Whether it be natural or not in plays, is a problem which is not demonstrable, of either side. 'Tis enough for me, that he acknowledges that he had rather read good verse than prose, page 575, for if all the enemies of verse will confess as much, I shall not need to prove that it is natural. I am satisfied, if it cause delight, for delight is the chief, if not the only end of poesy. Instruction can be admitted but in the second place, for poesy only instructs as it delights. 'Tis true, that to imitate well is a poet's work, but to affect the soul, and excite the passions, and above all, to move admiration, wondering astonishment, which is the delight of serious plays, a bare imitation will not serve. The conversation, therefore, which a poet is to imitate, must be heightened with all the arts and ornaments of poesy, and must be such as, strictly considered, could never be supposed to be spoken by any, without premeditation. As for what he urges, that a play will still be supposed to be a composition of several persons speaking extempore, and that good verses are the hardest things, which can be imagined, to be so spoken page 575, I must crave leave to dissent from his opinion, as to the former part of it. For, if I am not deceived, a play is supposed to be the work of the poet, imitating or representing the conversation of several persons, and this I think to be as clear, as he thinks the contrary. But I will be bolder, and do not doubt to make it good, though a paradox, that one great reason why prose is not to be used in serious plays is because it is too near the nature of conversation. There may be too great a likeness. As the most skillful painters affirm, there may be too near a resemblance in a picture. To take every lineament and feature is not to make an excellent piece, but to take so much only as will make a beautiful resemblance of the whole, and with an ingenious flattery of nature, to heighten the beauties of some parts, and hide the deformities of the rest. For so says Horace, ut pictura possis erit haec amat obscurum, vult haec sub luce videri, judicis argutum quae non formidat acumen. Et desperate, tractat a nightsker passi, relinquit. In Bartholomew Fair, or the lowest kind of comedy, that degree of heightening is used which is proper to set off that subject. 'Tis true, the author was not there to go out of prose, as he does in his higher arguments of comedy, the Fox and Alchemist, yet he does so raise his matter in that prose, as to render it delightful, which he could never have performed had he only said or done those very things that are daily spoken or practiced in the fair. For then, the fair itself would be as full of pleasure to an ingenious person, as the play, which we manifestly see it is not, but he hath made an excellent lazar of it. The copy is of price, though the origin be vile. You see in Catiline and Sejanus, where the argument is great, he sometimes ascends to verse, which shews he thought it not unnatural in serious plays, and had his genius been as proper for rhyme as it was for humor, or had the age in which he lived attained to as much knowledge in verse as ours, 'tis probable he would have adorned those subjects with that kind of writing. Thus prose, though the rightful prince, yet is, by common consent, deposed, as too weak for the government of serious plays, and he failing, there now start up two competitors. One, the nearer in blood, which is blank verse, the other, more fit for the ends of government, which is rhyme. Blank verse is, indeed, the nearer prose, but he is blemished with the weakness of his predecessor. Rhyme, for I will deal clearly, has somewhat of the usurper in him, but he is brave and generous, and his dominion pleasing. For this reason of delight, the ancients, whom I will still believe as wise as those who so confidently correct them, wrote all their tragedies in verse, though they knew it most remote from conversation. But I perceive I am falling into the danger of another rebuke from my opponent, for when I plead that the ancients used verse, I prove not that they would have admitted rhyme, had it then been written. All I can say is that it seems to have succeeded verse by the general consent of poets in all modern languages. For almost all the serious plays are written in it, which, though it be no demonstration that therefore it ought to be so, yet, at least, the practice first, and then the continuation of it shews that it attained the end, which was, to please. And if that cannot be compassed here, I will be the first who shall lay it down. For I confess my chief endeavors are to delight the age in which I live, page 582. If the humor of this be for low comedy, small accidents, incidents, and raillery, I will force my genius to obey it, though, with more reputation, I could write in verse. I know I am not so fitted by nature to write comedy. I want that gaiety of humor which is required to it. My conversation is dull and slow. My humor is saturnine and reserved. In short, I am none of those who endeavor to break jests in company, or make repartees. So that those who decry my comedies do me no injury, except it be in point of profit. Reputation in them is the last thing to which I shall pretend. I beg pardon for entertaining the reader with so ill a subject, but before I quit that argument, which was the cause of this digression, I cannot but take notice how I am corrected from my quotation of Seneca, in my defense of plays in verse. My words were these, page 570. Our language is noble, full, and significant, and I know not why he, who is master of it, may not clothe ordinary things in it, as decently as the Latin, if he used the same diligence in his choice of words. One would think, unlock the door was a thing as vulgar as could be spoken, yet Seneca could make it sound high and lofty in his Latin. Resurrect clusos regii post laris. But he says of me, that being filled with the precedents of the ancients who writ their plays in verse, I commend the thing, declaring our language to be full, noble, and significant, and charging all the defects upon the ill placing of words, which I prove by quoting Seneca's loftily expressing such an ordinary thing as shutting the door. Here he manifestly mistakes. For I spoke not of the placing, but the choice of words, for which I quoted that aphorism of Julius Caesar, Delectus verborum est origo eloquentia. But delectus verborum is no more Latin for the placing of words than resurrect is Latin for shut the door, as he interprets it, which I ignorantly construed unlock or open it. He supposes I was highly affected with the sound of these words, and I suppose I may more justly imagine it of him, for if he had not been extremely satisfied with the sound, he would have minded the sense a little better. But these are, now, to be no faults. For, 10 days after his book was published, and that his mistakes are grown so famous that they are come back to him, he sends his errata to be printed, and annexed to his play, and desires that instead of shutting, you should read opening, which, it seems, was the printer's fault. I wonder at his modesty, that he did not rather say it was Seneca's or mine, and that in some authors, resurrect was to shut as well as to open, as the word barak, say the learned, is, in Hebrew, both to bless and curse. Well, since it was the printer's fault, he was a naughty man, to commit the same mistake twice in 6 lines. I warrant you, delectus verborum for placing of words, was his mistake too, though the author forgot to tell him of it. If it were my book, I assure you it should be. For those rascals ought to be the proxies of every gentleman author, and to be chastised for him, when he is not pleased to own an error. Yet, since he has given the errata, I wish he would have enlarged them only a few sheets more, and then he would have spared me the labor of an answer. For this cursed printer is so given to mistakes, that there is scarce a sentence in the preface without some false grammar, or hard sense, i.e., difficulty in gathering the meaning, in it, which will all be charged upon the poet, because he is so good-natured as to lay but 3 errors to the printer's account, and to take the rest upon himself, who is better able to support them. But he needs not to apprehend that I should strictly examine those little faults, except I am called upon to do it. I shall return, therefore, to that quotation of Seneca, and answer not to what he writes, but to what he means. I never intended it as an argument, but only as an illustration of what I had said before, page 570, concerning the election of words. And all he can charge me with is only this, that if Seneca could make an ordinary thing sound well in Latin by the choice of words, the same, with like care, might be performed in English. If it cannot, I have committed an error on the right hand by commending too much the copiousness and well-sounding of our language, which I hope my countrymen will pardon me. At least the words which follow in my dramatic essay will plead somewhat in my behalf. For I say there, page 570, that this objection happens but seldom in a play, and then too, either the meanness of the expression may be avoided, or shut out from the verse by breaking it in the midst. But I have said too much in the defense of verse. For, after all, 'tis a very indifferent thing to me, whether it obtain or not. I am content, hereafter to be ordered by his rule, that is, to write it sometimes because it pleases me, page 575, and so much the rather, because he has declared that it pleases him. But he has taken his last farewell of the Muses, and he has done it civilly, by honoring them with the name of his long acquaintances, page 574, which is a compliment they have scarce deserved from him. For my own part, I bear a share in the public loss, and how emulous soever I may be of his fame and reputation, I cannot but give this testimony of his style, that it is extreme, poetical, even in oratory, his thoughts elevated, sometimes above common apprehension, his notions politic and grave, and tending to the instruction of princes and reformation of state. That they are abundantly interlaced with variety of fancies, tropes, and figures, which the critics have enviously branded with the name of obscurity and false grammar. Well, he is now fettered in business of more unpleasant nature, page 574. The Muses have lost him, but the Commonwealth gains by it. The corruption of a poet is the generation of a statesman. He will not venture again into the civil wars of censure, criticism. Ube, nullos habitura triumphos. If he had not told us he had left the Muses, we might have half suspected it by that word, ube, which does not any way belong to them, in that place. The rest of the verse is indeed Lucan's, but that ube, I will answer for it, is his own. Yet he has another reason for this disgust of poesy. For he says, immediately after, that the manner of plays which are now in most esteem is beyond his power to perform, page 574. To perform the manner of a thing is new English to me. However, he condemns not the satisfaction of others, but rather their unnecessary understanding, who, like Sancho Panza's doctor, prescribe too strictly to our appetites. For, says he, in the difference of tragedy and comedy and of farce itself, there can be no determination but by the taste, nor in the manner of their composure. We shall see him, now, as great a critic as he was a poet, and the reason why he excelled so much in poetry will be evident, for it will have proceeded from the exactness of his judgment. In the difference of tragedy, comedy, and farce itself, there can be no determination but by the taste. I will not quarrel with the obscurity of this phrase, though I justly might, but beg his pardon, if I do not rightly understand him. If he means that there is no essential difference betwixt comedy, tragedy, and farce, but only what is made by people's taste, which distinguishes one of them from the other, that is so manifest an error, that I need lose no time to contradict it. Were there neither judge, taste, or opinion in the world, yet they would differ in their natures. For the action, character, and language of tragedy would still be great and high, that of comedy, lower and more familiar. Admiration would be the delight of the one, satire, of the other. I have but briefly touched upon these things, because, whatever his words are, I can scarce, imagine that he who is always concerned for the true honor of reason, and would have no spurious issue fathered upon her, page 578, should mean anything so absurd as to affirm that there is no difference between comedy and tragedy, but what is made by taste only. Unless he would have us understand the comedies of my Lord L., where the first act should be potages, the second, fricassees and the fifth, a share entière of women. I rather guess he means that betwixt one comedy or tragedy and another, There is no other difference but what is made by the liking or disliking of the audience. This is, indeed, a less error than the former, but yet it is a great one. The liking or disliking of the people gives the play the denomination of good or bad, but does not really make or constitute it such. To please the people ought to be the poet's aim, pages 513, 582, 584, because plays are made for their delight, but it does not follow that they are always pleased with good plays, or that the plays which please them are always good. The humor of the people is now for comedy, therefore, in hope to please them, I write comedies rather than serious plays, and so far their taste prescribes to me. But it does not follow from that reason that comedy is to be preferred before tragedy, in its own nature. For that which is so, in its own nature, cannot be otherwise, as a man cannot but be a rational creature, but the opinion of the people may alter, and in another age, or perhaps in this, serious plays may be set up above comedies. This I think a sufficient answer. If it be not, he has provided me with an excuse. It seems, in his wisdom, he foresaw my weakness, and has found out this expedient for me, that it is not necessary for poets to study strict reason, since they are so used to a greater latitude than is allowed by that severe Inquisition, that they must infringe their own jurisdiction to profess themselves obliged to argue well. I am obliged to him for discovering to me this back door, but I am not yet resolved on my retreat. For I am of opinion that they cannot be good poets who are not accustomed to argue well. False reasonings and colors of speech are the certain marks of one who does not understand the stage. For moral truth is the mistress of the poet as much as of the philosopher. Poesy must resemble natural truth, but it must be ethical. Indeed, the poet dresses truth and adorns nature, but does not alter them. Ficta voluptatis causas sint proxima veris. Therefore, that is not the best poesy which resembles notions of things which are not to things which are, though the fancy may be great and the words flowing, yet the soul is but half satisfied when there is not truth in the foundation. Page 560. This is that which makes Virgil to be preferred before the rest of poets. In variety of fancy and sweetness of expression, you see Ovid far above him, for Virgil rejected many of those things which Ovid wrote. A great wit's great work is to refuse, as my worthy friend, Sir John Birkenhead, has ingeniously expressed it. You rarely meet with anything in Virgil but truth, which therefore leaves the strongest impression of pleasure in the soul. This I thought myself obliged to say in behalf of poesy, and to declare, though it be against myself, that when poets do not argue well, the defect is in the workman, not in the art. And now I come to the boldest part of his discourse, wherein he attacks not me, but all the ancient and moderns, and undermines, as he thinks, the very foundations on which dramatic poesy is built. I could wish he would have declined that envy, which must, of necessity, follow such an undertaking, and contented himself with triumphing over me in my opinions of verse, which I will never, hereafter, dispute with him. But he must pardon me if I have that veneration for Aristotle, Horace, Ben Jonson, and Corneille, that I dare not serve him in such a cause, and against such heroes, but rather fight under their protection, as Homer reports of little Teucer, who shot the Trojans from under the large buckler of Ajax Telamon. Greek, ste diar hapiautos saciae telamoniato, and c. He stood beneath his brother's ample shield, and covered there, shot death through all the field. The words of my noble adversary are these. But if we examine the general rules laid down for plays by strict reason, we shall find the errors equally gross, for the great foundation which is laid to build upon is nothing, as it is generally stated, as will appear upon the examination of the particulars. These particulars, in due time, shall be examined. In the meanwhile, let us consider what this great foundation is, which, he says, is nothing, as it is generally stated. I never heard of any other foundation of dramatic poesy than the imitation of nature, either was there ever pretended any other, by the ancients or moderns, or me who endeavored to follow them in that rule. This I have plainly said in my definition of a play, that it is a just and lively image of human nature, and c. Thus the foundation, as it is generally stated, will stand sure, if this definition of a play be true. If it be not, he ought to have made his exception against it, by proving that a play is not an imitation of nature, but somewhat else, which he is pleased to think it. But 'tis very plain that he has mistaken the foundation for that which is built upon it, though not immediately. For the direct and immediate consequence is this: if nature be to be imitated, then there is a rule for imitating nature rightly, otherwise there may be an end, and no means conducing to it. Hitherto, I have proceeded by demonstration. But as our divines, when they have proved a deity, because there is order, and have inferred that this deity ought to be worshipped, differ, afterwards, in the manner of the worship, so, having laid down that nature is to be imitated, and that proposition, page 577, proving the next that then there are means which conduce to the imitating of nature, I dare proceed no farther, positively, but have only laid down some opinions of the ancients and moderns, and of my own, as means which they used, and which I thought probable, for the attaining of that end. Those means are the same, which my antagonist calls the foundations, how properly the world may judge. And to prove that this is his meaning, he clears it immediately to you, by enumerating those rules or propositions, against which he makes his particular exceptions, as namely, those of time and place, in these words. First, we are told the plot should not be so ridiculously contrived as to crowd several countries into one stage. Secondly, to cramp the accidents of many years or days into the representation of 2 hours and a half. And lastly, a conclusion drawn that the only remaining dispute is concerning time, whether it should be contained in 12 or 24 hours, and the place to be limited to the spot of ground, either in town or city, where the play is supposed to begin. And this is called nearest to nature. For that is concluded most natural, which is most probable and nearest to that which it presents. Thus he has only made a small mistake of the means conducing to the end, for the end itself, and of the superstructure for the foundation. But he proceeds to show, therefore, upon what grounds they dictate laws for dramatic poesy and see. He is, here, pleased to charge me with being magisterial, as he has done in many other places of his preface. Therefore, in vindication of myself, I must crave leave to say that my whole discourse was skeptical, according to that way of reasoning which was used by Socrates, Plato, and all the academics of old, which Tully and the best of the ancients followed, and which is imitated by the modest inquisitions of the Royal Society. That it is so, not only the name will show, which is an essay, but the frame and composition of the work. You see, it is a dialogue sustained by persons of several opinions, all of them left doubtful, to be determined by the readers in general, and more particularly deferred to the accurate judgment of my Lord Buckhurst, to whom I made a dedication of my book. These are my words, in my epistle, speaking of the persons, whom I introduced in my dialogue. 'Tis true, they differed in their opinions, as 'tis probable they would, either do I take upon me to reconcile, but to relate them, leaving your lordship to decide it, in favor of that part, which you shall judge most reasonable. And after that, in my advertisements to the reader, I said this: the drift of the ensuing discourse was chiefly to vindicate the honor of our English writers, from the censure of those who unjustly prefer the French before them. This I intimate, lest any should think me so exceeding vain, as to teach others an art, which they understand much better than myself. But this is more than is necessary to clear my modesty in that point, and I am very confident that there is scarce any man who has lost so much time as to read that trifle, but will be my compurgator as to that arrogance whereof I am accused. The truth is, if I had been naturally guilty of so much vanity as to dictate my opinions, yet I do not find that the character of a positive or self-conceited person is of such advantage to any in this age, that I should labor to be publicly admitted of that order. But I am not, now, to defend my own cause, when that of all the ancients and moderns is in question. For this gentleman, who accuses me of arrogance, has taken a course not to be taxed with the other extreme of modesty. Those propositions which are laid down in my discourse, as helps to the better imitation of nature, are not mine, as I have said, nor were ever pretended so to be, but were derived from the authority of Aristotle and Horace, and from the rules and examples of Ben Jonson and Corneille. These are the men, with whom be properly he contends, and against whom he will endeavor to make it evident, that then is no such thing as what they all pretend. His argument against the unities of place and time is this: that 'tis as impossible for one stage to present 2 rooms or houses truly, as 2 countries or kingdoms, and as impossible that 5 hours or 24 hours should be 2 hours as that 1,000 years or hours should be less than what they are, or the greatest part of time to be comprehended in the less. For all of them being impossible, they are none of them nearest the truth or nature of what they present. For impossibilities are all equal, and admit of no degrees. This argument is so scattered into parts, that it can scarce be united into a syllogism, yet, in obedience to him, I will abbreviate, and comprehend as much of it, as I can, in few words, that my answer to it may be more perspicuous. I conceive his meaning to be what follows, as to the unity of place. If I mistake, I beg his pardon, professing it is not out of any design to play the argumentative poet. If one stage cannot properly present 2 rooms or houses, much less 2 countries or kingdoms, then there can be no unity of place. But one stage cannot properly perform this. Therefore, there can be no unity of place. I plainly deny his minor proposition, the force of which, if I mistake not, depends on this, that the stage being one place cannot be 2. This, indeed, is as great a secret as that. We are all mortal, but to requite it with another, I must crave leave to tell him that, though the stage cannot be 2 places, yet it may properly represent them, successively or at several times. His argument is, indeed, no more than a mere fallacy, which will evidently appear, when we distinguish place as it relates to plays, into real and imaginary. The real place is that theatre or piece of ground, on which the play is acted. The imaginary, that house, town, or country, where the action of the drama is supposed to be, or, more plainly, where the scene of the play is laid. Let us now apply this to that Herculean argument, which, if strictly and duly weighed, is to make it evident that there is no such thing as what they all pretend. 'Tis impossible, he says, for one stage to present 2 rooms or houses. I answer, 'tis neither impossible nor improper for one real place to represent 2 or more imaginary places, so it be done successively, which, in other words, is no more than this: that the imagination of the audience, aided by the words of the poet, and painted scenes, scenery, nay, suppose the stage to be sometimes one place, sometimes another, now a garden or wood, and immediately a camp. Which I appeal to every man's imagination, if it be not true. Neither the ancients nor moderns, as much fools as he is pleased to think them, ever asserted that they could make one place 2, but they might hope, by the good leave of this author, that the change of a scene might lead the imagination to suppose the place altered, so that he cannot fasten those absurdities upon this scene of a play or imaginary place of action, that it is one place, and yet 2. And this being so clearly proved, that 'tis past any shew of a reasonable denial, it will not be hard to destroy that other part of his argument, which depends upon it, that 'tis as impossible for a stage to represent 2 rooms or houses, as 2 countries or kingdoms, for his reason is already overthrown, which was, because both were alike impossible. This is manifestly otherwise, for 'tis proved that a stage may properly represent 2 rooms or houses. For the imagination, being judge of what is represented, will, in reason, be less shocked, with the appearance of 2 rooms in the same house, or 2 houses in the same city, than with 2 distant cities in the same country, or 2 remote countries in the same universe. Imagination in a man or reasonable creature is supposed to participate of reason, and when that governs, as it does in the belief of fiction, reason is not destroyed, but misled or blinded. That can prescribe to the reason, during the time of the representation, somewhat like a weak belief of what it sees and hears, and reason suffers itself to be so hoodwinked, that it may better enjoy the pleasures of the fiction, but it is never so wholly made a captive as to be drawn headlong into a persuasion of those things which are most remote from probability. 'Tis, in that case, a free-born subject, not a slave. It will contribute willingly its assent, as far as it sees convenient, but will not be forced. Now, there is a greater vicinity, in nature, betwixt two rooms, then betwixt two houses, betwixt two houses, then betwixt two cities, and so of the rest. Reason, therefore, can sooner be led by imagination, to step from one room to another, than to walk to two distant houses, and yet rather to go thither than to fly like a witch through the air, and be hurried from one region to another. Fancy and reason go hand in hand. The first cannot leave the last behind, and though fancy, when it sees the wide gulf, would venture over, as the nimbler, yet it is withheld by reason, which will refuse to take the leap, when the distance, over it, appears too large. If Ben Jonson himself will remove the scene from Rome into Tuscany in the same act, and from thence return to Rome, in the scene which immediate follows, reason will consider there is no proportionable allowance of time to perform the journey, and therefore will choose to stay at home. So then, the less change of place there is, the less time is taken up in transporting the persons of the drama, with analogy to reason, and in that analogy, or resemblance of fiction to truth, consists the excellency of the play. For what else concerns the unity of place, I have already given my opinion of it in my essay, that there is a latitude to be allowed to it, as several places in the same town or city, or places adjacent to each other in the same country, which may all be comprehended under the larger denomination of one place. Yet, with this restriction, the nearer and fewer those imaginary places are, the greater resemblance they will have to truth, and reason, which cannot make them one, will be more easily led to suppose them so. What has been said of the unity of place may easily be applied to that of time. I grant it to be impossible that the greater part of time should be comprehended in the less, that 24 hours should be crowded into 3. But there is no necessity of that supposition. For as place, so time relating to a play, is either imaginary or real. The real is comprehended in those 3 hours, more or less, in the space of which the play is represented. The imaginary is that which is supposed to be taken up in the representation, as 24 hours, more or less. Now, no man ever could suppose that 24 real hours could be included in the space of 3, but where is the absurdity of affirming that the feigned business of 24 imagined hours may not more naturally be represented in the compass of 3 real hours, than the like feigned business of 24 years in the same proportion of real time? For the proportions are always real, and much nearer, by his permission, of 24 to 3, than of 4,000 to it. I am almost fearful of illustrating anything by similitude, lest he should confute it for an argument, yet I think the comparison of a glass will discover, very aptly, the fallacy of his argument, both concerning time and place. The strength of his reason depends on this, that the less cannot comprehend the greater. I have already answered that we need not suppose it does. I say not that the less can comprehend the greater, but only that it may represent it, as in a mirror, of half a yard in diameter, a whole room, and many persons in it may be seen at once, not that it can comprehend that room or those persons, but that it represents them to the sight. But the author of the Duke of Lerma is to be excused for his declaring against the unity of time. For, if I be not much mistaken, he is an interested person, the time of that play taking up so many years as the favor of the Duke of Lerma continued, nay, the second and third acts including all the time of his prosperity, which was a great part of the reign of Philip III. For in the beginning of the second act, he was not yet a favorite, and before the end of the third, was in disgrace. I say not this, with the least design of limiting the stage too servilely to 24 hours, however he be pleased to tax me with dogmatizing in that point. In my dialogue, as I before hinted, several persons maintained their several opinions. One of them, indeed, who supported the cause of the French poesy, said, how strict they were in that particular, page 531. But he who answered in behalf of our nation was willing to give more latitude to the rule, and cites the words of Corneille himself, complaining against the severity of it, and observing what beauties it banished from the stage, page 44, of my essay. In few words, my own opinion is this, and I willingly submit it to my adversary, when he will please impartially to consider it, that the imaginary time of every play ought to be contrived into as narrow a compass as the nature of the plot, the quality of the persons, and variety of accidents will allow. In comedy, I would not exceed 24 or 30 hours, for the plot, accidents, and persons of comedy are small, and may be naturally turned in a little compass. But in tragedy, the design is weighty, and the persons great, therefore there will, naturally, be required a greater space of time, in which to move them. And this, though Ben Jonson has not told us, yet 'tis, manifestly, his opinion. For you see, that, to his comedies, he allows generally but 24 hours, to his two tragedies Sejanus and Catiline, a much larger time, though he draws both of them into as narrow a compass as he can. For he shows you only the latter end of Sejanus his favor, and the conspiracy of Catiline already ripe, and just breaking out into action. But as it is an error on the one side, to make too great a disproportion betwixt the imaginary time of the play, and the real time of its representation, so, on the other side, 'tis an oversight to compress the accidents of a play into a narrower compass than that in which they could naturally be produced. Of this last error, the French are seldom guilty, because the thinness of their plots prevents them from it, but few Englishmen, except Ben Jonson, have ever made a plot, with variety of design in it, included in 24 hours, which was altogether natural. For this reason, I prefer The Silent Woman before all other plays. I think, justly, as I do its author, in judgment, above all other poets. Yet of the two, I think that error the most pardonable, which, in too strait a compass, crowds together many accidents, since it produces more variety, and consequently more pleasure to the audience, and because the nearness of proportion betwixt the imaginary and real time does speciously cover the compression of the accidents. Thus I have endeavored to answer the meaning of his argument. For, as he drew it, I humbly conceive, it was none. As will appear by his proposition, and the proof of it. His proposition was this: if strictly and duly weighed, 'tis as impossible for one stage to present two rooms or houses, as two countries or kingdoms, and see. And his proof this: for all being impossible, they are none of them nearest the truth or nature of what they present. Here you see, instead of a proof or reason, there is only a petitio principii. For, in plain words, his sense is this: two things are as impossible as one another, because they are both equally impossible. But he takes those two things to be granted as impossible, which he ought to have proved such, before he had proceeded to prove them equally impossible. He should have made out, first, that it was impossible for one stage to represent two houses, and then have gone forward, to prove that it was as equally impossible for a stage to present two houses, as two countries. After all this, the very absurdity to which he would reduce me, is none at all. For his only drives at this: that if his argument be true, I must then acknowledge that there are degrees in impossibilities. Which I easily grant him, without dispute. And if I mistake not, Aristotle and the school are of my opinion. For there are some things which are absolutely impossible, and others which are only so, ex part. As, 'tis absolutely impossible for a thing to be and not to be, at the same time, but for a stone to move naturally upward, is only impossible ex parte materie, but it is not impossible for the first mover to alter the nature of it. His last assault, like that of a Frenchman, is most feeble. For where I have observed that none have been violent against verse, but such only as have not attempted it, or have succeeded ill in their attempt. Pages 503, 539, 561, 578, he will needs, according to his usual custom, improve my observation into an argument, that he might have the glory to confute it. But I lay my observation at his feet, as I do my pen, which I have often employed, willingly in his deserved commendations, and now, most unwillingly against his judgment. For his person and parts, I honor them, as much as any man living, and have had so many particular obligations to him, that I should be very ungrateful, if I did not acknowledge them to the world. But I gave not the first occasion of this difference in opinions. In my epistle dedicatory, before my rival ladies, pages 487 to 493, I said somewhat in behalf of verse, which he was pleased to answer in his preface to his plays, pages 494 to 500. That occasioned my reply in my essay, pages 501 to 572, and that reply begat his rejoinder in his preface to the Duke of Lerma, pages 573 to 578. But as I was the last who took up arms, I will be the first to lay them down. For what I have here written, I submitted wholly to him, page 561. And if I do not hereafter answer what may be objected to this paper, I hope the world will not impute it to any other reason than only the due respect which I have for so noble an opponent. Thomas Elwood. Relations with John Milton. I mentioned before that when I was a boy, I made some good progress in learning, and lost it all again before I came to be a man, nor was I rightly sensible of my loss therein, until I came amongst the Quakers. But then I both saw my loss, and lamented it, and applied myself with the utmost diligence, at all leisure times, to recover it. So false I found that charge to be, which, in those times, was cast as a reproach upon the Quakers, that they despised and decried all human learning, because they denied it to be essentially necessary to a gospel ministry, which was one of the controversies of those times. But though I toiled hard, and spared no pains, to regain what once I had been master of, yet I found it a matter of so great difficulty, that I was ready to say as the noble eunuch to Philip, in another case, "How can I? Unless I had some man to guide me?" This I had formerly complained of to my especial friend Isaac Pennington, but now more earnestly, which put him upon considering and contriving a means for my assistance. He had an intimate acquaintance with Dr. Paget, a physician of note in London, and he, with John Milton, a gentleman of great note and learning, throughout the learned world, for the accurate pieces he had written on various subjects and occasions. This person, having filled a public station in the former times, lived now a private and retired life in London, and having wholly lost his sight, kept a man to read to him, which, usually, was the son of some gentleman of his acquaintance, whom, in kindness, he took to improve in his learning. Thus, by the mediation of my friend Isaac Pennington with Dr. Paget, and of Dr. Paget with John Milton, was I admitted to come to him, not as a servant to him, which, at that time, he needed not, nor to be in the house with him, but only to have the liberty of coming to his house, at certain hours, when I would, and to read to him what books he should appoint me, which was all the favor I desired. But this being a matter which would require some time to bring it about, I, in the meanwhile, returned to my father's house, at Crowell, in Oxfordshire. I had, before, received direction by letters from my eldest sister, written by my father's command, to put off, dispose of, what cattle he had left about his house, and to discharge his servants, which I had done at the time called Michaelmas, 1661, before. So that, all that winter when I was at home, I lived like a hermit, all alone, having a pretty large house, and nobody in it but myself, at nights especially. But an elderly woman, whose father had been an old servant to the family, came every morning, and made my bed, and did what else I had occasion for her to do, till I fell ill of the smallpox, and then I had her with me, and the nurse. But now, understanding by letter from my sister that my father did not intend to return and settle there, I sold those provisions which were in the house, that they might not be spoiled when I was gone, and because they were what I should have spent, if I had tarried there, I took the money made of them, to myself, for my support at London, if the project succeeded for my going thither. This done, I committed the care of the house to a tenant of my father's, who lived in the town, and taking my leave of Crowell, went up to my sure friend Isaac Pennington again, where, understanding that the mediation used for my admittance to John Milton had succeeded so well, that I might come when I would, I hastened to London, in the spring of 1662, and, in the first place, went to wait upon him. He received me courteously, as well for the sake of Dr. Paget, who introduced me, as of Isaac Pennington, who recommended me, to both of whom he bore a good respect. And having inquired divers things of me, with respect to my former progression in learning, he dismissed me, to provide myself of such accommodation as might be most suitable to my future studies. I went, therefore, and took myself a lodging as near to his house, which was then in Jewin Street, as conveniently as I could, and from thenceforward, went every day in the afternoon, except on the first days of the week, and sitting by him in his dining room, read to him, in such books in the Latin tongue as he pleased to hear me read. At my first sitting to read to him, observing that I used the English pronunciation, he told me, if I would have the benefit of the Latin tongue, not only to read and understand Latin authors, but to converse with foreigners either abroad or at home, I must learn the foreign pronunciation. To this, I consenting, he instructed me how to sound the vowels so different, ly, from the common pronunciation used by the English, who speak always their Latin, that, with some few other variations, in sounding some consonants, in particular case s, as c before e or I, like ch, sc before I, like sh, and c, the Latin, thus spoken, seemed as different from that which was delivered as the English generally speak it, as if it were another language. I had before, during my retired life at my father's, by unwearied diligence and industry, so far recovered the rules of grammar, in which I had once been very ready, that I could both read a Latin author, and, after a sort, hammer out his meaning. But this change of pronunciation proved a new difficulty to me. It was now harder for me to read than it was, before, to understand, when read. But labor omnia vincit improbus. Incessant pains the end obtains. And so did I, which made my reading the more acceptable to my master. He, on the other hand, perceiving with what earnest desire I pursued learning, gave me not only all the encouragement, but all the help he could. For, having a curious ear, he understood by my tone, when I understood what I read, and when I did not, and accordingly, would stop me, examine me, and open the most difficult passages. Thus I went on, for about 6 weeks' time, reading to him in the afternoons, and exercising myself with my own books, in my chamber, in the forenoons. I was sensible of an improvement. But, alas, I had fixed my studies in a wrong place. London and I could never agree for health. My lungs, as I suppose, were too tender to bear the sulphurous air of that city, so that I soon began to droop, and in less than 2 months' time, I was fain to leave both my studies and the city, and return into the country to preserve life, and much ado I had to get thither. I chose to go down to Wickham, and to John Rance's house there, both as he was a physician, and his wife a honest, hearty, discreet, and grave matron, whom I had a very good esteem of, and who, I knew, had a good regard for me. There, I lay ill a considerable time, and to that degree of weakness, that scarcely any who saw me expected my life that I should live, but the Lord was both gracious to me in my illness, and was pleased to raise me up again, that I might serve him in my generation. As soon as I had recovered so much strength as to be fit to travel, I obtained of my father, who was then at his house in Crowell, to dispose of some things he had there, and who, in my illness, had come to see me, so much money as would clear all charges in the house, for physic, food, and attendance, and having fully discharged all, I took leave of my friends in that family and town, and returned, in October 1662, to my studies at London. I was very kindly received by my master, who had conceived so good an opinion of me, that my conversation, I found, was acceptable to him, and he seemed heartily glad of my recovery and return, and into our old method of study we fell again, I reading to him, and he explaining to me as occasion required. But as if learning had been a forbidden fruit to me, scarce was I well settled in my work, before I met with another diversion, hindrance, which turned me quite out of my work. For a sudden storm arising from, I know not what surmise of a plot, and thereby danger to the government, the meetings of dissenters, such, I mean, as could be found, which, perhaps, were not many besides the Quakers, were broken up throughout the city, and the prisons mostly filled with our friends. I was, that morning, which was the 26th day of the 8th month, which, according to the reckoning of the Society of Friends, was October. Their first month down to 1752 was March 1662, at the meeting, at the Bull and Mouth, by Aldersgate, when, on a sudden, a party of soldiers, of the trained bands of the city, rushed in with noise and clamor, being led by one, who was called Major Rosewell, an apothecary if I misremember not, and, at that time, under the ill name of a papist. So the friends there, with Elwood, are taken, and sent to Bridewell till the December 19th following, when they were taken to Newgate, expecting to be called at the Old Bailey Sessions. but, not being called, were sent back to Bridewell again. On the December 29th, they were brought up at the sessions, and refusing to swear, were all committed to the common side of Newgate, but that prison being so full, they were sent back to Bridewell again. Then we have the following extraordinary circumstance. Having made up our packs, and taken our leave of our friends, whom we were to leave behind, we took our bundles on our shoulders, and walked 2 and 2 abreast through the Old Bailey into Fleet Street, and so to Old Bridewell. And it being about the middle of the afternoon, and the streets pretty full of people, both the shopkeepers at their doors, and passengers in the way would stop us, and ask us what we were, and whither we were going. And when we had told them, we were prisoners, going from one prison to another, from Newgate to Bridewell. What? Said they. Without a keeper? No, said we, for our word, which we have given, is our keeper. Some thereupon would advise us not to go to prison, but to go home. But we told them we could not do so. We could suffer for our testimony, but could not fly from it. I do not remember we had any abuse offered us, but were generally pitied by the people. When we were come to Bridewell, we were not put up into the great room in which we had been before, but into a low room, in another fair court, which had a pump in the middle of it. And here we were not shut up as before, but had the liberty of the court to walk in, and of the pump to wash and drink at. And indeed, we might easily have gone quite away, if we would. There was a passage through the court into the street, but we were true and steady prisoners, and looked upon this liberty arising from their confidence in us, to be a kind of parole upon us, so that both conscience and honor stood now engaged for our true imprisonment. And this privilege we enjoyed by the indulgence of our keeper, whose heart God disposed to favor us, so that both the master and his porter were very civil and kind to us, and had been so, indeed, all along. For when we were shut up before, the porter would readily let some of us go home in an evening, and stay at home till next morning, which was a great conveniency to men of trade and business, which I, being free from, forbore asking for myself, that I might not hinder others. Under this easy restraint, we lay till the court sate at the Old Bailey again, and then, whether it was that the heat of the storm was somewhat abated, or by what other means Providence wrought it, I know not, we were called to the bar, and without further question, discharged. Whereupon we returned to Bridewell again, and having raised some moneys among us, and therewith gratified both the master and his porter for their kindness to us, we spent some time in a solemn meeting, to return our thankful acknowledgment to the Lord, both for his preservation of us in prison, and deliverance of us out of it. And then, taking a solemn farewell of each other, we departed with bag and baggage, at the end of January 1663. Thus, by such magnificent patience under arbitrary injustice, these invincible Quakers shamed the reckless crime which, in those days, went by the name of the law, and such stories as Elwood's Life and George Fox's Journal abound with like splendid victories of patience, by men who were incapable of telling a lie or of intentionally breaking their word. John Bunyan's imprisonment at this time was much of the same kind as Elwood's, as soon as the keeper of Bedford jail found he could trust him. Being now at liberty, I visited more generally my friends that were still in prison, and more particularly, my friend and benefactor, William Pennington, at his house, and then went to wait upon my master, Milton, with whom yet I could not propose to enter upon my intermitted studies, until I had been in Buckinghamshire, to visit my worthy friends, Isaac Pennington and his virtuous wife, with other friends in that country, district, or county. Thither, therefore, I betook myself, and the weather being frosty, and the ways by that means clean and good, I walked it through in a day, and was received by my friends there, with such demonstration of hearty kindness, as made my journey very easy to me. I intended only a visit hither, not a continuance, and therefore purposed, after I had stayed a few days, to return to my lodging and former course, i.e., of reading to Milton, in London. But Providence ordered otherwise. Isaac Pennington had, at that time, 2 sons and 1 daughter, all then very young, of whom the eldest son, John Pennington, and the daughter, Mary, the wife of Daniel Worley, are yet living at the writing of this, 1713, and being himself both skillful and curious in pronunciation, he was very desirous to have them well grounded in the rudiments of the English tongue. To which end, he had sent for a man out of Lancashire, whom, upon inquiry, he had heard of, who was, undoubtedly, the most accurate English teacher that ever I met with or have heard of. His name was Richard Bradley. But as he pretended no higher than the English tongue, and had led them, by grammar rules, to the highest improvement they were capable of, in that, he had then taken his leave, and was gone up to London, to teach an English school of friends' children there. This put my friend to a fresh strait. He had sought for a new teacher to instruct his children in the Latin tongue, as the old had done in the English, but had not yet found one. Wherefore, one evening, as we sate together by the fire, in his bedchamber, which, for want of health, he kept, he asked me, his wife being by, if I would be so kind to him, as to stay a while with him, till he could hear of such a man as he aimed at, and, in the meantime, enter his children in the rudiments of the Latin tongue? This question was not more unexpected than surprising to me, and the more, because it seemed directly to thwart my former purpose and undertaking of endeavoring to improve myself, by following my studies with my master, Milton, which this would give, at least, a present diversion from, and for how long, I could not foresee. But the sense I had, of the manifold obligations I lay under to these worthy friends of mine, shut out all reasonings, and disposed my mind to an absolute resignation to their desire, that I might testify my gratitude by a willingness to do them any friendly service that I could be capable of. And though I questioned my ability to carry on that work to its due height and proportion, yet, as that was not proposed, but an initiation only by accidents into grammar, I consented to the proposal, as a present expedient, till a more qualified person should be found, without further treaty or mention of terms between us, than that of mutual friendship. And to render this digression from my own studies the less uneasy to my mind, I recollected, and often thought of, that rule of Lilly. Cadocet indoctos, licet indoctissimus esset, ipsi brevi reliquis, docture esse quit. He that th unlearned doth teach, may quickly be more learned than they, though most unlearned he. With this consideration, I undertook this province, and left it not until I married, which was not till the October 28th in the year 1669, near ly 7 years from the time I came thither. In which time, having the use of my friends' books, as well as of my own, I spent my leisure hours much in reading, not without some improvement to myself in my private studies, which, with the good success of my labors bestowed on the children, and the agreeableness of conversation which I found in the family, rendered my undertaking more satisfactory, and my stay there more easy to me. Although the storm raised by the Act for Banishment, 16 Car. 2, c. 4, 1664, fell with the greatest weight and force upon some other parts, as at London, Hertford, and c. Yet were we, in Buckinghamshire, not wholly exempted therefrom. For a part of that shower reached us also. For a friend, of Amersham, whose name was Edward Perrot or Parrett, departing this life, and notice being given that his body would be buried there on such a day, which was the first day of the 5th month, July, 1665, the friends of the adjacent parts of the country resorted pretty generally to the burial. So that there was a fair appearance of friends and neighbors, the deceased having been well beloved by both. After we had spent some time together in the house, Morgan Watkins, who at that time happened to be at Isaac Pennington's, being with us, the body was taken up and borne on friends' shoulders along the street, in order to be carried to the burying ground, which was at the town's end, being part of an orchard belonging to the deceased, which he, in his lifetime, had appointed for that service. It so happened that one Ambrose Bennet, a barrister at law, and a justice of the peace for that county, was riding through the town of Amersham that morning, in his way to Aylesbury, and was, by some ill-disposed person or other, informed that there was a Quaker to be buried there that day, and that most of the Quakers in the county, were come thither to the burial. Upon this, he set up his horses and stayed. And when we, not knowing anything of his design against us, went innocently forward to perform our Christian duty for the interment of our friend, he rushed out of his inn upon us, with the constables and a rabble of rude fellows whom he had gathered together, and, having his drawn sword in his hand, struck one of the foremost of the bearers with it, commanding them to set down the coffin. But the friend, who was so stricken, whose name was Thomas Dell, being more concerned for the safety of the dead body than his own, lest it should fall from his shoulder, and any indecency thereupon follow, held the coffin fast. Which the justice observing, and being enraged at his word, how unjust soever, was not forthwith obeyed, set his hand to the coffin, and with a forcible thrust threw it off the bearer's shoulders, so that it fell to the ground, in the midst of the street, and there we were forced to leave it. For, immediately thereupon, the justice giving command for the apprehending us, the constables with the rabble fell on us, and drew some, and drove others in the inn, giving thereby an opportunity to the rest to walk away. Of those that were thus taken, I was one. And being, with many more, put into a room, under a guard, we were kept there, till another justice, called Sir Thomas Clayton, whom Justice Bennet had sent for, to join with him in committing us, was come. And then, being called forth severally before them, they picked out 10 of us, and committed us to Aylesbury jail, for what either we, nor they knew. For we were not convicted of having either done or said anything, which the law could take hold of. For they took us up in the open street, the King's highway, not doing any unlawful act, but peaceably carrying and accompanying the corpse of our deceased friend, to bury it. Which they would not suffer us to do, but caused the body to lie in the open street, and in the cartway, so that all the travellers that passed by, whether horsemen, coaches, carts, or wagons, were fain to break out of the way, to go by it, that they might not drive over it, until it was almost night. And then, having caused a grave to be made in the unconsecrated part, as it is accounted, of that which is called the churchyard, they forcibly took the body from the widow, whose right and property it was, and buried it there. When the justices had delivered us prisoners to the constable, it being then late in the day, which was the 7th day of the week, he, not willing to go so far as Aylesbury, 9 long miles, with us, that night, nor to put the town of Amersham to the charge of keeping us there that night and the first day and night following, dismissed us, upon our parole, to come to him again at a set hour, on the 2nd day morning. Whereupon, we all went home to our respective habitations, and coming to him punctually, on Monday, July 3rd, 1665, according to promise, were by him, without guard, conducted to the prison. The jailer, whose name was Nathaniel Birch, had, not long before, behaved himself very wickedly, with great rudeness and cruelty, to some of our friends of the lower side of the country, i.e. Buckinghamshire, whom he, combining with the clerk of the peace, whose name was Henry Wells, had contrived to get into his jail, and after they were legally discharged in court, detained them in prison, using great violence, and shutting them up close in the common jail among the felons, because they would not give him his unrighteous demand of fees, which they were the more straitened in, from his treacherous dealing with them. And they having, through suffering, maintained their freedom, and obtained their liberty, we were the more concerned to keep what they had so hardly gained, and therefore resolved not to make any contract or terms for either chamber rent or fees, but to demand a free prison. Which we did. When we came in, the jailer was ridden out to wait on the judges, who came in, that day, July 3rd, 1665, to begin the assize, and his wife was somewhat at a loss how to deal with us. But being a cunning woman, she treated us with a great appearance of courtesy, offering us the choice of all her rooms, and when we asked, upon what terms, she still referred us to her husband, telling us she did not doubt, but that he would be very reasonable and civil to us. Thus she endeavored to have drawn us to take possession of some of her chambers, at a venture, and trust to her husband's kind usage, but we, who, at the cost of our friends, had a proof of his kindness, were too wary to be drawn in by the fair words of a woman, and therefore told her we would not settle anywhere till her husband came home, and then would have a free prison, wheresoever he put us. Accordingly, walking all together into the court of the prison, in which was a well of very good water, and having, beforehand, sent to a friend in the town, a widow woman, whose name was Sarah Lambarn, to bring us some bread and cheese, we sate down upon the ground round about the well, and when we had eaten, we drank of the water out of the well. Our great concern was for our friend, Isaac Pennington, because of the tenderness of his constitution, but he was so lively in his spirit, and so cheerfully given up to suffer, that he rather encouraged us than needed any encouragement from us. In this posture the jailer, when he came home, found us, and having, before he came to us, consulted his wife, and by her, understood on what terms we stood, when he came to us, he hid his teeth, and putting on a show of kindness, seemed much troubled that we should sit there abroad, in the open air, especially his old friend, Mr. Pennington, and thereupon invited us to come in, and take what rooms in his house we pleased. We asked, upon what terms? Letting him know, withal, that we were determined to have a free prison. He, like the sun and the wind in the fable, that strove which of them should take from the traveller his cloak, having, like the wind, tried rough, boisterous, violent means to our friends before, but in vain, resolved now to imitate the sun, and shine as pleasantly as he could upon us. Wherefore, he told us, we should make the terms ourselves, and be as free as we desired. If we thought fit, when we were released, to give him anything, he would thank us for it, and if not, he would demand nothing. Upon these terms, we went in, and disposed ourselves, some in the dwelling house, others in the malt house, where they chose to be. During the assize, we were brought before Judge Morton, Sir William Morton, Recorder of Gloucester, a sour, angry man, who, being an old Cavalier officer, naturally, very rudely reviled us, but would not hear either us or the cause, referring the matter to the two justices, who had committed us. They, when the assize was ended, sent for us, to be brought before them, at their inn, at Aylesbury, and fined us, as I remember, SIXS. 8d. apiece, which we not consenting to pay, they committed us to prison again for 1 month from that time, on the act for banishment. When we had lain there that month, i.e., not later than the middle of August, 1665, I, with another, went to the jailer, to demand our liberty, which he readily granted, telling us the door should be opened, when we pleased to go. This answer of his, I reported to the rest of my friends there, and thereupon, we raised among us a small sum of money, which they put into my hand, for the jailer. Whereupon I, taking another with me, went to the jailer, with the money in my hand, and reminding him of the terms, upon which we accepted the use of his rooms, I told him that though we could not pay chamber rent nor fees, yet inasmuch as he had now been civil to us, we were willing to acknowledge it by a small token, and thereupon gave him the money. He, putting it into his pocket, said, I thank you and your friends for it. And to let you see that I take it as a gift, not a debt, I will not look on it, to see how much it is. The prison door being then set open for us, we went out, and departed to our respective homes. Some little time before I went to Aylesbury prison, on July 3, 1665, I was desired by my quondam master, Milton, to take a house for him in the neighborhood where I dwelt, that he might get out of the city, for the safety of himself and his family, the pestilence then growing hot in London. I took a pretty box for him, i.e. in June, 1665, in Giles Chalfont, St. Giles, a mile from me. Elwood was then living in Isaac Pennington's house, called the Grange, at Chalfont St. Peter, or Peter's Chalfont, as he calls it, of which I gave him notice, and intended to have waited on him, and seen him well settled in it, but was prevented by that imprisonment. Therefore Milton did not come into Buckinghamshire at this time, till after the July 3, 1665. But now, i.e., not later than the middle of August, 1665, being released, and returned home, I soon made a visit to him, to welcome him into the county. After some common discourses had passed between us, evidently at Elwood's first visit, called for a manuscript of his, which being brought, he delivered to me, bidding me take it home with me, and read it at my leisure, and when I had so done, return it to him, with my judgment thereupon. When I came home, i.e. the Grange, from which Isaac Pennington, with his family, including Thomas Elwood, was, by military force, expelled about a month after their first return from Aylesbury jail, i.e. about the middle of September, and he again sent to the same prison, and had set myself to read it, I found it was that excellent poem, which he entitled Paradise Lost. After I had, with the best attention, read it through, I made him another visit, and returned him his book, with due acknowledgment of the favor he had done me, in communicating it to me. He asked me how I liked it, and what I thought of it, which I, modestly but freely, told him. And, after some further discourse about it, I pleasantly said to him, "Thou hast said much here of Paradise Lost, but what hast thou to say of Paradise Found?" He made me no answer, but sate some time in a muse, then brake off that discourse, and fell upon another subject. After the sickness, plague, was over, and the city well cleansed, and become safely habitable again, he returned thither. And when, afterwards, probably in 1668 or 1669, I went to wait on him there, which I seldom failed of doing, whenever my occasions drew me to London, he showed me his second poem, called Paradise Regained, and, in a pleasant tone, said to me, "This is owing to you, for you put it into my head by the question you put to me at Chalfont, which, before, I had not thought of." Paradise Regained was licensed for publication on July 2, 1670. Advice to a Young Reviewer, with a Specimen of the Art. 1807. Advice to a Young Reviewer, N.C. You are now about to enter on a profession which has the means of doing much good to society, and scarcely any temptation to do harm. You may encourage genius, you may chastise superficial arrogance, expose falsehood, correct error, and guide the taste and opinions of the age in no small degree by the books you praise and recommend. And this too may be done without running the risk of making any enemies, or subjecting yourself to be called to account for your criticism, however severe. While your name is unknown, your person is invulnerable, at the same time your aim is sure, for you may take it at your leisure, and your blows fall heavier than those of any writer whose name is given, or who is simply anonymous. There is a mysterious authority in the plural, we, which no single name, whatever may be its reputation, can acquire, and under the sanction of this imposing style, your strictures, your praises, and your dogmas, will command universal attention, and be received as the fruit of united talents, acting on one common principle, as the judgments of a tribunal who decide only on mature deliberation, and who protect the interests of literature with unceasing vigilance. Such being the high importance of that office, and such its opportunities, I cannot bestow a few hours of leisure better than in furnishing you with some hints for the more easy and effectual discharge of it, hints which are, I confess, loosely thrown together, but which are the result of long experience, and of frequent reflection and comparison. And if anything should strike you, at first sight, as rather equivocal in point of morality, or deficient in liberality and feeling, I beg you will suppress all such scruples, and consider them as the offspring of a contracted education and narrow way of thinking, which a little intercourse with the world and sober reasoning will speedily overcome. Now, as in the conduct of life nothing is more to be desired than some governing principle of action, to which all other principles and motives must be made subservient, so in the art of reviewing I would lay down as a fundamental position, which you must never lose sight of, and which must be the mainspring of all your criticisms: write what will sell. To this golden rule every minor canon must be subordinate, and must be either immediately deducible from it, or at least be made consistent with it. Be not staggered at the sound of a precept which, upon examination, will be found as honest and virtuous as it is discreet. I have already sketched out the great services which it is in your power to render mankind, but all your efforts will be unavailing if men did not read what you write. Your utility, therefore, it is plain, depends upon your popularity, and popularity cannot be attained without humoring the taste and inclinations of men. Be assured that, by a similar train of sound and judicious reasoning, the consciences of thousands in public life are daily quieted. It is better for the state that their party should govern than any other. The good which they can effect by the exercise of power is infinitely greater than any which could arise from a rigid adherence to certain subordinate moral precepts, which therefore should be violated without scruple whenever they stand in the way of their leading purpose. He who sticks at these can never act a great part in the world, and is not fit to act it if he could. Such maxims may be very useful in ordinary affairs, and for the guidance of ordinary men, but when we mount into the sphere of public utility, we must adopt more enlarged principles, and not suffer ourselves to be cramped and fettered by petty notions of right and moral duty. When you have reconciled yourself to this liberal way of thinking, you will find many inferior advantages resulting from it, which at first did not enter into your consideration. In particular, it will greatly lighten your labors to follow the public taste, instead of taking upon you to direct it. The task of pleasing is at all times easier than that of instructing. At least it does not stand in need of painful research and preparation, and may be effected in general by a little vivacity of manner, and a dexterous merigeration, compliance, or obsequiousness, as Lord Bacon calls it, to the humors and frailties of men. Your responsibility, too, is thereby much lessened. Justice and candor can only be required of you so far as they coincide with this main principle, and a little experience will convince you that these are not the happiest means of accomplishing your purpose. It has been idly said that a reviewer acts in a judicial capacity, and that his conduct should be regulated by the same rules by which the judge of a civil court is governed, that he should rid himself of every bias, be patient, cautious, sedate, and rigidly impartial, that he should not seek to shew off himself, and should check every disposition to enter into the case as a partisan. Such is the language of superficial thinkers, but in reality there is no analogy between the two cases. A judge is promoted to that office by the authority of the state, a reviewer by his own. The former is independent of control, and may therefore freely follow the dictates of his own conscience. The latter depends for his very bread upon the breath of public opinion. The great law of self-preservation therefore points out to him a different line of action. Besides, as we have already observed, if he ceases to please, he is no longer read, and consequently is no longer useful. In a court of justice, too, the part of amusing the bystanders rests with the counsel. In the case of criticism, if the reviewer himself does not undertake it, who will? Instead of vainly aspiring to the gravity of a magistrate, I would advise him, when he sits down to write, to place himself in the imaginary situation of a cross-examining pleader. He may comment, in a vein of agreeable irony, upon the profession, the manner of life, the look, dress, or even the name, of the witness he is examining. When he has raised a contemptuous opinion of him in the minds of the court, he may proceed to draw answers from him capable of a ludicrous turn, and he may carve and garble these to his own liking. This mode of proceeding you will find most practicable in poetry, where the boldness of the image, or the delicacy of thought, for which the reader's mind was prepared in the original, will easily be made to appear extravagant, or affected, if judiciously singled out, and detached from the group to which it belongs. Again, since much depends upon the rhythm and the terseness of expression, both of which are sometimes destroyed by dropping a single word, or transposing a phrase, I have known much advantage arise from not quoting in the form of a literal extract, but giving a brief summary in prose, of the contents of a poetical passage, and interlarding your own language, with occasional phrases of the poem marked with inverted commas. These, and 1,000 other little expedients, by which the arts of quizzing and banter flourish, practice will soon teach you. If it should be necessary to transcribe a dull passage, not very fertile in topics of humor and raillery, you may introduce it as a favorable specimen of the author's manner. Few people are aware of the powerful effects of what is philosophically termed association. Without any positive violation of truth, the whole dignity of a passage may be undermined by contriving to raise some vulgar and ridiculous notions in the mind of the reader, and language teems with examples of words by which the same idea is expressed, with the difference only that one excites a feeling of respect, the other of contempt. Thus you may call a fit of melancholy the sulks, resentment, a pet, a steed, a nag, a feast, a junketing, sorrow and affliction, whining and blubbering. By transferring the terms peculiar to one state of society, to analogous situations and characters in another, the same object is attained. A drill sergeant, or a cat and nine tails, in the Trojan War. A Lesbos smack putting into the Piraeus, the penny post of Jerusalem, and other combinations of the like nature which, when you have a little indulged in that vein of thought, will readily suggest themselves, never fail to raise a smile, if not immediately at the expense of the author, yet entirely destructive of that frame of mind which his poem requires in order to be relished. I have dwelt the longer on this branch of literature, because you are chiefly to look here for materials of fun and irony. Voyages and travels indeed are no barren ground, and you must seldom let a number of your review go abroad without an article of this description. The charm of this species of writing, so universally felt, arises chiefly from its uniting narrative with information. The interest we take in the story can only be kept alive by minute incident and occasional detail, which puts us in possession of the traveler's feelings, his hopes, his fears, his disappointments, and his pleasures. At the same time, the thirst for knowledge and love of novelty is gratified by continual information respecting the people and countries he visits. If you wish, therefore, to run down the book, you have only to play off these two parts against each other. When the writer's object is to satisfy the first inclination, you are to thank him for communicating to the world such valuable facts as whether he lost his way in the night, or sprained his ankle, or had no appetite for his dinner. If he is busied about describing the mineralogy, natural history, agriculture, trade, etc. of a country, you may mention 100 books from whence the same information may be obtained, and deprecate the practice of emptying old musty folios into new quartos, to gratify that sickly taste for a smattering about everything which distinguishes the present age. In works of science and recondite learning, the task you have undertaken will not be so difficult as you may imagine. Tables of contents and indexes are blessed helps in the hands of a reviewer. But more than all, the preface is the field from which his richest harvest is to be gathered. In the preface, the author usually gives a summary of what has been written on the same subject before. He acknowledges the assistance he has received from different sources, and the reasons of his dissent from former writers. He confesses that certain parts have been less attentively considered than others, and that information has come to his hands too late to be made use of. He points out many things in the composition of his work which he thinks may provoke animadversion, and endeavors to defend or palliate his own practice. Here then is a fund of wealth for the reviewer, lying upon the very surface. If he knows anything of his business, he will turn all these materials against the author, carefully suppressing the source of his information, and as if drawing from the stores of his own mind long ago laid up for this very purpose. If the author's references are correct, a great point is gained, for by consulting a few passages of the original works, it will be easy to discuss the subject with the air of having a previous knowledge of the whole. Your chief vantage ground is that you may fasten upon any position in the book you are reviewing, and treat it as principal and essential, when perhaps it is of little weight in the main argument. But by allotting a large share of your criticism to it, the reader will naturally be led to give it a proportionate importance, and to consider the merit of the treatise at issue upon that single question. If anybody complains that the greater and more valuable parts remain unnoticed, your answer is that it is impossible to pay attention to all, and that your duty is rather to prevent the propagation of error than to lavish praises upon that which, if really excellent, will work its way in the world without your help. Indeed, if the plan of your review admits of selection, you had better not meddle with works of deep research and original speculation, such as have already attracted much notice, and cannot be treated superficially without fear of being found out. The time required for making yourself thoroughly master of the subject is so great, that you may depend upon it they will never pay for the reviewing. They are generally the fruit of long study, and of talents concentrated in the steady pursuit of one object. It is not likely, therefore, that you can throw much new light on a question of this nature, or even plausibly combat the author's propositions, in the course of a few hours, which is all you can well afford to devote to them. And without accomplishing one or the other of these points, your review will gain no celebrity, and of course no good will be done. Enough has been said to give you some insight into the facilities with which your new employment abounds. I will only mention one more, because of its extensive and almost universal application to all branches of literature. The topic, I mean, which by the old rhetoricians was called Greek exenantion, that is, when a work excels in one quality, you may blame it for not having the opposite. For instance, if the biographical sketch of a literary character is minute and full of anecdote, you may enlarge on the advantages of philosophical reflection, and the superior mind required to give a judicious analysis of the opinions and works of deceased authors. On the contrary, if the latter method is pursued by the biographer, you can, with equal ease, extol the lively coloring, and truth, and interest, of exact delineation and detail. This topic, you will perceive, enters into style as well as matter, where many virtues might be named which are incompatible, and whichever the author has preferred, it will be the signal for you to launch forth on the praises of its opposite, and continually to hold up that to your reader as the model of excellence in this species of writing. You will perhaps wonder why all my instructions are pointed towards the censure, and not the praise, of books, but many reasons might be given why it should be so. The chief are, that this part is both easier, and will sell better. Let us hear the words of Mr. Burke on a subject not very dissimilar. In such cases, says he, the writer has a certain fire and alacrity inspired into him by a consciousness that, let it fare how it will with the subject, his ingenuity will be sure of applause, and this alacrity becomes much greater, if he acts upon the offensive, by the impetuosity that always accompanies an attack, and the unfortunate propensity which mankind have to finding and exaggerating faults. Pref. Vindic. Nat. SOC. Page 6. You will perceive that I have on no occasion sanctioned the baser motives of private pique, envy, revenge, and love of detraction. At least I have not recommended harsh treatment upon any of these grounds. I have argued simply on the abstract moral principle which a reviewer should ever have present to his mind, but if any of these motives insinuate themselves as secondary springs of action, I would not condemn them. They may come in aid of the grand leading principle, and powerfully second its operation. But it is time to close these tedious precepts, and to furnish you with, what speaks plainer than any precept, a specimen of the art itself, in which several of them are embodied. It is hastily done, but it exemplifies well enough what I have said of the poetical department, and exhibits most of those qualities which disappointed authors are fond of railing at, under the names of flippancy, arrogance, conceit, misrepresentation, and malevolence, reproaches which you will only regard as so many acknowledgments of success in your undertaking, and infallible tests of an established fame, and a rapidly increasing circulation. El Allegro. A poem. By John Milton. No printer's name. It has become a practice of late with a certain description of people, who have no visible means of subsistence, to string together a few trite images of rural scenery, interspersed with vulgarisms in dialect, and traits of vulgar manners, to dress up these materials in a sing-song jingle, and to offer them for sale as a poem. According to the most approved recipes, something about the heathen gods and goddesses, and the schoolbook topics of Styx and Cerberus, and Elysium, are occasionally thrown in, and the composition is complete. The stock in trade of these adventurers is in general scanty enough, and their art therefore consists in disposing it to the best advantage. But if such be the aim of the writer, it is the critic's business to detect and defeat the imposture, to warn the public against the purchase of shop-worn goods and tinsel wares, to protect the fair trader, by exposing the tricks of needy quacks and mountebanks, and to chastise that forward and noisy importunity with which they present themselves to the public notice. How far Mr. Milton is amenable to this discipline will best appear from a brief analysis of the poem before us. In the very opening he assumes a tone of authority which might better suit some veteran bard than a raw candidate for the Delphic bays, for, before he proceeds to the regular process of invocation, he clears the way, by driving from his presence, with sundry hard names, and bitter reproaches on her father, mother, and all the family, a venerable personage, whose age at least and staid matron-like appearance might have entitled her to more civil language. Hence, loathed melancholy of Cerberus and blackest midnight born, in Stygian cave forlorn, and c. There is no giving rules, however, in these matters, without a knowledge of the case. Perhaps the old lady had been frequently warned off before, and provoked this violence by continuing still to lurk about the poet's dwelling. And, to say the truth, the reader will have but too good reason to remark, before he gets through the poem, that it is one thing to tell the spirit of dullness to depart, and another to get rid of her in reality. Like Glendower's spirits, any one may order them away. But will they go, when you do order them? But let us suppose for a moment that the Parnassian decree is obeyed, and according to the letter of the order, which is as precise and wordy as if Justice Shallow himself had drawn it, that the obnoxious female is sent back to the place of her birth, 'mongst horrid shapes, shrieks, sights, and c. at which we beg our fair readers not to be alarmed, for we can assure them they are only words of course in all poetical instruments of this nature, and mean no more than the force and arms and instigation of the devil, in a common indictment. This nuisance then being abetted, we are left at liberty to contemplate a character of a different complexion, buxom, blithe, and debonair, one who, although evidently a great favorite of the poets, and therefore to be received with all due courtesy, is notwithstanding introduced under the suspicious description of an alias. In heaven, yclept Euphrosyne, and by men, heart-easing mirth. Judging indeed from the light and easy deportment of this gay nymph, one might guess there were good reasons for a change of name as she changed her residence. But of all vices there is none we abhor more than that of slanderous insinuation. We shall therefore confine our moral strictures to the nymph's mother, in whose defense the poet has little to say himself. Here too, as in the case of the name, there is some doubt. For the uncertainty of descent on the father's side having become trite to a proverb, the author, scorning that beaten track, has left us to choose between two mothers for his favorite, and without much to guide our choice. For, whichever we fix upon, it is plain she was no better than she should be. As he seems, however, himself inclined to the latter of the two, we will even suppose it so to be. Or whether, as some sages say, the frolic wind that breathes the spring, Zephyr with Aurora playing, as he met her once a Maying, there on beds of violets blue, and fresh-blown roses washed in dew, and sea. Some dull people might imagine that the wind was more like the breath of spring, than spring, the breath of the wind, but we are more disposed to question the author's ethics than his physics, and accordingly cannot dismiss these May gambols without some observations. In the first place, Mr. M. seems to have higher notions of the antiquity of the Maypole than we have been accustomed to attach to it. Or perhaps he sought to shelter the equivocal nature of this affair under that sanction. To us, however, who can hardly subscribe to the doctrine that vice loses half its evil by losing all its grossness, neither the remoteness of time, nor the gaiety of the season, furnishes a sufficient palliation. Violets blue, and fresh-blown roses, are, to be sure, more agreeable objects of the imagination than a gin shop in Wapping or a booth in Bartholomew Fair, but, in point of morality, these are distinctions without a difference, or it may be the cultivation of mind, which teaches us to reject and nauseate these latter objects, aggravates the case, if our improvement in taste be not accompanied by a proportionate improvement of morals. If the reader can reconcile himself to this latitude of principle, the anachronism will not long stand in his way. Much indeed may be said in favor of this union of ancient mythology with modern notions and manners. It is a sort of chronological metaphor, an artificial analogy, by which ideas, widely remote and heterogeneous, are brought into contact, and the mind is delighted by this unexpected assemblage, as it is by the combinations of figurative language. Thus in that elegant interlude, which the pen of Ben Jonson has transmitted to us, of the loves of Hero and Leander. Gentles, that no longer your expectations may wander, behold our chief actor, amorous Leander. With a great deal of cloth, lapped about him like a scarf, for he yet serves his father, a dyer in Puddle Wharf, which place we'll make bold with, to call it our Abydos, as the Bankside is our cestus, and let it not be denied us. And far be it from us to deny the use of so reasonable a liberty, especially if the request be backed, as it is in the case of Mr. M., by the craving and imperious necessities of rhyme. What man who has ever bestrode Pegasus for an hour will be insensible to such a claim? Haud ignarum mali miseris succurrere disco. We are next favored with an enumeration of the attendants of this debonair nymph, in all the minuteness of a German dramatis personae, or a rope dancer's handbill. Haste thee, nymph, and bring with thee jest and youthful jollity, quips and cranks and wanton wiles, nods and becks and wreathed smiles such as hang on Hebe's cheek and love to live in dimples sleek, sport that wrinkled care derides, and laughter holding both his sides. The author, to prove himself worthy of being admitted of the crew, skips and capers about upon the light fantastic toe, that there is no following him. He scampers through all the categories, in search of his imaginary beings, from substance to quality, and back again, from thence to action, passion, habit, and sea, with incredible celerity. Who, for instance, would have expected cranks, nods, becks, and wreathed smiles as part of a group in which jest, jollity, sport, and laughter figure away as full-formed entire personages? The family likeness is certainly very strong in the two last, and if we had not been told, we should perhaps have thought the act of deriding as appropriate to laughter as to sport. But how are we to understand the stage directions? Come, and trip it as you go. Are the words used synonymously? Or is it meant that this airy gentry shall come in a minuet step, and go off in a jig? The phenomenon of a tripping crank is indeed novel, and would doubtless attract numerous spectators. But it is difficult to guess to whom, among this jolly company, the poet addresses himself, for immediately after the plural appellative you, he proceeds. And in thy right hand lead with thee the mountain nymph, sweet Liberty. No sooner is this fair damsel introduced, but Mr. M., with most unbecoming levity, falls in love with her, and makes a request of her companion which is rather greedy, that he may live with both of them. To live with her, and live with thee. Even the gay libertine who sang, "How happy could I be with either!" did not go so far as this. But we have already had occasion to remark on the laxity of Mr. M.'s amatory notions. The poet, intoxicated with the charms of his mistress, now rapidly runs over the pleasures which he proposes to himself in the enjoyment of her society. But though he has the advantage of being his own caterer, either his palate is of a peculiar structure, or he has not made the most judicious selection. To begin the day well, he will have the skylark to come in spite of sorrow and at his window bid, "Good morrow!" The skylark, if we know anything of the nature of that bird, must come, in spite of something else as well as of sorrow, to the performance of this office. In the next image, the natural history is better preserved, and, as the thoughts are appropriate to the time of day, we will venture to transcribe the passage, as a favorable specimen of the author's manner. While the cock, with lively din, scatters the rear of darkness thin, and to the stack, or the barn door, stoutly struts his dames before, oft listening how the hounds and horns cheerily rouse the slumbering morn, from the side of some hoar hill, through the high wood echoing still. Is it not lamentable that, after all, whether it is the cock or the poet that listens, should be left entirely to the reader's conjectures? Perhaps also his embarrassment may be increased by a slight resemblance of character in these two illustrious personages, at least as far as relates to the extent and numbers of their seraglio. After a flaming description of sunrise on which the clouds attend in their very best liveries, the bill of fare for the day proceeds in the usual manner. Whistling ploughmen, singing milkmaids, and sentimental shepherds are always to be had at a moment's notice, and if well grouped, serve to fill up the landscape agreeably enough. On this part of the poem we have only to remark that if Mr. John Milton proposeth to make himself merry with russet lawns, and fallows grey where the nibbling flocks do stray, mountains on whose barren breast the labouring clouds do often rest, meadows trim with daisies pied, shallow brooks, and rivers wide, towers and battlements, and sea, and sea, and sea, he will either find himself egregiously disappointed, or he must possess a disposition to merriment which even Democritus himself might envy. To such a pitch indeed does this solemn indication of joy sometimes rise, that we are inclined to give him credit for a literal adherence to the apostolic precept, "Is any merry, let him sing psalms." At length, however, he hies away at the sound of bell ringing, and seems for some time to enjoy the tippling and fiddling and dancing of a village wake, but his fancy is soon haunted again by spectres and goblins, a set of beings not, in general, esteemed the companions or inspirers of mirth. With stories told of many a feat, how Fairy Mab the junkets eat. She was pinched, and pulled, she said, and he, by Friar's lanthorn led, tells how the drudging goblins sweat to earn his cream bowl duly set, when, in one night, ere glimpse of morn, his shadowy flail hath threshed the corn that 10 day labourers could not end. Then lies him down the lubber fiend, and stretched out all the chimney's length, basks at the fire his hairy strength, and cropful, out of door he flings ere the first cock his matins rings. Mr. M. seems indeed to have a turn for this species of nursery tales and prattling lullabies, and if he will studiously cultivate his talent, he need not despair of figuring in a conspicuous corner of Mr. Newberry's shop window, unless indeed Mrs. Trimmer should think fit to proscribe those empty levities and idle superstitions, by which the world has been too long abused. From these rustic fictions, we are transported to another species of hum. Towered cities please us then, and the busy hum of men, where throngs of knights and barons bold, in weeds of peace, high triumphs hold, with store of ladies, whose bright eyes reign influence, and judge the prize of wit or arms, while both contend to win her grace, whom all commend. To talk of the bright eyes of ladies judging the prize of wit is indeed with the poets a legitimate species of humming, but would not, we may ask, the rain from these ladies' bright eyes rather tend to dim their luster? Or is there any quality in a shower of influence, which, instead of deadening, serves only to brighten and exhilarate? Whatever the case may be, we would advise Mr. M. by all means to keep out of the way of these knights and barons bold, for if he has nothing but his wit to trust to, we will venture to predict that, without a large share of most undue influence, he must be content to see the prize adjudged to his competitors. Of the latter part of the poem little need be said. The author does seem somewhat more at home when he gets among the actors and musicians, though his head is still running upon Orpheus and Eurydice and Pluto, and other somber personages, who are ever thrusting themselves in where we least expect them, and who chill every rising emotion of mirth and gaiety. He appears, however, to be so ravished with this sketch of festive pleasures, or perhaps with himself for having sketched them so well, that he closes with a couplet which would not have disgraced a stern hold. These delights if thou canst give, mirth, with thee I mean to live. Of Mr. M.'s good intentions there can be no doubt, but we beg leave to remind him that there are two opinions to be consulted. He presumes perhaps upon the poetical powers he has displayed, and considers them as irresistible, for every one must observe in how different a strain he avows his attachment now, and at the opening of the poem. Then it was, if I give thee honor due, mirth, admit me of thy crew. But having, it should seem, established his pretensions, he now thinks it sufficient to give notice that he means to live with her, because he likes her. Upon the whole, Mr. Milton seems to be possessed of some fancy and talent for rhyming, two most dangerous endowments, which often unfit men for acting a useful part in life without qualifying them for that which is great and brilliant. If it be true, as we have heard, that he has declined advantageous prospects in business, for the sake of indulging his poetical humor, we hope it is not yet too late to prevail upon him to retract his resolution. With the help of Cocker and common industry, he may become a respectable scrivener, but it is not all the Zephyrs, and Auroras, and Corydons, and Thyrsises, nor his junket and Queen Mab, and drudging goblins, that will ever make him a poet. Predictions for the year 1708. Wherein the month and day of the month are set down, the persons named, and the great actions and events of next year particularly related, as they will come to pass. Written to prevent the people of England from being further imposed on by vulgar almanac makers. By Isaac Bickerstaff, Esq. Mqvi. Predictions for the year 1708, and c. I have long considered the gross abuse of astrology in this kingdom, and upon debating the matter with myself, I could not possibly lay the fault upon the art, but upon those gross impostors who set up to be the artists. I know several learned men have contended that the whole is a cheat, that it is absurd and ridiculous to imagine the stars can have any influence at all on human actions, thoughts, or inclinations, and whoever has not bent his studies that way, may be excused for thinking so, when he sees in how wretched a manner this noble art is treated by a few mean illiterate traders between us and the stars, who import a yearly stock of nonsense, lies, folly, and impertinence, which they offer to the world as genuine from the planets, although they descend from no greater height than their own brains. I intend, in a short time, to publish a large and rational defense of this art, and therefore shall say no more in its justification at present than that it hath been, in all ages, defended by many learned men, and among the rest, by Socrates himself, whom I look upon as undoubtedly the wisest of uninspired mortals. To which if we add, that those who have condemned this art, although otherwise learned, having been such as either did not apply their studies this way, or at least did not succeed in their applications, their testimonies will not be of much weight to its disadvantage, since they are liable to the common objection of condemning what they did not understand. Nor am I at all offended, or think it an injury to the art, when I see the common dealers in it, the students in astronomy, the philomaths, and the rest of that tribe, treated by wise men with the utmost scorn and contempt. But I rather wonder, when I observe gentlemen in the country, rich enough to serve the nation in Parliament, pouring in Partridge's Almanac to find out the events of the year, at home and abroad, not daring to propose a hunting match, unless Gadbury or he have fixed the weather. I will allow either of the two I have mentioned, or any others of the fraternity, to be not only astrologers, but conjurers too, if I do not produce 100 instances in all their almanacs, to convince any reasonable man that they do not so much as understand grammar and syntax, that they are not able to spell any word out of the usual road, nor even, in their prefaces, to write common sense or intelligible English. Then, as their observations or predictions, they are such as will suit any age or country in the world. This month, a certain great person will be threatened with death or sickness. This the newspaper will tell them. For there we find at the end of the year, that no month passeth without the death of some person of note, and it would be hard if it should be otherwise, where there are at least 2,000 persons of note in this kingdom, many of them old, and the almanac maker has the liberty of choosing the sickliest season of the year, where he may fix his prediction. Again, this month, an eminent clergyman will be preferred, of which there may be some hundreds, half of them with 1 foot in the grave. Then, such a planet in such a house shews great machinations, plots, and conspiracies that may, in time, be brought to light. After which, if we hear of any discovery, the astrologer gets the honor; if not, his prediction still stands good. And at last, God preserve King William from all his open and secret enemies. Amen. When, if the king should happen to have died, the astrologer plainly foretold it. Otherwise it passeth but for the pious ejaculation of a loyal subject, although it unluckily happened in some of their almanacs, that poor King William was prayed for, many months after he was dead, because it fell out that he died about the beginning of the year. To mention no more of their impertinent predictions, what have we to do with their advertisements about pills, or their mutual quarrels in verse and prose of Whig and Tory? Wherewith the stars have little to do. Having long observed and lamented these, and 100 other abuses of this art too tedious to repeat, I resolved to proceed in a new way, which, I doubt not, will be to the general satisfaction of the kingdom. I can, this year, produce but a specimen of what I design for the future, having employed the most part of my time in adjusting and correcting the calculations I made for some years past, because I would offer nothing to the world, of which I am not as fully satisfied as that I am now alive. For these last 2 years, I have not failed in above 1 or 2 particulars, and those of no very great moment. I exactly foretold the miscarriage at Toulon, fruitlessly besieged by Prince Eugene, between July 26th and August 21st, 1707, with all its particulars, and the loss of Admiral Sir Cloudesley Shovel at the Scilly Isles, on October 22nd, 1707, although I was mistaken as to the day, placing that accident about 36 hours sooner than it happened. But upon reviewing my schemes, I quickly found the cause of that error. I likewise foretold the Battle of Almanza, April 25th, 1707, to the very day and hour, with the loss on both sides, and the consequences thereof. All which I shewed to some friends many months before they happened, that is, I gave them papers sealed up, to open in such a time, after which they were at liberty to read them, and there they found my predictions true in every article, except 1 or 2 very minute. As for the few following predictions I now offer the world, I forbore to publish them until I had perused the several almanacs for the year we are now entered upon. I found them all in the usual strain, and I beg the reader will compare their manner with mine. And here I make bold to tell the world that I lay the whole credit of my art upon the truth of these predictions, and I will be content that Partridge and the rest of his clan may hoot me for a cheat and impostor, if I fail in any single particular of moment. I believe any man who reads this pamphlet, will look upon me to be at least a person of as much honesty and understanding as the common maker of almanacs. I do not lurk in the dark, I am not wholly unknown to the world. I have set my name at length, to be a mark of infamy to mankind, if they shall find I deceive them. In one thing, I must desire to be forgiven, that I talk more sparingly of home affairs. As it would be imprudence to discover secrets of state, so it would be dangerous to my person, but in smaller matters, and that as are not of public consequence, I shall be very free, and the truth of my conjectures will as much appear from these, as the other. As for the most signal events abroad, in France, Flanders, Italy, and Spain, I shall make no scruple to predict them in plain terms. Some of them are of importance, and I hope I shall seldom mistake the day they will happen. Therefore I think good to inform the reader that I, all along, make use of the old style observed in England, which I desire he will compare with that of the newspapers at the time they relate the actions I mention. I must add one word more. I know it hath been the opinion of several learned persons, who think well enough of the true art of astrology, that the stars do only incline and not force the actions or wills of men, and therefore, however I may proceed by right rules, yet I cannot, in prudence, so confidently assure that the events will follow exactly as I predict them. I hope I have maturely considered this objection, which, in some cases, is of no little weight. For example, a man may, by the influence of an overruling planet, be disposed or inclined to lust, rage, or avarice, and yet by the force of reason overcome that evil influence. And this was the case of Socrates. But the great events of the world usually depending upon numbers of men, it cannot be expected they should all unite to cross their inclinations, from pursuing a general design wherein they unanimously agree. Besides, the influence of the stars reacheth to many actions and events which are not, in any way, in the power of reason, as sickness, death, and what we commonly call accidents, with many more, needless to repeat. But now it is time to proceed to my predictions, which I have begun to calculate from the time that the sun entereth into Aries, April, and this I take to be properly the beginning of the natural year. I pursue them to the time that he entereth Libra, September, or somewhat more, which is the busy period of the year. The remainder I have not yet adjusted, upon account of several impediments needless here to mention. Besides, I must remind the reader again that this is but a specimen of what I design, in succeeding years, to treat more at large, if I may have liberty and encouragement. My first prediction is but a trifle, yet I will mention it to shew how ignorant those sottish pretenders to astrology are in their own concerns. It relateth to Partridge the almanac maker. I have consulted the star of his nativity by my own rules, and find he will infallibly die upon the 29th of March, 1708, next, about 11 at night, of a raging fever. Therefore I advise him to consider of it, and settle his affairs in time. The month of April will be observable for the death of many great persons. On the 4th will die the Cardinal de Noailles, Archbishop of Paris. On the 11th, the young Prince of the Asturias, son to the Duke of Anjou. On the 14th, a great peer of this realm will die at his country house. On the 19th, an old layman of great fame and learning, and on the 23rd, an eminent goldsmith in Lombard Street. I could mention others, both at home and abroad, if I did not consider it as of very little use or instruction to the reader or to the world. As to public affairs, on the 7th of this month, there will be an insurrection in Dauphiny, occasioned by the oppressions of the people, which will not be quieted in some months. On the 15th, there will be a violent storm on the southeast coast of France, which will destroy many of their ships, and some in the very harbors. The 19th will be famous for the revolt of a whole province or kingdom, excepting one city, by which the affairs of a certain prince in the alliance will take a better face. May, against common conjectures, will be no very busy month in Europe, but very signal for the death of the Dauphin. Note how Swift is killing off all the great men on the French side, one after another, became that would jump with the inclination of the nation just at the moment, which will happen on the 7th, after a short fit of sickness, and grievous torments with the strangury. He dies less lamented by the court than the kingdom. On the 9th, a marshal of France will break his leg by a fall from his horse. I have not been able to discover whether he will then die or not. On the 11th will begin a most important siege, which the eyes of all Europe will be upon. I cannot be more particular, for in relating affairs that so nearly concern the Confederates, and consequently this kingdom, I am forced to confine myself, for several reasons very obvious to the reader. On the 15th, news will arrive of a very surprising event, than which nothing could be more unexpected. On the 19th, 3 noble ladies of this kingdom will, against all expectation, prove with child, to the great joy of their husbands. On the 23rd, a famous buffoon of the playhouse will die a ridiculous death, suitable to his vocation. June. This month will be distinguished at home by the utter dispersing of those ridiculous deluded enthusiasts, commonly called prophets, Scotch and English Jesuits affecting inspiration, under the name of the French prophets, occasioned chiefly by seeing the time come when many of their prophecies were to be fulfilled, and then finding themselves deceived by the contrary events. It is indeed to be admired, astonished at, how any deceiver can be so weak to foretell things near at hand, when a very few months must, of necessity, discover the imposture to all the world. In this point, less prudent than common almanac makers, who are so wise as to wander in generals, talk dubiously, and leave to the reader the business of interpreting. On the 1st of this month, a French general will be killed by a random shot of a cannon ball. On the 6th, a fire will break out in all the suburbs of Paris, which will destroy above 1,000 houses, and seems to be the foreboding of what will happen, to the surprise of all Europe, about the end of the following month. On the 10th, a great battle will be fought, which will begin at 4 of the clock in the afternoon, and last until 9 at night, with great obstinacy, but no very decisive event. I shall not name the place, for the reasons aforesaid, but the commanders of each left wing will be killed. I see bonfires, and hear the noise of guns for a victory. On the 14th, there will be a false report of the French king's death. On the 20th, Cardinal Portocarrero will die of a dysentery, with great suspicion of poison, but the report of his intentions to revolt to King Charles will prove false. July. The 6th of this month, a certain general will, by a glorious action, recover the reputation he lost by former misfortunes. On the 12th, a great commander will die a prisoner in the hands of his enemies. On the 14th, a shameful discovery will be made of a French Jesuit giving poison to a great foreign general, and when he is put to the torture, he will make wonderful discoveries. In short, this will prove a month of great action, if I might have liberty to relate the particulars. At home, the death of an old famous senator will happen on the 15th, at his country house, worn out with age and diseases. But that which will make this month memorable to all posterity is the death of the French King Louis XIV, after a week's sickness at Marly, which will happen on the 29th, about 6 o'clock in the evening. It seemeth to be an effect of the gout in his stomach followed by a flux. And in 3 days after, Monsieur Chaumillard will follow his master, dying suddenly of an apoplexy. In this month likewise, an ambassador will die in London, but I cannot assign the day. August. The affairs of France will seem to suffer no change for a while, under the Duke of Burgundy's administration. But the genius that animated the whole machine being gone, will be the cause of mighty turns and revolutions in the following year. The new king mocketh yet little change either in the army or the ministry, but the libels against his grandfather that fly about his very court give him uneasiness. I see an express in mighty haste, with joy and wonder in his looks, arriving by the break of day on the 26th of this month, having travelled, in 3 days, a prodigious journey by land and sea. In the evening, I hear bells and guns, and see the blazing of 1,000 bonfires. A young admiral, of noble birth, doth likewise, this month, gain immortal honor by a great achievement. The affairs of Poland are, this month, entirely settled. Augustus resigns his pretensions, which he had again taken up for some time. Stanislaus is peaceably possessed of the throne, and the King of Sweden declares for the Emperor. I cannot omit one particular accident here at home, that, near the end of this month, much mischief will be done at Bartholomew Fair, held on August 24th, by the fall of a booth. September. This month begins with a very surprising fit of frosty weather, which will last near, 12 days. The Pope having long languished last month, the swellings in his legs breaking, and the flesh mortifying, he will die on the 11th instant. And in 3 weeks' time, after a mighty contest, he will be succeeded by a cardinal of the imperial faction, but a native of Tuscany, who is now about 61 years old. The French army acts now wholly on the defensive, strongly fortified in their trenches, and the young French king sendeth overtures for a treaty of peace, by the Duke of Mantua, which, because it is a matter of state that concerneth us here at home, I shall speak no further of. I shall add but one prediction more, and that in mystical terms, which shall be included in a verse out of Virgil. Alter erit jam tethys, et alteraque vehat argo delectos heroas. Upon the 25th day of this month, the fulfilling of this prediction will be manifest to everybody. This is the furthest I have proceeded in my calculations for the present year. I do not pretend that these are all the great events which will happen in this period, but that those I have set down will infallibly come to pass. It may perhaps still be objected, why I have not spoken more particularly of affairs at home, or of the success of our armies abroad, which I might, and could very largely have done. But those in power have wisely discouraged men from meddling in public concerns, and I was resolved, by no means, to give the least offense. This I will venture to say, that it will be a glorious campaign for the Allies, wherein the English forces, both by sea and land, will have their full share of honor, that Her Majesty Queen Anne will continue in health and prosperity, and that no ill accident will arrive to any in the chief ministry. As to the particular events I have mentioned, the readers may judge by the fulfilling of them, whether I am of the level with common astrologers, who, with an old paltry cant, and a few pothooks for planets to amuse the vulgar, have, in my opinion, too long been suffered to abuse the world. But an honest physician ought not to be despised because there are such things as mountebanks. I hope I have some share of reputation, which I would not willingly forfeit for a frolic, or humor, and I believe no gentleman, who reads this paper, will look upon it to be of the same last and mould with the common scribbles that are every day hawked about. My fortune hath placed me above the little regard of writing for a few pence, which I neither value nor want. Therefore, let not any wise man too hastily condemn this essay, intended for a good design, to cultivate and improve an ancient art, long in disgrace by having fallen into mean unskilful hands. A little time will determine whether I have deceived others, or myself, and I think it is no very unreasonable request, that men would please to suspend their judgments till then. I was once of the opinion with those who despise all predictions from the stars, till, in the year 1686, a man of quality shewed me written in his album, that the most learned astronomer, Captain H. Alley, assured him he would never believe anything of the stars' influence, if there were not a great revolution in England in the year 1688. Since that time, I began to have other thoughts, Swift does not say on what subject, and after 18 years, 1690 to 1708, diligent study and application, in what, I think I have no reason to repent of my pains. I shall detain the reader no longer than to let him know, that the account I design to give of next year's events shall take in the principal affairs that happen in Europe. And if I be denied the liberty of offering it to my own country, I shall appeal to the learned world, by publishing it in Latin, and giving order to have it printed in Holland. Finus. A Revenue Officer. Jonathan Swift. A Letter to a Lord. March 30th, 1708. My Lord, in obedience to your Lordship's commands, as well as to satisfy my own curiosity, I have, for some days past, inquired constantly after Partridge the almanac maker, of whom, it was foretold in Mr. Bickerstaff's predictions, published about a month ago, that he should die, the 29th instant, about 11 at night, of a raging fever. I had some sort of knowledge of him, when I was employed in the revenue, because he used, every year, to present me with his almanac, as he did other gentlemen, upon the score of some little gratuity we gave him. I saw him accidentally once or twice, about 10 days before he died, and observed he began very much to droop and languish, although I hear his friends did not seem to apprehend him in any danger. About 2 or 3 days ago, he grew ill, was confined first to his chamber, and in a few hours after, to his bed, where Dr. Case and Mrs. Curlius, 2 London quacks, were sent for to visit, and to prescribe to him. Upon this intelligence, I sent thrice every day a servant or other, to inquire after his health, and yesterday, about 4 in the afternoon, word was brought me that he was past hopes. Upon which, I prevailed with myself to go and see him, partly out of commiseration, and I confess partly out of curiosity. He knew me very well, seemed surprised at my condescension, and made me compliments upon it, as well as he could in the condition he was. The people about him said he had been delirious, but when I saw him, he had his understanding as well as ever I knew, and spoke strong and hearty, without any seeming uneasiness or constraint. After I had told him I was sorry to see him in those melancholy circumstances, and said some other civilities suitable to the occasion, I desired him to tell me freely and ingenuously whether the predictions Mr. Bickerstaff had published relating to his death had not too much affected and worked on his imagination. He confessed he often had it in his head, but never with much apprehension till about a fortnight before, since which time it had the perpetual possession of his mind and thoughts, and he did verily believe was the true natural cause of his present distemper. "For," said he, "I am thoroughly persuaded, and I think I have very good reasons, that Mr. Bickerstaff spoke altogether by guess, and knew no more what will happen this year than I did myself." I told him. His discourse surprised me, and I would be glad he were in a state of health to be able to tell me what reason he had to be convinced of Mr. Bickerstaff's ignorance. He replied, "I am a poor ignorant fellow, bred to a mean trade, yet I have sense enough to know that all pretenses of foretelling by astrology are deceits, for this manifest reason, because the wise and learned, who can only judge whether there be any truth in this science, do all unanimously agree to laugh at and despise it, and none but the poor ignorant vulgar give it any credit. And that only upon the word of such silly wretches as I and my fellows, who can hardly write or read." I then asked him why he had not calculated his own nativity, to see whether it agreed with Bickerstaff's predictions. At which he shook his head and said, "Oh, sir! This is no time for jesting, but for repenting those fooleries, as I do now from the very bottom of my heart. By what I can gather from you," said I, "the observations and predictions you printed with your almanacs were mere impositions upon the people." He replied, "If it were otherwise, I should have the less to answer for. We have a common form for all those things. As to foretelling the weather, we never meddle with that, but leave it to the printer, who taketh it out of any old almanac, as he thinketh fit. The rest was my own invention, to make my almanac sell, having a wife to maintain, and no other way to get my bread, for mending old shoes is a poor livelihood. And," added he, sighing, "I wish I may not have done more mischief by my physic than by astrology. Although I had some good receipts from my grandmother, and my own compositions were such as I thought could, at least, do no hurt. I had some other discourse with him, which now I cannot call to mind, and I fear I have already tired your lordship. I shall only add one circumstance. That on his deathbed he declared himself a nonconformist, and had a fanatic, the political designation of dissenters, preacher to be his spiritual guide. After half an hour's conversation, I took my leave, being almost stifled by the closeness of the room. I imagined he could not hold out long, and therefore withdrew to a little coffee-house hard by, leaving a servant at the house, with orders to come immediately, and tell me as near as he could the minute when Partridge should expire, which was not above 2 hours after, when, looking upon my watch, I found it to be above 5 minutes after 7. By which it is clear that Mr. Bickerstaff was mistaken almost 4 hours in his calculation. See page 173. In the other circumstances he was exact enough. But whether he hath not been the cause of this poor man's death, as well as the predictor, may be very reasonably disputed. However, it must be confessed the matter is odd enough, whether we should endeavor to account for it by chance or the effect of imagination. For my own part, although I believe no man has less faith in these matters, yet I shall wait with some impatience, and not without expectation, the fulfilling of Mr. Bickerstaff's second prediction, that the Cardinal de Noailles is to die upon the 4th of April, 1708, and if that should be verified as exactly as this of poor Partridge, I must own I shall be wholly surprised, and at a loss, and infallibly expect the accomplishment of all the rest. In the original broadside, there are deaths with darts, winged hourglasses, crossed marrowbones, and c. Jonathan Swift. An elegy on Mr. Patridge, the almanac maker, who died on the 29th of this instant March, 1708. Original broadside in the British Museum, c. 39, k/74. Well, 'tis as Bickerstaff has guessed, though we all took it for a jest. Patridge is dead. Nay more, he died ere he could prove the good squire alive. Strange, an astrologer should die without one wonder in the sky, not one of all his crony stars to pay their duty at his hearse. No meteor, no eclipse appeared, no comet with a flaming beard. The sun has rose and gone to bed just as if Patridge were not dead, nor hid himself behind the moon to make a dreadful night at noon. He at fit periods walks through Aries, how our earthly motion varies, and twice a year he'll cut th equator, as if there had been no such matter. Some wits have wondered what analogy there is twixt 11, cobbling and astrology. How Patridge made his optics rise from a shoe sole, to reach the skies. A list, the cobbler's temples ties, to keep the hair out of their eyes, from whence, 'tis plain, the diadem that princes wear, derives from them, and therefore crowns are nowadays adorned with golden stars and rays, which plainly shews the near alliance twixt cobbling and the planet science. Besides, that slow-paced sign boats as 'tis miscalled, we know not who 'tis? But Patridge ended all disputes, he knew his trade, and called it boots. 12. The horned moon which heretofore upon their shoes the Romans wore, whose wideness kept their toes from corns, and whence we claim our shoeing horns, shews how the art of cobbling bears a near resemblance to the spheres. A scrap of parchment hung by geometry, a great refinement in barometry, can, like the stars, foretell the weather, and what is parchment else but leather, which an astrologer might use either for almanacs or shoes. Thus Patridge, by his wit and parts, at once did practice both these arts, and as the boding owl, or rather the bat, because her wings are leather, steals from her private cell by night, and flies about the candle light, so learned Patridge could as well creep in the dark, from leathern cell, and in his fancy, fly as far, to peep upon a twinkling star. Besides, he could confound the spheres and set the planets by the ears. To shew his skill, he, Mars, would join to Venus, in aspect malign, then call in Mercury for aid, and cure the wounds that Venus made. Great scholars have in Lucian read when Philip, king of Greece, was dead, his soul and spirit did divide, and each part took a different side, one rose a star, the other fell beneath, and mended shoes in hell. Thus Patridge still shines in each art, the cobbling and star-gazing part, and is installed as good a star as any of the Caesars are. Thou, high exalted in thy sphere, mayst follow still thy calling there. To thee, the bull will lend his hide, by Phoebus newly tanned and dry. For thee, they Argo-s hulk will tax, and scrape her pitchy sides for wax. Then Ariadne kindly lends her braided hair, to make the ends. The point of Sagittarius' dart turns to an awl, by heavenly art. And Vulcan, wheedled by his wife, will forge for thee a paring knife. Triumphant star! Some pity shew on cobblers militant below. 13. But do not shed thy influence down upon St. James's End o' the town. Consider where the moon and stars have their devoutest worshippers. Astrologers and lunatics have in Moorfields their stations fixed. Hither, thy gentle aspect bend. 14. Nor look asquint on an old friend. 11. Patridge was a cobbler. 12. See his almanac. 13. Sed enici in arctus si tibi legeris orb, and c. 14. Neve tuum vidias obliquo iter aromum. The epitaph. Here 5 foot deep, lies on his back, a cobbler, starmonger, and quack, who to the stars, in pure goodwill, does to his best, look upwards still. Weep all you customers, that use his pills, his almanacs, or shoes! And you that did your fortune seek, step to this grave, but once a week. This earth which bears his body's print you'll find has so much virtue in it, that I durst pawn my ears, 'twill tell whatever concerns you, full as well, in physic, stolen goods, or love, as he himself could, when above. London, printed in the year 1708. Squire Bickerstaff detected, or the astrological impostor convicted. By John Partridge, student in physic and astrology. This was written for Partridge either by Nicholas Rowe or Dr. Yalden, and put forth by him, in good faith, in proof of his continued existence. It is hard, my dear countrymen of these United Nations. It is very hard that a Briton-born, a Protestant astrologer, a man of revolution principles, an asserter of the liberty and property of the people, should cry out in vain for justice against a Frenchman, a papist, and an illiterate pretender to science, that would blast my reputation, most inhumanly bury me alive, and defraud my native country of those services which, in my double capacity, physician and astrologer, I daily offer the public. What great provocations I have received, let the impartial reader judge. And how unwillingly, even in my own defense, I now enter the lists against falsehood, ignorance, and envy. But I am exasperated at length, to drag out this Cacus from the den of obscurity, where he lurketh, to detect him by the light of those stars he hath so impudently traduced, and to shew there is not a monster in the skies so pernicious and malevolent to mankind as an ignorant pretender to physic and astrology. I shall not directly fall on the many gross errors, nor expose the notorious absurdities of this prostituted libeller, until I have let the learned world fairly into the controversy depending, and then leave the unprejudiced to judge of the merits and justice of my cause. It was towards the conclusion of the year 1707, according to the old way of reckoning the year from March 25th. The precise date is February, 1708, see page 469, when an impudent pamphlet crept into the world, intituled Predictions and C. by Isaac Bickerstaff, Esquire. Among the many arrogant assertions laid down by that lying spirit of divination, he was pleased to pitch on the Cardinal de Noailles and myself, among many other eminent and illustrious persons that were to die within the confines of the ensuing year, and peremptorily fixed the month, day, and hours of our deaths. This, I think, is sporting with great men and public spirits, to the scandal of religion and reproach of power, and if sovereign princes and astrologers must make diversion for the vulgar, why then, farewell, say I, to all governments, ecclesiastical and civil. But I thank my better stars. I am alive to confront this false and audacious predictor, and to make him rue the hour he ever affronted a man of science and resentment. The Cardinal may take what measures he pleases with him. As His Excellency is a foreigner and a papist, he hath no reason to rely on me for his justification. I shall only assure the world that he is alive. But as he was bred to letters, and is master of a pen, let him use it in his own defense. In the meantime, I shall present the public with a faithful narrative of the ungenerous treatment and hard usage I have received from the virulent papers and malicious practices of this pretended astrologer. A true and impartial account of the proceedings of Isaac Bickerstaff, Esq., against me. The 29th of March, Anno Dom. 1708, being the night this sham prophet had so impudently fixed for my last, which made little impression on myself, but I cannot answer for my whole family. For my wife, with a concern more than usual, prevailed on me to take somewhat to sweat for a cold, and between the hours of 8 and 9, to go to bed. The maid, as she was warming my bed, with the curiosity natural to young women, runs to the window, and asks of one passing the street, who the bell tolled for. Dr. Partridge, says he, the famous almanac maker, who died suddenly this evening. The poor girl, provoked, told him, he lied like a rascal. The other very sedately replied, the sexton had so informed him, and if false, he was to blame for imposing on a stranger. She asked a second, and a third as they passed, and every one was in the same tone. Now I don't say these were accomplices to a certain astrological squire, and that one Bickerstaff might be sauntering thereabouts, because I will assert nothing here but what I dare attest, and plain matter of fact. My wife, at this, fell into a violent disorder, and I must own I was a little discomposed at the oddness of the accident. In the meantime, one knocks at the door. Betty runneth down, and opening, finds a sober grave person, who modestly inquires if this was Dr. Partridge's. She, taking him for some cautious city patient, that came at that time for privacy, shews him into the dining room. As soon as I could compose myself, I went to him, and was surprised to find my gentleman mounted on a table with a 2-foot rule in his hand, measuring my walls, and taking the dimensions of the room. "Pray, sir," says I, "not to interrupt you, have you any business with me?" "Only, sir," replies he, "to order the girl to bring me a better light, for this is but a dim one." "Sir," saith I, "my name is Partridge." "Oh, the doctor's brother belike," cries he. "The staircase, I believe, and these 2 apartments hung in close mourning will be sufficient, and only a strip of baize cloth round the other rooms. The doctor must needs die rich. He had great dealings in his way, for many years. If he had no family coat of arms, you had as good use the scutcheons of the company. They are as showish and will look as magnificent as if he were descended from the blood royal." With that, I assumed a greater air of authority, and demanded, "Who employed him? And how he came there?" "Why, I was sent, sir, by the company of undertakers," saith he, "and they were employed by the honest gentleman who is the executor to the good doctor departed, and our rascally porter, I believe, is fallen fast asleep with the black cloth and sconces, or he had been here, and we might have been tacking up by this time." "Sir," says I, "pray be advised by a friend, and make the best of your speed out of my doors, for I hear my wife's voice, which, by the way, is pretty distinguishable. And in that corner of the room stands a good cudgel which somebody, i.e., himself, has felt ere now. If that light in her hands, and she knew the business you came about, without consulting the stars, I can assure you it will be employed very much to the detriment of your person." "Sir," cries he, bowing with great civility, "I perceive extreme grief for the loss of the doctor disorders you a little at present, but early in the morning I'll wait on you, with all necessary materials." Now I mention no Mr. Bickerstaff, nor do I say that a certain stargazing squire has been a playing my executor before his time, but I leave the world to judge, and if it puts things fairly together, it won't be much wide of the mark. Well, once more I get my doors closed, and prepare for bed, in hopes of a little repose, after so many ruffling adventures. Just as I was putting out my light in order to it, another bounceth as hard as he can knock. I open the window and ask, "Who is there, and what he wants?" "I am Ned the sexton," replies he, "and come to know whether the doctor left any orders for a funeral sermon? And where he is to be laid? And whether his grave is to be plain or bricked?" "Why, sirrah," says I, "you know me well enough. You know I am not dead, and how dare you affront me after this manner?" "Alack-a-day, sir," replies the fellow, "why, it is in print, and the whole town knows you are dead. Why, there's Mr. White the joiner is but fitting screws to your coffin. He'll be here with it in an instant. He was afraid you would have wanted it before this time." "Sirrah, sirrah," saith I, "you shall know tomorrow to your cost that I am alive. And alive like to be." "Why, 'tis strange, sir," says he, "you should make such a secret of your death to us that are your neighbors. It looks as if you had a design to defraud the church of its dues, and let me tell you, for one who has lived so long by the heavens, that is unhandsomely done." "Hist! Hist!" says another rogue that stood by him. "Away, doctor! Into your flannel gear as fast as you can! For here is a whole pack of dismals coming to you with their black equipage. How indecent will it look for you to stand frightening folks at your window, when you should have been in your coffin this 3 hours? In short, what with undertakers, embalmers, joiners, sextons, and your elegy hawkers upon a late practitioner in physic and astrology, I got not 1 wink of sleep that night, nor scarce a moment's rest ever since. Now, I doubt not but this villainous squire has the impudence to assert that these are entirely strangers to him. He, good man, knoweth nothing of the matter. And honest Isaac Bickerstaff, I warrant you, is more a man of honor than to be an accomplice with a pack of rascals that walk the streets on nights, and disturb good people in their beds. But he is out, if he thinks the whole world is blind. For there is one John Partridge can smell a knave as far as Grub Street, although he lies in the most exalted garret, and writeth himself, Squire. But I will keep my temper, and proceed in the narration. I could not stir out of doors for the space of 3 months after this, but presently one comes up to me in the street. "Mr. Partridge, that coffin you were last buried in, I have not yet been paid for." "Doctor!" cries another dog. "How do you think people can live by making graves for nothing? Next time you die, you may even toll out the bell yourself, for Ned." A third rogue tips me by the elbow, and wonders how I have the conscience to sneak abroad, without paying my funeral expenses. "Lord," says one, "I durst have sworn that was honest Dr. Partridge, my old friend, but poor man, he is gone." "I beg your pardon," says another. "You look so like my old acquaintance that I used to consult on some private occasions, but alack, he is gone the way of all flesh." "Look, look!" cries a third, after a competent space of staring at me. "Would not one think our neighbor the almanac maker was crept out of his grave, to take another peep at the stars in this world, and shew how much he is improved in fortune-telling by having taken a journey to the other? Nay, the very reader of our parish, a good sober discreet person, has sent 2 or 3 times for me to come and be buried decently, or send him sufficient reasons to the contrary, or if I have been interred in any other parish, to produce my certificate as the act requires. My poor wife is almost run distracted with being called Widow Partridge, when she knows it's false, and once a term, she is cited into the court, to take out letters of administration. But the greatest grievance is a paltry quack that takes up my calling just under my nose, and in his printed directions with A and B says, he lives in the house of the late ingenious Mr. John Partridge, an eminent practitioner in leather, physic, and astrology. But to shew how far the wicked spirit of envy, malice, and resentment can hurry some men, my nameless old persecutor had provided a monument at the Stonecutters, and would have it erected in the parish church, and this piece of notorious and expensive villainy had actually succeeded, if I had not used my utmost interest with the vestry, where it was carried at last but by 2 voices, that I am alive. That stratagem failing, out cometh a long sable elegy bedecked with hour-glasses, mattocks, skulls, spades, and skeletons, with an epitaph, see page 486, as confidently written to abuse me and my profession, as if I had been underground these 20 years. And after such barbarous treatment as this, can the world blame me, when I ask, what is become of the freedom of an Englishman? And where is the liberty and property that my old glorious friend, William III, came over to assert? We have driven popery out of the nation, and sent slavery to foreign climes. The arts only remain in bondage, when a man of science and character shall be openly insulted. In the midst of the many useful services he is daily paying the public. Was it ever heard, even in Turkey or Algiers, that a state astrologer was bantered out of his life by an ignorant impostor? Or bawled out of the world by a pack of villainous deep-mouthed hawkers? Though I print almanacs and publish advertisements, although I produce certificates under the ministers' and churchwardens' hands that I am alive, and attest the same, on oath, at quarter sessions, out comes a full and true relation of the death and interment of John Partridge. Truth is borne down, attestations neglected, the testimony of sober persons despised, and a man is looked upon by his neighbors as if he had been 7 years dead, and is buried alive in the midst of his friends and acquaintance. Now can any man of common sense think it consistent with the honor of my profession, and not much beneath the dignity of a philosopher, to stand bawling, before his own door, "Alive! Alive! Ho! The famous Dr. Partridge! No counterfeit, but all alive!" as if I had the 12 celestial monsters of the zodiac to shew within, or was forced for a livelihood, to turn retailer to May and Bartholomew fairs. Therefore, if Her Majesty would but graciously be pleased to think a hardship of this nature worthy her royal consideration, and the next parle, IAMNT, in their great wisdom, casts but an eye towards the deplorable case of their old Philomath that annually bestoweth his poetical good wishes on them, I am sure there is one Isaac Bickerstaff, Esquire, would soon be trussed up for his bloody persecution, and putting good subjects in terror of their lives. And that henceforward, to murder a man by way of prophecy, and bury him in a printed letter, either to a lord or commoner, shall as legally entitle him to the present possession of Tyburn, as if he robbed on the highway, or cut your throat in bed. Advertisement. N.B. There is now in the press my appeal to the learned, or my general invitation to all astrologers, divines, physicians, lawyers, mathematicians, philologers, and to the literati of the whole world, to come and take their places in the common court of knowledge, and receive the charge given in by me, against Isaac Bickerstaff, Esq., that most notorious impostor in science and illiterate pretender to the stars, where I shall openly convict him of ignorance in his profession, impudence, and falsehood in every assertion, to the great detriment and scandal of astrology. I shall further demonstrate to the judicious that France and Rome are at the bottom of this horrid conspiracy against me, and that the culprit aforesaid is a popish emissary, has paid his visits to St. Germain's, and is now in the measures of Louis XIV, that in attempting my reputation, there is a general massacre of learning designed in these realms, and through my sides, there is a wound given to all the Protestant almanac makers in the universe. Vivat Regina! Not satisfied with this impartial account, when next almanac time came, in the following November, 1708, Partridge's Almanac for 1709, pp. 2465/8, contained the following. You may remember that there was a paper published predicting my death upon the March 29th at night, 1708, and after the day was past, the same villain told the world I was dead, and how I died, and that he was with me at the time of my death. I thank God, by whose mercy I have my being, that I am still alive, and accepting my age, as well as ever I was in my life, as I was also at that 29th of March. And that paper was said to be done by one Bickerstaff, Esq., but that was a sham name, it was done by an impudent lying fellow. But his prediction did not prove true. What will he say to that? For the fool had considered the star of my nativity, as he said. Why, the truth is, he will be hard put to it to find a salvo for his honor. It was a bold touch, and he did not know but it might prove true. One hardly knows whether to wonder most at the self-delusion or credulity of this last paragraph by the old quack. This called forth from Swift a vindication of Isaac Bickerstaff, Esq., and C. Mr. Partridge hath been lately pleased to treat me after a very rough manner, in that which is called his almanac for the present year. Such usage is very undecent from one gentleman to another, and does not at all contribute to the discovery of truth, which ought to be the great end in all disputes of the learned. To call a man fool and villain and impudent fellow, only for differing from him in a point merely speculative, is, in my humble opinion, a very improper style for a person of his education. I appealed to the learned world, whether, in my last year's predictions, I gave him the least provocation for such unworthy treatment. Philosophers have differed in all ages, but the discreetest among them have always differed as became philosophers. Scurrility and passion in a controversy among scholars is just so much of nothing to the purpose, and, at best, a tacit confession of a weak cause. My concern is not so much for my own reputation, as that of the Republic of Letters, which Mr. Partridge hath endeavored to wound through my sides. If men of public spirit must be superciliously treated for their ingenious attempts, how will true useful knowledge be ever advanced? I wish Mr. Partridge knew the thoughts which foreign universities have conceived of his ungenerous proceeding with me, but I am too tender of his reputation to publish them to the world. That spirit of envy and pride, which blasts so many rising geniuses in our nation, is yet unknown among professors abroad. The necessity of justifying myself will excuse my vanity, when I tell the reader that I have received nearly 100 honorary letters from several parts of Europe, some as far as Muscovy, in praise of my performance, besides several others, which, as I have been credibly informed, were opened in the Post Office, and never sent me. It is true, the Inquisition in Ortuga, I was pleased to burn my predictions, a fact, as Sir Paul Methuen, the English ambassador there, informed Swift, and condemned the author and the readers of them, but I hope at the same time it will be considered in how deplorable a state learning lieth at present in that kingdom. And with the profoundest reverence for crowned heads, I will presume to add, that it a little concerned His Majesty of Portugal to interpose his authority in behalf of a scholar and a gentleman, the subject of a nation with which he is now in so strict an alliance. but the other kingdoms and states of Europe have treated me with more candor and generosity. If I had leave to print the Latin letters transmitted to me from foreign parts, they would fill a volume, and be a full defense against all that Mr. Partridge, or his accomplices of the P. or Tuga, L. Inquisition, will be ever able to object, who, by the way, are the only enemies my predictions have ever met with, at home or abroad. But I hope I know better what is due to the honor of a learned correspondence in so tender a point. Yet some of those illustrious persons will, perhaps, excuse me for transcribing a passage or two, in my own vindication. 15. The most learned Monsieur Leibniz thus addresseth to me his third letter, Illustrissimo Bickerstaffio Astrologico Instauratori, and c. Monsieur Leclerc, quoting my predictions in a treatise he published last year, is pleased to say, Ida, Nuperime Bickerstaffius, magnum illud Angli sidis. Another great professor writing of me, has these words, Bickerstaffius nobilis Anglis, astrologram hujus seculi facile princeps. Signor Magliabecchi, the great Duke's famous library keeper, spendeth almost his whole letter in compliments and praises. It is true the renowned professor of astronomy at Utrecht seemeth to differ from me in one article, but it is after the modest manner that becometh a philosopher, as pace tanti viri dixerim, and page 55, he seemeth to lay the error upon the printer, as, indeed it ought, and saith, Vel force in error typography, cum alioquin Bickerstaffius vir doctissimus, and c. If Mr. Partridge had followed these examples in the controversy between us, he might have spared me the trouble of justifying myself in so public a manner. I believe few men are readier to own their error than I, or more thankful to those who will please to inform him of them. But it seems this gentleman, instead of encouraging the progress of his own art, is pleased to look upon all attempts of this kind as an invasion of his province. He has been indeed so wise as to make no objection against the truth of my predictions, except in one single point, relating to himself. And to demonstrate how much men are blinded by their own partiality, I do solemnly assure the reader that he is the only person from whom I ever heard that objection offered, which consideration alone, I think, will take off its weight. With my utmost endeavors, I have not been able to trace above 2 objections ever made against the truth of my last year's prophecies. The first was of a Frenchman, who was pleased to publish to the world that the Cardinal de Noailles was still alive, notwithstanding the pretended prophecy of Monsieur Bickerstaff. But how far a Frenchman, a Papist, and an enemy is to be believed, in his own cause, against an English Protestant, who is true to the government, I shall leave to the candid and impartial reader. The other objection is the unhappy occasion of this discourse, and relateth to an article in my predictions, which foretold the death of Mr. Partridge to happen on March 29, 1708. This, he is pleased to contradict absolutely, in the almanac he has published for the present year, and in that ungentlemanly manner, pardon the expression, as I have above related. In that work, he very roundly asserts that he is not only now alive, but was likewise alive upon that very 29th of March, when I had foretold he should die. This is the subject of the present controversy between us, which I design to handle with all brevity, perspicuity, and calmness. In this dispute, I am sensible the eyes, not only of England, but of all Europe will be upon us, and the learned in every country will, I doubt not, take part on that side where they find most appearance of reason and truth. Without entering into criticisms of chronology about the hour of his death, I shall only prove that Mr. Partridge is not alive. And my first argument is thus. Above 1,000 gentlemen having bought his almanac for this year, merely to find what he said against me, at every line they read, they would lift up their eyes, and cry out, between rage and laughter, they were sure, no man alive ever wrote such stuff as this. Neither did I ever hear that opinion disputed. So that Mr. Partridge lieth under a dilemma, either of disowning his almanac, or allowing himself to be no man alive. Death is defined by all philosophers as a separation of the soul and body. Now it is certain that the poor woman, Mrs. Partridge, who has best reason to know, has gone about, for some time, to every alley in the neighborhood, and swore to her gossips that her husband had neither life nor soul in him. Therefore, if an uninformed carcass walks still about and is pleased to call itself Partridge, Mr. Bickerstaff doth not think himself any way answerable for that. Neither had the said carcass any right to beat the poor boy, who happened to pass by it in the street, crying a full and true account of Dr. Partridge's death, and c. Secondly, Mr. Partridge pretendeth to tell fortunes and recover stolen goods, which all the parish says he must do by conversing with the devil and other evil spirits, and no wise man will ever allow he could converse personally with either, until after he was dead. Thirdly, I will plainly prove him to be dead out of his own almanac for this year, and from the very passage which he protesteth to make us think him alive. He there saith, he is not only now alive, but was also alive upon that very 29th of March, which I foretold he should die on. By this, he declareth his opinion that a man may be alive now, who was not alive a 12-month ago. And indeed here lies the sophistry of his argument. He dareth not assert he was alive ever since the 29th of March, but that he is now alive, and was so on that day. I grant the latter, for he did not die until night, as appeareth in a printed account of his death, in a letter to a lord, and whether he be since revived, I leave the world to judge. This indeed is perfect cavilling, and I am ashamed to dwell any longer upon it. Fourthly, I will appeal to Mr. Partridge himself, whether it be probable I could have been so indiscreet as to begin my predictions with the only falsehood that ever was pretended to be in them. And this in an affair at home, where I had so many opportunities to be exact, and must have given such advantages against me, to a person of Mr. Partridge's wit and learning, who, if he could possibly have raised one single objection more against the truth of my prophecies, would hardly have spared me. And here I must take occasion to reprove the above-mentioned writer, i.e., Swift himself, see page 482, of the relation of Mr. Partridge's death, in a letter to a lord, who was pleased to tax me with a mistake of 4 whole hours in my calculation of that event. I must confess this censure, pronounced with an air of certainty, in a matter that so nearly concerned me, and by a grave judicious author, moved me not a little. But though I was at that time out of town, yet several of my friends, whose curiosity had led them to be exactly informed, as for my own part, having no doubt at all of the matter, I never once thought of it, assured me, I computed to something under half an hour, which, I speak my private opinion, is an error of no very great magnitude, that men should raise clamor about it. I shall only say, it would not be amiss, if that author would henceforth be more tender of other men's reputation, as well as of his own. It is well there were no more mistakes of that kind. If there had been, I presume he would have told me of them, with as little ceremony. There is one objection against Mr. Partridge's death, which I have sometimes met with, although indeed very slightly offered, that he still continueth to write almanacs. But this is no more than what is common to all of that profession. Gadbury, Poor Robin, Dove, Wing, and several others, do yearly publish their almanacs, though several of them have been dead since before the Revolution. Now the natural reason of this I take to be, that whereas it is the privilege of other authors to live after their deaths, almanac makers are only excluded, because their dissertations, treating only upon the minutes as they pass, become useless as those go off, in consideration of which, time, whose registers they are, gives them a lease and reversion, to continue their works after their death. Or, perhaps, a name can make an almanac as well as sell one. And to strengthen this conjecture, I have heard the booksellers affirm, that they have desired Mr. Partridge to spare himself further trouble, and only to lend his name, which could make almanacs much better than himself. I should not have given the public or myself the trouble of this vindication, if my name had not been made use of by several persons, to whom I never lent it, one of which, a few days ago, was pleased to father on me a new set of predictions. But I think these are things too serious to be trifled with. It grieved me to the heart, when I saw my labors, which had cost me so much thought and watching, bawled about by the common hawkers of Grub Street, which I only intended for the weighty consideration of the gravest persons. This prejudiced the world so much at first, that several of my friends had the assurance to ask me whether I were in jest, to which I only answered coldly, that the event will shew But it is the talent of our age and nation to turn things of the greatest importance into ridicule. When the end of the year had verified all my predictions, out cometh Mr. Partridge's almanac, disputing the point of his death. So that I am employed, like the general who was forced to kill his enemies twice over, whom a necromancer had raised to life. If Mr. Partridge has practiced the same experiment upon himself, and be again alive, long may he continue so. But that doth not, in the least, contradict my veracity. For I think I have clearly proved, by invincible demonstration, that he died, at farthest, within half an hour of the time I foretold, and not 4 hours sooner, as the above-mentioned author, in his letter to a lord hath maliciously suggested, with a design to blast my credit, by charging me with so gross a mistake. Finus. Under the combined assault of the wits, Partridge ceased to publish his almanac for a while, but afterwards took heart again, publishing his Marinus Redivivus, being an almanac for the year 1714, by John Partridge, a lover of truth, pp. 2465/6, at page 2 of which is the following epistle. To Isaac Bickerstaff, Esq. Sir, there seems to be a kind of fantastical propriety in a dead man's addressing himself to a person not in being. Isaac Bickerstaff, i.e., Richard Steele, is no more, the Tatler having come to an end, and I have now nothing to dispute with on the subject of his fictions concerning me, said Magni Nominis Umbra. A shadow only, and a mighty name. I have indeed been for some years silent, or, in the language of Mr. Bickerstaff, dead, yet like many an old man that is reported so by his heirs, I have lived long enough to bury my successor, the Tatler having been discontinued. In short, I am returned to being after you have left it, and since you were once pleased to call yourself my brother astrologer, the world may be apt to compare our story to that of the twin stars Castor and Pollux, and say it was our destiny, not to appear together, but according to the fable, to live and die by turns. Now, sir, my intention in this epistle is to let you know that I shall behave myself in my new being with as much moderation as possible, and that I have no longer any quarrel with you, i.e. Steele, for the accounts you inserted in your writings. The joke was continued in the Tatler, concerning my death, being sensible that you were no less abused in that particular than myself. The person from whom you took up that report, I know, was your namesake, the author of Bickerstaff's predictions, a notorious cheat. 16. And if you had been indeed as much an astrologer as you pretended, you might have known that his word was no more to be taken than that of an Irish evidence. Swift was now Dean of St. Patrick's, that not being the only tale of a tub he had vented. The only satisfaction, therefore, I expect is, that your bookseller in the next edition of your works, the Tatler, do strike out my name and insert his in the room of it. I have some thoughts of obliging the world with his nativity, but shall defer that till another opportunity. I have nothing to add further, but only that when you think fit to return to life again in whatever shape, of censor, the designation of the supposed writer of the Tatler, a guardian, an Englishman, or any other figure, I shall hope you will do justice to. Your revived friend and servant, John Partridge. On the last leaf of this almanac is the following notice. This is to give notice to all people, that all those prophecies, predictions, almanacs, and other pamphlets, that had my name either true, or shammed with the want of a letter, i.e., spelling his name Partridge instead of Partridge, I say, they are all impudent forgeries, by a breed of villains, and wholly without my knowledge or consent. And I doubt not but those beggarly villains that have scarce bread to eat without being rogues, 2 or 3 poor printers and a bookbinder, with honest Ben, will be at their old trade again of prophesying in my name. This is therefore to give notice, that if there is anything in print in my name beside this almanac, you may depend on it that it is a lie, and he is a villain that writes and prints it. In his almanac for 1715, pp. 2465/7, Partridge says, it is very probable that the beggarly knavish crew will be this year also printing prophecies and predictions in my name, to cheat the country as they used to do. This is therefore to give notice, that if there is anything of that kind done in my name besides this almanac printed by the Company of Stationers, you may be certain it is not mine, but a cheat, and therefore refuse it. 15. The quotations here, are said to be a parody of those of Bentley in his controversy with Boyle. 16. The Dr. S. Y. Foote. The Present State of Wit, in a Letter to a Friend in the Country. London. Printed in the year MC. Price 3_D_. The Present State of Wit, and C. Sir, you acquaint me in your last that you are still so busy building at, that your friends must not hope to see you in town this year. At the same time, you desire me, that you may not be quite at a loss in conversation among the beau monde next winter, to send you an account of the present state of wit in town, which, without further preface, I shall endeavor to perform. And give you the histories and characters of all our periodical papers, whether monthly, weekly, or diurnal, with the same freedom I used to send you our other town news. I shall only premise that, as you know, I never cared one farthing, either for Whig or Tory, so I shall consider our writers purely as they are such, without any respect to which party they belong. Dr. King has, for some time, lain down his monthly philosophical transactions, which the title page informed us at first, were only to be continued as they sold, and though that gentleman has a world of wit, yet as it lies in one particular way of raillery, the town soon grew weary of his writings. Though I cannot but think that their author deserves a much better fate than to languish out the small remainder of his life in the Fleet prison. About the same time that the doctor left off writing, one Mr. Ozell put out his monthly amusement, which is still continued, and as it is generally some French novel or play indifferently translated, it is more or less taken notice of, as the original piece is more or less agreeable. As to our weekly papers, the Poor Review, by Daniel Defoe, is quite exhausted, and grown so very contemptible, that though he has provoked all his brothers of the quill round, none of them will enter into a controversy with him. This fellow, who had excellent natural parts, but wanted a small foundation of learning, is a lively instance of those wits who, as an ingenious author says, will endure but one skimming. The Observator was almost in the same condition, but since our party struggles have run so high, he is much mended for the better, which is imputed to the charitable assistance of some outlying friends. These two authors might, however, have flourished some time longer, had not the controversy been taken up by abler hands. The Examiner is a paper which all men, who speak without prejudice, allow to be well written. Though his subject will admit of no great variety, he is continually placing it in so many different lights, and endeavoring to inculcate the same thing by so many beautiful changes of expression, that men who are concerned in no party may read him with pleasure. His way of assuming the question in debate is extremely artful, and his letter to Crassus is, I think, a masterpiece. As these papers are supposed to have been written by several hands, the critics will tell you that they can discern a difference in their styles and beauties, and pretend to observe that the first examiners abound chiefly in wit, the last in humor. Soon after their first appearance, came out a paper from the other side, called the Whig Examiner, written with so much fire, and in so excellent a style, as put the Tories in no small pain for their favorite hero. Every one cried, "Bickerstaff must be the author," and people were the more confirmed in this opinion, upon its being so soon laid down, which seemed to shew that it was only written to bind the examiners to their good behavior, and was never designed to be a weekly paper. The examiners, therefore, have no one to combat with, at present, but their friend the Medley, the author of which paper, though he seems to be a man of good sense, and expresses it luckily now and then, is, I think, for the most part, perfectly a stranger to fine writing. I presume I need not tell you that the Examiner carries much the more sale, as it is supposed to be written by the direction, and under the eye of some great persons who sit at the helm of affairs, and is consequently looked on as a sort of public notice which way they are steering us. The reputed author is Dr. S. T., with the assistance, sometimes, of Dr. A.T.T. Arber, Y. and Mr. P. Rio, R. The medley is said to be written by Mr. Old, Mixo, N., and supervised by Mr. Main, Warren, G., who perhaps might entirely write those few papers which are so much better than the rest. Before I proceed further in the account of our weekly papers, it will be necessary to inform you that at the beginning of the winter, on January 2nd, 1711, to the infinite surprise of all men, Mr. Steele flang up his Tatler, and instead of Isaac Bickerstaff, Esquire, subscribed himself Richard Steele to the last of those papers. After a handsome compliment to the town for their kind acceptance of his endeavors to divert them. The chief reason he thought fit to give for his leaving off writing was, that having been so long looked on in all public places and companies as the author of those papers, he found that his most intimate friends and acquaintance were in pain to speak or act before him. The town was very far from being satisfied with this reason, and most people judged the true cause to be either that he was quite spent and wanted matter to continue his undertaking any longer, or that he laid it down as a sort of submission to, and composition with, the government for some past offenses. Or, lastly, that he had a mind to vary his shape, and appear again in some new light. However that were, his disappearance seemed to be bewailed as some general calamity. Every one wanted so agreeable an amusement, and the coffee houses began to be sensible that the Esquire's lucubrations alone had brought them more customers than all their other newspapers put together. It must indeed be confessed that never man threw up his pen, under stronger temptations to have employed it longer. His reputation was at a greater height than I believe ever any living author's was before him. It is reasonable to suppose that his gains were proportionably considerable. Every one read him with pleasure and goodwill, and the Tories, in respect to his other good qualities, had almost forgiven his unaccountable imprudence in declaring against them. Lastly, it was highly improbable that, if he threw off a character the ideas of which were so strongly impressed in every one's mind, however finely he might write in any new form, that he should meet with the same reception. To give you my own thoughts of this gentleman's writings, I shall, in the first place, observe that there is a noble difference between him and all the rest of our polite and gallant authors. The latter have endeavored to please the age by falling in with them, and encouraging them in their fashionable vices and false notions of things. It would have been a jest, some time since, for a man to have asserted that anything witty could be said in praise of a married state, or that devotion and virtue were any way necessary to the character of a fine gentleman. Bickerstaff ventured to tell the town that they were a parcel of fops, fools, and coquettes, but in such a manner as even pleased them, and made them more than half inclined to believe that he spoke truth. Instead of complying with the false sentiments or vicious tastes of the age, either in morality, criticism, or good breeding, he has boldly assured them that they were altogether in the wrong, and commanded them, with an authority which perfectly well became him, to surrender themselves to his arguments for virtue and good sense. It is incredible to conceive the effect his writings have had on the town, how many thousand follies they have either quite banished, or given a very great check to. How much countenance they have added to virtue and religion. How many people they have rendered happy, by shewing them it was their own fault if they were not so. And lastly, how entirely they have convinced our young fops and young fellows of the value and advantages of learning. He has indeed rescued it out of the hands of pedants and fools, and discovered the true method of making it amiable and lovely to all mankind. In the dress he gives it, it is a most welcome guest at tea-tables and assemblies, and is relished and caressed by the merchants on the change. Accordingly, there is not a lady at court, nor a banker in Lombard Street, who is not verily persuaded that Captain Steele is the greatest scholar and best casuist of any man in England. Lastly, his writings have set all our wits and men of letters on a new way of thinking, of which they had little or no notion before, and although we cannot say that any of them have come up to the beauties of the original, I think we may venture to affirm that every one of them writes and thinks much more justly than they did some time since. The vast variety of subjects which Mr. Steele has treated of, in so different manners, and yet all so perfectly well, made the world believe that it was impossible they should all come from the same hand. This set every one upon guessing who was the Esquire's friend. And most people at first fancied it must be Dr. Swift, but it is now no longer a secret that his only great and constant assistant was Mr. Addison. This is that excellent friend to whom Mr. Steele owes so much, and who refuses to have his name set before those pieces which the greatest pens in England would be proud to own. Indeed, they could hardly add to this gentleman's reputation, whose works in Latin and English poetry long since convinced the world that he was the greatest master in Europe of those two languages. I am assured, from good hands, that all the visions and other tracts of that way of writing, with a very great number of the most exquisite pieces of wit and raillery throughout. The lucubrations are entirely of this gentleman's composing, which may, in some measure, account for that different genius, which appears in the winter papers, from those of the summer, at which time, as the Examiner often hinted, this friend of Mr. Steele was in Ireland. Mr. Steele confesses in his last volume of the Tattlers that he is obliged to Dr. Swift for his town shower, and the description of the morn, with some other hints received from him in private conversation. I have also heard that several of those letters, which came as from unknown hands, were written by Mr. Henley, which is an answer to your query, who those friends are, whom Mr. Steele speaks of in his last Tatler? But to proceed with my account of our other papers. The expiration of Bickerstaff's lucubrations was attended with much the same consequences as the death of Melibos's ox and Virgil. As the latter engendered swarms of bees, the former immediately produced whole swarms of little satirical scribblers. One of these authors called himself the Growler, and assured us that, to make amends for Mr. Steele's silence, he was resolved to growl at us weekly, as long as we should think fit to give him any encouragement. Another gentleman, with more modesty, called his paper The Whisperer, and a third, to please the ladies, christened his The Telltale. At the same time came out several tattlers, each of which, with equal truth and wit, assured us that he was the genuine Isaac Bickerstaff. It may be observed that when the Esquire laid down his pen, though he could not but foresee that several scribblers would soon snatch it up, which he might, one would think, easily have prevented, he scorned to take any further care about it, but left the field fairly open to any worthy successor. Immediately, some of our wits were for forming themselves into a club, headed by one Mr. Harrison, and trying how they could shoot in this bow of Ulysses, but soon found that this sort of writing requires so fine and particular a manner of thinking, with so exact a knowledge of the world, as must make them utterly despair of success. They seemed indeed at first to think that what was only the garnish of the former tattlers was that which recommended them, and not those substantial entertainments which they everywhere abound in. According they were continually talking of their maid, nightcap, spectacles, and Charles Lilly. However, there were, now and then, some faint endeavors at humor and sparks of wit, which the town, for want of better entertainment, was content to hunt after through a heap of impertinences. But even those are, at present, become wholly invisible and quite swallowed up in the blaze of the Spectator. You may remember, I told you before, that one cause assigned for the laying down the Tatler was want of matter, and indeed, this was the prevailing opinion in town, when we were surprised all at once by a paper called The Spectator, which was promised to be continued every day, and was written in so excellent a style, with so nice a judgment, and such a noble profusion of wit and humor, that it was not difficult to determine it could come from no other hands but those which had penned the lucubrations. This immediately alarmed these gentlemen, who, as it is said Mr. Steele phrases it, had the censorship in commission. They found the new Spectator came on like a torrent, and swept away all before him. They despaired ever to equal him in wit, humor, or learning, which had been their true and certain way of opposing him, and therefore rather chose to fall on the author, and to call out for help to all good Christians, by assuring them again and again that they were the first, original, true, and undisputed Isaac Bickerstaff. Meanwhile, the Spectator, whom we regard as our shelter from that flood of false wit and impertinence which was breaking in upon us, is in every one's hands, and a constant topic for our morning conversation at tea-tables and coffee-houses. We had at first, indeed, no manner of notion how a diurnal paper could be continued in the spirit and style of our present Spectators, but to our no small surprise, we find them still rising upon us, and can only wonder from whence so prodigious a run of wit and learning can proceed, since some of our best judges seem to think that they have hitherto, in general, outshone even the Esquire's first tattlers. Most people fancy, from their frequency, that they must be composed by a society. I withal assign the first places to Mr. Steele and his friend. I have often thought that the conjunction of those two great geniuses, who seem to stand in a class by themselves, so high above all our other wits, resembled that of two statesmen in a late reign, whose characters are very well expressed in their two mottos, viz., Prodest quam conspici, Lord Somers, and odium cum dignitate, Charles Montague, Earl of Halifax. Accordingly, the first, Addison, was continually at work behind the curtain, drew up and prepared all those schemes, which the latter still drove on, and stood out exposed to the world, to receive its praises or censures. Meantime, all our unbiased well-wishers to learning are in hopes that the known temper and prudence of one of these gentlemen will hinder the other from ever lashing out into party, and rendering that wit, which is at present a common good, odious and ungrateful to the better part of the nation, by which, of course, Gay meant the Tories. If this piece of imprudence does not spoil so excellent a paper, I propose to myself the highest satisfaction in reading it with you, over a dish of tea, every morning next winter. As we have yet had nothing new since the Spectator, it only remains for me to assure you that I am yours, and C. J. Owen G.I. Westminster, May 3, 1711. Postscript. Upon a review of my letter, I find I have quite forgotten the British Apollo, which might possibly have happened, from its having, of late, retreated out of this end of the town into the country, where, I am informed, however, that it still recommends itself by deciding wagers at cards, and giving good advice to shopkeepers and their apprentices. Finis. Thomas Tickell. Life of Joseph Addison. Preface to first edition of Addison's Works 1721. Joseph Addison, the son of Lancelot Addison, D.D., and of Jane, the daughter of Nathaniel Gulston, D.D., and sister of Dr. William Gulston, Bishop of Bristol, was born at Millston, near Ambrosebury, in the county of Wilts, in the year 1671. His father, who was of the county of Westmoreland, and educated at Queen's College in Oxford, passed many years in his travels through Europe and Africa, where he joined to the uncommon and excellent talents of nature a great knowledge of letters and things, of which several books published by him are ample testimonies. He was rector of Millston, above mentioned, when Mr. Addison, his eldest son, was born, and afterwards became Archdeacon of Coventry, and Dean of Lichfield. Mr. Addison received his first education at the Chartreuse Charterhouse School in London, from whence he was removed very early to Queen's College, in Oxford. He had been there about 2 years, when the accidental sight of a paper of his verses, in the hands of Dr. Lancaster, then Dean of that house, occasioned his being elected into Magdalen College. He employed his first years in the study of the old Greek and Roman writers, whose language and manner he caught, at that time of life, as strongly as other young people gain a French accent, or a genteel air. An early acquaintance with the classics is what may be called the good breeding of poetry, as it gives a certain gracefulness which never forsakes a mind that contracted it in youth, but is seldom, or never, hit by those who would learn it too late. He first distinguished himself by his Latin compositions, published in the Musae Anglicani, and was admired as one of the best authors since the Augustan age, in the 2 universities and the greatest part of Europe, before he was talked of as a poet in town. There is not, perhaps, any harder task than to tame the natural wildness of wit, and to civilize the fancy. The generality of our old English poets abound in forced conceits and affected phrases, and even those who are said to come the nearest to exactness are but too often fond of unnatural beauties, and aim at something better than perfection. If Mr. Addison's example and precepts be the occasion that there now begins to be a great demand for correctness, we may justly attribute it to his being first fashioned by the ancient models, and familiarized to propriety of thought and chastity of style. Our country owes it to him that the famous Monsieur Boileau first conceived an opinion of the English genius for poetry. By perusing the present he made him of the Musae Anglicani. It has been currently reported that this famous French poet, among the civilities he shewed Mr. Addison on that occasion, affirmed that he would not have written against Perrault, had he before seen such excellent pieces by a modern hand. Such a saying would have been impertinent and unworthy of Boileau, whose dispute with Perrault turned chiefly upon some passages in the Ancients, which he rescued from the misinterpretations of his adversary. The true and natural compliment made by him was that those books had given him a very new idea of the English politeness, and that he did not question but there were excellent compositions in the native language of a country that professed the Roman genius in so eminent a degree. The first English performance made public by him is a short copy of verses to Mr. Dryden, with a view particularly to his translations. This was soon followed by a version of the Fourth Georgic of Virgil, of which Mr. Dryden makes very honorable mention in the postscript to his own translation of Virgil's works, wherein I have often wondered that he did not, at the same time, acknowledge his obligation to Mr. Addison for giving the essay upon the Georgics, prefixed to Mr. Dryden's translation. Lest the honor of so exquisite a piece of criticism should hereafter be transferred to a wrong author, I have taken care to insert it in this collection of his works. Of some other copies of verses, printed in the Miscellanies while he was young, the largest is an account of the greatest English poets, in the close of which he insinuates a design he then had of going into holy orders, to which he was strongly importuned by his father. His remarkable seriousness and modesty, which might have been urged as powerful reasons for his choosing that life, proved the chief obstacles to it. These qualities, by which the priesthood is so much adorned, represented the duties of it as too weighty for him, and rendered him still the more worthy of that honor, which they made him decline. It is happy that this very circumstance has since turned so much to the advantage of virtue and religion, in the cause of which he has bestowed his labors the more successfully, as they were his voluntary, not his necessary employment. The world became insensibly reconciled to wisdom and goodness, when they saw them recommended by him, with at least as much spirit and elegance as they had been ridiculed with for half a century. He was in his 20th year, 1699, when his inclination to see France and Italy was encouraged by the great Lord Chancellor Somers, one of that kind of patriots who think it no waste of the public treasure to purchase politeness to their country. His poem upon one of King William's campaigns, addressed to his lordship, was received with great humanity, and occasioned a message from him to the author, to desire his acquaintance. He soon after obtained, by his interest, a yearly pension of £300 from the Crown, to support him in his travels. If the uncommonness of a favor, and the distinction of the person who confers it, enhance its value, nothing could be more honorable to a young man of learning than such a bounty from so eminent a patron. How well Mr. Addison answered the expectations of my Lord Somers cannot appear better than from the book of travels he dedicated to his lordship at his return. It is not hard to conceive why that performance was at first but indifferently relished by the bulk of readers, who expected an account, in a common way, of the customs and policies of the several governments in Italy, reflections upon the genius of the people, a map, description, of the provinces, or a measure of their buildings. How were they disappointed when, instead of such particulars, they were presented only with a journal of poetical travels, with remarks on the present picture of the country compared with the landscapes, drawn by classic authors, and others the like unconcerning parts of knowledge. One may easily imagine a reader of plain sense but without a fine taste, turning over these parts of the volume which make more than half of it, and wondering how an author who seems to have so solid an understanding when he treats of more weighty subjects in the other pages, should dwell upon such trifles, and give up so much room to matters of mere amusement. There are indeed but few men so fond of the ancients, as to be transported with every little accident which introduces to their intimate acquaintance. Persons of that cast may here have the satisfaction of seeing annotations upon an old Roman poem, gathered from the hills and valleys where it was written. The Tiber and the Piserve to explain the verses which were made upon their banks, and the Alps and Apennines are made commentators on those authors, to whom they were subjects, so many centuries ago. Next to personal conversation with the writers themselves, this is the surest way of coming at their sense, a compendious and engaging kind of criticism which convinces at first sight, and shews the vanity of conjectures made by antiquaries at a distance. If the knowledge of polite literature has its use, there is certainly a merit in illustrating the perfect models of it, and the learned world will think some years of a man's life not misspent in so elegant an employment. I shall conclude what I had to say on this performance, by observing that the fame of it increased from year to year, and the demand for copies was so urgent, that their price rose to 4 or 5 times the original value, before it came out in a second edition. The letter from Italy to my Lord Halifax may be considered as the text, upon which the Book of Travels is a large comment, and has been esteemed by those who have a relish for antiquity, as the most exquisite of his poetical performances. A translation of it, by Signor Salvini, professor of the Greek tongue, at Florence, is inserted in this edition, not only on account of its merit, but because it is the language of the country, which is the subject of the poem. The materials for the dialogues upon metals, now first printed from a manuscript of the author, were collected in the native country of those coins. The book itself was begun to be cast in form, at Vienna, as appears from a letter to Mr. Stepney, then minister at that court, dated in November, 1702. Some time before the date of this letter, Mr. Addison had designed to return to England, when he received advice from his friends that he was pitched upon to attend the army under Prince Eugene, who had just begun the war in Italy, as secretary from His Majesty. But an account of the death of King William, which he met with at Geneva, put an end to that thought, and, as his hopes of advancement in his own country were fallen with the credit of his friends, who were out of power at the beginning of Her late Majesty's reign, he had leisure to make the tour of Germany, in his way home. He remained, for some time after his return to England, without any public employment, which he did not obtain till the year 1704, when the Duke of Marlborough arrived at the highest pitch of glory, by delivering all Europe from slavery, and furnished Mr. Addison with a subject worthy of that genius which appears in his poem, called The Campaign. Lord Treasurer Godolphin, who was a fine judge of poetry, had a sight of this work when it was only carried on as far as the applauded simile of the angel, and approved of the poem, by bestowing on the author, in a few days after, the place of Commissioner of Appeals, vacant by the removal of the famous Mr. John Locke to the Council of Trade. His next advancement was to the place of Under Secretary, which he held under Sir Charles Hedges, and the present Earl of Sunderland. The opera of Rosamond was written while he possessed that employment. What doubts soever have been raised about the merit of the music, which, as the Italian taste at that time began wholly to prevail, was thought sufficient inexcusable, because it was the composition of an Englishman, the poetry of this piece has given as much pleasure in the closet, as others have afforded from the stage, with all the assistance of voices and instruments. The comedy called The Tender Husband appeared much about the same time, to which Mr. Addison wrote the prologue. Sir Richard Steele surprised him with a very handsome dedication of his play, and has since acquainted the public that he owed some of the most taking scenes of it to Mr. Addison. His next step in his fortune was to the post of secretary under the late Marquis of Wharton, who was appointed Lord Lieutenant of Ireland in the year 1709. As I have proposed to touch but very lightly on those parts of his life which do not regard him as an author, I shall not enlarge upon the great reputation he acquired by his turn for business, and his unblemished integrity in this and other employments. It must not be omitted here that the salary of Keeper of the Records in Ireland was considerably raised, and that post bestowed upon him at this time, as a mark of the Queen's favour. He was in that kingdom when he first discovered Sir Richard Steele to be the author of the Tatler, by an observation upon Virgil, which had been by him communicated to his friend. The assistance he occasionally gave him afterwards in the course of the paper did not a little contribute to advance its reputation, and upon the change of the ministry, he found leisure to engage more constantly in that work, which, however, was dropped at last, as it had been taken up, without his participation. In the last paper, which closed those celebrated performances, and in the preface to the last volume, Sir Richard Steele has given to Mr. Addison the honor of the most applauded pieces in that collection. But as that acknowledgment was delivered only in general terms, without directing the public to the several papers, Mr. Addison, who was content with the praise arising from his own works, and too delicate to take any part of that which belonged to others, afterwards thought fit to distinguish his writings in the Spectators and Guardians, by such marks as might remove the least possibility of mistake in the most undiscerning readers. It was necessary that his share in the Tatlers should be adjusted in a complete collection of his works, for which reason Sir Richard Steele, in compliance with the request of his deceased friend, delivered to him by the editor, was pleased to mark with his own hand those Tatlers which are inserted in this edition, and even to point out several, in the writing of which they were both concerned. The plan of the Spectator, as far as regards the feigned person of the author, and of the several characters that compose his club, was projected in concert with Sir Richard Steele. And because many passages in the course of the work would otherwise be obscure, I have taken leave to insert one single paper written by Sir Richard Steele, wherein those characters are drawn, which may serve as a dramatis personae, or as so many pictures for an ornament and explication of the whole. As for the distinct papers, they were never or seldom shown to each other, by their respective authors, who fully answered the promise they had made, and far outwent the expectation they had raised, of pursuing their labor in the same spirit and strength with which it was begun. It would have been impossible for Mr. Addison, who made little or no use of letters sent in, by the numerous correspondents of the Spectator, to have executed his large share of his task in so exquisite a manner, if he had not engrafted into it many pieces that had lain by him, in little hints and minutes, which he from time to time collected and ranged in order, and molded into the form in which they now appear. Such are the essays upon wit, the pleasures of the imagination, the critique upon Milton, and some others, which I thought to have connected in a continued series in this edition, though they were at first published with the interruption of writings on different subjects. But as such a scheme would have obliged me to cut off several graceful introductions and circumstances peculiarly adapted to the time and occasion of printing them, I durst not pursue that attempt. The tragedy of Cato appeared in public in the year 1713, when the greatest part of the last act was added by the author, to the foregoing which he had kept by him for many years. He took up a design of writing a play upon this subject, when he was very young at the university, and even attempted something in it there, though not a line as it now stands. The work was performed by him in his travels, and retouched in England, without any formed resolution of bringing it upon the stage, until his friends of the first quality and distinction prevailed on him, to put the last finishing to it, at a time when they thought the doctrine of liberty very seasonable. It is in everybody's memory, with what applause it was received by the public, that the first run of it lasted for a month, and then stopped only because one of the performers became incapable of acting a principal part. The author received a message that the Queen would be pleased to have it dedicated to her, but as he had designed that compliment elsewhere, he found himself obliged, by his duty on the one side, and his honor on the other, to send it into the world without any dedication. The fame of this tragedy soon spread through Europe, and it has not only been translated, but acted in most of the languages of Christendom. The translation of it into Italian by Signor Salvini is very well known, but I have not been able to learn whether that of Signor Valletta, a young Neapolitan nobleman, has ever been made public. If he had found time for the writing of another tragedy, the death of Socrates would have been the story. And however unpromising that subject may appear, it would be presumptuous to censure his choice, who was so famous for raising the noblest plants from the most barren soil. It serves to shew that he thought the whole labor of such a performance unworthy to be thrown away upon those intrigues and adventures, to which the romantic taste has confined modern tragedy, and, after the example of his predecessors in Greece, would have employed the drama to wear out of our minds everything that is mean or little, to cherish and cultivate that humanity which is the ornament of our nature, to soften insolence, to soothe affliction, and to subdue our minds to the dispensations of Providence. Spectator, number 39. Upon the death of the late Queen, the Lords Justices, in whom the administration was lodged, appointed him their secretary. Soon after His Majesty's arrival in Great Britain, the Earl of Sunderland, being constituted Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, Mr. Addison became, a second time, Secretary for the affairs of that kingdom, and was made one of the Lords Commissioners of Trade, a little after his lordship resigned the post of Lord Lieutenant. The paper called The Freeholder was undertaken at the time when the rebellion broke out in Scotland. The only works he left behind for the public are the Dialogues upon Metals and the Treatise upon the Christian Religion. Some account has been already given of the former, to which nothing is now to be added, except that a great part of the Latin quotations were rendered into English in a very hasty manner by the editor and one of his friends who had the good nature to assist him during his avocations of business. It was thought better to add these translations, such as they are, than to let the work come out unintelligible to those who do not possess the learned languages. The scheme for the treatise upon the Christian religion was formed by the author, about the end of the late Queen's reign, at which time he carefully perused the ancient writings, which furnished the materials for it. His continual employment in business prevented him from executing it, until he resigned his office of Secretary of State, and his death put a period to it, when he had imperfectly performed only one half of the design, he having proposed, as appears from the introduction, to add the Jewish to the heathen testimonies for the truth of the Christian history. He was more assiduous than his health would well allow in the pursuit of this work, and had long determined to dedicate his poetry also, for the future, wholly to religious subjects. Soon after, he was, from being one of the Lords Commissioners of Trade, advanced to the post of Secretary of State. He found his health impaired by the return of that asthmatic indisposition, which continued often to afflict him during his exercise of that employment, and, at last, obliged him to beg His Majesty's leave to resign. His freedom from the anxiety of business so far re-established his health, that his friends began to hope he might last for many years, but whether it were from a life too sedentary, or from his natural constitution, in which was one circumstance very remarkable, that, from his cradle, he never had a regular pulse, a long and painful relapse into an asthma and dropsy deprived the world of this great man. On the 17th of June 1719, he left behind him only one daughter, by the Countess of Warwick, to whom he was married in the year 1716. Not many days before his death, he gave me directions to collect his writings, and at the same time committed to my care the letter addressed to Mr. Craggs, his successor as Secretary of State, wherein he bequeaths them to him, as a token of friendship. Such a testimony, from the first man of our age, in such a point of time, will be perhaps as great and lasting an honor to that gentleman as any even he could acquire to himself, and yet it is no more than was due from an affection that justly increased towards him, through the intimacy of several years. I cannot, save with the utmost tenderness, reflect on the kind concern with which Mr. Addison left me as a sort of encumbrance upon this valuable legacy. Nor must I deny myself the honor to acknowledge that the goodness of that great man to me, like many other of his amiable qualities, seemed not so much to be renewed, as continued in his successor, who made me an example, that nothing could be indifferent to him which came recommended to Mr. Addison. Could any circumstance be more severe to me, while I was executing these last commands of the author, than to see the person to whom his works were presented, cut off in the flower of his age, and carried from the high office wherein he had succeeded Mr. Addison, to be laid next him, in the same grave? I might dwell upon such thoughts as naturally rise from these minute resemblances in the fortune of two persons, whose names probably will be seldom mentioned asunder while either our language or story subsist, were I not afraid of making this preface too tedious, especially since I shall want all the patience of the reader, for having enlarged it with the following verses. To the Earl of Warwick. On the death of Mr. Addison. If dumb too long, the drooping muse has stayed and left her debt to Addison unpaid, blame not her silence, Warwick, but bemoan, and judge, O judge, my bosom by your own. What mourner ever felt poetic fires? Slow comes the verse that real woe inspires, grief unaffected suits but ill with art, or flowing numbers with a bleeding heart. Can I forget the dismal night that gave my soul's best part for ever to the grave? How silent did his old companions tread by midnight lamps, the mansions of the dead through breathing statues, then unheeded things, through rows of warriors, and through walks of kings. What awe did the slow solemn knell inspire, the pealing organ, and the pausing choir, the duties by the long-robbed prelate paid, and the last words, that dust to dust conveyed? While speechless o'er thy closing grave we bend, accept these tears, thou dear departed friend. O gone for ever! Take this long adieu, and sleep in peace, next thy loved Montague. To strew fresh laurels, let the task be mine, a frequent pilgrim, at thy sacred shrine, mine with true sighs thy absence to bemoan, and grave with faithful epitaphs thy stone. If e'er from me thy loved memorial part, may shame afflict this alienated heart. Of thee forgetful if I form a song, my lyre be broken, and untongued my tongue. My grief be doubled from thy image free, and mirth a torment, unchastised by thee. Oft let me range the gloomy aisles alone, sad luxury! To vulgar minds unknown, along the walls, where speaking marbles show what worthies form the hallowed mould below, proud names who once the reins of empire held, in arms who triumphed, or in arts excelled, chiefs graced with scars and prodigal of blood, stern patriots who for sacred freedom stood, just men, by whom impartial laws were given, and saints who taught and led the way to heaven, ne'er to these chambers, where the mighty rest since their foundation came a nobler guest, nor e'er was to. The bowers of bliss conveyed a fairer spirit or more welcome shade. In what new region to the just assigned, what new employments please th unbodied mind, a winged virtue, through th ethereal sky from world to world unwearied does he fly? Or curious trace the long laborious maze of heaven's decrees where wondering angels gaze? Does he delight to hear bold seraphs tell how Michael battled and the dragon fell, or mixed with milder cherubim to glow in hymns of love not ill essayed below? Or dost thou warn poor mortals left behind a task well suited to thy gentle mind? Oh, if sometimes thy spotless form descend to me thy aid, thou guardian genius lend when rage misguides me or when fear alarms, when pain distresses or when pleasure charms, in silent whisperings purer thoughts impart, and turn from ill a frail and feeble heart, lead through the paths thy virtue trod before, till bliss shall join nor death can part us more. That awful form, which, so the heavens decree, must still be loved and still deplored by me in nightly visions seldom fails to rise, or roused by fancy, meets my waking eyes. If business calls, or crowded courts invite, th unblemished statesman seems to strike my sight. If in the stage I seek to soothe my care I meet his soul which breathes in Cato there, if pensive to the rural shades I rove, his shape o'ertakes me in the lonely grove, 'twas there of just and good he reasoned strong, cleared some great truth, or rised some serious song, there patient showed us the wise course to steer, a candid censor, and a friend severe. There taught us how to live, and oh, too high the price for knowledge, taught us how to die. Sir Richard Steele. Dedicatory Epistle to William Congreve. This dedication is prefixed to the second edition of Addison's Drummer, 1722. To Mr. Congreve, occasioned by Mr. Tickle's preface to the 4 volumes of Mr. Addison's works. Sir, this is the second time that I have, without your leave, taken the liberty to make a public address to you. However uneasy you may be, for your own sake, in receiving compliments of this nature, I depend upon your known humanity for pardon, when I acknowledge that you have this present trouble, for mine. When I take myself to be ill-treated with regard to my behavior to the merit of other men, my conduct towards you is an argument of my candor that way, as well as that your name and authority will be my protection in it. You will give me leave, therefore, in a matter that concerns us in the poetical world, to make you my judge whether I am not injured in the highest manner. For with men of your taste and delicacy, it is a high crime and misdemeanor to be guilty of anything that is disingenuous. But I will go into my matter. Upon my return from Scotland, I visited Mr. Tonson's shop, and thanked him for his care in sending to my house the volumes of my dear and honored friend Mr. Addison, which are, at last, published by his secretary, Mr. Tickle, but took occasion to observe that I had not seen the work before it came out, which he did not think fit to excuse any otherwise than by a recrimination. That I had put into his hands, at a high price, a comedy called The Drummer, which, by my zeal for it, he took to be written by Mr. Addison, and of which, after his, Addison's, death, he said, I directly acknowledged he was the author. To urge this hardship still more home, he produced a receipt under my hand, in these words. March 12, 1715-16. Received then, the sum of 50 guineas for the copyright, of the comedy called, The Drummer or the Haunted House. I say, received by order of the author of the said comedy, Richard Steele. And added, at the same time, that since Mr. Tickle had not thought fit to make that play a part of Mr. Addison's works, he would sell the copy to any bookseller that would give most for it, i.e., Tunson through the onus of the authenticity of the Drummer on Steele. This is represented thus circumstantially, to shew how incumbent it is upon me, as well in justice to the bookseller, as for many other considerations, to produce this comedy a second time. It was first printed in 1716, and take this occasion to vindicate myself against certain insinuations thrown out by the publisher, Thomas Tickle, of Mr. Addison's writings, concerning my behavior in the nicest circumstance, that of doing justice to the merit of my friend. I shall take the liberty, before I have ended this letter, to say why I believe the drummer a performance of Mr. Addison, and after I have declared this, any surviving writer may be at ease. If there be any one who has hitherto been vain enough to hope, or silly enough to fear, it may be given to himself. Before I go any further, I must make my public appeal to you and all the learned world, and humbly demand, whether it was a decent and reasonable thing, that works written, as a great part of Mr. Addison's were, in correspondence, coadjutorship, with me, ought to have been published without my review of the catalogue of them, or if there were any exception to be made against any circumstance in my conduct. Whether an opportunity to explain myself should not have been allowed me, before any reflections were made on me in print. When I had perused Mr. Tickle's preface, I had soon so many objections, besides his omission to say anything of the drummer, against his long-expected performance, the chief intention of which, and which it concerns me first to examine, seems to aim at doing the deceased author justice, against me, whom he insinuates to have assumed to myself part of the merit of my friend. He is pleased, sir, to express himself concerning the present writer, in the following manner. The comedy called The Tender Husband, appeared much about the same time, to which Mr. Addison wrote the prologue. Sir Richard Steele surprised him with a very handsome dedication of this play, and has since acquainted the public that he owed some of the most taking scenes of it to Mr. Addison. Mr. Tickle's Preface. Pag. 11. He was in that kingdom, Ireland, when he first discovered Sir Richard Steele to be the author of the Tatler, by an observation upon Virgil, which had been by him communicated to his friend. The assistance he occasionally gave him afterwards in the course of the paper did not a little contribute to advance its reputation, and upon the change of the ministry, in the autumn of 1710, he found leisure to engage more constantly in that work, which, however, was dropped at last, as it had been taken up, without his participation. In the last paper which closed those celebrated performances, and in the preface to the last volume, Sir Richard Steele has given to Mr. Addison the honor of the most applauded pieces in that collection. But as that acknowledgment was delivered only in general terms, without directing the public to the several papers, Mr. Addison, who was content with the praise arising from his own works, and too delicate to take any part of that which belonged to others, afterwards thought fit to distinguish his writings in the Spectators and Guardians by such marks as might remove the least possibility of mistake in the most undiscerning readers. It was necessary that his share in the Tatlers should be adjusted in a complete collection of his works, for which reason Sir Richard Steele, in compliance with the request of his deceased friend, delivered to him by the editor, was pleased to mark with his own hand those Tatlers which are inserted in this edition, and even to point out several, in the writing of which they both were concerned. Pag. 12. The plan of the Spectator, as far as it related to the feigned person of the author, and of the several characters that compose his club, was projected in concert with Sir Richard Steele, and because many passages in the course of the work would otherwise be obscure, I have taken leave to insert one paper written by Sir Richard Steele, wherein those characters are drawn, which may serve as a dramatis personae, or as so many pictures for an ornament and explication of the whole. As for the distinct papers, they were never or seldom shown to each other, by their respective authors, who fully answered the promise they made, and far outwent the expectation they had raised, of pursuing their labor in the same spirit and strength with which it was begun. Pag. 13. It need not be explained that it is here intimated that I had not sufficiently acknowledged what was due to Mr. Addison in these writings. I shall make a full answer to what seems intended by the words, he was too delicate to take any part of that which belonged to others, if I can recite out of my own papers anything that may make it appear groundless. The subsequent, following, encomiums bestowed by me on Mr. Addison will, I hope, be of service to me in this particular. But I have only one gentleman, who will be nameless, to thank for any frequent assistance to me, which indeed it would have been barbarous in him to have denied in one with whom he has lived in an intimacy from childhood, considering the great ease with which he is able to dispatch the most entertaining pieces of this nature. This good office he performed with such force of genius, humor, wit, and learning, that I fared like a distressed prince who calls in a powerful neighbor to his aid. I was undone by my auxiliary. When I had once called him in, I could not subsist without dependence on him. The same hand wrote the distinguishing characters of men and women under the names of musical instruments, the distress of the newswriters, the inventory of the playhouse, and the description of the thermometer, which I cannot but look upon as the greatest embellishments of this work. Pref. To the 4th volume of the Tattlers. As to the work itself, the acceptance it has met with is the best proof of its value, but I should err against that candor which an honest man should always carry about him, if I did not own that the most approved pieces in it were written by others, and those which have been most accepted against by myself. The hand that has assisted me in those noble discourses upon the immortality of the soul, the glorious prospects of another life, and the most sublime ideas of religion and virtue, is a person who is too fondly my friend ever to own them, but I should little deserve to be his, if I usurped the glory of them. I must acknowledge, at the same time, that I think the finest strokes of wit and humor in all Mr. Bickerstaff's lucubrations are those for which he is also beholden to him. Tatler, No. 271. I hope the apology I have made as to the license allowable to a feigned character may excuse anything which has been said in these discourses of the Spectator and his works. But the imputation of the grossest vanity would still dwell upon me, if I did not give some account by what means I was enabled to keep up the spirit of so long and approved a performance. All the papers marked with _AC, LI, or O, that is to say, all the papers which I have distinguished by any letter in the name of the Muse Cleo, were given me by the gentleman, of whose assistance I formerly boasted in the preface and concluding leaf of the Tatler. I am indeed much more proud of his long-continued friendship, than I should be of the fame of being thought the author of any writings which he himself is capable of producing. I remember, when I finished The Tender Husband, I told him, there was nothing I so ardently wished as that we might, some time or other, publish a work written by us both, which should bear the name of the monument, in memory of our friendship. I heartily wish what I have done here were as honorary to that sacred name, as learning, wit, and humanity render those pieces, which I have taught the reader how to distinguish for his. When the play above mentioned was last acted, there were so many applauded strokes in it which I had from the same hand, that I thought very meanly of myself that I had never publicly acknowledged them. After I have put other friends upon importuning him to publish dramatic as well as other writings he has by him, I shall end what I think I am obliged to say on this head, by giving the reader this hint for the better judgment of my productions, that the best comment upon them would be an account when the patron, i.e., Addison, to The Tender Husband was in England or abroad, i.e., Ireland. Spectator, No. 555. My purpose in this application is only to shew the esteem I have for you, and that I look upon my intimacy with you as one of the most valuable enjoyments of my life. Dedication before the Tender Husband. I am sure you have read my quotations with indignation against the little, petty, zeal which prompted the editor, who, by the way, has himself done nothing in applause of the works which he prefaces, to the mean endeavor of adding to Mr. Addison, by disparaging a man who had, for the greatest part of his life, been his known bosom friend, and shielded him from all the resentments which many of his own works would have brought upon him, at the time they were written. It is really a good office to society, to expose the indiscretion of intermeddlers in the friendship and correspondence, coadjutorship, of men, whose sentiments, passions, and resentments are too great for their proportion of soul. Could the editor's indiscretion provoke me, even so far as, within the rules of strictest honor, I could go, and I were not restrained by supererogatory affection to dear Mr. Addison, I would ask this unskilful creature, what he means, when he speaks in an air of a reproach, that the Tatler was laid down as it was taken up, without his participation? Let him speak out and say, why without his knowledge would not serve his purpose as well? If, as he says, he restrains himself to Mr. Addison's character as a writer, while he attempts to lessen me, he exalts me. For he has declared to all the world what I never have so explicitly done, that I am, to all intents and purposes, the author of the Tatler. He very justly says, the occasional assistance Mr. Addison gave me, in the course of that paper, did not a little contribute to advance its reputation, especially when, upon the change of ministry, August 1710, he found leisure to engage more constantly in it. It was advanced indeed, for it was raised to a greater thing than I intended it. For the elegance, purity, and correctness which appeared in his writings were not so much my purpose, as, in any intelligible manner, as I could, to rally all those singularities of human life, through the different professions and characters in it, which obstruct anything that was truly good and great. After this acknowledgment you will see, that is, such a man as you will see, that I rejoiced in being excelled, and made those little talents, whatever they are, which I have, give way and be subservient to the superior qualities of a friend, whom I loved, and whose modesty would never have admitted them to come into daylight, but under such a shelter. So that all which the editor has said, either out of design, or incapacity, Mr. Congreve, must end in this, that Steele has been so candid and upright, that he owes nothing to Mr. Addison as a writer, but whether he do, or does not, whatever Steele owes to Mr. Addison, the public owe Addison to Steele. But the editor has such a fantastical and ignorant zeal for his patron, that he will not allow his correspondents, coadjutors, to conceal anything of his, though in obedience to his commands. What I never did declare was Mr. Addison's. I had his direct injunctions to hide, against the natural warmth and passion of my own temper towards my friends. Many of the writings now published as his, I have been very patiently traduced and culminated for, as they were pleasantries and oblique strokes upon certain of the wittiest men of the age, who will now restore me to their goodwill, in proportion to the abatement of the wit which they thought I employed against them. But I was saying that the editor won't allow us to obey his patron's commands in anything which he thinks would redound to his credit, if discovered. And because I would shew a little wit in my anger, I shall have the discretion to shew you that he has been guilty, in this particular, towards a much greater man than your humble servant, and one whom you are much more obliged to vindicate. Mr. Dryden, in his Virgil, after having acknowledged that a certain excellent young man, i.e. W. Congreve himself, had shewed him many faults in his translation of Virgil, which he had endeavored to correct, goes on to say, "Two other worthy friends of mine, who desired to have their names concealed, seeing me straitened in my time, took pity on me, and gave me the Life of Virgil, the two prefaces to the Pastorals and the Georgics, and all the arguments in prose to the whole." Translation: if Mr. Addison is one of the two friends, and the preface to the Georgics be what the editor calls the essay upon the Georgics, as one may adventure to say they are, from their being word for word the same, he has cast an inhuman reflection upon Mr. Dryden, who, though tied down not to name Mr. Addison, pointed at him so as all mankind conservant in these matters knew him, with an eulogium equal to the highest merit. Considering who it was that bestowed it, I could not avoid remarking upon this circumstance, out of justice to Mr. Dryden, but confess, at the same time, I took a great pleasure in doing it, because I knew, in exposing this outrage, I made my court to Mr. Congreve. I have observed that the editor will not let me or any one else obey Mr. Addison's commands, in hiding anything he desired to be concealed. I cannot but take further notice, that the circumstance of marking his spectators, with the letters CLIO, which I did not know till I had done with the work, I made my own act, because I thought it too great a sensibility in my friend, and thought it, since it was done, better to be supposed marked by me than the author himself. The real state of which, this zealot rashly and injudiciously exposes. I asked the reader, whether anything but an earnestness to disparage me could provoke the editor, in behalf of Mr. Addison, to say that he marked it out of caution against me, when I had taken upon me to say, it was I that did it, out of tenderness to him. As the imputation of any the least attempt of arrogating to myself, or detracting from Mr. Addison, is without any color of truth, you will give me leave to go on in the same ardor towards him, and resent the cold, unaffectionate, dry, and barren manner, in which this gentleman gives an account of as great a benefactor as any one learned man ever had of another. Would any man, who had been produced from a college life, and pushed into one of the most considerable employments of the kingdom as to its weight and trust, and greatly lucrative with respect to a fellowship, i.e., of a college, and who had been daily and hourly with one of the greatest men of the age, be satisfied with himself, in saying nothing of such a person besides what all the world knew, except a particularity, and that to his disadvantage, which I, his friend from a boy, don't know to be true, to wit, that he never had a regular pulse. As for the facts, and considerable periods of his life, he either knew nothing of them, or injudiciously places them in a worse light than that in which they really stood. When he speaks of Mr. Addison's declining to go into orders, his way of doing it is to lament his seriousness and modesty, which might have recommended him, proved the chief obstacles to it. It seems these qualities, by which the priesthood is so much adorned, represented the duties of it as too weighty for him, and rendered him still more worthy of that honor which they made him decline. These, you know very well, were not the reasons which made Mr. Addison turn his thoughts to the civil world, and, as you were the instrument of his becoming acquainted with my Lord Halifax, I doubt not but you remember the warm instances that noble lord made to the head of the college, not to insist upon Mr. Addison's going into orders. His arguments were founded on the general depravity, and corruption of men of business, public men, who wanted liberal education. And I remember, as if I read the letter yesterday, that my lord ended with a compliment that, however he might be represented as no friend to the church, he would never do it any other injury than keeping Mr. Addison out of it. The contention for this man in his early youth, among the people of greatest power, Mr. Secretary Tickle, the executor for his fame, is pleased to ascribe to a serious visage and modesty of behavior. When a writer is grossly and essentially faulty, it were a jest to take notice of a false expression or a phrase, otherwise priesthood in that place might be observed upon, as a term not used by the real well-wishers to clergymen, except when they would express some solemn act, and not when that order is spoken of as a profession among gentlemen. I will not therefore busy myself about the unconcerning parts of knowledge, but be content like a reader of plain sense without politeness. And since Mr. Secretary will give us no account of this gentleman, I admit the Alps and Apennines, instead of the editor, to be commentators of his works, which, as the editor says, have raised a demand for correctness. This demand, by the way, ought to be more strong upon those who were most about him, and had the greatest advantage of his example. But as our editor says, that those who come nearest to exactness are but too often fond of unnatural beauties, and aim at something better than perfection. Believe me, sir, Mr. Addison's example will carry no man further than that height for which nature capacitated him, and the affectation of following great men in works above the genius of their imitators will never rise farther than the production of uncommon and unsuitable ornaments in a barren discourse, like flowers upon a heath, such as the author's phrase of something better than perfection. But in his preface, if ever anything was, is that something better. For it is so extraordinary that we cannot say it is too long or too short, or denied but that it is both. I think I abstract myself from all manner of prejudice when I aver that no man, though without any obligation to Mr. Addison, would have represented him in his family and in his friendships, or his personal character, so disadvantageously as his secretary, in preference of whom he incurred the warmest resentments of other gentlemen, has been pleased to describe him in those particulars. Mr. Dean Addison, father of this memorable man, left behind him 4 children, each of whom, for excellent talents and singular preferments, was as much above the ordinary world as their brother Joseph was above them. Were things of this nature to be exposed to public view, I could shew under the Dean's own hand, in the warmest terms, his blessing on the friendship between his son and me, nor had he a child who did not prefer me in the first place of kindness and esteem, as their father loved me like one of them, and I can with pleasure say, I never omitted any opportunity of shewing that zeal for their persons and interests, as became a gentleman and a friend. Were I now to indulge myself, I could talk a great deal to you, which I am sure would be entertaining, but as I am speaking at the same time to all the world, I consider it would be impertinent. Let me then confine myself awhile to the following play, The Drummer, which I at first recommended to the stage, and carried to the press. No one who reads the preface which I published with it will imagine I could be induced to say so much, as I then did, had I not known the man I best loved had had a part in it, or had I believed that any other concern had much more to do than as an amanuensis. But, indeed, had I not known at the time of the transaction concerning the acting on the stage and the sale of the copy, I should, I think, have seen Mr. Addison in every page of it. For he was above all men in that talent we call humor, and enjoyed it in such perfection that I have often reflected, after a night spent with him apart from the world, that I had had the pleasure of conversing with an intimate acquaintance of Terence and Catullus, who had all their wit and nature heightened with humor more exquisite and delightful than any other man ever possessed. They who shall read this play, after being let into the secret that it was written by Mr. Addison or under his direction, will probably be attentive to those excellencies which they before overlooked, and wonder they did not till now observe that there is not an expression in the whole piece which has not in it the most nice propriety and aptitude to the character which utters it. Here is that smiling mirth, that delicate satire and genteel raillery, which appeared in Mr. Addison when he was free among intimates. I say, when he was free from his remarkable bashfulness, which is a cloak that hides and muffles merit, and his abilities were covered only by modesty, which doubles the beauties which are seen, and gives credit and esteem to all that are concealed. The drummer made no great figure on the stage, though exquisitely well acted, but when I observe this, I say a much harder thing of the stage than of the comedy. When I say the stage in this place, I am understood to mean, in general, the present taste of theatrical representations, where nothing that is not violent, and as I may say, grossly delightful, can come on, without hazard of being condemned or slighted. It is here republished, and recommended as a closet piece, i.e., for private reading, to recreate an intelligent mind in a vacant hour, for vacant the reader must be, from every strong prepossession, in order to relish an entertainment, quod nequeo monstrare iti sentio tantum, which cannot be enjoyed to the degree it deserves, but by those of the most polite taste among scholars, the best breeding among gentlemen, and the least acquainted with sensual pleasure among the ladies. The editor, Thomas Tickell, is pleased to relate concerning Cato, that a play under that design was projected by the author very early, and wholly laid aside. In advanced years, he reassumed the same design, and many years after 4 acts were finished, he wrote the 5th, and brought it upon the stage. All the town knows how officious I was in bringing it on, and you, that know the town, the theatre, and mankind very well, can judge how necessary it was to take measures for making a performance of that sort, excellent as it is, run into popular applause. I promised before it was acted, and performed my duty accordingly to the author, that I would bring together so just an audience on the first days of it, it should be impossible for the vulgar to put its success or due applause at any hazard. But I don't mention this, only to shew how good an aide-de-camp I was to Mr. Addison, but to shew also that the editor does as much to cloud the merit of this work, as I did to set it forth. Mr. Tickell's account of its being taken up, laid down, and at last perfected, after such long intervals and pauses, would make any one believe, who did not know Mr. Addison, that it was accomplished with the greatest pain and labor, and the issue rather of learning and industry than capacity and genius. But I do assure you, that never play which could bring the author any reputation for wit and conduct, notwithstanding it was so long before it was finished, employed the author so little time in writing. If I remember right, the 5th act was written in less than a week's time. For this was particular in this writer, that when he had taken his resolution, or made his plan for what he designed to write, he would walk about the room and dictate it into language, with as much freedom and ease as any one could write it down, and attend to the coherence and grammar of what he dictated. I have been often thus employed by him, and never took it into my head, though he only spoke it and I took all the pains of throwing it upon paper, that I ought to call myself the writer of it. I will put all my credit among men of wit for the truth of my averment, when I presume to say that no one but Mr. Addison was, in any other way, the writer of the drummer. At the same time, I will allow that he sent for me, which he could always do, from his natural power over me, as much as he could send for any of his clerks when he was Secretary of State, and told me that a gentleman then in the room had written a play that he was sure I would like, but it was to be a secret, and he knew I would take as much pains, since he recommended it, as I would for him. I hope nobody will be wronged or think himself aggrieved that I give this rejected work, The Comedy of the Drummer, not included by Tickell in his collected edition of Addison's works, where I do, and if a certain gentleman, Tickell, is injured by it, I will allow I have wronged him upon this issue, that if the reputed translator, Tickell, of the first book of Homer shall please to give us another book, there shall appear another good judge in poetry, besides Mr. Alexander Pope, who shall like it. But I detain you too long upon things that are too personal to myself, and will defer giving the world a true notion of the character and talents of Mr. Addison, till I can speak of that amiable gentleman on an occasion void of controversy. I shall then perhaps say many things of him which will be new even to you, with regard to him in all parts of his character, for which I was so zealous, that I could not be contented with praising and adorning him as much as lay in my own power, but was ever soliciting and putting my friends upon the same office. And since the editor, Tickell, has adorned his heavy discourse with prose and rhyme at the end of it, upon Mr. Addison's death, give me leave to atone for this long and tedious epistle, by giving after it, what I dare say you will esteem, an excellent poem on his marriage, by Mr. Welsted. I must conclude without satisfying as strong a desire, as every man had, of saying something remarkably handsome to the person to whom I am writing, for you are so good a judge, that you would find out the endeavor to be witty. And therefore, as I have tired you and myself, I will be contented with assuring you, which I do very honestly, I would rather have you satisfied with me on this subject, than any other man living. You will please pardon me, that I have, thus, laid this nice affair before a person who has the acknowledged superiority to all others, not only in the most excellent talents, but possessing them with an equanimity, candor, and benevolence which render those advantages a pleasure as great to the rest of the world as they can be to the owner of them. And since fame consists in the opinion of wise and good men, you must not blame me for taking the readiest way to baffle any attempt upon my reputation, by an address to one, whom every wise and good man looks upon, with the greatest affection and veneration. I am, sir, your most obliged, most obedient, and most humble servant, Richard Steele. Edward Chamberlain. The social position of the English established clergy, in 1669 AD. Anglia Notitia, or the Present State of England, 1st ed. 1669. At present, the revenues of the English clergy are generally very small and insufficient, above a third of the best benefices of England, having been anciently, by the Pope's grant, appropriated to monasteries, where on their dissolution, made lay fees, besides what hath been taken by secret and indirect means, through corrupt compositions and compacts and customs in many other parishes. And also many estates being wholly exempt from paying tithes, as the lands that belong to the Cistercian monks, and to the Knights Templars and Hospitallers. And those benefices that are free from these things are yet, besides first fruits and tenths to the king, and procurations to the bishop, taxed towards the charges of their respective parishes, and towards the public charges of the nation, above and beyond the proportion of the laity. The bishoprics of England have been also since the latter of Henry VIII's reign, to the coming in of King James, most miserably robbed and spoiled of the greatest part of their lands and revenues. So that, at this day, 1669, a mean gentleman of £200 from land yearly, will not change his worldly estate and condition with divers bishops, and an attorney, a shopkeeper, a common artisan will hardly change theirs, with the ordinary pastors of the church. Some few bishoprics do yet retain a competency, amongst which, the bishopric of Durham is accounted one of the chief, the yearly revenues whereof, before the late troubles, i.e., the civil wars, were above £6,000, equals £25,000 now, of which by the late Act for abolishing tenures and capite, 1660, was lost about £2,000 yearly. Out of this revenue, a yearly pension of £800 is paid to the Crown, ever since the reign of Queen Elizabeth, who promised, in lieu thereof, so much in impropriations, which was never performed. Above £340 yearly is paid to several officers of the County Palatine of Durham. The assizes and sessions, also, are duly kept in the bishop's house, at the sole charges of the bishop. Also the several expenses for keeping in repair certain banks of rivers in that bishopric, and of several houses belonging to the bishopric. Moreover, the yearly tenths, public taxes, the charges of going to and waiting at Parliament, being deducted, there will remain, in ordinary years, to the bishop to keep hospitality, which must be great, and to provide for those of his family, but about £1,500 equals £4,500 now, yearly. The like might be said of some other principal bishoprics. The great diminution of the revenues of the clergy, and the little care of augmenting and defending the patrimony of the Church, is the great reproach and shame of the English Reformation, and will, one day, prove the ruin of Church and State. It is the last trick, saith St. Gregory, that the devil hath in this world. When he cannot bring the word and sacraments into disgrace by errors and heresies, he invents this project, to bring the clergy into contempt and low esteem. As it is now in England, where they are accounted by many the dross and refuse of the nation. Men think it a stain to their blood to place their sons in that function, and women are ashamed to marry with any of them. It hath been observed, even by strangers, that the iniquity of the present times in England is such, that the English clergy are not only hated by the Romanists on the one side, and maligned by the Presbyterians on the other, but also that, of all the Christian clergy of Europe, whether Romish, Lutheran, or Calvinistic, none are so little respected, beloved, obeyed, or rewarded, as the present pious, learned, loyal clergy of England, even by those who have always professed themselves of that communion. The grounds and occasions of the contempt of the clergy and religion inquired into. In a letter written to R.L. London, printed by W. Godbid for N. Brooke at the Angel in Cornhill. 1670. This work is dated August 8, 1670. Anthony A. Wood in his Life, A.T.H. Oxon I. 70. Edition 1813, gives the following account of our author. February 9, 1672, A.W. went to London, and the next day he was kindly received by Sir Leland Jenkins, in his apartment in Exeter House in the Strand, within the city of Westminster. Sunday 11, February 1672, Sir Leland Jenkins took with him, in the morning, over the water to Lambeth, A. Wood, and after prayers, he conducted him up to the dining room, where Arch. Sheldon received him, and gave him his blessing. There then dined among the company, John Eckhard, the author of the Contempt of the Clergy, who sate at the lower end of the table between the Archbishop's two chaplains Samuel Parker and Thomas Tomkins, being the first time that the said Eckhard was introduced into the said Archbishop's company. After dinner, the Archbishop went into his withdrawing room, and Eckhard with the chaplains and Ralph Snow to their lodgings to drink and smoke. John Echard, S.D.P., was appointed Master of Catherine Hall, Cambridge, in 1675. The Preface to the Reader. I can very easily fancy that many, upon the very first sight of the title, will presently imagine that the author does either want the great tides, lying under the pressure of some pitiful vicarage, or that he is much out of humor, and dissatisfied with the present condition of affairs, or, lastly, that he writes to no purpose at all, there having been an abundance of unprofitable advisers in this kind. As to my being under some low church dispensation, you may know, I write not out of a pinching necessity, or out of any rising design. You may please to believe that, although I have a most solemn reverence for the clergy in general, and especially for that of England, yet, for my own part, I must confess to you, I am not of that holy employment, and have as little thought of being dean or bishop, as they that think so, have hopes of being all lord keepers. Nor less mistaken will they be, that shall judge me in the least discontented, or any ways disposed to disturb the peace of the present settled church, for, in good truth, I have neither lost kings, nor bishops' lands, that should incline me to a surly and quarrelsome complaining, as many be, who would have been glad enough to see his majesty restored, and would have endured bishops daintily well, had they lost no money by their coming in. I am not, I will assure you, any of those occasional writers, that, missing preferment in the university, can presently write you their new ways of education, or being a little tormented with an ill-chosen wife, set forth the doctrine of divorce to be truly evangelical. The cause of these few sheets was honest and innocent, and as free from all passion as any design. As for the last thing which I supposed objected viz. That this book is altogether needless, there having been an infinite number of church and clergy menders that have made many tedious and unsuccessful offers, I must needs confess that it were very unreasonable for me to expect a better reward. Only thus much, I think, with modesty may be said, that I cannot at present call to mind anything that is propounded but what is very hopeful, and easily accomplished. For, indeed, should I go about to tell you that a child can never prove a profitable instructor of the people, unless born when the sun is in Aries, or brought up in a school that stands full south, that he can never be able to govern a parish, unless he can ride the great horse, or that he can never go through the great work of the ministry, unless for 300 years backward it can be proved that none of his family ever had cough, ague, or gray hair, then I should very patiently endure to be reckoned among the vainest that ever made attempt. But believe me, reader, I am not, as you will easily see, any contriver of an incorruptible and pure crystalline church, or any expecter of a reign of nothing but saints and worthies, but only an honest and hearty wisher that the best of our clergy might, forever, continue as they are, rich and learned, and that the rest might be very useful and well esteemed in their profession, the grounds and occasions of the contempt of the clergy and religion inquired into. Sir, that short discourse which we lately had concerning the clergy continues so fresh in your mind that, I perceive by your last, you are more than a little troubled to observe that disesteem that lies upon several of those holy men. Your good wishes for the Church, I know, are very strong and unfeigned, and your hopes of the world receiving much more advantage and better advice from some of the clergy than usually it is found by experience to do, are either needless nor impossible. And as I have always been a devout admirer as well as strict observer of your actions, so I have constantly taken a great delight to concur with you in your very thoughts. Whereupon it is, sir, that I have spent some few hours upon that which was the occasion of your last letter, and the subject of our late discourse. And before, sir, I enter upon telling you what are my apprehensions, I must most heartily profess that, for my own part, I did never think, since at all I understood the excellency and perfection of a church, but that ours, now lately restored, as formerly established, does far outgo, as to all Christian ends and purposes, either the pomp and bravery of Rome herself, or the best of free spiritual states, nonconformists. But if so be, it be allowable, where we have so undoubtedly learned and honorable a clergy, to suppose that some of that sacred profession might possibly have attained to a greater degree of esteem and usefulness to the world, then I hope what has thus long hindered so great and desirable a blessing to the nation may be modestly guessed at, either without giving any wilful offense to the present church, or any great trouble, dear sir, to yourself. And if I be not very much mistaken, whatever has heretofore, or does at present, lessen the value of our clergy, or render it in any degree less serviceable to the world than might be reasonably hoped, may be easily referred to two very plain things, the ignorance of some, and the poverty of others of the clergy. And first, as to the ignorance of some of our clergy. If we would make a search to purpose, we must go as deep as the very beginnings of education, and doubtless may lay a great part of our misfortunes to the old-fashioned methods and discipline of schooling itself, upon the well-ordering of which, although much of the improvement of our clergy cannot be denied mainly to depend, yet by reason this is so well known to yourself, as also that there have been many of undoubted learning and experience, that have set out their several models for this purpose. I shall therefore only mention such loss of time and abuse of youth as is most remarkable and mischievous, and as could not be conveniently omitted in a discourse of this nature, though ever so short. And first of all, it were certainly worth the considering, whether it be unavoidably necessary to keep lads to 16 or 17 years of age, in pure slavery to a few Latin or Greek words, or whether it may not be more convenient, especially if we call to mind their natural inclinations to ease and idleness, and how hardly they are persuaded of the excellency of the liberal arts and sciences, any further than the smart of the last piece of discipline is fresh in their memories, whether, I say, it be not more proper and beneficial to mix with those unpleasant tasks and drudgeries, something that, in probability, might not only take much better with them, but might also be much easier obtained? As suppose some part of time was allotted them for the reading of some innocent English authors, where they need not go, every line, so unwillingly to a tormenting dictionary, and whereby they might come in a short time to apprehend common sense, and to begin to judge what is true. For you shall have lads that are arch knaves at the nominative case, and that have a notable quick eye at spying out of the verb, who, for want of reading such common and familiar books, shall understand no more of what is very plain and easy than a well-educated dog or horse. Or suppose they were taught, as they might much easier be than what is commonly offered to them, the principles of arithmetic, geometry, and such alluring parts of learning. As these things undoubtedly would be much more useful, so much more delightful to them, than to be tormented with the tedious story how Phaeton broke his neck, or how many nuts and apples Tityrus had for his supper. For, most certainly, youths, if handsomely dealt with, are much inclinable to emulation, and to a very useful esteem of glory, and more especially, if it be the reward of knowledge, and therefore, if such things were carefully and discreetly propounded to them, wherein they might not only earnestly contend amongst themselves, but might also see how far they outskilled the rest of the world, a lad hereby would think himself high and mighty, and would certainly take great delight in contemning the next unlearned mortal he meets withal. But if, instead hereof, you diet him with nothing but with rules and exceptions, with tiresome repetitions of Amo and Greek, Tupto, setting a day also apart also to recite verbatim all the burdensome task of the foregoing week, which I am confident is usually as dreadful as an old Parliament fast, we must needs believe that such a one, thus managed, will scarce think to prove immortal by such performances and accomplishments as these. You know very well, sir, that lads in general have but a kind of ugly and odd conception of learning, and look upon it as such a starving thing, an unnecessary perfection, especially as it is usually dispensed out unto them, that 9 pins or span counter are judged much more heavenly employments. And therefore what pleasure, do we think, can such a one take in being bound to get against breakfast 200 or 300 rumblers out of Homer, in commendation of Achilles' toes, or the Grecian's boots, or to have measured out to him, very early in the morning, 15 or 20 well laid on lashes, for letting a syllable slip too soon, or hanging too long on it? Doubtless instant execution upon such grand miscarriages as these will eternally engage him to a most admirable opinion of the Muses. Lads, certainly, ought to be won by all possible arts and devices, and though many have invented fine pictures and games, to cheat them into the undertaking of unreasonable burdens, yet this, by no means, is such a lasting temptation as the propounding of that which in itself is pleasant and alluring. For we shall find very many, though of no excelling quickness, will soon perceive the design of the landscape, and so, looking through the veil, will then begin to take as little delight in those pretty contrivances, as in getting by heart 3 or 4 leaves of undied nonsense. Neither seems the stratagem of money to be so prevailing and catching, as a right-down offer of such books which are ingenious and convenient, there being but very few so intolerably careful of their bellies, as to look upon the hopes of a cake or a few apples to be a sufficient recompense for cracking their pates with a heap of independent words. I am not sensible that I have said anything in disparagement of those 2 famous tongues, the Greek and Latin, there being much reason to value them beyond others, because the best of human learning has been delivered unto us in those languages. But he that worships them, purely out of honor to Rome and Athens, having little or no respect to the usefulness and excellency of the books themselves, as many do, it is a sign he has a great esteem and reverence of antiquity. But I think him by no means comparable, for happiness, to him who catches frogs or hunts butterflies. That some languages therefore ought to be studied is in a manner absolutely necessary, unless all were brought to one, which would be the happiest thing that the world could wish for. But whether the beginning of them might not be more insensibly instilled, and more advantageously obtained by reading philosophical as well as other ingenious authors, than Janua Linguarum, crabbed poems, and cross-grained prose, as it has been heretofore by others, so it ought to be afresh considered by all well-wishers, either to the clergy or learning. I know where it is the fashion of some schools to prescribe to a lad, for his evening refreshment, out of Comenius, all the terms of art, technical terms, belonging to anatomy, mathematics, or some such piece of learning. Now, is it not a very likely thing that a lad should take most absolute delight in conquering such a pleasant task, where, perhaps, he has 200 or 300 words to keep in mind, with a very small proportion of sense thereunto belonging, whereas the use and full meaning of all those difficult terms would have been most insensibly obtained by leisurely reading in particular this or the other science? Is it not also likely to be very savory, and of comfortable use to one that can scarce distinguish between virtue and vice, to be tasked with high and moral poems? It is usually said by those that are intimately acquainted with him, that Homer's Iliad and Odyssey contain, mystically, all the moral law for certain, if not a great part of the gospel. I suppose much after that rate that Rabelais said his Gargantua contained all the 10 Commandments, but perceivable only to those that have a poetical discerning spirit, with which gift, I suppose, few at school are so early qualified. Those admirable verses, sir, of yours, both English and others, which you have sometimes favored me with a sight of, will not suffer me to be so sottish as to slight and undervalue so great and noble an accomplishment. But the committing of such high and brave sense poems to a schoolboy, whose main business is to search out cunningly the antecedent and the relative, to lie at catch for a spruce phrase, a proverb, or a quaint and pithy sentence, is not only to very little purpose, but that having gargled only those elegant books at school, this serves them instead of reading them afterwards, and does, in a manner, prevent their being further looked into. So that all improvement, whatsoever it be, that may be reaped out of the best and choicest poets, is for the most part utterly lost, and that a time is usually chosen of reading them, when discretion is much wanting to gain thence any true advantage. Thus that admirable and highly useful morality, Tully's Offices, because it is a book commonly construed at school, is generally afterwards so contemned by academics, that it is a long hour's work to convince them that it is worthy of being looked into again, because they reckon it as a book read over at school, and, no question, notably digested. If, therefore, the ill methods of schooling do not only occasion a great loss of time there, but also do beget in lads a very odd opinion and apprehension of learning, and much disposes them to be idle when they are got a little free from the usual severities, and that the hopes of more or less improvement in the universities very much depend hereupon, it is, without all doubt, the great concernment of all that wish to the Church, that such care and regard be had to the management of schools, that the clergy be not so much obstructed in their first attempts and preparations to learning. I cannot, sir, possibly be so ignorant as not to consider that what has been now offered upon this argument has not only been largely insisted on by others, but also refers not particularly to the clergy, whose welfare and esteem I seem at present in a special manner solicitous about, but in general to all learned professions, and therefore might reasonably have been omitted, which certainly I had done, had not I called to mind that of those many that propound to themselves learning for a profession, there is scarce one in 10 but that his lot, choice, or necessity determines him to the study of divinity. Thus, sir, I have given you my thoughts concerning the orders and customs of common schools. A consideration, in my apprehension, not slightly to be weighed, being that upon which to me seems very much to depend the learning and wisdom of the clergy, and the prosperity of the Church. The next unhappiness that seems to have hindered some of our clergy from arriving to that degree of understanding that becomes such a holy office, whereby their company and discourses might be much more, than they commonly are, valued and desired, is the inconsiderate sending of all kinds of lads to the universities, let their parts be ever so low and pitiful, the instructions they have lain under ever so mean and contemptible, and the purses of their friends ever so short to maintain them there. If they have but the commendation of some lamentable and pitiful construing master, it passes for sufficient evidence that they will prove persons very eminent in the Church. That is to say, if a lad has but a lusty and well-bearing memory, this being the usual and almost only thing whereby they judge of their abilities, if he can sing over very tunably 3 or 4 stanzas of Lyly's poetry, be very quick and ready to tell what is Latin for all the instruments belonging to his father's shop, if presently, at sight, upon the first scanning, he knows a spondee from a dactyl, and can fit a few of those same, without any sense, to his fingers' ends, if, lastly, he can say perfectly by heart his academic catechism, in pure and passing Latin, i.e., what is his name? Where went he to school? And what author is he best and chiefly skilled in? A forward boy, cries the schoolmaster. A very pregnant child. 10,000 pities, but he should be a scholar. He proves a brave clergyman, I'll warrant you. Away to the university he must needs go. Then for a little logic, a little ethics, and God knows, a very little of everything else. And the next time you meet him, he is in the pulpit. Neither ought the mischief which arises from small country schools to pass unconsidered. The little mighty governors whereof, having, for the most part, not sucked in above 6 or 7 mouthsful of university air, must yet, by all means, suppose themselves so notably furnished with all sorts of instructions, and are so ambitious of the glory of being counted able to send forth, now and then, to Oxford or Cambridge, from the little house by the churchyard's side, one of their ill-educated disciples, that to such as these ofttimes is committed the guidance and instruction of a whole parish, whose parts and improvements duly considered, will scarce render them fit governors of a small grammar castle. Not that it is necessary to believe that there never was a learned or useful person in the church, but such whose education had been at Westminster or St. Paul's. But whereas most of the small schools, being by their first founders designed only for the advantage of poor parish children, and also that the stipend is usually so small and discouraging that very few who can do much more than teach to write and read, will accept of such preferment, for these to pretend to rig out their small ones for a university life, proves ofttimes a very great inconvenience and damage to the church. And as many such dismal things are sent forth thus, with very small tackling, so not a few are predestinated thither by their friends, from the foresight of a good benefice. If there be rich pasture, profitable customs, and that Henry VIII has taken out no toll, the Holy Land is a very good land, and affords abundance of milk and honey. Far be it from their consciences, the considering whether the lad is likely to be serviceable to the church, or to make wiser and better any of his parishioners. All this may seem, at first sight, to be easily avoided by a strict examination at the universities, and so returning by the next carrier, all that was sent up not fit for their purpose. But because many of their relations are ofttimes persons of an inferior condition, and who either by imprudent counselors, or else out of a tickling conceit of their son's being, forsooth, a university scholar, have purposely omitted all other opportunities of a livelihood, to return such, would seem a very sharp and severe disappointment. Possibly it might be much better, if parents themselves or their friends would be much more wary of determining their children to the trade of learning. And if some of undoubted knowledge and judgment would offer their advice, and speak their hopes of a lad, about 13 or 14 years of age, which, I will assure you, sir, may be done without conjuring, and never omit to inquire, whether his relations are able and willing to maintain him 7 years at the university, or see some certain way of being continued there so long, by the help of friends or others, as also upon no such conditions as shall, in likelihood, deprive him of the greatest parts of his studies? For it is a common fashion of a great many to compliment and invite inferior people's children to the university, and there pretend to make such an all-bountiful provision for them, as they shall not fail of coming to a very eminent degree of learning, but when they come there, they shall save a servant's wages. They took therefore, heretofore, a very good method to prevent sizars overheating their brains. Bed-making, chamber-sweeping, and water-fetching were doubtless great preservatives against too much vain philosophy. Now certainly such pretended favors and kindnesses as these are the most right-down discourtesies in the world. For it is 10 times more happy, both for the lad and the church, to be a corn-cutter or tooth-thrower, to make or mend shoes, or to be of any inferior profession, than to be invited to, and promised the conveniences of, a learned education, and to have his name only stand airing upon the college tables, notice boards, and his chief business shall be, to buy eggs and butter. Neither ought lads' parts, before they be determined to the university, be only considered, and the likelihood of being disappointed in their studies, but also abilities or hopes of being maintained until they be masters of arts. For whereas 200, for the most part, yearly commence, matriculate, scarce the fifth part of these continue after their taking the first degree, B.A. As for the rest, having exactly learned quid est logica? And quod sunt virtuts moralis? Down they go, by the first carrier, on the top of the pack, into the west, or north, or elsewhere, according as their estates lie, with Burgess Dicius, Eustachius, and such great helps of divinity, and then, for propagation of the gospel. By that time they can say the predicaments and creed, they have their choice of preaching or starving. Now what a champion of truth is such a thing likely to be? What a huge blaze he makes in the church! What a raiser of doctrines! What a confounder of heresies! What an able interpreter of hard places! What a resolver of cases of conscience! And what a prudent guide must he needs be to all his parish! You may possibly think, sir, that this so early preaching might be easily avoided, by withholding holy orders, the Church having very prudently constituted in her canons, that none under 23 years of age, which is the usual age after 7 years being at the university, should be admitted to that great employment. This indeed might seem to do some service, were it carefully observed, and were there not a thing to be got, called a dispensation, which will presently, at once, make you as old as you please. But if you will, sir, we will suppose that orders were strictly denied to all, unless qualified according to canon. I cannot foresee any other remedy but that most of those university youngsters must fall to the parish, and become a town charge until they be of spiritual age. For philosophy is a very idle thing, when one is cold, and a small system of divinity, though it be Welibius himself, is not sufficient when one is hungry. What then shall we do with them? And where shall we dispose of them, until they come to a holy ripeness? May we venture them into the desk to read service? That cannot be, because not capable. Besides, the tempting pulpit usually stands too near. Or shall we trust them in some good gentleman's house, there to perform holy things? With all my heart. So that they may not be called down from their studies to say grace to every health, that they may have a little better wages than the cook or butler, as also that there be a groom in the house, besides the chaplain, for sometimes to the £10 a year, they crowd, in, the looking after couple of geldings, and that he may not be sent from table, picking his teeth, and sighing with his hat under his arm, whilst the knight and my lady eat up the tarts and chickens. It may be also convenient, if he were suffered to speak now and then in the parlour, besides at grace and prayer time, and that my cousin Abigail and he sit not too near one another at meals, nor be presented together to the little vicarage. All this, sir, must be thought on. For, in good earnest, a person at all thoughtful of himself and conscience, had much better choose to live with nothing but beans and pease pottage, so that he might have the command of his thoughts and time, than to have his second and third courses, and to obey the unreasonable humors of some families. And as some think 2 or 3 years' continuance in the university to be time sufficient for being very great instruments in the church, so others we have, so moderate as to count that a solemn admission and a formal paying of college detriments, without the trouble of philosophical discourses, disputations, and the like, are virtues that will influence as far as Newcastle, and improve though at ever such a distance. So strangely possessed are people in general, with the easiness and small preparation that are requisite to the undertaking of the ministry, that whereas in other professions they plainly see what considerable time is spent before they have any hopes of arriving to skill enough to practice with any confidence what they have designed, yet to preach to ordinary people, and govern a country parish, is usually judged such an easy performance, that anybody counts himself fit for the employment. We find very few so unreasonably confident of their parts, as to profess either law or physic, without either a considerable continuance in some of the Inns of Courts, or an industrious search in herbs, anatomy, chemistry, and the like, unless it be only to make a bandage, or give a glister, an injection. But as for the knack of preaching, as they call it, that is such a very easy attainment, that he is counted dull to purpose, that is not able, at a very small warning, to fasten upon any text of Scripture, and to tear and tumble it, till the hourglass on the pulpit be out. Many, I know very well, are forced to discontinue, at college, having neither stock, capital, of their own, nor friends to maintain them in the university. But whereas a man's profession and employment in this world is very much in his own, or in the choice of such who are most nearly concerned for him, he therefore, that foresees that he is not likely to have the advantage of a continued education, he had much better commit himself to an approved of cobbler or tinker, wherein he may be duly respected according to his office and condition of life, than to be only a disesteemed pettifogger or empiric in divinity. By this time, sir, I hope you begin to consider what a great disadvantage it has been to the Church and religion, the mere venturous and inconsiderate determining of youths to the profession of learning. There is still one thing, by very few, at all minded, that ought also not to be overlooked, and that is, a good constitution and health of body. And therefore discreet and wise physicians ought also to be consulted, before an absolute resolve be made to live the life of the learned. For he that has strength enough to buy and bargain, may be of a very unfit habit of body to sit still so much, as, in general, is requisite to a competent degree of learning. For although reading and thinking break neither legs nor arms, yet, certainly, there is nothing that flags the spirits, disorders the blood, and enfeebles the whole body of man, as intense studies. As for him that rives blocks or carries packs, there is no great expense of parts, no anxiety of mind, no great intellectual pensiveness. Let him but wipe his forehead, and he is perfectly recovered. But he that has many languages to remember, the nature of almost the whole world to consult, many histories, fathers, and councils to search into, if the fabric of his body be not strong and healthful, you will soon find him as thin as a piece of metaphysics, and look as piercing as a school's subtlety. This, sir, could not be conveniently omitted, not only because many are very careless in this point, and, at a venture, determine their young relations to learning, but because, for the most part, if, amongst many, there be but one of all the family that is weak and sickly, that is languishing and consumptive, this, of all the rest, as counted not fit for any coarse employment, shall be picked out as a choice vessel for the Church. Whereas, most evidently, he is much more able to dig daily in the mines, than to sit cross-legged, musing upon his book. I am very sensible, how obvious it might be, here, to hint that this so curious and severe inquiry would much hinder the practice, and abate the flourishing of the universities, as also, there have been several, and are still, many living creatures in the world, who, whilst young, being of a very slow and meek apprehension, have yet afterward cheered up into a great briskness, and become masters of much reason. And others there have been, who, although forced to a short continuance in the university, and that ofttimes interrupted by unavoidable services, have yet, by singular care and industry, proved very famous in their generation. And lastly, some also, of very feeble and crazy constitutions in their childhood, have outstudied their distempers, and have become very healthful and serviceable in the Church. As for the flourishing, sir, of the universities, what has been before said aims not in the least at gentlemen, whose coming thither is chiefly for the hopes of single, personal, improvement, and whose estates do free them from the necessity of making a gain of arts and sciences, but only at such as intend to make learning their profession, as well as their accomplishment. So that our schools may be still as full of flourishings, of fine clothes, rich gowns, and future benefactors as ever. And suppose we do imagine, as it is necessary we should, that the number should be a little lessened, this surely will not abate the true splendor of a university in any man's opinion, but his who reckons the flourishing thereof, rather from the multitude of mere gowns than from the ingenuity and learning of those that wear them. No more than we have reason to count the flourishing of the Church from that vast number of people that crowd into holy orders, rather than from those learned and useful persons that defend her truths and manifest her ways. But I say, I do not see any perfect necessity that our schools should hereupon be thinned and less frequented, having said nothing against the multitude, but the indiscreet choice. If therefore, instead of such, either of inferior parts or a feeble constitution, or of unable friends, there were picked out those that were of a tolerable ingenuity, natural capacity, of a study-bearing body, and had good hopes of being continued, as hence there is nothing to hinder our universities from being full, so likewise from being of great credit and learning. Not to deny, then, but that, now and then, there has been a lad of very submissive parts, and perhaps no great share of time allowed him for his studies, who has proved, beyond all expectation, brave and glorious, yet, surely, we are not to overreckon this so rare a hit, as to think that one such proving lad should make recompense and satisfaction for those many weak ones, as the common people love to phrase them, that are in the church. And that no care ought to be taken, no choice made, no maintenance provided or considered, because, now and then in an age one, miraculously, beyond all hopes, proves learned and useful, is a practice, whereby never greater mischiefs and disesteem have been brought upon the clergy. I have, in short, sir, run over what seem to me the first occasions of that small learning that is to be found among some of the clergy. I shall now pass from schooling to the universities. I am not so unmindful of that devotion which I owe to those places, nor of that great esteem I profess to have of the guides and governors thereof, as to go about to prescribe new forms and schemes of education, where wisdom has laid her topstone. Neither shall I here examine which philosophy, the old or new, makes the best sermons. It is hard to say that exhortations can be to no purpose, if the preacher believes that the earth turns round, or that his reproofs can take no effect, unless he will suppose a vacuum. There have been good sermons, no question, made in the days of materia prima and occult qualities, and there are, doubtless, still good discourses now, under the reign of Adams. There are but two things, wherein I count the clergy chiefly concerned, as to university improvements, that, at present, I shall make inquiry into. And the first is this, whether or not it were not highly useful, especially for the clergy who are supposed to speak English to the people, that English exercises were imposed upon lads, if not in public schools, yet at least privately. Not but that I am abundantly satisfied that Latin, O Latin! It is the all in all, and the very cream of the jest, as also, that oratory is the same in all languages, the same rules being observed, the same method, the same arguments and arts of persuasion, but yet, it seems somewhat beyond the reach of ordinary use so to apprehend those general laws as to make a just and allowable use of them in all languages, unless exercised particularly in them. Now we know the language that the very learned part of this nation must trust to live by, unless it be to make a bandage, or prescribe a purge, which possibly may not oblige or work so well in any other language as Latin, is the English, and after a lad has taken his leave of Madam University, God bless him, he is not likely to deal afterwards with much Latin, unless it be to checker, variegate, a sermon, or to say salvito to some travelling dominatio vestra. Neither is it enough to say that the English is the language with which we are swaddled and rocked asleep, and therefore there needs none of this artificial and superadded care. For there be those that speak very well, plainly, and to the purpose, and yet write most pernicious and fantastical stuff, thinking that whatsoever is written must be more than ordinary, must be beyond the guise, manner, of common speech, must savour of reading and learning, though it be altogether needless, and perfectly ridiculous. Neither ought we to suppose it sufficient that English books be frequently read, because there be of all sorts, good and bad, and the worst are likely to be admired by youth more than the best, unless exercises be required of lads, whereby it may be guessed what their judgment is, where they be mistaken, and what authors they propound to themselves for imitation. For by this means they may be corrected and advised early, according as occasion shall require, which, if not done, their ill style will be so confirmed, their improprieties of speech will become so natural, that it will be a very hard matter to stir or alter their fashion of writing. It is very curious to observe what delicate letters your young students write, after they have got a little smack of university learning. In what elaborate heights, and tossing nonsense, will they greet a right-down English father or country friend? If there be a plain word in it, and such as is used at home, this tastes not, say they, of education among philosophers, and is counted damnable duncery and want of fancy. Because your loving friend, or humble servant, is a common phrase in country letters, therefore the young epistler is yours to the antipodes, or at least to the center of the earth, and because ordinary folks love and respect you, therefore you are to him a pole star, a Jacob's staff, a lodestone, and a damask rose. And the misery of it is, that this pernicious accustomed way of expression does not only, ofttimes, go along with them to their benefice, but accompanies them to the very grave. And, for the most part, an ordinary cheesemonger or plumseller that scarce, ever heard of a university, shall write much better sense, and more to the purpose than these young philosophers, who injudiciously hunting only for great words, make themselves learnedly ridiculous. Neither can it be easily apprehended, how the use of English exercises should any ways hinder the improvement in the Latin tongue, but rather be much to its advantage, and this may be easily believed, considering what dainty stuff is usually produced for a Latin entertainment. Chicken broth is not thinner than that which is commonly offered for a piece of most pleading and convincing sense. For I will but suppose an academic youngster to be put upon a Latin oration. Away he goes presently to his magazine of collected phrases. He picks out all the glitterings he can find. He hauls in all proverbs, flowers, poetical snaps, snatches, tales out of the dictionary, or else ready Latine to his hand, out of Lycasthenes. This done, he comes to the end of the table, and having made a submissive leg, made a submissive bow, and a little admired, gazed at the number and understanding countenances of his auditors, let the subject be what it will, he falls presently into a most lamentable complaint of his insufficiency and tenuity, slenderness, that he, poor thing, hath no acquaintance with above a muse and a half, and that he never drank above 6 quarts of Helican, and you have put him here upon such a task. Perhaps the business is only, which is the nobler creature, a flea or a louse. That would much better fit some old soaker at Parnassus, than his sipping unexperienced bibbership. Alas, poor child! He is sorry, at the very soul, that he has no better speech, and wonders in his heart that you will lose so much time as to hear him. For he has neither squibs nor fireworks, stars nor glories. The cursed carrier lost his best book of phrases, and the malicious mice and rats eat up all his pearls and golden sentences. Then he tickles over, a little, the skirts of the business. By and by for a similitude from the sun and moon, or if they be not at leisure, from the grey-eyed morn, or a shady grove, or a purling stream. This done, he tells you that Barnaby Bright would be much too short for him to tell you all that he could say. And so, fearing he should break the thread of your patience, he concludes, now it seems, sir, very probable, that if lads did but first of all determine in English what they intended to say in Latin, they would, of themselves, soon discern the triflingness of such apologies, the pitifulness of their matter, and the impertinency of their tales and fancies, and would, according to their subject, age, and parts, offer that which would be much more manly, and towards tolerable sense. And if I may tell you, sir, what I really think most of that ridiculousness, of those fantastical phrases, harsh and sometimes blasphemous metaphors, abundantly foppish similitudes, childish and empty transitions, and the like, so commonly uttered out of pulpits, and so fatally redounding to the discredit of the clergy, may, in a great measure, be charged upon the want of that, which we have here so much contended for. The second inquiry that may be made is this, whether or not punning, quibbling, and that which they call joking, and such delicacies of wit, highly admired in some academic exercises, might not be very conveniently omitted? For one may desire but to know this one thing, in what profession shall that sort of wit prove of advantage? As for law, where nothing but the most reaching subtlety and the closest arguing is allowed of, it is not to be imagined that blending now and then a piece of a dry verse, and wreathing here and there an odd Latin saying into a dismal jingle, should give title to an estate, or clear out an obscure evidence. And as little serviceable can it be to physic, which is made up of severe reason and well-tried experiments. And as for divinity, in this place I shall say no more, but that those usually that have been rope dancers in the schools, ofttimes prove jack puddings in the pulpit. For he that in his youth has allowed himself this liberty of academic wit, by this means he has usually so thinned his judgment, becomes so prejudiced against sober sense, and so altogether disposed to trifling and jingling, that, so soon as he gets hold of a text, he presently thinks he has catched one of his old school questions, and so falls a flinging it out of one hand into another, tossing it this way and that, lets it run a little upon the line, then Tenutus! Hi Jingo! Come again! Here catching at a word, there lie nibbling and sucking at an end a by, a cuz or a quid, a sick or a sicket, and thus minces the text so small that his parishioners, until he reassemble it again, can scarce tell what is become of it. But, shall we debar youth of such an innocent and harmless recreation, of such a great quickener of parts and promoter of sagacity? As for the first, its innocency of being allowed for a time, I am so far from that persuasion that, from what has been before hinted, I count it perfectly contagious. And as a thing that, for the most part, infects the whole life, and influences most actions. For he that finds himself to have the right knack of letting off a joke, and of pleasing the humpsters, he is not only very hardly brought off from admiring those goodly applauses, and heavenly shouts, but it is 10 to 1. If he directs not the whole bent of his studies to such idle and contemptible books as shall only furnish him with materials for a laugh, and so neglects all that should inform his judgment and reason, and make him a man of sense and reputation in this world. And as for the pretense of making people sagacious, and pestilently witty, I shall only desire that the nature of that kind of wit may be considered, which will be found to depend upon some such fooleries as these. As, first of all, the lucky ambiguity of some word or sentence. Oh, what a happiness is it! And how much does a youngster count himself beholden to the stars? That should help him to such a taking jest. And whereas there be so many thousand words in the world, and that he should luck upon the right one, that was so very much to his purpose, and that at the explosion, made such a goodly report. Or else they rake Lilly's grammar, and if they can but find 2 or 3 letters of any name in any of the rules or examples of that good man's works, it is as very a piece of wit as any has passed in the town since the king came in, 1660. Oh, how the freshmen will skip, to hear one of those lines well laughed at, that they have been so often yerked, chided, for. It is true, such things as these go for wit so long as they continue in Latin, but what dismally shrimp things would they appear, if turned into English? And if we search into what was, or might be pretended, we shall find the advantages of Latin wit to be very small and slender, when it comes into the world. I mean not only among strict philosophers and men of mere notions, or amongst all damning and illiterate Hectors, but amongst those that are truly ingenious and judicious masters of fancy. We shall find that a quotation out of Camihi, an axiom out of logic, a saying of a philosopher or the like, though managed with some quickness and applied with some seeming ingenuity, will not, in our days, pass, or be accepted for wit. For we must know that, as we are now in an age of great philosophers and men of reason, so of great quickness and fancy, and that Greek and Latin, which heretofore, though never so impertinently fetched in, was counted admirable, because it had a learned twang, yet, now, such stuff, being out of fashion, is esteemed but very bad company. For the world is now, especially in discourse, for one language, and he that has somewhat in his mind of Greek and Latin, is requested, nowadays, to be civil, and translate it into English, for the benefit of the company. And he that has made it his whole business to accomplish himself for the applause of boys, schoolmasters, and the easiest of country divines, and has been shouldered out of the cockpit for his wit, when he comes into the world, is the most likely person to be kicked out of the company, for his pedantry and overweening opinion of himself. And were it necessary, it is an easy matter to appeal to wits, both ancient and modern, that, beyond all controversy, have been sufficiently approved of, that never, I am confident, received their improvements by employing their time in puns and quibbles. There is the prodigious Lucian, the great Don Quixote of Mancha, and there are many now living, wits of our own, who never, certainly, were at all inspired from a tripus s, terras filius s, or prevaricator s speech. I have ventured, sir, thus far, not to find fault with, but only to inquire into an ancient custom or 2 of the universities, wherein the clergy seem to be a little concerned, as to their education there. I shall now look on them as beneficed, and consider their preaching. wherein I pretend to give no rules, having neither any gift at it, nor authority to do it, but only shall make some conjectures at those useless and ridiculous things commonly uttered in pulpits, that are generally disgusted, disliked, and are very apt to bring contempt upon the preacher, and that religion which he professes. Amongst the first things that seem to be useless, may be reckoned the high tossing and swaggering preaching, either mountingly eloquent, or profoundly learned. For there be a sort of divines, who, if they but happen of an unlucky hard word all the week, they think themselves not careful of their flock, if they lay it not up till Sunday, and bestow it amongst them, in their next preachment. Or if they light upon some difficult and obscure notion, which their curiosity inclines them to be better acquainted with, how useless soever. Nothing so frequent as for them, for a month or 2 months together, to tear and tumble this doctrine. And the poor people, once a week, shall come and gaze upon them by the hour, until they preach themselves, as they think, into a right understanding. Those that are inclinable to make these useless speeches to the people, they do it, for the most part, upon one of these two considerations. Either out of simple fantastic glory, and a great studiousness of being wondered at, as if getting into the pulpit were a kind of staging, acting, where nothing was to be considered but how much the sermon takes, and how much stared at. Or else, they do this to gain a respect and reverence from their people, who, say they, are to be puzzled now and then, and carried into the clouds. For if the minister's words be such as the constable uses, his matter plain and practical, such as comes to the common market, he may pass possibly for an honest and well-meaning man, but by no means for any scholar. Whereas if he springs forth, now and then, in high raptures towards the uppermost heavens, dashing, here and there, an all-confounding word, if he soars aloft in unintelligible huffs, preaches points deep and mystical, and delivers them as darkly and fantastically, this is the way, say they, of being accounted a most able and learned instructor. Others there be, whose parts stand not so much towards tall words and lofty notions, but consist in scattering up and down and besprinkling all their sermons with plenty of Greek and Latin. And because St. Paul, once or so, was pleased to make use of a little heathen Greek, and that only, when he had occasion to discourse with some of the learned ones that well understood him, therefore must they needs bring in 20 poets and philosophers, if they can catch them, into an hour's talk, evidently the ordinary length of a sermon at this time, see pages 259, 313. Spreading themselves in abundance of Greek and Latin, to a company, perhaps, of farmers and shepherds. Neither will they rest there, but have at the Hebrew also, not contenting themselves to tell the people in general that they have skill in the text, and the exposition they offer agrees with the original, but must swagger also over the poor parishioners, with the dreadful Hebrew itself, with their Ben Israels, Ben Manases, and many more Bens that they are intimately acquainted with, whereas there is nothing in the church, or near it by a mile, that understands them, but God Almighty, whom, it is supposed, they go not about to inform or satisfy. This learned way of talking, though, for the most part, it is done merely out of ostentation, yet, sometimes, which makes not the case much better, it is done in compliment and civility to the all-wise patron, or all-understanding justice of the peace in the parish, who, by the common farmers of the town, must be thought to understand the most intricate notions, and the most difficult languages. Now, what an admirable thing this is! Suppose there should be one or so, in the whole church, that understands somewhat besides English, shall I not think that he understands that better? Must I, out of courtship to his worship and understanding, and because, perhaps, I am to dine with him, prate abundance of such stuff, which, I must needs know, nobody understands, or that will be the better for it but himself, and perhaps scarcely he? This, I say, because I certainly know several of that disposition, who, if they chance to have a man of any learning or understanding more than the rest in the parish, preach wholly at him, and level most of their discourses at his supposed capacity, and the rest of the good people shall have only a handsome gaze or view of the parson. As if plain words, useful and intelligible instructions were not as good for an esquire, or one that is in commission from the king, as for him that holds the plough or mends hedges. Certainly he that considers the design of his office, and has a conscience answerable to that holy undertaking, must needs conceive himself engaged, not only to mind this or that accomplished or well-dressed person, but must have a universal care and regard of all his parish. And as he must think himself bound, not only to visit down beds and silken curtains, but also flocks and straw mattresses, if there be need, so ought his care to be as large to instruct the poor, the weak, and despicable part of his parish, as those that sit in the best pews. He that does otherwise, thinks not at all of a man's soul, but only accommodates himself to fine clothes, an abundance of ribbons, and the highest seat in the church, not thinking that it will be as much to his reward in the next worlds by sober advice, care, and instruction, to have saved one that takes collection, alms, as him that is able to relieve half the town. It is very plain that neither our Saviour, when he was upon earth and taught the world, made any such distinction in his discourses. What is more intelligible to all mankind than his Sermon upon the Mount? Neither did the apostles think of any such way. I wonder whom they take for a pattern. I will suppose once again that the design of these persons is to gain glory, and I shall ask them, can there be any greater in the world than doing general good? To omit future reward, was it not always esteemed of old, that correcting evil practices, reducing people that lived amiss, was much better than making a high rant about a shuttlecock, and talking teratantara about a feather? Or if they would be only admired, then would I gladly have them consider what a thin and delicate kind of admiration is likely to be produced by that which is not at all understood. Certainly, that man has a design of building up to himself real fame in good earnest, by things well laid and spoken. His way to effect it is not by talking staringly, and casting a mist before the people's eyes, but by offering such things by which he may be esteemed, with knowledge and understanding. Thus far concerning hard words, high notions, and unprofitable quotations out of learned languages. I shall now consider such things as are ridiculous, that serve for chimney and market talk, after the sermon be done, and that do cause, more immediately, the preacher to be scorned and undervalued. I have no reason, sir, to go about to determine what style or method is best for the improvement and advantage of all people. For I question not but there have been as many several sorts of preachers as orators, and though very different, yet useful and commendable in their kind. Tully takes very deservedly with many, Seneca with others, and Cato, no question, said things wisely and well. So, doubtless, the same place of Scripture may by several be variously considered, and although their method and style be altogether different, yet they may all speak things very convenient for the people to know and be advised of. But yet, certainly, what is most undoubtedly useless and empty, or what is judged absolutely ridiculous, not by this or that curious or squeamish auditor, but by every man in the corporation that understands but plain English and common sense, ought to be avoided. For all people are naturally born with such a judgment of true and allowable rhetoric, that is, of what is decorous and convenient to be spoken, that whatever is grossly otherwise is usually ungrateful, not only to the wise and skilful part of the congregation, but shall seem also ridiculous to the very unlearned tradesmen, mechanics, and their young apprentices. Amongst which may be chiefly reckoned these following: harsh metaphors, childish similitudes, and ill-applied tales. The first main thing, I say, that makes many sermons so ridiculous, and the preachers of them so much disparaged and undervalued, is an inconsiderate use of frightful metaphors, which, making such a remarkable impression upon the ears, and leaving such a jarring twang behind them, are oftentimes remembered to the discredit of the minister as long as he continues in the parish. I have heard the very children in the streets, and the little boys close about the fire, refresh themselves strangely but with the repetition of a few of such far-fetched and odd-sounding expressions. Tully, therefore, and Caesar, the two greatest masters of Roman eloquence, were very wary and sparing of that sort of rhetoric. We may read many a page in their works before we meet with any of those bears, and if you do light upon one or so, it shall not make your hair stand right up, or put you into a fit of convulsions, but it shall be so soft, significant, and familiar, as if it were made for the very purpose. But as for the common sort of people that are addicted to this sort of expression in their discourses, away presently to both the Indies, rake heaven and earth, down to the bottom of the sea, then tumble over all arts and sciences, ransack all shops and warehouses, spare neither camp nor city, but that they will have them. So fond are such deceived ones of these same gay words, that they count all discourses empty, dull, and cloudy, unless bespangled with these glitterings. Nay, so injudicious and impudent together will they sometimes be, that the Almighty Himself is often in danger of being dishonored by these indiscreet and horrid metaphor-mongers. And when they thus blaspheme the God of heaven by such unhallowed expressions, to make amends, they will put you in an, as it were, forsooth, or, as I may so say, that is, they will make bold to speak what they please concerning God Himself, rather than omit what they judge, though never so falsely, to be witty. And then they come in hobbling with their lame submission, and with their reverence be it spoken, as if it were not much better to leave out what they foresee is likely to be interpreted for blasphemy, or at least great extravagancy, than to utter that, for which their own reason and conscience tell them, they are bound to lay in beforehand an excuse. To which may be further subjoined, that metaphors, though very apt and allowable, are intelligible but to some sorts of men, of this or that kind of life, of this or that profession. For example, perhaps one gentleman's metaphorical knack of preaching comes of the sea, and then we shall hear of nothing but starboard, and larboard, of stems, sterns, and forecastles, and such salt-water language, so that one had need take a voyage to Smyrna or Aleppo, and very warily attend to all the sailors' terms, before I shall in the least understand my teacher. Now, though such a sermon may possibly do some good in a coast town, yet upward into the country, in an inland parish, it will do no more than Syriac or Arabic. Another, he falls a-fighting with his text, and makes a pitched battle of it, dividing it into the right wing and left wing, then he rears it, flanks it, entrenches it, storms it, and then he musters all again, to see what word was lost or lamed in the skirmish, and so falling on again, with fresh valor, he fights backward and forward, charges through and through, routs, kills, takes, and then, gentlemen, as you were. Now to such of his parish as have been in the late wars, this is not very formidable, for they do but suppose themselves at Edgehill or Naseby, and they are not much scared at his doctrine. But as for others, who have not had such fighting opportunities, it is very lamentable to consider how shivering they sit without understanding, till the battle be over. Like instance might be easily given of many more discourses, the metaphorical phrasing whereof, depending upon peculiar arts, customs, trades, and professions, makes them useful and intelligible only to such, who have been very well busied in such like employments. Another thing, sir, that brings great disrespect and mischief upon the clergy, and that differs not much from what went immediately before, is their packing their sermons so full of similitudes, which, all the world knows, carry with them but very small force of argument, unless there be an exact agreement with that which is compared, of which there is very seldom any sufficient care taken. Besides, those that are addicted to this slender way of discourse, for the most part, do so weaken and enfeeble their judgment, by contenting themselves to understand by colors, features, and glimpses, that they perfectly omit all the more profitable searching into the nature and causes of things themselves. By which means, it necessarily comes to pass, that what they undertake to prove and clear out to the congregation, must needs be so faintly done, and with such little force of argument, that the conviction or persuasion will last no longer in the parishioners' minds, than the warmth of those similitudes shall glow in their fancy. So that he that has either been instructed in some part of his duty, or excited to the performance of the same, not by any judicious dependence of things, and lasting reason, but by such faint and toyish evidence, his understanding, upon all occasions, will be as apt to be misled as ever, and his affections as troublesome and ungovernable. But they are not so unserviceable, as, usually, they are ridiculous. For people of the weakest parts are most commonly overborne with these fooleries, which, together with the great difficulty of their being prudently managed, must needs occasion them, for the most part, to be very trifling and childish. especially if we consider the choiceness of the authors out of which they are furnished. There is the never to be commended enough Lycosthenes. There is also the admirable piece, by Francis Mears, called The Second Part of Wit's Commonwealth, 1598. I pray mind it. It is the second part, and not the first. And there is, besides, a book wholly consisting of similitudes, John Spencer's Things New and Old, or a storehouse of similes, sentences, allegories, and c. 1658, applied and ready fitted to most preaching subjects, for the help of young beginners, who sometimes will not make them hit handsomely. It is very well known that such as are possessed with an admiration of such eloquence think that they are very much encouraged in their way by the Scripture itself. For, say they, did not our blessed Saviour himself use many metaphors and many parables? And did not his disciples, following his so excellent an example, do the like? And is not this, not only warrant enough, but near upon a command to us so to do? If you please, therefore, we will see what our Saviour does in this case. In St. Matthew he tells his disciples that they are the salt of the earth, that they are the light of the world, that they are a city set on a hill. Furthermore, he tells his apostles that he sends them forth as sheep in the midst of wolves, and bids them therefore be as wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. Now, are not all these things plain and familiar, even almost to children themselves, that can but taste and see, and to men of the lowest education and meanest capacities? I shall not here insist upon those special and admirable reasons for which our Saviour made use of so many parables. Only thus much is needful to be said, namely, that they are very much mistaken that, from hence, think themselves tolerated to turn all the world into frivolous and abominable similitudes. As for our Saviour, when he spoke a parable, he was pleased to go no further than the fields, the seashore, a garden, a vineyard, or the like, which are things, without the knowledge whereof, scarcely any man can be supposed to live in this world. But as for our metaphorical and similitude men of the pulpit, these things to them are too still and languid. They do not rattle and rumble. These lie too near home, and within vulgar ken. There is little on this side the moon that will content them. Up presently, to the primum mobile, and the trepidation of the firmament. Dive into the bowels and hid treasures of the earth. Dispatch forthwith, for Peru and Jamaica. A town-bred or country-bred similitude is worth nothing. It is reported of a tree growing upon the bank of Euphrates, the great river Euphrates, that it brings forth an apple, to the eye very fair and tempting, but inwardly it is filled with nothing but useless and deceiving dust. Even so, dust we are, and to dust we must all go. Now, what a lucky discovery was this, that a man's body should be so exactly like an apple. And I will assure you that this was not thought on, till within these few years. And I am afraid, too, he had a kind of a hint of this, from another who had formerly found out that a man's soul was like an oyster. For, says he in his prayer, our souls are constantly gaping after thee, O Lord. Yea, verily, our souls do gape, even as an oyster gapeth. It seems pretty hard, at first sight, to bring into a sermon all the circles of the globe and all the frightful terms of astronomy. But I will assure you, sir, it is to be done. Because it has been. But not by every bungler and ordinary text divider, but by a man of great cunning and experience. There is a place in the prophet Malachi, where it will do very nicely, and that is chapter 4. Ver. 2. But unto you, that fear my name, shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. From which words, in the first place, it plainly appears that our Saviour passed through all the 12 signs of the zodiac, and more than that too, all proved by very apt and familiar places of Scripture. First, then, our Saviour was in Aries. Or else, what means that of the psalmist? The mountains skipped like rams, and the little hills like lambs. And again, that in 2 of the Kings, chapter 3. Ver. 4. And Mesha, king of Moab, was a sheep master, and rendered unto the king of Israel 100,000 lambs. And what follows? And 100,000 rams, with the wool. Mind it. It was the king of Israel. In like manner, was he in Taurus. Psalm 22. 12. Many bulls have compassed me. Strong bulls of Bashan have beset me round. They were not ordinary bulls. They were compassing bulls. They were besetting bulls. They were strong Bashan bulls. What need I speak of Gemini? Surely you cannot but remember Esau and Jacob. Genesis 25:24. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. Or of cancer? When, as the psalmist says so plainly, what ailed thee, O thou sea, that thou fleddest? Thou Jordan, that thou wast driven back? Nothing more plain. It were as easy to shew the like in all the rest of the signs. But instead of that, I shall rather choose to make this one practical observation: that the mercy of God to mankind in sending His Son into the world was a very signal mercy. It was a zodiacal mercy. I say it was truly zodiacal, for Christ keeps within the tropics. He goes not out of the pale of the church, but yet He is not always at the same distance from a believer. Sometimes He withdraws Himself into the apogeum of doubt, sorrow, and despair, but then He comes again into the perigeum of joy, content, and assurance. But as for heathens and unbelievers, they are all Arctic and Antarctic reprobates. Now when such stuff as this, as sometimes it is vented in a poor parish, where people can scarce tell what day of the month it is by the almanac, how seasonable and savory it is likely to be, it seems also not very easy for a man in his sermon to teach his parishioners how to dissolve gold, of what, and how the stuff is made. Now, to ring the bells and call the people on purpose together would be but a blunt business, but to do it neatly, and when nobody looked for it, that is the rarity and art of it. Suppose, then, that he takes for his text that of St. Matthew: Repent ye, for the kingdom of God is at hand. Now, tell me, sir, do you not perceive the gold to be in a dismal fear to curl and quiver at the first reading of these words? It must come in thus: the blots and blurs of our sins must be taken out by the aquafortis of our tears, to which aquafortis, if you put a fifth part of sal ammoniac, and set them in a gentle heat, it makes aqua regia, which dissolves gold. And now it is out. Wonderful are the things that are to be done by the help of metaphors and similitudes. And I will undertake that, with a little more pains and considerations, out of the very same words, he could have taught the people how to make custards, or marmalade, or to stew prunes. But pray, why the aquafortis of tears? For if it so falls out that there should chance to be either apothecary nor druggist at church, there is an excellent jest wholly lost. Now had he been so considerate as to have laid his wit in some more common and intelligible material, for example, had he said the blots of sin will be easily taken out by the soap of sorrow and the fuller's earth of contrition, then possibly the parson and the parish might all have admired one another. For there be many a good wife that understands very well all the intrigues of pepper, salt, and vinegar, who knows not anything of the all-powerfulness of aquafortis, how that it is such a spot-removing liquor. I cannot but consider with what understanding the people sighed and cried, when the minister made for them this metaphysical confession: Omnipotent all! Thou art only! Because thou art all, and because thou only art. As for us, we are not, but we seem to be, and only seem to be, because we are not. For we be but mites of entity, and crumbs of something, and so on. As if a company of country people were bound to understand Suarez, and all the school divines. And as some are very high and learned in their attempts, so others there be, who are of somewhat too mean and dirty imagination. Such was he, who goes by the name of Parson Slipstocking, who, preaching about the grace and assistance of God, and that of ourselves we are able to do nothing, advised his beloved to take him this plain similitude. A father calls his child to him, saying, Child, pull off this stocking. The child, mightily joyful that it should pull off father's stocking, takes hold of the stocking, and tugs, and pulls, and sweats, but to no purpose, for stocking stirs not, for it is but a child that pulls. Then the father bids the child to rest a little, and try again. So then the child sets on again, tugs again, but no stocking comes, for child is but a child. Then the father, taking pity upon his child, puts his hand behind and slips down the stocking, and off comes the stocking. Then how does the child rejoice? For child hath pulled off father's stocking. Alas, poor child! It was not child's strength, it was not child's sweating that got off the stocking, but yet it was the father's hand that slipped down the stocking. Even so, not much unlike to this, was he that, preaching about the sacrament and faith, makes Christ a shopkeeper, telling you that Christ is a treasury of all wares and commodities, and thereupon, opening his wide throat, cries aloud, "Good people! What do you lack? What do you buy? Will you buy any balm of Gilead? Any eye salve? Any myrrh, aloes, or cassia? Shall I fit you with a robe of righteousness, or with a white garment? See here! What is it you want? Here is a choice armory. Shall I shew you a helmet of salvation, a shield, or breastplate of faith? Or will you please to walk in and see some precious stones? A jasper, a sapphire, a chalcedony? Speak, what do you buy? Now, for my part, I must needs say, and I much fancy I speak the mind of thousands, that it had been much better for such an imprudent and ridiculous baller as this, to have been condemned to have cried oysters or brooms, than to discredit, after this unsanctified rate, his profession and our religion. It would be an endless thing, sir, to count up to you all the follies, for 100 years last past, that have been preached and printed of this kind. But yet I cannot omit that of the famous divine in his time, who, advising the people in days of danger to run unto the Lord, tells them that they cannot go to the Lord, much less run, without feet. That there be therefore 2 feet to run to the Lord, faith and prayer. It is plain that faith is a foot, for, by faith we stand, 2 Cor. 24. Therefore by faith, we must run to the Lord who is faithful. The second is prayer, a spiritual leg to bear us thither. Now that prayer is a spiritual leg appears from several places in Scripture, as from that of Jonah speaking of coming, chapter 2. Ver. 7, and my prayer came unto thy holy temple, and likewise from that of the Apostle who says, Heb. 4. 16, let us therefore go unto the throne of grace, both intimating that prayer is a spiritual leg, there being no coming or going to the Lord without the leg of prayer. He further adds, now that these feet may be able to bear us thither, we must put on the hose, stockings, of faith, for the Apostle says our feet must be shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. The truth of it is, the author is somewhat obscure, for, at first, faith was a foot, and by it is a hose, and at last it proves a shoe. If he had pleased, he could have made it anything. Neither can I let pass that of a later author, who telling us, it is goodness by which we must ascend to heaven, and that goodness is the milky way to Jupiter's palace, could not rest there, but must tell us further that, to strengthen us in our journey, we must not take morning milk, but some morning meditations, fearing, I suppose, lest some people should mistake, and think to go to heaven by eating now and then a mess of morning milk, because the way was milky. Neither ought that to be omitted, not long since printed upon those words of St. John. These things write I unto you, that ye sin not. The observation is that it is the purpose of Scripture to drive men from sin. These Scriptures contain doctrines, precepts, promises, threatenings, and histories. Now, says he, take these 5 smooth stones, and put them into the scrip of the heart, and throw them with the sling of faith, by the hand of a strong resolution, against the forehead of sin, and we shall see it, like Goliath, fall before us. But I shall not trouble you any further upon this subject. But if you have a mind to hear any more of this stuff, I shall refer you to the learned and judicious author of the Friendly Debates, i.e., Simon Patrick, afterwards Bishop of Ely, who wrote a friendly debate between a conformist and a nonconformist, in 2 parts, 1669, who, particularly, has at large discovered the intolerable fooleries of this way of talking. I shall only add thus much, that such as go about to fetch blood into their pale and lean discourses, by the help of their brisk and sparkling similitudes, ought well to consider, whether their similitudes be true? I am confident, sir, you have heard it, many and many a time, or, if need be, I can shew you it in a book, that when the preacher happens to talk how that the things here below will not satisfy the mind of man, then comes in The round world which cannot fill the triangular heart of man. Whereas every butcher knows that the heart is no more triangular than an ordinary pear, or a child's top. But because triangular is a hard word, and perhaps a jest, therefore people have stolen it one from another, these 200 or 300 years, and for aught I know, much longer. For I cannot direct to the first inventor of the fancy. In like manner, they are to consider what things, either in the heavens or belonging to the earth, have been found out, by experience, to contradict what has been formerly allowed of. Thus, because some ancient astronomers had observed that both the distances as well as the revolutions of the planets were in some proportion or harmony one to another, therefore people that abounded with more imagination than skill, presently fancied the moon, Mercury, and Venus to be a kind of violins or trebles to Jupiter or Saturn, that the Sun and Mars supplied the room of tenors, and the primum mobile running division all the tune, so that one could scarce hear a sermon, but they must give you a touch of the harmony of the spheres. Thus, sir, you shall have them take that of St. Paul about faith, hope, and charity, and instead of a sober instructing of the people in those eminent and excellent graces, they shall only ring you over a few changes upon the 3 words, crying, faith, hope, and charity, hope, faith, and charity, and so on, and when they have done their peal, they shall tell you that this is much better than the harmony of the spheres. At other times I have heard a long chiming only between 2 words, as suppose divinity and philosophy, or revelation and reason. Setting forth with revelation first. Revelation is a lady, reason, an handmaid. Revelation is the esquire, reason, the page. Revelation is the sun, reason, but the moon. Revelation is manna, reason is but an acorn. Revelation, a wedge of gold, reason, a small piece of silver. Then, by and by, reason gets it, and leads it away. Reason indeed is very good, but revelation is much better. Reason is a counselor, but revelation is the lawgiver. Reason is a candle, but revelation is the snuffer. Certainly, those people are possessed with a very great degree of dullness, who living under the means of such enlightening preaching, should not be mightily settled in the right notion and true bounds of faith and reason. No less ably, methought, was the difference between the Old Covenant and the New lately determined. The Old Covenant was of works, the New Covenant of faith. The Old Covenant was by Moses, the New by Christ. The Old was heretofore, the New afterwards. The Old was first, the New was second. Old things are passed away, behold, all things are become new. And so the business was very fundamentally done. I shall say no more upon this subject, but this one thing, which relates to what was said a little before. He that has got a set of similitudes calculated according to the old philosophy, and Ptolemy's system of the world, must burn his commonplace book, and go gleaning for new ones, it being, nowadays, much more gentle and warrantable to take a similitude from the man in the moon than from solid orbs, for though few people do absolutely believe that there is any such eminent person there, yet the thing is possible, whereas the other is not. I have now done, sir, with that imprudent way of speaking by metaphor and simile. There are many other things commonly spoken out of the pulpit, that are much to the disadvantage and discredit of the clergy, that ought also to be briefly hinted. And that I may the better light upon them, I shall observe their common method of preaching. 1. Before the text be divided, a preface is to be made. And it is a great chance if, first of all, the minister does not make his text to be like something or other. For example, 1. He tells you, and now, methinks, my text, like an ingenious, clever picture, looks upon all here present, in which, both nobles and people, may behold their sin and danger represented. This was a text out of Hosea. Now, had it been out of any other place of the Bible, the gentleman was sufficiently resolved to make it like an ingenious picture. Another, taking, perhaps, the very same words, says, I might compare my text to the mountains of Bader, where the Lord disports himself like a young hart or a pleasant roe among the spices. Another man's text is, like the rod of Moses, to divide the waves of sorrow, or, like the mantle of Elijah, to restrain the swelling floods of grief. Another gets to his text thus, As Solomon went up 6 steps to come to the great throne of ivory, so must I ascend 6 degrees to come to the high top meaning of my text. Another thus. As Deborah arose, and went with Barak to Kadesh, so, if you will go with him, and call in the 3rd verse of the chapters, he will shew you the meaning of his text. Another, he fancies his text to be extraordinarily like to an orchard of pomegranates, or like St. Matthew sitting at the receipt of custom, or like the dove that Noah sent out of the ark. I believe there are above 40 places of Scripture that have been like Rachel and Leah, and there is one in Genesis, as I well remember, that is like a pair of compasses straddling, and if I be not much mistaken, there is one, somewhere else, that is like a man going to Jericho. Now, sir, having thus made the way to the text as smooth and plain as anything, with a preface, perhaps from Adam, though his business lie at the other end of the Bible, in the next place, too, he comes to divide the text. Hic labor, hoc opus per varios casus, per tot discrimina rerum, silvestrum tenui. Now come off the gloves. And the hands being well chafed, rubbed together, he shrinks up his shoulders, and stretches forth himself as if he were going to cleave a bullock's head, or rive the body of an oak. But we must observe that there is a great difference of texts. For all texts come not asunder alike. For sometimes the words naturally fall asunder. Sometimes they drop asunder. Sometimes they melt. Sometimes they untwist. And there be some words so willing to be parted that they divide themselves, to the great ease and rejoicing of the minister. But if they will not easily come to pieces, then he falls to hacking and hewing, as if he would make all fly into shivers. The truth of it is, I have known, now and then, some naughty texts that have been divided 7 or 8 times over, before they could make them split handsomely, according to their mind. But then comes the joy of joys, when the parts jingle, or begin with the same letter, and especially if in Latin. Oh, how it tickled the divider when he got his text into those 2 excellent branches, accusatio vera, comminatio severa. A charge full of verity, a discharge of severity. And I will warrant you, that did not please a little, viz. There are in the words, duplex miraculum, miraculum in modo and miraculum in nodo. But the luckiest I have met withal, both for wit and keeping of the letter, is upon these words of St. Matthew 12. 43, 44, 45. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest and finding none. Then he saith, I will return, and see. In which words, all these strange things were found out. First, there was a captain and a castle. Do you see? Sir, the same letter. Then, there was an ingress and egress, and a regress or reingress. Then, there was unresting and unresting. Then, there were number and name, manner and measure, trouble and trial, resolution and revolution, assaults and assassination, voidness and vacuity. This was done at the same time, by the same man. But, to confess the truth of it, it was a good long text, and so, he had the greater advantage. But for a short text, that, certainly, was the greatest break that ever was, which was occasioned from those words of St. Luke 23. 28. Weep not for me, weep for yourselves, or as some read it, but weep for yourselves. It is a plain case, sir. Here are but 8 words, and the business was cunningly ordered, that there sprang out 8 parts. Here are, says the doctor, 8 words and 8 parts. 1. Weep not. 2. But weep. 3. Weep not, but weep. 4. Weep for me. 5. For yourselves. 6. For me, for yourselves. 7. Weep not for me. 8. But weep for yourselves. That is to say, north, north and by east, north, northeast, northeast and by north, northeast, northeast and by east, east, northeast, east and by northeast. Now, it seems not very easy to determine who has obliged the world most, he that found out the compass, or he that divided the forementioned text? But I suppose the claps, will go generally upon the doctor's side. By reason what he did was done by undoubted art and absolute industry, But as for the other, the common report is that it was found out by mere foolish fortune. Well, let it go how it will. Questionless, they will be both famous in their way, and honorably mentioned to posterity. Neither ought he to be altogether slighted, who taking that of Genesis 48:2 for his text, viz. And one told Jacob, and said, Behold, thy son Joseph cometh unto thee, presently perceived, and made it out to his people, that his text was a spiritual dial. For, says he, here be in my text 12 words, which do plainly represent the 12 hours. And one told Jacob, and said, Thy son Joseph cometh unto thee, and here is, besides, behold, which is the hand of the dial, that turns and points at every word of the text. And one told Jacob, and said, Behold, thy son Joseph cometh unto thee, for it is not said, Behold Jacob, or Behold Joseph. But it is, and one told Jacob, and said, Behold, thy son Joseph cometh unto thee. That it is say, Behold and behold one, behold told, behold Jacob. Again behold and behold said, and also behold, and see, which is the reason that this word behold is placed in the middle of the other 12 words, indifferently pointing to each word. Now, as it needs must be one of the clock before it can be 2 or 3, so I shall handle this word and the first word of the text, before I meddle with the following. And one told Jacob, The word in is but a particle, and a small one, but small things are not to be despised. St. Matthew 18:10 Take heed that you despise not one of these little ones. For this and is as the tacks and loops amongst the curtains of the tabernacle. The tacks put into the loops did couple the curtains of the tent, and sew the tent together. So this particle, and being put into the loops of the words immediately before the text, does couple the text to the foregoing verse, and sews them close together. I shall not trouble you, sir, with the rest, being much after this witty rate, and to as much purpose. But we will go on, if you please, sir. 2-3. The cunning observations, doctrines, and inferences that are commonly made and raised from places of Scripture. One takes that for his text, Psalm 68:3. But let the righteous be glad. From whence he raises this doctrine that there is a spirit of singularity in the saints of God, but let the righteous. A doctrine, I will warrant him, of his own raising, it being not very easy for anybody to prevent him. Another, he takes that of Isaiah's lie. 14:15, Fear not, thou worm Jacob. And see, thou shalt thresh the mountains. Whence he observes that the worm Jacob was a threshing worm. Another, that of Genesis 44:1. And he commanded the steward of the house, saying, Fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and makes this note from the words that great sacks and many sacks will hold more than few sacks and little ones. For look, says he, how they came prepared with sacks and beasts, so they were sent back with corn. The greater, and the more sacks they had prepared, the more corn they carry away. If they had prepared but small sacks, and a few, they had carried away the less. Verily, and indeed extraordinarily true. Another, he falls upon that of Isaiah 58:5. Is it such a fast that I have chosen? A day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head like a bulrush? The observation is that repentance for an hour, or a day, is not worth a bulrush. And there, I think, he hit the business. But of these, sir, I can shew you a whole book full, in a treatise called Flames and Discoveries, consisting of very notable and extraordinary things which the inquisitive author had privately observed and discovered, upon reading the evangelists, as for example, upon reading that of St. John, chapter 2, verse 15, and when he had made a scourge of small cords, he drove them all out of the temple. This prying divine makes these discoveries. I discover, says he, in the first place, that in the church or temple, a scourge may be made, and when he had made a scourge. Secondly, that it may be made use of, he drove them all out of the temple. And it was a great chance that he had not discovered a third thing, and that is, that the scourge was made, before it was made use of. Upon Matthew 4:25, and there followed him great multitudes of people from Galilee. I discover, says he, when Jesus prevails with us, we shall soon leave our Galilees. I discover also, says he, a great miracle, viz., that the way after Jesus being straight, that such a multitude should follow him. Matthew v. 1. And seeing the multitude, he went up into a mountain. Upon this, he discovers several very remarkable things. First, he discovers that Christ went from the multitude. Secondly, that it is safe to take warning at our eyes, for seeing the multitude, he went up. Thirdly, it is not fit to be always upon the plains and flats with the multitude, but if we be risen with Christ, to seek those things that are above. He discovers also very strange things, from the latter part of the forementioned verse. And when he was set, his disciples came unto him. 1. Christ is not always in motion, and when he was set. 2. He walks not on the mountain, but sits, and when he was set. From whence also, in the third place, he advises people that, when they are teaching, they should not move too much, for that is to be carried to and fro with every wind of doctrine. Now, certainly, never was this place of Scripture more seasonably brought in. Now, sir, if you be for a very short and witty discovery, let it be upon that of St. Matthew 6. 27. Which of you, by taking thought, can add 1 cubit unto his stature? The discovery is this, that, whilst the disciples were taking thought for a cubit, Christ takes them down a cubit lower. Notable also are 2 discoveries made upon St. Matthew 8. 1. That Christ went down, as well as went up, when he came down from the mountain. 2. That the multitude did not go hail fellow well met with him, nor before him, for great multitudes followed him. I love, with all my heart, when people can prove what they say. For there be many that will talk of their discoveries and spiritual observations, and when all comes to all, they are nothing but pitiful guesses and slender conjectures. In like manner, that was no contemptible discovery that was made upon St. Matthew 8. 19. And a certain scribe came and said, Master, I will follow thee wheresoever thou goest. Thou shalt be followed more than a that. I will follow thee wheresoever thou goest. And in my opinion, that was not altogether amiss, upon St. Matthew 11. 2. Now when John had heard in prison the works of Christ, he sent 2 of his disciples. The discovery is this, that it is not good sending single to Christ, he sent 2 of his disciples. Some also, possibly may not dislike that upon St. Luke 12:35. Let your loins be girded. I discover, says he, there must be a holy girding and trussing up for heaven. But I shall end all, with that very politic one that he makes upon St. Matthew 12:47. Then said one unto him, Behold thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to speak with thee. But he answered and said, Who is my mother? And who are my brethren? I discover now, says he, that Jesus is upon business. Doubtless, this was one of the greatest discoverers of hidden mysteries, and one of the most priers into spiritual secrets that ever the world was owner of. It was very well that he happened upon the godly calling, and no secular employment, or else, in good truth, down had they all gone, Turk, Pope, and Emperor, for he would have discovered them, one way or another, every man. Not much unlike to these wonderful discoverers are they who, choosing to preach on some point in divinity, shall purposely avoid all such plain texts as might give them very just occasion to discourse upon their intended subject, and shall pitch upon some other places of Scripture, which no creature in the world but themselves did ever imagine that which they offer to be therein designed. My meaning, sir, is this. Suppose you have a mind to make a sermon concerning episcopacy, as in the late times, the Commonwealth, there were several occasions for it, you must, by no means, take any place of Scripture that proves or favors that kind of ecclesiastical government. For then the plot will be discovered, and the people will say to themselves, We know where to find you. You intend to preach about episcopacy, but you must take Acts, chapter 16. Verse 30, Sirs, what must I do to be saved? An absolute place for episcopacy, that all former divines had idly overlooked. For sirs being in the Greek, kuri, which is to say, in true and strict translation, lords, what is more plain than that of old, episcopacy was not only the acknowledged government, but that bishops were formerly peers of the realm, and so ought to sit in the House of Lords. Or, suppose that you have a mind to commend to your people kingly government, you must not take any place that is plainly to the purpose, but that of the evangelist, seek first the kingdom of God. From which words, the doctrine will plainly be, that monarchy or kingly government is most according to the mind of God. For it is not said, seek the Parliament of God, the army of God, or the Committee of Safety of God, but it is, seek the kingdom of God, and who could expect less? Immediately after this, i.e., this argument, the king came in, and the bishops were restored, 1660 A.D. Again, sir, because I would willingly be understood, suppose you design to preach about election and reprobation. As for the 8th chapter to the Romans, that is too well known. But there is a little private place in the Psalms that will do the business as well. Psalm XC. 19. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. The doctrine, which naturally flows from the words, will be that amongst a multitude of thoughts, there is a great thought of election and reprobation, and then, away with the point, according as the preacher is inclined. Or suppose, lastly, that you were not fully satisfied that pluralities were lawful or convenient. May I be so bold, sir? I pray, what text would you choose to preach up against non-residents? Certainly, nothing ever was better picked than that of St. Matthew I. 2. Abraham begot Isaac. A clear place against non-residents. 4. Had Abraham not resided, but had discontinued from Sarah his wife, he could never have begotten Isaac. But it is high time, sir, to make an end of their preaching, lest you be as much tired with the repetition of it, as the people were little benefited when they heard it. I shall only mind you, sir, of one thing more, and that is, for the ridiculous, senseless, and unintended use which many of them make of concordances. I shall give you but one instance of it, although I could furnish you with 100 printed ones. The text, sir, is this, Galatians 6:15. For in Christ Jesus neither circumcision nor uncircumcision avail anything, but a new creature. Now, all the world knows the meaning of this to be, that, let a man be of what nation he will, Jew or Gentile, if he amends his life, and walks according to the gospel, he shall be accepted with God. But this is not the way that pleases them. They must bring into the sermon, to no purpose at all, a vast heap of places of Scripture, which the concordance will furnish them with, where the word new is mentioned. And the observation must be that God is for new things. God is for a new creature. St. John 19:41. Now in the place when he was crucified, there was a garden, and in the garden a new sepulchre, wherein was never man yet laid. There they laid Jesus. And again St. Mark 16:17. Christ tells his disciples that they that are true believers shall cast out devils, and speak with new tongues. And likewise, the prophet teaches us, Isaiah 42:10, sing unto the Lord a new song, and his praise to the end of the earth. Whence it is plain that Christ is not for old things. He is not for an old sepulchre. He is not for old tongues. He is not for an old song. He is not for an old creature. Christ is for a new creature. Circumcision and uncircumcision availeth nothing, but a new creature. And what do we read concerning Samson? Judges 15:15. Is it not that he slew 1,000 of the Philistines with one new jawbone? An old one might have killed its tens, its 20s, its 100s. But it must be a new jawbone that is able to kill 1,000. God is for the new creature. But may not some say, is God altogether for new things? How comes it about then, that the prophet says, Isaiah I. 13:14, bring no more vain oblations. And see, your new moons, and your appointed feasts, my soul hateth. And again, what means that? Deuteronomy 32:17-19, they sacrificed unto devils, and to new gods, whom they knew not, to new gods that came newly up. And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them. To which I answer, that God indeed is not for new moons, nor for new gods, but excepting moons and gods, he is for the new creature. It is possible, sir, that somebody besides yourself may be so vain as to read this letter, and they may perhaps tell you that there be no such silly and useless people as I have described. And if there be not above 2 or 3 in a country county. Or should there be, it is no such complaining matter, seeing that the same happens in other professions, in law and physic, in both of which there be many a contemptible creature. Such therefore as these may be pleased to know that, if there had been need, I could have told them, either the book, and very page almost, of all that has been spoken about preaching, or else the when and where, and the person that preached it. As to the second, viz., that the clergy are all mightily furnished with learning and prudence, except 10, 20, or so, I shall not say anything myself, because a very great scholar of our nation shall speak for me, who tells us that such preaching as is usual is a hindrance of salvation rather than the means to it. And what he intends by usual, I shall not here go about to explain. And as to the last, I shall also, in short, answer that if the advancement of true religion and the eternal salvation of a man were no more considerable than the health of his body and the security of his estate, we need not be more solicitous about the learning and prudence of the clergy than of the lawyers and physicians. But we believing it to be otherwise, surely, we ought to be more concerned for the reputation and success of the one than of the other. I come now, sir, to the second part that was designed, viz., the poverty of some of the clergy, by whose mean condition their sacred profession is much disparaged, and their doctrine undervalued. What large provisions of old God was pleased to make for the priesthood, and upon what reasons, is easily seen to any one that but looks into the Bible. The Levites, it is true, were left out in the division of the inheritance, not to their loss, but to their great temporal advantage. For whereas, had they been common sharers with the rest, a 12th part only would have been their just allowance, God was pleased to settle upon them 1/10, and that without any trouble or charge of tillage, which made their portion much more considerable than the rest. And as this provision was very bountiful, so the reasons, no question, were very divine and substantial, which seemed chiefly to be these two. First, that the priesthood might be altogether at leisure for the service of God, and that they of that holy order might not be distracted with the cares of the world, and interrupted by every neighbor's horse or cow that breaks their hedges or shackles, or hobbled, feeds among their corn. But that living a kind of spiritual life, and being removed a little from all worldly affairs, they might always be fit to receive holy inspirations, and always ready to search out the mind of God, and to advise and direct the people therein. Not as if this divine exemption of them from the common troubles and cares of this life was intended as an opportunity of luxury and laziness, for certainly, there is a labor besides digging, and there is a true carefulness without following the plough, and looking after their cattle. And such was the employment of those holy men of old. Their care and business was to please God, and to charge themselves with the welfare of all his people, which thing, he that does it with a good and satisfied conscience, I will assure he has a task upon him much beyond them that have for their care their hundreds of oxen and 500 of sheep. Another reason that this large allowance was made to the priests was that they might be enabled to relieve the poor, to entertain strangers, and thereby to encourage people in the ways of godliness. For they being, in a peculiar manner, the servants of God, God was pleased to entrust in their hands a portion more than ordinary of the good things of the land, as the safest storehouse and treasury for such as were in need. That, in all ages therefore, there should be a continued tolerable maintenance for the clergy, the same reasons, as well as many others, make us think to be very necessary. Unless they will count money and victuals to be only types and shadows. And so, to cease with the ceremonial law. For where the minister is pinched as to the tolerable conveniences of this life, the chief of his care and time must be spent, not in an impertinent, trifling, considering what text of Scripture will be most useful for his parish, what instructions most seasonable, and what authors best to be consulted, but the chief of his thoughts and his main business must be, how to live that week, where he shall have bread for his family? Whose sow has lately pigged? Whence will come the next rejoicing goose, or the next cheerful basket of apples? How far to Lammas or Easter offerings? When shall we have another christening and cakes? And who is likely to marry, or die? These are very seasonable considerations, and worthy of a man's thoughts. For a family cannot be maintained by texts and contexts. And a child that lies crying in the cradle will not be satisfied without a little milk, and perhaps sugar, though there be a small German system of divinity in the house. But suppose he does get into a little hole over the oven, with a lock to it, called his study, towards the latter end of the week, for you must know, sir, there are very few texts of Scripture that can be divided, at soonest, before Friday night, and some there be, that will never be divided but upon Sunday morning, and that not very early, but either a little before they go, or in the going, to church. I say, suppose the gentleman gets thus into his study, one may very nearly guess what is his first thought, when he comes there, viz., that the last kilderkin of drink is nearly departed. That he has but one poor single groat in the house, and there is judgment and execution ready to come out against it, for milk and eggs. Now, sir, can any man think that one thus racked and tortured can be seriously intent, half an hour, to contrive anything that might be of real advantage to his people? Besides, perhaps, that week he has met with some dismal crosses and most undoing misfortunes. There was a scurvy condition mole that broke into his pasture and ploughed up the best part of his glebe. And a little after that came a couple of spiteful ill-favored crows, and trampled down the little remaining grass. Another day, having but 4 chickens, sweep comes the kite, and carries away the fattest and hopefullest of the brood. Then, after all this, came the jackdaws and starlings, idle birds that they are, and they scattered and carried away from his thin thatched house 40 or 50 of the best straws. And to make him completely unhappy, after all these afflictions, another day, that he had a pair of breeches on, coming over a perverse stile, he suffered very much, in carelessly lifting over his leg. Now, what parish can be so inconsiderate and unreasonable as to look for anything from one, whose fancy is thus checked, and whose understanding is thus ruffled and disordered? They may as soon expect comfort and consolation from him that lies racked with the gout and the stone, as from a divine thus broken and shattered in his fortunes. But we will grant that he meets not with any of these such frightful disasters, but that he goes into his study with a mind as calm as the evening. For all that, upon Sunday, we must be content with what God shall please to send us. For as for books, he is, for want of money, so moderately furnished, that except it be a small Geneva Bible, so small, as it will not be desired to lie open of itself, together with a certain concordance thereunto belonging, as also a Latin book for all kind of Latin sentences, called Polyanthea, with some exposition upon the Catechism, a portion of which is to be got by heart, and to be put off for his own, and perhaps Mr. Joseph Carroll upon John Pineda. These 2 authors wrote vast commentaries on the Book of Job, Mr. John Dod upon the Commandments, Mr. Samuel Clarke's Lives of Famous Men, both in church and state, such as Mr. Carter of Norwich, that uses to eat such abundance of pudding. Besides, I say, these, there is scarcely anything to be found, but a budget of old stitched sermons hung up behind the door, with a few broken girths, 2 or 3 yards of whipcord, and perhaps a saw and a hammer, to prevent dilapidations. Now, what may not a divine do, though but of ordinary parts and unhappy education, with such learned helps and assistances as these? No vice, surely, durst stand before him. No heresy affront him. And furthermore, sir, it is to be considered, that he that is but thus meanly provided for, it is not his only infelicity that he has neither time, mind, nor books to improve himself for the inward benefit and satisfaction of his people, but also that he is not capable of doing that outward good amongst the needy, which is a great ornament to that holy profession, and a considerable advantage towards the having the doctrine believed and practiced in a degenerate world, and that which augments the misery. Whether he be able or not, it is expected from him, if there comes a brief to town, for the minister to cast in his mite will not satisfy, unless he can create 6pence or a shilling to put into the box, for a stale lure, to decoy in the rest of the parish. Nay, he that hath but £20 or £30 equals £60 to £90 now per annum. If he bids not up as high as the best in the parish in all acts of charity, he is counted carnal and earthly minded, only because he durst not coin, and cannot work miracles. And let there come ever so many beggars, half of these, I will secure you, shall presently inquire for the minister's house. For God, say they, certainly dwells there, and has laid up for us sufficient relief. I know many of the laity are usually so extremely tender of the spiritual welfare of the clergy, that they are apt to wish them but very small temporal goods, lest their inward state should be in danger. A thing they need not much fear, since that effectual humiliation by Henry VIII. For, say they, the great tithes, large glebes, good victuals and warm clothes do but puff up the priest, making him fat, foggy, and useless, and fill him with pride, vainglory, and all kind of inward wickedness and pernicious corruption. We see this plain, say they, in the whore of Babylon, Roman Catholic Church. To what a degree of luxury and intemperance, besides a great deal of false doctrine, have riches and honor raised up that strumpet! How does she strut it, and swagger it over all the world, terrifying princes, and despising kings and emperors! The clergy, if ever we would expect any edification from them, ought to be dieted and kept low. To be meek and humble, quiet, and stand in need of a pot of milk from their next neighbor. And always be very loath to ask for their very right, for fear of making any disturbance in the parish, or seeming to understand or have any respect for this vile and outward world. Under the law, indeed, in those old times of darkies and eating, the priests had their first and second dishes, their milk and honey, their manna and quails, also their outward and inward vestments. But now, under the gospel, and in times of light and fasting, a much more sparing diet is fitter, and a single coat, though it be never so ancient and thin, is fully sufficient. We must look, say they, if we would be the better for them, for a hardy and laboring clergy, that is mortified to the possession of a horse and all such pampering vanities, and that can foot it 5 or 6 miles in the dirt, and preach till starlight for as many 5 or 6 shillings. As also a sober and temperate clergy, that will not eat so much as the laity, but that the least pig, the least sheaf, and the least of everything, may satisfy their spiritualship. And besides, a money-renouncing clergy, that can abstain from seeing a penny a month together, unless it be when the collectors and visitationers come. These are all gospel dispensations, and great instances of patience, contentedness, and resignation of affections, in respect to all the emptinesses and fooleries of this life. But cannot a clergyman choose rather to lie upon feathers than a hurdle? But he must be idle, soft, and effeminate. May he not desire wholesome food and fresh drink, unless he be a cheat, a hypocrite, and an impostor? And must he needs be void of all grace, though he has a shilling in his purse, after the rates be crossed off? And full of pride and vanity though his house stands not upon crutches, and though his chimney is to be seen a foot above the thatch? Oh, how prettily and temperately may half a score of children be maintained with almost £20, equals £60 now, per annum! What a handsome shift a poor ingenious and frugal divine will make, to take it by turns, and wear a cassock, a long cloak, 1 year, and a pair of breeches another! What a becoming thing is it for him that serves at the altar, to fill the dung cart in dry weather, and to heat the oven and pull, strip, hemp in wet! And what a pleasant thing is it, to see the man of God fetching up his single melancholy cow from a small strip of land that is scarcely to be found without a guide, or to be seated upon a soft and well-grinded bag of meal, or to be planted upon a pannier, with a pair of geese or turkeys bobbing out their heads from under his canonical coat, as you cannot but remember the man, sir, that was thus accomplished. Or to find him raving about the yards or keeping his chamber close, because the duck lately miscarried of an egg, or that the never-failing hen has unhappily forsaken her wonted nest. And now, shall we think that such employments as these can, any way, consist with due reverence, or tolerable respect from a parish? And he speaks altogether at a venture that says that this is false, or, at least it need not be so, notwithstanding the mean condition of some of the clergy. For let any one make it out to me, which way is it possible that a man shall be able to maintain perhaps 8 or 10 in his family, with £20 or £30 per annum, without an intolerable dependence upon his parish, and without committing himself to such vileness as will, in all likelihood, render him contemptible to his people. Now, where the income is so pitifully small, which, I will assure you, is the portion of hundreds of the clergy of this nation, which way shall he manage it for the subsistence of himself and his family? If he keeps the glebe in his own hand, which he may easily do, almost in the hollow of it, what increase can he expect from a couple of apple trees, a brood of ducklings, a hemp land, and as much pasture as is just able to summer a cow? As for his tithes, he either rents them out to a layman, who will be very unwilling to be his tenant, unless he may be sure to save by the bargain at least a third part, or else he compounds for them, and then, as for his money, he shall have it when all the rest of the world be paid. But if he thinks fit to take his dues in kind, he then either demands his true and utmost right, and if so, it is a great hazard if he be not counted a caterpillar, a muck-worm, a very earthly-minded man, and too much sighted into this lower world, which was made, as many of the laity think, altogether for themselves, or else he must tamely commit himself to that little dose of the creature that shall be pleased to be proportioned out unto him, choosing rather to starve in peace and quietness, than to gain his right by noise and disturbance. The best of all these ways that a clergyman shall think fit for his preferment, to be managed, where it is so small, are such as will undoubtedly make him either to be hated and reviled, or else pitifully poor and disesteemed. But has it not gone very hard, in all ages with the men of God? Was not our Lord and Master our great and high priest? And was not his fare low, and his life full of trouble? And was not the condition of most of his disciples very mean? Were not they notably pinched and severely treated after him? And is it not the duty of every Christian to imitate such holy patterns? But especially of the clergy, who are to be shining lights and visible examples, and therefore to be satisfied with a very little morsel, and to renounce 10 times as much of the world as other people. And is not patience better than the great tithes, and contentedness to be preferred before large fees and customs? Is there any comparison between the expectation of a cringing bow or a low hat, and mortification to all such vanities and fopperies, especially with those who, in a peculiar manner, hope to receive their inheritance, and make their harvest in the next life? This was well thought of indeed. But for all that, if you please, sir, we will consider a little some of those remarkable inconveniences that do, most undoubtedly, attend upon the ministers being so meanly provided for. First of all, the holy men of God, or the ministry in general, hereby, is disesteemed and rendered of small account. For though they be called men of God, yet when it is observed that God seems to take but little care of them, in making them tolerable provision for this life, or that men are suffered to take away that which God was pleased to provide for them, the people are presently apt to think that they belong to God no more than ordinary folks, if so much. And although it is not to be questioned but that the laying on of hands is a most divine institution, yet it is not all the bishop's hands in the world, laid upon a man, if he be either notoriously ignorant or dismally poor, that can procure him any hearty and lasting respect. For though we find that some of the disciples of Christ that carried on and established the great designs of the gospel were persons of ordinary employments and education, yet we see little reason to think that miracles should be continued to do that which natural endeavors, assisted by the Spirit of God, are able to perform. And if Christ were still upon earth to make bread for such as are his peculiar servants and declarers of his mind and doctrine, the laity, if they please, should eat up all the corn themselves, as well the 10th sheaf as the others. But seeing it is otherwise, and that miraculous power was not left to the succeeding clergy, for them to beg their bread, or depend for their subsistence upon the good pleasure and humor of their parish, is a thing that renders that holy office very much slighted and disregarded. That constitution therefore of our Church was a most prudent design that says that all who are ordained shall be ordained to somewhat, not ordained at random, to preach in general to the whole world, as they travel up and down the road, but to this or that particular parish. And, no question, the reason was to prevent spiritual peddling, and gadding up and down the country with a bag of trifling and insignificant sermons, inquiring, "Who will buy any doctrine?" so that no more might be received into holy orders than the Church had provision for. But so very little is this regarded, that if a young divinity intender has but got a sermon of his own, or of his father's, although he knows not where to get a meal's meat or 1 penny of money by his preaching, yet he gets a qualification from some beneficed man or other, who, perhaps, is no more able to keep a curate than I am to keep 10 footbeds. And so he is made a preacher. And upon this account, I have known an ordinary divine, whose living would but just keep himself and his family from melancholy and despair, shroud under his protection as many curates as the best nobleman in the land hath chaplains, i.e. 8. Now, many such as these go into orders against the sky falls, foreseeing no more likelihood of any preferment coming to them than you or I do of being secretaries of state. Now, so often as any such as these, for want of maintenance, are put to any unworthy and disgraceful shifts, this reflects disparagement upon all that order of holy men. And we must have a great care of comparing our small preferred clergy with those but of the like fortune, in the Church of Rome, they having many arts and devices of gaining respect and reverence to their office, which we count neither just nor warrantable. We design no more than to be in a likely capacity of doing good, and not discrediting our religion, nor suffering the gospel to be disesteemed, but their aim is clearly, not only by cheats, contrived tales, and feigned miracles, to get money in abundance, but to be worshipped, and almost deified, is as little as they will content themselves withal. For how can it be, but that the people belonging to a church, wherein the supreme governor is believed never to err, either purely by virtue of his own single wisdom, or by help of his inspiring chair, or by the assistance of his little infallible cardinals, for it matters not, where the root of not being mistaken lies, I say, how can it be, but that all that are believers of such extraordinary knowledge must needs stand in most direful awe, not only of the aforesaid supreme, but of all that adhere to him, or are in any ghostly authority under him? And although it so happens that this same extraordinary knowing person is pleased to trouble himself with a good large proportion of this vile and contemptible world, so that should he, now and then, upon some odd and cloudy day, count himself mortal, and be a little mistaken, yet he has chanced to make such a comfortable provision for himself and his followers, that he must needs be sufficiently valued and honored amongst all. But had he but just enough to keep himself from catching cold and starving, so long as he is invested with such spiritual sovereignty and such a peculiar privilege of being infallible, most certainly, without quarreling, he takes the road, of all mankind. And as for the most inferior priests of all, although they pretend not to such perfection of knowledge, yet there be many extraordinary things which they are believed to be able to do, which beget in people a most venerable respect towards them, such as the power of making God, in the sacrament, a thing that must infallibly procure an infinite admiration of him that can do it, though he scarce knows the 10 Commandments, and has not a farthing to buy himself bread. And then, when Christ is made, their giving but half of him to the laity, is a thing also, if it be minded, that will very much help on the business, and make the people stand at a greater distance from the clergy. I might instance, likewise, in their auricular confession, enjoining of penance, forgiving sins, making of saints, freeing people from purgatory, and many such useful tricks they have, and wonders they can do, to draw in the forward-believing laity into a most right worshipful opinion and honorable esteem of them. And therefore, seeing our Holy Church of England counts it not just, nor warrantable, thus to cheat the world by belying the Scriptures, and by making use of such falsehood and stratagems to gain respect and reverence, it behoves us, certainly, to wish for, and endeavor, all such means as are useful and lawful for the obtaining of the same. I might here, I think, conveniently add that though many preferments amongst the clergy of Rome may possibly be as small as some of ours in England, yet are we to be put in mind of one more excellent contrivance of theirs, and that is, the denial of marriage to priests, whereby they are freed from the expenses of a family, and a train of young children that, upon my word, will soon suck up the milk of a cow or two, and grind in pieces a few sheaves of corn. The Church of England therefore thinking it not fit to oblige their clergy to a single life, and I suppose are not likely to alter their opinion, unless they receive better reasons for it from Rome than have been as yet sent over. He makes a comparison very wide from the purpose that goes about to try the livings here in England by those of the Church of Rome. There being nothing more frequent in our church than for a clergyman to have 3 or 4 children to get bread for by that time. One in theirs shall be allowed to go into holy orders. There is still one thing remaining, which ought not to be forgotten, a thing that is sometimes urged, I know, by the Papists, for the single life of the priests, that does also much lessen the esteem of our ministry, and that is the poor and contemptible employment that many children of the clergy are forced upon, by reason of the meanness of their father's revenue. It has happened, I know, sometimes, that whereas it has pleased God to bestow upon the clergyman a very sufficient income, yet such has been his carelessness as that he hath made but pitiful provision for his children, and on the other side, notwithstanding all the good care and thoughtfulness of the father, it has happened, at other times, that the children, beyond the power of all advice, have seemed to be resolved for debauchery. But to see clergymen's children condemned to the walking, holding, of horses, to wait upon a tapster, or the like, and that only because their father was not able to allow them a more genteel education, these are such employments that cannot but bring great disgrace and dishonor upon the clergy. But this is not all the inconvenience that attends the small income that is the portion of some clergymen, for besides that the clergy in general is disesteemed, they are likely also to do but little good in their parish. For it is a hard matter for the people to believe that he talks anything to the purpose, that wants ordinary food for his family, and that his advice and exposition can come from above, that is scarcely defended against the weather. I have heard a traveling poor man beg with very good reason and a great stream of seasonable rhetoric, and yet it has been very little minded, because his clothes were torn, or at least out of fashion. And on the other side, I have heard but an ordinary saying proceeding from a fine suit and a good lusty title of honor, highly admired, which would not possibly have been hearkened to, had it been uttered by a meaner person, yet, by all means, because it was a fancy of his worship's, it must be counted high, and notably expressed. If, indeed, this world were made of sincere and pure beaten virtue, like the gold of the first age, then such idle and fond prejudices would be a very vain supposal, and the doctrine that proceeded from the most battered and contemptible habit, clothes, and the most sparing diet would be as acceptable as that which flowed from a silken cassock, cloak, and the best cheer. But seeing the world is not absolutely perfect, it is to be questioned whether he that runs upon trust for every ounce of provisions he spends in his family, can scarce look from his pulpit into any seat in the church but that he spies somebody or other that he is beholden to and depends upon, and for want of money, has scarce confidence to speak handsomely to his sexton. It is to be questioned, I say, whether one, thus destitute of all tolerable subsistence, and thus shattered and distracted with most necessary cares, can either invent with discretion, or utter with courage, anything that may be beneficial to his people, whereby they may become his diligent attenders and hearty respecters. And as the people do almost resolve against being amended or bettered by the minister's preaching, whose circumstances as to this life are so bad, and his condition so low, so likewise is their devotion very cool and indifferent, in hearing from such a one the prayers of the church. The divine service, all the world knows, is the same, if read in the most magnificent cathedral, or in the most private parlor, or if performed by the archbishop himself, or by the meanest of his priests. But as the solemnity of the place, besides the consecration of it to God Almighty, does much influence the devotion of the people, so also the quality and condition of the person that reads it. And though there be not that acknowledged difference between a priest comfortably provided for, and him that is in the thorns and briars, as there is between one placed in great dignity and authority and one that is in less, yet such a difference the people will make, that they will scarce hearken to what is read by the one, and yet be most religiously attentive to the other. Not, surely, that any one can think that he whose countenance is cheerly and his barns full, can petition heaven more effectually, or prevail with God for the forgiveness of a greater sin, than he who is pitifully pale and is not owner of an ear of corn. Yet, most certainly, they do not delight to confess their sins and sing praises to God with him who sighs, more for want of money and victuals, than for his trespasses and offenses. Thus it is, and will be, Do you or I, sir, what we can to the contrary? Did our church indeed believe, with the papists, every person rightfully ordained to be a kind of God Almighty, working miracles and doing wonders, then would people most readily prostrate themselves to everything in holy orders, though it could but just creep. But as our church counts those of the clergy to be but mortal men, though peculiarly dedicated to God and His service, their behavior, their condition and circumstances of life, will necessarily come into our value and esteem of them. And therefore it is no purpose for men to say that this need not be, it being but mere prejudice, humor, and fancy, and that if the man be but truly in holy orders, that is the great matter. And from thence come blessings, absolution, and intercession through Christ with God. And that it is not philosophy, languages, ecclesiastical history, prudence, discretion, and reputation by which the minister can help us on towards heaven. Notwithstanding this, I say again, that seeing men are men, and seeing that we are of the Church of England and not of that of Rome, these things ought to be weighed and considered, and for want of being so, our Church of England has suffered much. And I am almost confident that, since the Reformation, nothing has more hindered people from a just estimation of a form of prayer and our holy liturgy than employing a company of boys, or old illiterate mumblers, to read the service. And I do verily believe that, at this very day, especially in cities and corporations, which make up the third part of our nation, there is nothing that does more keep back some dissatisfied people from church till service be over, than that it is read by some 10 pounds or 12 pound man, with whose parts and education they are so well acquainted, as to have reason to know that he has but skill enough to read the lessons with twice conning over. And though the office of the reader be only to read word for word, and neither to invent or expound, yet people love he should be a person of such worth and knowledge, as it may be supposed he understands what he reads. And although for some it were too burdensome a task to read the service twice a day, and preach as often, yet certainly it were much better if the people had but one sermon in a fortnight or month, so the service were performed by a knowing and valuable person, than to run an unlearned rout of contemptible people into holy orders, on purpose only to say the prayers of the church, who perhaps shall understand very little more than a hollow pipe made of tin or wainscot. Neither do I here at all reflect upon cathedrals, where the prayers are usually read by some grave and worthy person. And as for the unlearned singers, whether boys or men, there is no complaint to be made, as to this case, than that they have not an all-understanding organ, or a prudent and discreet cornet. Neither need people be afraid that the minister for want of preaching should grow stiff and rusty, supposing he came not into the pulpit every week. For he can spend his time very honestly, either by taking better care of what he preaches, and by considering what is most useful and seasonable for the people, and not what subject he can preach upon with most ease, or upon what text he can make a brave speech, for which nobody shall be the better, or where he can best steal, without being discovered, as is the practice of many divines in private parishes. Or else, he may spend it in visiting the sick, instructing the ignorant, and recovering such as are gone astray. For though there be churches built for public assemblies, for public instruction and exhortation, and though there be not many absolutely plain places of Scripture that oblige the minister to walk from house to house, yet, certainly, people might receive much more advantage from such charitable visits and friendly conferences, than from general discourses levelled at the whole world, where perhaps the greatest part of the time shall be spent in useless prefaces, dividings, and flourishings. Which thing is very practicable, excepting some vast parishes, in which, also, it is much better to do good to some, than to none at all. There is but one calamity more that I shall mention, which though it need not absolutely, yet it does too frequently, accompany the low condition of many of the clergy, and that is, it is a great hazard if they be not idle, intemperate, and scandalous. I say, I cannot prove it strictly and undeniably that a man smally beneficed must of necessity be dissolute and debauched. But when we consider how much he lies subject to the humor of all reprobates, and how easily he is tempted from his own house of poverty and melancholy, it is to be feared that he will be willing, too often to forsake his own study of a few scurvy books, and his own habitation of darkness where there is seldom eating or drinking, for a good lightsome one where there is a bountiful provision of both. And when he comes there, though he swears not at all, yet he must be sure to say nothing to those that do it by all that they can think of. And though he judges it not fit to lead the forlorn in vice and profaneness, yet if he goes about to damp a frolic, there is great danger, not only of losing his Sunday dinner, but also all opportunities of such future refreshments, for his niceness and squeamishness. And such as are but at all disposed to this lewd kind of meetings, besides the devil, he shall have solicitors enough, who count all such revelling occasion very unsavory and unhallowed, unless they have the presence of some clergyman to sanctify the ordinance, who, if he sticks at his glass, bless him, and call him but Doctor, and it slides presently, i.e., the clergyman drinks. I take no delight, I must confess, to insist upon this, but only I could very much wish that such of our governors as go amongst our small preferred clergy, to take a view of the condition of the church and chancel, that they would but make inquiry, whether the minister himself be not much out of repair? I have now done, sir, with the grounds of that disesteem that many of the clergy lie under, both by the ignorance of some, and the extreme poverty of others. And I should have troubled you no further, but that I thought it convenient not to omit the particular occasions that do concur to the making of many of our clergy so pitifully poor and contemptible. The first thing that contributes much to the poverty of the clergy is the great scarcity of livings. Churches and chapels we have enough, it is to be confessed, if compared with the bigness of our nation, but in respect of that infinite number that are in holy orders, it is a very plain case, that there is a very great want. And I am confident that, in a very little time, I could procure hundreds that should ride both sun and moon down, and be everlastingly yours, if you could help them but to a living of £25 or £30 a year. And this, I suppose, to be chiefly occasioned upon these two accounts, either from the eagerness and ambition that some people have, of going into orders, or from the refuge of others into the church, who, being otherwise disappointed of a livelihood, hope to make sure of one by that means. First, I say, that which increases the unprovided for number of the clergy, is people posting into orders before they know their message or business, only out of a certain pride and ambition. Thus some are